Chapter 1. Is Yu Qiushen a pervert? Ling x Yu Qiushen. This is not a traditional tale of unexpected revelations and intense drama. The emotional arc is both pretentious and convoluted. So I hope you are mentally prepared before diving in. If you dislike it, there is no need to inform me. It is ultimately not beneficial for anyone to feel as though they are swallowing something unpleasant. CAC. Private settings may involve a child, though it remains uncertain whether this will be the case. I assure you that the main text will not contain such elements, while any extras will be clearly marked for potential triggers. Please refrain from commenting about any potential issues regarding children, as I could be rather harsh in response. The content is purely for entertainment. There is no need to pursue rigorous logic or moral perspectives. If you truly dislike it, do not feel compelled to continue. Wishing everyone an enjoyable reading experience. For an entire month, the temperature has been steadily rising, and although it is still March, the temperature in the Gardner Military District has already soared to 30 degrees Celsius. The surface temperature of Gardner Star is excessively high, with waves of heat shimmering in the air. Even a single breath feels as if one's respiratory tract is being scorched. In such weather, Ling has somehow caught a cold. With an ice pack resting on his forehead, his slender eyelashes droop, and his pale blue eyes gaze vacantly at the person beside his bed. What did he say? Zhou awkwardly twisted his lips. Little Ling, you must promise me that you won't get angry after I answer you. Ling maintained a cold expression, his thin lips parting slightly. I won't get angry. Though he said this, based on Zhou's nearly 5 years of acquaintance with him, this young master was merely putting on a brave front. He would undoubtedly erupt in fury after hearing the news and then rain down curses upon the person on the other end of the phone. What you said about not being angry, little Ling, Zhou picked up his phone, swallowing hard. You the pervert said that regardless of whether you have a fever of 40 degrees or in a state of complete disability, he will give you half an hour. You must crawl to his office. He assessed Ling's increasingly ashen complexion and lowered his voice. If he does not see you within half an hour, you can forget about participating in any projects of the laboratory in the future. Ling yanked the ice pack from his forehead, his originally slender eyes now round with rage. Is he out of his mind? I've already submitted my case report, and even my supervising professor has agreed. Why does he insist on hounding me? Isn't he just a figurehead at the academy? Has the command center become so idle that they can afford to send the commander to bother an ordinary military academy student like me? All right. No need to get angry, ancestor. Zhou soothed him, offering a water cup. You know that Yu Qiushen's reputation at the first military academy is almost as solid as nickel molybdenum alloy. His team slots are highly coveted. With your impressive grades, you might even be selected by him. So just endure it a bit. Ling simmered in frustration, his eyes narrowed, his hands fumbling under the covers. Who would want to be chosen by that pervert, right? Not in the least. Ling retorted coldly. Zhou was used to his rebukes and did not take offense. Then are you going or not? Zhou glanced at the antipyretics on the table, along with a jumble of suppressants for alphas. Perhaps you should rest. I could go to the laboratory and explain things to him on your behalf. Although I don't know him, my professor has a good temperament and might persuade Yu Qiushen. No. Ling pulled on a black hoodie, his expression impassive. I'll go myself. All right then. Zhou nodded awkwardly. Just temper your noble demeanor a bit. Don't provoke him with that spoiled, rich kid attitude. You know how much Yu Qiushen detests pampered heirs. Huh. Ling scoffed coldly. He also despised those academy leaders who wielded their authority like a sledgehammer, all due to a bit of fame. Zhou wanted to add something else, but Ling had already pulled on his pants and slammed the door of the room behind him. On both sides of the road, cherry blossom trees are planted, with young couples strolling hand in hand, moving at a leisurely pace. This scene is quite typical of the first military academy, with a demanding curriculum and scarce free days. These couples seize every moment of spare time, transforming any corner of the campus into a venue for nurturing their affections. Ling had no objections. He generally refrained from meddling in others' affairs. Except for now, the sleek black sports car crawled along at a snail's pace, while the fully equipped Maybach clung to the two lovebirds ahead like a shell, flashing its headlights twice without any response. Clearly, they were utterly absorbed in their romance. Having left at precisely 2 o'clock, it was now nearly 2:20, and he had less than 10 minutes to spare. Ling had no doubt that Yu Qiushen, this madman, would ruthlessly expel him from the research group without a second thought. Rolling down the car window, he leaned out and shouted, "Hey, could you please use the sidewalk? I'm in a hurry." The young couple jumped in surprise, turning to meet Ling's gaze, and quickly stepped aside onto the sidewalk, clearing a path for him. The sports car sped off, and as Ling rushed into the elevator, the needle landed squarely on the number 30. He had now arrived at the experimental building surely that could not be classified as tardiness. He might curse Yu Qiushen all he liked, but he did not wish for the man to hold a grudge against him, especially since they would have to collaborate, and if he ever wished to join the combat unit or the command center in the future, he would require Yu Qiushen's signature of recommendation. The elevator doors opened, and Ling stepped into the experimental building. The laboratory housed numerous precision instruments, maintained at a temperature of around 20 degrees Celsius year-round, and the hallways were spotless, devoid of even a speck of dust. Ling turned a corner and stopped in front of the office door at the far end. It appeared that Yu Qiushen was not present. Ling breathed a sigh of relief. At least he would not be caught red-handed. There was a small window on the office door, and Ling leaned against it, cautiously peering inside. Yu Qiushen's office, more immaculate than his own face, had wooden floors that gleamed under the sunlight. 2 textbooks lay on the desk, and a large bookshelf behind it was filled with books from fields he had yet to explore. In Ling's memory, Yu Qiushen spent at least 5 hours a day in the laboratory, with the remaining time consumed by meetings or combat in other star systems. Even during the rare occasions when Ling spotted him at the vending machine downstairs buying an iced Americano, his steps were brisk. Such a person should be incapable of finding a partner, oh no. Certainly, he has no partner. A workaholic who could hardly spare 2 hours in a week, with a face that exuded an aura of emotional detachment, what could he possibly offer in a romantic relationship? Ling felt slightly more at ease, but just as he took half a step back, he collided with something hard. Ling nearly fell to the ground in shock. His body temperature was still hovering around 39 degrees, and the sudden voice startled him nearly out of his wits. Turning around, he saw Yu Qiushen standing behind him, holding a stack of meeting notes, evidently just returning from a debriefing session. "You, Commander Yu." Ling quickly stepped aside, standing at the edge of the doorframe with his head bowed low. "I was just checking to see if you were here." Yu Qiushen's eyes narrowed slightly as he raised a hand to brush back a few strands of white hair that had fallen over his ear. His features were inherently imposing even without any expression. A mere neutral gaze exuded an intimidating presence. "You are late." Ling's heart skipped a beat. He looked up in astonishment, just about to offer an explanation when Yu Qiushen pushed open the office door and swept past Ling. Ling's mind raced with mixed emotions, as within mere seconds, he had mentally cursed Yu Qiushen's ancestors repeatedly. Finally, once the man settled into his office chair, he leisurely tossed out, "Come in and speak." "Oh." Ling, understanding the cue, stepped into his office and closed the door behind him. Chapter 2. Will it make you cry with anger? The air conditioning in the office was set to an even colder temperature, leaving Ling in a daze, unable to clearly discern the figure before him. Yu Qiushen cast a fleeting glance at him. The young boy was clad entirely in black, his youthful appearance accentuated by a simple sweatshirt adorned with a letter print, complemented by black and gray gradient jeans and a pair of sneakers. His face was flushed with fever, the porcelain-like skin appearing even more delicate. "Have you come down with a fever?" he inquired casually. Ling's eyelids fluttered, contemplating that this peculiar individual was feigning ignorance. Yet he merely responded with a subdued Why Yu Qiushen resumed his examination of the documents, his slender fingers gliding swiftly over the pages until they halted before a research report. "This is the paper your experimental group submitted last week. Concerning a comparative analysis of metallic material properties," that he handed the report to Ling and settled onto the sofa to read, that Ling reluctantly accepted it and began to flip through the pages. Within moments, a bead of cold sweat trickled down from his forehead, making its way down his neck and into the collar of his sweatshirt. He had started feeling unwell last Friday, and since the group paper had always been under his purview, A senior had stepped in to replace him only after he fell ill. Consequently, he had not reviewed the contributions of his peers, an oversight that now weighed heavily on him. Who would have thought that the paper they submitted would be scrutinized by Yu Qiushen? Just as Ling was about to speak, Yu Qiushen's cool, resonant voice interrupted him. "This isn't your responsibility, is it?" Ling was momentarily taken aback, then nodded awkwardly. Finally, Yu Qiushen closed the report and met Ling's gaze. Ling rarely made eye contact with him. His fierce demeanor, coupled with his authoritative position, made Ling uneasy in his presence. Aside from academic and experimental engagements, he seldom interacted with his commanding officer. Now, those strikingly blue eyes were fixed upon him, and Ling felt as if his spine were melting under the intensity of that gaze. "The name on the report's title page is yours." Ling. Yu Qiushen's voice was devoid of emotion, signifying that Ling would be held accountable for its quality and any errors. There were glaring data discrepancies in the first 5,000 words. And even non-professional terminology was present that I can't help but question whether your group was writing a paper or crafting a novel. Though there were no explicit insults, Ling felt as if he were being verbally assaulted by this old pervert. He bowed his head, silently swallowing the condescending undertones of Yu Qiushen's words, replaying them in his mind. "You will revise this paper and submit it to me within 2 days, along with a 5,000-word self-reflection. Do you have any objections?" Yu Qiushen stated that Ling's fists clenched tightly. He had entered the academy with the highest score in the preliminary examinations and had never faced a self-reflection assignment in over a decade. Yet today, Yu Qiushen had forced him into this predicament. Noticing Ling's tense expression, Yu Qiushen lifted his gaze slightly. "If you have objections, feel free to voice them." "Objections? To you, pervert?" Ling cursed silently, then forced a professional smile onto his face. "No objections, Commander Yu. Should I place the reflection on your desk in 2 days?" "No need," Yu Qiushen replied coolly. "The day after tomorrow, there will be a system-wide seminar focused on the analysis and summary of practical combat content. I will allocate you 15 minutes for your reading. I hope you can sincerely reflect on your mistakes." Ling left Yu Qiushen's office, the entire reprimand, including the time spent reviewing the report. Total 10 minutes to the doorway stood 2 individuals, both suppressing laughter. They were 1 year his seniors, classmates from the same academy. Who would have thought we'd witnessed Ling being reprimanded today? Yao chuckled mischievously. "It seems this you pervert truly has something to him." That Ling kicked him lightly, muttering in exasperation, "It's infuriating to have to write a reflection. I've never even seen one in my life." "Isn't this your chance to see one?" Chen Yuxing teased that another issue with Huang Tao's section. "You really got roasted hard today. When Yu Qiushen mentioned names in the group this morning, I nearly jumped. It's been ages since he blew up like that." Ling replied, acknowledging the sentiment. He had worked with Huang Tao before, and each time he had to painstakingly polish his section to make it somewhat presentable. This time, however, he had inadvertently overlooked it, and he felt genuinely wrong to be punished with a 5,000-word reflection merely for someone else's mistakes. "Don't be upset," Chen Yuxing said, throwing an arm around his shoulder. "Let me share some amusing gossip." "Interested?" "What gossip?" Ling inquired. Though these seniors were unremarkable in their academic pursuits, they possessed a knack for uncovering gossip, whether it be old tales or fresh happenings. "Have you heard about the incident over the firearms department?" Yao grinned slyly. An Alpha was tricked into believing he was dating an Omega. Ling's lips twitched. "How did that happen?" "The Omega claimed they were in a relationship, sent him enticing photos, and coaxed him into sharing his own pictures. The Alpha, smitten, transferred a substantial sum to the Omega, only to discover that the individual on the other side was also an Alpha." Chen Yuxing's eyes sparkled with laughter. Rumor has it, the Alpha was so furious that he cried. Ling couldn't hold back his laughter. Such an incident occurring to an Alpha could easily become a lifelong trauma, an indelible mark he would carry forever. Suddenly, Ling's mind conjured the image of Yu Qiushen's cold, deep-set eyes. The commander was indeed quite the handsome figure, tall, slender, with long white hair, an imposing presence that left many Omegas in awe. Yet his icy demeanor deterred any advances. "Does our commander have any romantic experience?" Ling mused aloud. Yao's expression faltered, brows furrowing, and oh wait, he's been on the battlefield since graduation. Only recently has he settled a bit. Returning to the academy. Besides, I heard he selects promising new students to take with him to the front lines, so he won't be around for long. Ling nodded, pondering the implications of T-28. Lacking a romantic partner seemed rather pitiable. Reflecting on Yu Qiushen's earlier expression, coupled with the daunting 5,000-word reflection he demanded, Ling scoffed internally. You are unkind. Do not blame me for being ruthless. He couldn't help but wonder how the aloof commander would react upon discovering he had been deceived in matters of the heart. Chapter 3. Soft Xiao Lin Zhou Shu observed as Ling returned to the dormitory, radiating an unusual cheerfulness. So happy today. Did you not get scolded? Ling tossed the research paper on his bed. His voice laced with indifference. I did get scolded for 10 whole minutes. Zhou Shu scrutinized Ling's expression, confirming that he was indeed smiling. Clearly in good spirits. So, did you enjoy being reprimanded? It seems Yu Qiushen's scolding has a certain charm. Ling let out an exasperated laugh, unable to resist kicking Zhou Shu lightly. You're talking nonsense. Zhou Shu, undeterred, leaned closer. What has got you grinning, young master? This is the first time I've seen you come back with that look. I am starting to suspect Yu Qiushen knocked some sense into you. No, Ling replied, pulling out his phone to register a new WeChat account. That I've made a very serious decision. What decision? Zhou Shu asked. Ling changed his profile picture to an adorable kitten and renamed himself Soft Xiao Lin, beaming with delight. I want to date Yu Qiushen. What? Zhou Shu nearly shouted, his disbelief palpable. Who? Yu Qiushen, the same one who just scolded you for 10 minutes. Are you a masochist? Ling. You're the masochist. Ling rolled his eyes. This is online dating, do you understand? I intend to leave him utterly captivated and penniless, making him unable to forget me. His charming little Zhou Shu's mouth twitched, unable to suppress a retort. You're no little O. You're a bona fide alpha. How do you expect to woo him? What of it? Ling countered. Over the internet, if I claim to be a busted cute girl, he'd have to believe me. Zhou Shu finally grasped the situation. Having played many games, he was well versed in the tactics of online romance. Given Ling's straightforward nature, he doubted his ability to flirt with an alpha. So, what is your plan? How will you proceed? Zhou Shu inquired. Ling hesitated, then lifted his eyelids. I'll use this account to add him as a friend and initiate a romantic conversation. Zhou Shu smirked. Brother, are you insulting either yourself or the legendary intelligence of the First Military Academy? If he would agree to date you with a mere sentence, I'll chop off my own. You know what? Ling shot him an exasperated glance. Although he acknowledged that Zhou Shu had a point, he had never been in a relationship in his 21 years, nor had he even held an Omega's hand. He was entirely clueless about how an Omega would pursue an alpha. What about you? Ling retorted stubbornly. What would you do? Zhou Shu let out a chuckle. As he opened the album, a collection of vulgar photographs featuring naked Omegas was revealed, some of which displayed intimate parts while hugging their legs. Others were even more outrageous, bearing pitiful marks on their bodies. Ling's face turned crimson. He was still an innocent virgin. What are you doing? Retrieve these filthy images at once. Ling immediately turned his face away. Zhou Shu smirked, his tone mischievous. Do you think these alphas would like them? Ling was reluctant to respond. The images were undeniably crude and lewd. Only an alpha whose brain was dominated by base desires would find such pictures appealing. Add him as a friend, tease him with cool photos, and I guarantee you'll win him over in a month. Ling pursed his lips tightly. Unwilling to look at him, I find such relationships too vulgar. They lack depth that I want him to fall in love with my inner self. Only then would the blow to him be truly devastating. Zhou Shu wanted to remark that he was a naive alpha, one who could not find anyone more innocent and harmless in this world. Who could possibly fall for someone's inner self without first appreciating their exterior? You really think so? Time waits for no one. Don't blame me for not sending you anything. Ling's tone was resolute, his ears still flushed red as he clenched the sleeve of his sweatshirt. No. All right. Zhou Shu tucked his phone away. Then why don't you lie down and rest a bit? I'll go play a game, grab some dinner later, and bring you back some lean meat porridge. Ling yawned and nodded. Just not that fried egg from yesterday. It was tea even runny. It was awful. Such a delicate palate. Zhou Shu casually commented, Waving his hands, he closed the door behind him. Ling slept soundly until nightfall. Zhou Shu had placed the porridge on the table at some point and stubbornly brought him a fried egg, swearing that it was indeed runny and a promise of future happiness. Ling chuckled lightly as he stretched and sat up. Omega secrets to capturing your dream guy. TXT Zhou Shu said. Here, take a tea, and oh thanks needed. Ling. Not looking. Without a second thought, Ling knew that with Zhou Shu's mind filled with crude ideas, he could only imagine the shameful content within that document. Zhou Shu said, I bet you, based on your own abilities, you'll be deleted by Yu Qiushen within 3 days. Ling. The provocation method worked every time. In just a short line of text, Ling was already fuming and had copied Yu Qiushen's contact information, preparing to switch to a different account to take action. Ling. Just wait. He switched to the account of Soft Omega Shaolin, input Yu Qiushen's terminal number, and a profile picture of autumn leaves popped up, and no matter how many times he saw it, Ling couldn't help but loathe that avatar T28. It made him look 58. After a moment's hesitation, Ling typed a line in the chat. Commander Yu, I've liked you for a long time. Could you please accept my friend request? Simple and direct. Such is the charm of an Omega. Ling sent it with a flourish. However, even after Ling finished an entire bowl of vegetable and lean meat porridge, having cleared it of all meat and spent nearly an hour doing so, Yu Qiushen still hadn't replied. In a way, Soft Omega Shaolin was rejected. Is this old pervert really that discerning? Ling lost his appetite for the runny egg, staring at Yu Qiushen's account, pondering for a while. What type of Omega would he prefer? Cute and cuddly, perhaps gentle and caring, or maybe intellectual and ambitious? Why not try them all? Ling sent several friend requests, varying his approach with titles like brother, professor, and commander, accompanied by a flurry of bright red hearts and emojis. WY9 in the evening. After watching 2 episodes of show, Yu Qiushen finally accepted his friend request. Ling tossed aside the remote and grabbed his phone. Just 2 words? Yu Qiushen. Hello? No way, he had just passionately declared his feelings to this pervert, and all Yu Qiushen could say was a simple hello. Soft Omega Shaolin. Commander Kak, I've liked you for a long time, ever since I entered military school. Could you please give me a chance to pursue you? Ling lightly tapped send. His message entering the chat box. Perfect. Such a cute and proactive little Omega. Who could resist? Who could resist? Yu Qiushen. I cannot. Ling. This man's heart must be forged from diamond. Chapter 4. Cross-dressing Ling's eye. Soft Omega Shaolin. Why can't you? Soft Omega Shaolin. Commander Yu. Soft Omega Shaolin. Sad cat. Ling racked his brain, sitting on the sofa, waiting for Yu Qiushen's response. The night on Gardner Star had grown suddenly cold. What had been scorching air during the day now felt soft and mild, wafting through the window with a hint of sweet cherry blossom fragrance. It was said that the history of the first military school could be traced back hundreds of years, when Gardner Star was not yet under the united rule of the Federation. And war raged everywhere like that time. The first military school was merely a small local institution, recruiting patriotic youths to undergo brief training before hastily rushing to the battlefield. Back then, there were no advanced military facilities. Most relied on loyalty and fervor, and even though the survival rate in battles was less than 1 in 10, countless individuals continued to rush from Gardner to the front lines. Later, as the Federation unified the stars, Gardner became a cradle of military talent, establishing numerous military schools, with the first military school emerging during that time as the most outstanding and significant source of military personnel. Today, more than half of the Federation's high-ranking officers and commanders are graduates of the first military school. Ling, feeling utterly bored, waited a long time before Yu Qiushen finally replied. Why Yu Qiushen? What do you like about me? What does he like about him? That he is handsome, that he holds a high position, that he has a tall, sturdy physique that exudes capability, the Federation's top alpha. Would that suffice? Alphas must enjoy such flattery, right? No, Ling quickly shook his head. Yu Qiushen was certainly not an ordinary alpha, and he needed to compliment him from a deeper, more profound perspective. With that thought, Ling opened Baidu. Why Yu Qiushen's name yielded dozens of pages of informative content, although he hadn't researched much before. He knew that he was the youngest commander in the Federation, reportedly participating in combat at the age of 20. Born on Yastar, currently 28 years old, he held the position of commander and executive officer of the Federation government, possessing the highest authority in military intelligence. What an impressive resume, Ling marveled. If this were his resume, even General G would have to regard him with newfound respect. After a brief glance, Ling could only muster 2 words: excellent. Truly exceptional that he organized his thoughts and began typing some flattering praise. Soft Omega Shaolin, because the commander is gentle and outstanding. As the highest commander of the Federation, you are our role model and guiding direction. I steadfastly follow your lead, obey your commands and arrangements. I am willing to be the sharpest blade in your hand, ready to brave fire and water without hesitation. Yu Qiushen, Yu Qiushen, there is no need for you to go to such lengths for me. Yu Qiushen, thank you for your affection, but you do not truly know me. There are many outstanding individuals. You need not expend effort on me. Seek others. Damn it, this Yu Qiushen. Ling clenches fists tightly, taking a deep breath. He is stone in the toilet. So foul and unyielding. He doesn't even appreciate pretty words. Ling wanted to continue his offensive, but just as he sent a message, he discovered he had been deleted from Yu Qiushen's friends list. An unabashed red exclamation mark appeared. It was Ling's first encounter with such a sight, why Yu Qiushen had removed him. What? In just one day, he had pressed his warm cheek against the cold rear end of the same person twice. The young master of the G family, one of the most prominent families on Corlistar. Ling had only ever tasted the bitterness of an iced Americano. Though he wasn't deliberately spoiled, very few dared to confront him directly. Why Yu Qiushen? Ling bit down on his molars, repeatedly licking the mucous membranes in his mouth, which had turned inexplicably salty. Just you wait. Zhou Shu was playing games late at night when he noticed Ling silently downloading the file he had sent. This alpha, with a mouth harder than iron. Just earlier, he had sworn he would never follow Zhou Shu's terrible advice. Yet here he was, ground down to submission by Yu Qiushen in such a short time. Ling flipped through the document briefly, his brows furrowing tightly, thin lips pressed together, his fingertips tapping restlessly on the wooden table. What kind of cosmic, invincible, dark, and crawling guide was this? Who could come up with these ghastly ideas? The scenarios of a cheating father, a suicidal mother, a gravely ill sister, and the innocent, pitiful him, and it suggested enticing him with cool photos. Did he dare to wear anything Yu Qiushen would see? Ling, is this tutorial reliable? 2 seconds passed. Zhou Shu, honest and trustworthy. Everyone who has used it has praised it, and so far, there have been no failed cases. Find out. Ling furrowed his brow momentarily before relaxing. Those who achieve great things do not sweat the small stuff. Men either don military uniforms to protect their homeland or don women's clothing to wreak havoc. Who doesn't have 2 faces? Ridiculous. Ling. Transfer 2000. Ling. Choose me an outfit from the tutorial. The more flamboyant, the better. Zhou Shu. Are you really not rewarding Yu Qiushen with this? Ling Zai. Ling. Leave me alone. After a long night, Ling woke up the next day, feeling sore all over. Although his temperature had significantly decreased, his head still felt groggy. He lazily splashed some water on his face. His black, disheveled hair dampened and hanging in disarray. His light blue eyes were barely open, resembling a pitiful expression with the corners reminiscent of a puppy's gaze. The group chat of the experimental team was bustling with activity. Bai Yao, Ling Zai, you should have seen Yu Bientai's face this morning. It looked as if someone owed him 8 million. Bai Yao. He didn't even tie his hair up today. It seems he washed it this morning, but didn't have time to dry it. His white locks cascading down to his waist, looking particularly disheveled. Bai Yao. Huang Tao accidentally provoked him and was scolded for 5 minutes. Without a shred of mercy, much harsher than how he scolded you yesterday. Chen Yusheng. I heard Huang Tao hid away and cried in secret. Chen Yusheng. Yu Qiushen has done a good thing, preventing this annoyance from dragging the team down. Ling scrolled through the chat logs, feeling a mix of emotions that it seemed that Yu Bientai indiscriminately attacked everyone, not just him, which made Ling's desire for revenge seem rather petty. Bai Yao, Ling Bai Yao, Ling Zai, Stop sleeping. Ji Ling. By Yao. Yu Qiushen wants you in the experimental group within half an hour. Today he wishes to review Director Huang's experimental progress. Ji Ling. But he should have been more excessive yesterday and sent over 2 suggestive images of omegas, leaving that virgin in a state of disarray all day long. Chapter 5. 5,000 words of reflection on being late when Ji Ling arrived at the laboratory. Yu Qiushen was just exiting his office, but he held a cup of iced coffee, his eyes slightly raised, white hair tousled over his shoulders, presenting a somewhat alluring sight. Professor Yu. Ji Ling lowered his gaze. Appearing obedient, fearing that this person might find fault with him. Yu Qiushen paused, scrutinizing Ji Ling from head to toe. Still not drying your hair after a fever. Are you waiting for your condition to worsen? Ji Ling choked. 8B. I asked this guy looking for trouble. Didn't you ask me to rush over in half an hour? Ji Ling was half a head shorter than him, with soft black hair, giving him an inherently obedient appearance. Yu Qiushen nodded. Next time, I will allow you 40 minutes. Ji Ling. How generous. So generous that it almost made him chuckle. Have you had breakfast? Yu Qiushen was unusually amiable today, entirely unlike what was described in the group chat. I have it. Ji Ling drowsily followed him, unknowingly walking to the laboratory door and opening it for Yu Qiushen. Is Director Huang not coming today? Yu Qiushen took a protective suit from the cabinet for him. The two changed and entered the lab. His significant other is ill and has taken a day off, so I will oversee the experimental progress in his stead. Ji Ling's eyelids twitched. Although Director Huang was one of the most stringent teachers in the academy, it was far better than having the commander personally check on his experiment. Every section of the laboratory's reagents and materials had a designated place, and Ji Ling was the one who usually managed them. He was most familiar with their locations. Pass me tube A003. Yu Qiushen's tone was neutral. Ji Ling hurriedly acted like an eager assistant, squatting down to rummage through the cabinet for a moment, while Yu Qiushen subtly shifted his foot to give him more room. Here, Ji Ling found it and handed it over. Yu Qiushen donned gloves, his fingers tightly encased, his wrists fully covered by the protective suit, leaving no skin exposed. Ji Ling could discern nothing about the commander's mood apart from his tone. How do you usually divide your groups? Yu Qiushen inquired. Ji Ling thought for a moment. By drawing lots? Yu Qiushen paused his movements, his azure eyes beneath the protective visor gazing intently at him. This was the second time Ji Ling had looked directly at his face, albeit only half of it this time. His blue was distinctly different from Ji Ling's. If one had to describe it, it was the hue of a clear sky or the serene sea on a sunny day. A regal blue that was instantly captivating. Ji Ling mused that his own eyes were a pale blue, perhaps slightly grayish, veiled as if by a mist. The noble blue narrowed slightly, disapprovingly voicing, I believe drawing lots is a rather poor method, as it does not allow a group to maximize their cooperative potential and is also unfair to those who strive for excellence. That I will propose a suggestion to the Academy. Ji Ling's lips twitched. This esteemed commander was fond of making suggestions and inquiring if others had any objections. However, this time, he could reluctantly consider it a reasonable statement. It is agreeable. Ji Ling lazily acquiesced, continuing to observe him as he prepared the reagents. The color in the test tube gradually transformed from transparent to pink, ultimately becoming a yellow, murky liquid, a transformation more standard than any textbook example. Not refer to me as you in usual conversation. Consider me merely as an auxiliary member of your experimental group, without any psychological burdens. Yu Qiushen stated. What kind of auxiliary member expects someone to rush over in 30 minutes? Ji Ling nodded, not taking it to heart. Understood. The reagents were placed into the analyzer, and only then did Yu Qiushen relax a bit, surveying the room before his gaze settled on Ji Ling's face. Knowing that behind the protective visor he could only see Ji Ling's 2 eyes, Ji Ling inexplicably felt a wave of nervousness. Ji Ling, my student, Yu Qiushen called out. With that stern demeanor, Ji Ling felt as though he might burst. Professor Yu, could you refrain from adding the suffix my student? Ji Ling asked. All right. Yu Qiushen complied readily. Ji Ling MHM? Yu Qiushen posed a question that seemed rather incongruous with the current situation. When do you usually come to the laboratory? And when do you leave? Ji Ling, feeling a bit dazed by the question, could only answer honestly. There are no specific times required for arriving at the lab. I come when Director Huang calls for me. And I leave once the tasks are completed. Yu Qiushen retrieved the reagents, printed the data sheet, signed his name as the responsible party, and handed it to Ling with the formalities completed. Ling sought an opportunity to slip away. Being in the same room as someone like Yu Qiushen was tolerable while working, but if there was nothing to do, it would be unbearable. Professor Yu, if you don't, Ling began, but Yu Qiushen interrupted. Ling, my student. Ling, I believe you should devote more time to experiments, achieving better results, and perhaps publish more papers or engage in practical training to enhance your physical fitness. Every word from Yu Qiushen sounded eerily familiar, as if he were a messenger sent to encourage scholarly pursuits. Ling's lips twitched. Commander Yu, I'm already diligently completing the experiments. This year as practical comprehensive assessment is also an A, and balancing work and rest is equally essential. There are numerous cases each year at the top military academy where individuals suffer severe health damage due to overexertion, and I highly value my health. With that, Ling felt that the slight thawing of their awkward relationship had reverted to an icy state. All right, Yu Qiushen nodded, revealing no emotion, merely stating coldly, tomorrow at 10 for the seminar. Be punctual to the second. If you are late, I will require you to write an additional 5,000 words of reflection. With that, he exited the laboratory. Ling watched him meticulously remove his gloves and protective suit, brushing his fine white hair before heading toward the office. I wonder if he is angry again. Ling clicked his tongue. He's incredibly hard to please. What a stubborn temperament. Chapter 6. Made outfit at the meeting the following day. Yu Qiushen indeed kept his word, giving Ling 10 minutes. The nearly 100-person academic seminar saw dozens of instructors dressed impeccably. Even Huang, who usually appeared disheveled in flip-flops, donned a suit and tie for Yu Qiushen. Ling stood on stage, stumbling through his reflection, his usually outgoing and cheerful demeanor now flushed with embarrassment. This group experiment paper contained significant errors, with numerous data discrepancies and many instances of improper terminology. As the group leader, I failed to take responsibility, committing a grievous mistake. Through this lesson, I have resolved to treat each hard-won experiment and assignment with utmost seriousness and hope that Director Huang and Commander Yu can forgive my errors. Upon finishing, Ling's blue eyes appeared pitiable, his cheeks flushed, and he met Yu Qiushen's gaze from the head of the table. Well done, Ling Zai. Make sure to amend your ways. The teacher believes you are a particularly good child. Huang clapped excitedly, casting an awkward glance at Yu Qiushen as he slowly took his seat. Commander Yu, see that this child is young. Making mistakes is quite normal. Yu Qiushen nodded. He is quite young. He must strive to study hard in the future. Understood. Ling glanced around the room. Apart from a few serious old instructors and Yu Qiushen, others were nearly doubled over with laughter. You must also exercise well for your health. Yu Qiushen added. At this, someone truly could not contain their laughter at Ling. Your health is poor, and your whole family's health is poor. All right. Thank you for your concern, Commander Yu. Ling pinched the report paper in his hand, suppressing a surge of frustration. This demeanor caught Yu Qiushen's eye, who raised his eyelids slightly, revealing a barely perceptible smile. Please take your seat. Today's seminar will revolve around these topics, and I will conclude by addressing the issue that concerns everyone the most. Yu Qiushen stood up, walked over to the large screen, and opened a document. The file was marked in red, adorned with the golden sunflower seal of the Alliance's highest command. This time, I come merely as a nominal figure from the 1st Military Academy, primarily to help the Alliance establish a well-rounded and competent team. Although the current interstellar situation appears stable, I trust everyone present can discern that the reality is far from optimistic. After discussions between the command and the military, we have decided to commence an experiment on the power decentralization system proposed by the previous executive officer. Power decentralization? Chen Yuxing furrowed his brow as he leaned closer to Ling. Do you know about this? Ling, still frowning, responded with a muffled acknowledgement. Decentralization entails distributing the power currently held by the highest ranks of the Alliance to a broader array of individuals, including commanders from the command center and military leaders. Yu Qiushen maintained his typically serious demeanor at work. Yet today, he dressed rather casually, still appearing remarkably tidy. Even his hair was impeccably styled, with not a strand out of place. Are both your father and brother military leaders? Chen Yuxing inquired cautiously. Indeed, Ling replied, gazing ahead with an expression that remained flat. If this system is for the development and future of the interstellar community, I believe my father and brother will accept it. That's good to hear. I was worried you might overthink it. Ling licked his lips and turned his attention back to Yu Qiushen. Moreover, I assent this esteemed commander also within the scope of decentralization. If he doesn't mind, why should I? That man. Chen Yuxing's expression turned peculiar. I feel like he wouldn't even flinch if his wife died. He is more steadfast than a diamond. Ling chuckled lightly, but quickly reined in his amusement upon meeting Yu Qiushen's gaze. For the team selection, I will evaluate and observe alongside the instructors for 6 months, ultimately selecting 5 outstanding students to return with me to Capital Star. Yu Qiushen paused momentarily, adding, the chosen students will be exempt from their courses for the next 2 years and will directly receive military ranks. How delightful! My word! Ling's eye. Chen Yuxing shook his shoulder excitedly. This is fantastic, and it's Yu Qiushen's team. I heard you, Ling replied, his chin resting on his hand as he pondered. Despite the fact that this peculiar Yu Qiushen had made him lose face twice shortly after his arrival, Ling was still capable of distinguishing between personal grievances and professional matters. Business is business, and personal grievances are settled privately. Shall we grab a bite together later? Bai Yao mentioned there's a place nearby that serves delicious fish. And I know you love it. Chen Yuxing suggested. Ling shook his head. I have important matters to attend to. What? Chen Yuxing frowned. Isn't there no experiment today? No physical training scheduled either. Ling smiled mysteriously, his expression faintly amused as he lifted his gaze. I'm going on a date. The delivery package was confidential, sizable enough to fill 2 suitcases. Zhou helped him move it into his dormitory. But before he could even settle down, Ling had already ushered him out the door. Hey, do you even know how to wear this? Ling promptly locked the door, muttering, Baidu is a wonderful tool. I can look it up myself. Upon opening the package, a vibrant array of clothing was unveiled. Short plaid skirts that barely reached mid-thigh, strapless dresses, and a cute-made outfit adorned with a large bow. Ling, expressionless, began to try them on. Too short. Indeed, it was exceedingly short. The length barely concealed his backside. Ling's skin was exceptionally fair, devoid of the typical alpha's coarse leg hair, his smooth skin flawless and unmarred. Leading down to well-defined ankles and slightly rosy toes, he excelled in physical training, boasting a physique devoid of excess fat, with every muscle beautifully sculpted, particularly the pronounced V-line of his abdomen that rose and fell with each breath. Dressing in the maid outfit, no one would guess this was an alpha's body. Ling selected a standard black maid outfit and, from the bottom of the package, retrieved a pair of knee-high stockings. Unsure of the old pervert's preferences, he thought that this commonplace maid attire should be irresistible to any alpha, a beautiful little omega, clad in a maid outfit, softly calling him brother, if there were also lovely animal ears, be they cat or dog. Swaying tails would surely warm the heart of even an alpha like Ling, who was otherwise indifferent to love. In front of the mirror, the alpha donned the outfit, accentuating his already tall and slender figure. The muscles in his thighs, relaxed, created subtle indentations, while the belt cinched his waist, so slim that a single hand could encircle it. Ling swayed his body left and right, admiring the reflection. Not bad. If Yu Qiushen can refuse this, then my name is spelled backward. Chapter 7. Only adore my brother Ling, snapped a few photos in front of the mirror, and re-added Yu Qiushen as a friend. He had once harbored a passion for photography and had studied under a professional for a spell. These photos turned out quite well, skillfully revealing just enough while leaving much to the imagination, a tactic that should suffice to engage someone like Yu Qiushen. A man of advanced age and still single. Ling sent several requests again. Soft, oh Shaolin. Could you please accept my friend request, brother? Soft, oh Shaolin. I beg you, please. QEQ. After half a minute, Yu Qiushen replied, thank you for your affection, but I cannot accept your friend request. Additionally, please address me as commander in private. Ling thought, this man is truly unyielding. It felt as if the figure on the other side of the screen was not human, but rather a solid stone. Perhaps he was the last remnant of the Pangu, left over from the creation of the world. What to do? The revolution had yet to begin. It was already being stifled in its infancy. Ling racked his brain, recalling the online dating guide Yu Qiushen had shared with him. Playing the pitiful card. Is this tactic truly effective against Yu Qiushen? Wasn't he his solitary figure on stage, confronting over 100 people in a self-reflective manner, already pitiful enough? Ling, are you there? Yu Qiushen. What is up? Can't you wear it? Yu Qiushen. Ling's eye. Let me take a look. Ling, he wants to accept my friend request. Yu Qiushen. Ling, did I disturb his eyes? Yu Qiushen. Speak up. How can I assist you? Ling, write me a script, something along the lines of me being particularly pitiable. Yu Qiushen. Hold on, I'm eating. Ling's eye. Ling nestled into his blanket. Feeling stifled for a while, as dusk settled. The cherry blossom branches outside hung over the balcony, occasionally swayed by the wind, causing a few petals to fall onto the hardwood floor. He felt a sense of urgency. Ling had never anticipated Yu Qiushen's messages with such eagerness. Usually, it was Yu Qiushen who pestered him, never the other way around. Fortunately, he didn't have to wait long. Yu Qiushen. Zai. I'm here. Yu Qiushen. There were so many people at the Duck Neck stand outside today. Ling, focus on the task at hand. Yu Qiushen. Understood. Yu Qiushen. Let me craft something for you. Look, your brother's already a major general, and your father is a general in the alliance. You could tweak it a bit, saying your family is just a regular military household, but you're the most unsuccessful child, unloved by your father and mother, frequently criticized by your brother who gives you no money. He's your only hope in life, and then you could send him a suggestive picture to tease him. Yu Qiushen. What do you think? It's not entirely a lie. Ling, that sounds a bit exaggerated. Do families like that really exist nowadays? Yu Qiushen. Young master. Yu Qiushen. Trust me, it will definitely work. Ling. Find out. Ling felt a bit dazed but steeled himself to follow Yu Qiushen's advice. He typed out a lengthy message in the dialog box, reviewing it multiple times before sending the friend request. 2 seconds later, Yu Qiushen indeed accepted the friend request. The status bar displayed for half a minute, and the person on the other end appeared to be deliberating intensely, racking his brain for a suitable response. Why Yu Qiushen? Is what you said true? Ling's heart leapt with joy. There's a chance. Soft O Shaolin. It's true. Soft O Shaolin. Brother Q A Q. Why Yu Qiushen? Do not call me brother. Soft O Shaolin. All right, Commander. There was a long silence on the other end. Ling bit his fingernails, feeling a bit hesitant. He was unsure what Yu Qiushen was pondering. Perhaps he hadn't provoked him enough? After all, he still hadn't taken off the maid outfit. Ling raised his phone and snapped a photo of his skirt. The image captured his shyly crossed thighs, and the innocent demeanor only heightened the desire to grasp his ankle and lift the hem to reveal the exquisite scenery beneath. Soft O Shaolin. Brother QEQ. Soft O Shaolin. Do you think my skirt is pretty? I bought it too short. It only barely covers my legs. Why Yu Qiushen? Yu Qiushen. Do you show this to other alphas as well? Well. The old man finally showed some reaction. Ling joyfully lay on the bed, her toes swaying playfully, exuding an air of confidence. Ruan Shaolin. No, I haven't. Ruan Shaolin. I've only shown it to my brother. Ruan Shaolin. I've already said I only like my brother. Why Yu Qiushen? I told you not to call me brother anymore. Perhaps it was the invisible sense of security that came from the screen. For although Yu Qiushen maintained his usual indifferent tone, it lacked the usual authority. Ling suddenly found him a bit silly on the other end. Yu Qiushen furrowed his brow, glancing at the message that popped up on the screen. An Omega who had strived to enter the military academy for his sake, a pursuit that required great sacrifice, despite his high position, where a single decision could affect the fates of tens of thousands. He still hesitated in this moment of candid vulnerability. Why Yu Qiushen? You are a diligent Omega. You cannot send such photos to other alphas. Even if your face is not visible, it is still unsafe. Ruan Shaolin. Sending it to my brother is safe? Ovo Ruan Shaolin. Since my brother has seen the photo, you can't delete me from your friends anymore. Yu Qiushen fell silent. He felt a headache coming on, mixed with a sense of helplessness. The Omega in the photo was quite attractive. If he had good looks to match, he would likely attract many alphas. An unhappy family background could leave an Omega feeling insecure. leading them to seek love for validation. And Yu Qiushen shuddered to think of the risks they might encounter along the way, though he did not have the leisure to manage everyone. This little Lin had boldly come before him. He could hardly ignore her. Yu Qiushen. I promise not to delete you. Yu Qiushen. But you must also promise me a few things. Ruan Shaolin. Oh, Yu Qiushen. You must not send such photos to any alpha, including myself, and you must focus on your studies at the military academy. That if you encounter difficulties, you can come to me, and I will help you apply for assistance. Ling furrowed her brow, sensing something amiss. Was Yu Qiushen treating him like a child? Advising him to study and offering money, he was practically the model of a good father. But his goal was not to be a son, but a wife. Yu Qiushen. Furthermore, Yu Qiushen, I must reiterate, you cannot call me brother. All the students at the military academy address me as commander. Ruan Shaolin. All right, Yu Gij, Ruan Shaolin. Happy Cathead. JPG Yu Qiushen. Chapter 8. Black Silk Chongsam. Before 10 o'clock, Yu Qiushen stated he was busy and hurriedly logged off without even saying good night. Ling, brimming with delight, found it hard to sleep. Flipping through her phone and spotting Ji Huai's name in her contacts. Oh, ISNT, this her dear brother. Having just disparaged her brother's reputation, Ling felt a twinge of guilt and decided to call him for a check-in. After a few rings, Ji Huai answered. Brother. Ling smiled widely. Ji Huai, clad in military uniform, bore medals that gleamed in the night, searched for a well-lit spot to scrutinize the screen. Ling, what are you wearing? Damn. Ling's face flushed crimson as she quickly pulled the blanket over herself. Ji Huai, pretend you didn't see that. Don't tell Mom and Dad. Otherwise, I'll be done with you. Ji Huai chuckled briefly. Ling, when did you start wearing such things? Didn't you say you want to be the toughest alpha in the family? Surpassing me. This scoundrel. Ling bit her lip, too afraid to tell her brother that if Ji Huai knew she was pranking Yu Qiushen, he would probably rush to Gardner in a mech to grab her. Not joking with you. Ji Huai's smile faded. Is this what they call cosplay? Such activities are quite common at school. Our Ling Zai is so popular. I imagine the skirt-wearing omegas like you, right? Not all. Ling pouted, lifting her eyes. Why are you also calling me Ling Zai? Mom calls it that. It sounds so cute. Ling suddenly felt that her earlier teasing hadn't been enough. She ought to cast this seemingly gentle yet duplicitous person in the role of a nefarious ruler. Brother, is the situation tense over there with the war? It's all right. Ji Huai adjusted his robe, a cigarette flickering between his fingers, the chaos palpable. Yaz is already the most impoverished place in the first star system, naturally not as peaceful as the capital star. But it is said that Yu Qiushen will personally come over next week. He holds great prestige here, so the situation should improve significantly. Oh, Ling nodded. Brother, please stay safe. Ji Huai chuckled softly, ashes from his cigarette swirling in the wind. With silver-gray hair resembling a silver wolf in the snow, paired with his military attire, he exuded an impressive aura. I know. Ji Huai finished his last puff, extinguished the cigarette, but Ling Zai, you need to work hard as well. TB's so stubborn. Father often asks about your situation at school. He cares a lot about you, and Mother misses you too. Come home more often when you have time. I'm busy too. Ling's ears, adorned with elegant meteorite patterns, swayed, her misty blue eyes avoiding Ji Huai's gaze. I know. Ji Huai nodded. By the way, have you met Yu Qiushen at the first military academy? Ling mumbled. Not only have I met him, but we might also develop into something more. He's in our group, and I see him often. Ling replied honestly. Ji Huai pondered, although he disagreed with their father's political views. Objectively speaking, Yu Qiushen was an outstanding soldier, and you should take the opportunity to learn from him. Ling, you're not allowed to lecture me anymore. Ling's ears drooped, clearly displeased. All right. Ji Huai, always indulgent, chose to remain silent and not provoke the proud little pup further. I transferred some money to your account. If you like skirts, you can buy more. Who likes skirts? Ling's face turned beet red. She stiffly muttered a goodbye and hung up the phone. In the following days, Ling's life was fulfilling and enjoyable. During the day, she continued to work on her progress and write papers in the laboratory, gossiping with Yu Qiushen and Bai Yao about the latest happenings in the academy. Occasionally, Yu Qiushen would enter the lab, delivering a few cold lectures. Night, she would tease Yu Qiushen on her phone. His wooden-headed tone remained the same as during the day, but in text, it became particularly amusing, causing Ling to laugh several times each evening. The only downside was his persistent encouragement to study. 8 out of 10 of his sentences revolved around papers, where he would inquire if she had diligently conducted her experiments, causing Ling to nearly enter a state of internal conflict. She dreamt of papers at night, severely impacting her sleep quality, leading her to sit in the lab the next day, struggling to keep her eyes open. Ling's eye. Bai Yao observed her head drooping toward the keyboard. Unable to restrain himself, "Why don't you take a break? Your paper is probably nearly done, right?" Ling shook her head, yawning. "I'll just grab some coffee later." "What did you do last night?" "That's a military secret." Ling glanced at the paper before her. Director Huang had already revised one version, full of red and green annotations. IT was indeed nearly finished. "Why not take a quick nap?" Ling, a deep, magnetic male voice, sounded from behind her, sending a jolt of electricity down her spine. Turning around, she found Yu Qiushen standing behind her. "Commander Yu." Ling immediately sat up straight. Yu Qiushen placed a yellow leather-bound manual in her hands. His tone somewhat weary. "I'm going to ask today. I'll be back in about 3 days. Keep this journal for now. If Director Huang needs it, just give it to him." Ling drowsily accepted it, still processing everything, when Yu Qiushen handed her a can of iced coffee. She had seen him buy this type of iced Americano from the vending machine downstairs. It looked like ordinary instant coffee. A far cry from the fancy coffee beans Ling usually indulged in. "Are you tired? If you are, just drink it." Yu Qiushen maintained his usual cold demeanor. Ling paused, taking the coffee. "Aren't you drinking?" "I am not drinking. I have to leave." After Yu Qiushen finished speaking, he exited the laboratory. Through the transparent glass of the lab, Ling watched Yu Qiushen stride into his office, and within seconds, he reappeared, briskly disappearing from view while holding a military green cloak. "What is going on?" "Yu Qiushen brought you coffee. Has the sun risen from the west?" Bai Yao's eyes nearly popped out, repeatedly scrutinizing the coffee in her hands. "Can I have a sip? Let me see if the commander's coffee can turn me into a military genius." And oh wait, Ling quickly tucked the coffee in her backpack, her brow furrowed tightly. "What if he poisoned it? Yu is a pervert, but he hasn't fallen to the point of poisoning you." Chun Yushing smirked, conservatively estimating that his name was worth an 8-figure sum. Well, although it doesn't compare to the assets of Ling's eye. Ling was completely oblivious to their conversation, his gaze fixated on the instant coffee nestled within his backpack. Today, the old pervert was at least somewhat human. He licked his lips, revealing a glimpse of his pearly white fangs. Perhaps he would reward him with a glimpse of a black silk Chong Sam tonight. Chapter 9. The capital's wealthy blossom. At 8:59 in the evening, Ling had finished washing up and crawled into bed to play with his phone. Yu Qiushen had not replied to a single message during the day, suggesting he was genuinely busy. Softo Shaolin. "Brother, what are you busy with today?" Softo Shaolin. Curious cat. JPG. After a minute, the other party's avatar lit up precisely at 9 o'clock. Not a second more. Yu Qiushen. "I'm in Yaz. You must have heard about the unrest here. Of course." Ling had heard, but as a sweet and charming Omega, he ought to create opportunities for Yu Qiushen to showcase himself. Softo Shaolin. "I've heard about it. How is the situation, brother?" Yu Qiushen sent an image to a war-torn street, the night ablaze with fiery red hues. Viewed from the perspective of a mech above, where people huddled together in alarming clusters, a truly shocking sight. Ling was momentarily stunned. In the past, Huai would never have shown him such scenes. Even during video calls, he would choose clean backgrounds. Yu Qiushen. "Are you shocked?" "I apologize." Ling swallowed hard and quickly replied. Softo Shaolin. "Not at all." Softo Shaolin. "Brother, take care of yourself." Yu Qiushen. "Call me Commander. Yu Qiushen. Yes. Yu Qiushen. You need to study diligently at school, solidify your theoretical foundation, and keep up with physical training so you can handle real combat situations. Ling. Thanks to Yu Qiushen, he had managed to last an entire day in the lab without that can of coffee. And even upon returning at night, he found no peace. Fortunately, that can of coffee had a long shelf life, enough to last a year and a half in the fridge. Perhaps by the time Yu Qiushen left the first military academy, the coffee would still be good. Softo Shaolin. "All right, brother." Softo Shaolin. "By the way, Is as your hometown, Softo Shaolin. Curious cat, that JPG Yu Qiushen. YES, that Yu Qiushen sent another image. The mech having moved from its previous location to a hilltop, where a faint outline of a small house could be seen. Appearing to be a quaint, self-built structure with a vintage charm, Ling had only seen such things in movies or documentaries. Yu Qiushen. It's my childhood home. Softo Shaolin. So you don't live here anymore? Yu Qiushen. No. Yu Qiushen. 10 years ago, when the war began, this area was designated a non-residential zone. Softo Shaolin. Where do you live now? Yu Qiushen. The Alliance Command has my dormitory. Ling. The conversation couldn't continued. He had never imagined that Yu Qiushen, with an 8-digit fortune, resided in a mere 20-square-meter dormitory. Did he stay in dorms everywhere? If they continued this line of discussion, he might find himself compelled to gift Yu Qiushen an apartment. Yu Qiushen. All right, get some rest early. I have to get back to work. Once again, it was precisely 10 minutes, just like any other day. Ling replied with a good night, and the other party's avatar dimmed, the autumn leaves turning a muted gray-black, as tranquil and silent as the night. Suddenly, an inexplicable sense of restlessness surged within him. Perhaps it was due to the earlier image being so harrowing, or perhaps it was the painfully slow progress. More than a week had passed, and Yu Qiushen remained impeccably serious. Fortunately, there was some solace. At least he could now possess Yu Qiushen's 10 minutes daily. Though brief, when calculated in terms of the time of the Alliance's highest commander, it felt exceedingly precious. Ling thought of himself as a master of manipulation, quite suited for a career in multi-level marketing. On the weekend, the lab had a day off, granting a weary group on the verge of collapse a chance to rejuvenate their spirits. As Ling stepped out of the laboratory building, he was immediately seized by Yao and Qiushen, one grabbing his arm and the other twisting his neck, dragging him in the opposite direction towards the living area. Ling struggled for a while without success, eyeing them suspiciously. What are you two planning to do? I'll report you. Not at all, little one. Yao chuckled mischievously. Isn't this a delightful holiday? Sleeping alone is so dull. The more, the merrier in the evening. Cease your perverse remarks. Qiushen was slightly more composed. He pulled out his phone and found a picture. Look, little one. Isn't she beautiful? Ling leaned in for a closer look. The screen displayed a photo of an omega, with golden curls neatly tied with a white fluffy hairband, alluring eyes and delicate features that radiated beauty. Not bad, Ling evaluated conservatively. See? I told you Ling would think she is quite lovely, Qiushen grinned. This omega invited us out for drinks tonight, but he probably has his eye on you. Bringing me and Yao along is a bonus. Ling. Didn't I mention I'm in a relationship? Ling immediately invoked the non-existent online boyfriend as a shield. Really? I thought you were joking. Yao's mouth twitched. Then he began to pry. Is he from our school? What S is major? Is he an omega? Is he handsome? For rapid-fire questions had Ling hastening his pace to escape the clutches of these two gossip-mongers. Hey, Ling, just tell us, and we can analyze it for you, Qiushen called out, throwing him a flirtatious wink. You know, we're experts at this. Ling pressed his lips together, holding back for a moment. Well, I guess he is from our school, our major, and he is probably an omega, quite attractive. Yao observed his demeanor and asked, have you pursued him? Why bring that up? Ling fell silent for a moment before shaking his head. What a surprise. Qiushen's eyes nearly bulged out. How can our capital's #1 wealthy blossom not be able to pursue someone? It's practically a treasure hunt. Ling kicked him lightly. Stop giving me ridiculous nicknames. Hey, seriously, you really haven't pursued him? Yao pressed. Still pursuing, Ling admitted. Qiushen chuckled at Ling's expression. All right, our youngest alpha is also experiencing a flutter of feelings. Go for it. Ling, I believe in your charm, and even more in your financial prowess, but you must join us for drinks tonight? Ling scoffed. You two have received some benefit from him, haven't you? Indeed, Yao boasted he promised us VIP tickets for next month's concert. And Ling, considering how many times we VE cover for you in the lab, you should just sell your body once. Ling pointed to his own face. I only worth 2 tickets? Didn't you just call me the capital S wealthy blossom? That's too cheap. To be precise, it's 2 VIP tickets. Ling kicked him again. and the three of them playfully bickered their way out of the school gates. Chapter 10. The meaning of licking brother in the dim light of a small tavern. Wooden tables were adorned with teacups and several small tea bowls. Ling sat across from the Omega, who looked somewhat similar to her photo but lacked the same stunning allure. She wore a white Chanel-inspired outfit, cradling a cup of milk tea, the straw bearing traces of her lip gloss. What was missing? Ling pondered for a long time, concluding it was the ambience. "Hey, why are you two just staring at each other? Speak up." Yao finally broke the silence after fidgeting for a while. Coughing lightly, Ling cleared his throat and awkwardly spoke. "I'm Ling, a first-year graduate student." The Omega smiled, her eyes crescent-shaped. "I'm Qiushen. What a coincidence, our surnames are pronounced the same." Indeed, quite a coincidence that Ling realized he was utterly inept at conversing with Omegas, especially someone as poised as the one before him, making him feel like an inexperienced rookie. "You two chat. We'll go grab a late-night snack," Yao said, dragging Yu Qiushen out of the tavern. Leaving Ling alone with Qiushen. The teacups on the table exhaled steam, and Ling took a small sip, the rich flavor of pu'er tea spreading across his palate. "You should know why I asked you out, right?" Qiushen said to Ling, choked slightly. He hadn't expected her to be so direct, leaving the inexperienced Ling fumbling for words before he finally mumbled. "You like me, right?" "Yes," Qiushen replied, her smile brightening further, a touch adorable. "Master J, tea must have been by Yao's meddling." That Ling pursed his lips, raising his gaze. "But I'm pursuing someone else. Sorry to know. You have someone you like?" Qiushen seemed unfazed by this news, propping her chin on her hand as she scrutinized him. "What is he like? Is he as handsome as I am?" Ling observed carefully before responding. "You're not really the same type. You read delicate, while he has a bit of an intimidating look." "Oh." Qiushen nodded, a hint of surprise. "I didn't expect you to prefer someone a bit fiercer." What a clever play on words. Ling couldn't shake the feeling that this remark sounded rather off, making him appear like an alpha who relished being submissive. "Well, since you have someone you admire, I shall refrain from pursuing you further. Let's simply share a cup of tea as friends." Qiushen raised her teacup and clinked it lightly before downing the contents in one go. Ling let out a slight sigh of relief. He had yet to secure any advancement with Yu Qiushen and had already used him as a shield on 2 occasions. Nonetheless, Qiushen's photos were indeed stunning, captivating enough for someone like him with a straightforward alpha disposition to find them beautiful. Had they belonged to someone as stoic as Yu Qiushen, they would surely have appeared even more exquisite. "Could I have your contact information?" Ling inquired abruptly. Qiushen paused for a moment. "You?" No, Ling hesitated, but ultimately confessed. "Well, I'm pursuing a rather unique Omega who enjoys seeing me in dresses for photos. Can you understand? Thus, I wish to learn a bit about photo editing techniques from you." Qiushen nearly choked at this revelation. "What Omega? Isn't that a bit peculiar?" she exclaimed, her voice almost breaking. "Keep it down," Ling replied, his face flushed. Would it be too much to ask for a friend to lend a hand? Qiushen scrutinized Ling's features anew, his slightly drooping blue eyes glimmering with a hint of moisture, his fair skin flushed with red, and the way his brow furrowed unconsciously when seeking assistance. It hadn't struck her before, but he was rather delicate in appearance. "All right," she conceded with a nod. "What do you wish to learn?" "Your photos have this enchanting, ethereal quality. They're beautiful," Ling remarked. "And where can I find those pink bows and cat stickers?" Qiushen felt her blood pressure lower significantly at this. Isn't that typical alpha behavior? Not some sweet little sister duo, is it? The ethereal quality comes from tuning parameters and hues, while the stickers are from specific software. I'll send them to you shortly." "Thank you." Ling nodded, visibly satisfied. After exchanging contact details, Yao and Yu Qiushen returned from their idle chatter. "You two seem to be getting along quite well," Yao said with a smile. "Hey, our little Ling is quite impressive." "I assenti." Qiushen smirked slightly and nodded. "Indeed, quite a pleasant surprise." "Really? Is he that exceptional?" Yao exclaimed, nearly bursting with pride. "Our Ling is a standout in the academy. After all, and there is a reason for that." Qiushen applied some lipstick and stood up. "I shall take my leave now. Perhaps we can gather again another time. Would you like me to walk you out?" "No, thank you." The three of them continued their conversation only after Qiushen had exited, Can you believe she came to the tavern for tea? Bai Yao remarked, ordering a few more drinks, placing a pale pink fruit wine in the center of the table. Ling, care for a drink? Surely your brother doesn't impose a curfew on alcohol today. Not anymore. The Ji Ling took a sip of the fruit wine, and why brother hardly comes home these days. He can't control me. Congratulations then. So, we won't be leaving until we're drunk tonight? Bai Yao rolled up his sleeves. Just as Ji Ling was about to respond, his phone buzzed loudly on the table, an unwelcome and blaring reminder of someone's concern. Your wife? Chen Yuxing teased with a smirk that Ji Ling grabbed his phone, his face burning as he dashed into the restroom, seeking refuge in the farthest stall. That it was nearly 9 o'clock, and he had almost forgotten about his punctual companion. Yu Qiushen. It hailed in Yaz today, accompanied by a picture. Amidst the tall green plants, bits of ice were scattered, embedded in the soil, resembling diamonds on a black volcanic sand beach that Ji Ling had never visited Yaz. But judging by the photos Yu Qiushen shared, it must be a breathtaking planet. Soft Omega Shaolin. So beautiful Ovo Soft Omega Shaolin. But I want to see my brother more. 2 minutes passed without a reply from Yu Qiushen, and Ji Ling felt a twinge of impatience. This person only allocated him 10 minutes throughout the day, yet responded so slowly. In all fairness, he ought to make up for the lost time to truly fulfill those 10 minutes. Soft Omega Shaolin. You reply so slowly. Soft Omega Shaolin. Are you looking at other Omegas? Soft Omega Shaolin. You must be. It's taking so long. Soft Omega Shaolin. Dash. Another 2 minutes passed, and Yu Qiushen sent a photo in response. In the image, he gazed downwards, his deep blue eyes blending harmoniously with the inky sky behind him. His white hair cascading over one shoulder, strikingly beautiful to the point of being breathtaking. For the first time, Ji Ling found Yu Qiushen's beauty almost criminal. Why Yu Qiushen? I'm not looking. Why Yu Qiushen? The connection on the mech is poor. Soft Omega Shaolin. Brother, so good-looking PRPR. Soft Omega Shaolin. Brother, how did you penetrate the stratum corneum and mucous membranes past the first line of defense? How did you evade lysozyme and phagocytic cells? Slipping past the antibodies secreted by plasma cells to enter my myocardial cells? Behind the screen, Ji Ling unleashed his excitement without restraint, putting to good use the flirtatious banter he had learned from Zhou Shu, lavishing it all upon Yu Qiushen. This time, Yu Qiushen remained silent for nearly 5 minutes, only replying at 9:09. Why Yu Qiushen? Thank you. Why Yu Qiushen? But I must say, you should be a bit more reserved. Omega shouldn't speak like this. Soft Omega Shaolin. Understood, brother QWQ. Yu Qiushen. Why Yu Qiushen? Also, what does PRPR mean? Soft Omega Shaolin. It means to give brother a lick. Yu Qiushen. Yu Qiushen, goodbye. The avatar on the other end vanished at lightning speed, and Ji Ling found himself doubled over with laughter in a restroom for a good half-minute before leisurely emerging with his phone in hand. Chapter 11. The defeat. The weekend came to a close, ushering in the first practical training session of the semester. Most individuals opted for rest during the break, resulting in a grueling start to the physical recovery class after a month of inactivity. Young Master Ji had truly lived the life of a prince during the holidays, gaming deep into the night and waking up to someone preparing kanji for him, drowsily consuming a half-filled bowl before retreating back to bed for a nap. The only 2 instances of exercise throughout the entire month were hikes, and even those had been forced upon him by Ji Huai. The physical training facility was expansive, separated by a corridor between the aerobic and strength training zones, each lined with dozens of large classrooms, mostly open for free use, occasionally designated for smaller class sessions. This time, he happened to be in the same class as Zhou Shu. Hey Ling, have you finished warming up? Zhou Shu was drenched in sweat from stretching. Why am I, a mere information technology major, stuck in a physical training class with you all? Even cooks need physical training, Ji Ling replied lazily, stretching his legs. I suppose I'm managing, but I think there's a boxing class coming up, likely with the class next door. Next door? Zhou Shu shivered at the thought. Please tell me we aren't in the same class as when Qi and his crew. So what if we are? Ji Ling said flatly that I'm not afraid of him. If he doesn't provoke me, I'll pretend not to see him. If he speaks to annoy me, I'll just beat him up. Zhou Shu smirked slightly. The young master's temper remained unyielding. Just don't resort to violence. They're cracking down hard on such matters now. If you absolutely must fight, at least let him land a few hits first. Zhou Shu suggested. His ideas less than sound. No, Ji Ling, full of pride, would never allow himself to be the first to take a hit. Zhou Shu sighed, hoping that the stubborn lad would end up clashing with that equally obstinate fool. After warm-ups and stretching concluded, they indeed transitioned into boxing class. Ji Ling and Zhou Shu grabbed their bags and entered the adjacent classroom. Hey, I SNT that, Ji Ling. He is kind of handsome. A nearby Omega remarked teasingly from afar. Zhou Shu placed his bag in a locker and sat beside Ji Ling on a long bench. He noticed a buzz-cut boy staring intently at Ji Ling from a distance. Zhou Shu's lips twitched. Damn, it really is them. Ji Ling lifted his gaze, wrapping his hands in bandages. I was actually hoping to run into him. The impulsive brat is a devil. The bandages were pulled tight. And Ji Ling slowly stood up, lifting his short sleeve to reveal his fair abdomen and slender waist. Zhou Shu swallowed hard. Dude, every time you take off your shirt, I worry he'll break that little frame of yours. Just watch how I'll knock him down until he can't get back up. The boxing class commenced with an immediate tournament format. The instructor had a particular fondness for watching Alpha spar in the ring, which also ignited the enthusiasm of the onlookers, making it convenient for subsequent lessons. However, for those with private grudges, this format became the perfect opportunity for revenge. When Shi positioned his mouthguard and beckoned Ji Ling with a flick of his finger, his mocking gaze nearly igniting the atmosphere. The surrounding crowd whistled in anticipation that Ji Ling was particularly susceptible to provocation and donned his mouthguard before slowly stepping into the ring. Long time no see. Young Master Ji. When Shi twisted his neck a few times, that Ji Ling ignored him entirely, tightly wrapping his bandages, extending his long fingers to return the gesture with a similar hand signal. Wow, so spicy. Knock him out. Academy Flower. The audience erupted with fervent shouts, and even the boxing instructor produced a long-preserved small flag. Dozens of people surrounded the boxing ring, creating a scene reminiscent of an illicit gathering in the underworld. A glint of fierce determination flickered in Ji Ling's eyes as he raised his fist before his chin, his waist and abdomen taut, revealing well-defined lines. Whoosh! When Shi's punch was executed with astonishing speed, the hardened knuckles nearly grazing Ji Ling's cheek. Both men struck simultaneously, their fists colliding against ribs with a resounding thud. The atmosphere was charged with hostility as the alphas clashed, the suppressive rings failing to contain the surging alpha pheromones. Despite Ji Ling's agility, he was slightly outmatched in size and height, resulting in a few blows landing, drawing blood from the corner of his mouth. Young Master Ji, have you grown soft from resting too long? When Shi squinted, a potent wave of alpha pheromones enveloped the air, and Ji Ling raised his arm defensively as when Shi's fists landed with brutal precision, leaving no doubt that his skin would bear deep bruises by the time he returned home that night. Why all this unnecessary chatter in a boxing match? When Shi scoffed, lips curling into a sneer. Who in Capital Star is unaware that the Ji family boasts a general, a colonel, and a useless decorative pillow with no real strength? Before he could finish, Ji Ling detected a stronger waft of pheromones, the scent of cedar emanating from when Shi furrowing his brow. He clenched his teeth and retaliated, flipping when Shi off the ring. A loud crash echoed as when Shi rolled twice on the ground, clutching his chest, his gaze fixed on Ji Ling, a smirk playing on his lips. Those standing on the platform gasped for breath. A meteor-colored tail dangling behind them, its tip drooping in a rather undignified manner. Wow. How did the tail come out? ISNT that a foul. The head T expected him to be a border collie. What a stark contrast that in matches like this, even slightly formal ones. The use of alpha or omega animal traits was strictly prohibited to ensure fair competition. Once any animalistic features emerged, it was deemed a concession. Using such underhanded tactics, Ji Ling found himself utterly at a loss. That I concede. Ji Ling muttered through clenched fists, his tone icy. He retracted his tail back into his body, ignoring the murmurs around him, and swiftly descended the steps. Chapter 12. I really want to make a scene. Ji Ling was so furious he skipped dinner all night, and when Zhou Shu knocked several times on his door, he remained silent within AS and Alpha. It would be utterly humiliating to be reduced to tears over such matters. Yet whenever Ji Ling recalled when Shi's infuriating face, a surge of heat coursed through him, wishing he could return to the scene and deliver a kick that sent when Shi flying from the boxing room. Before he knew it, it was 9 o'clock, and his phone chimed on cue. Yu Qiushen, there are many courses today at the academy. How is your studying going? Ling's eyes reddened. He was too despondent to engage with this old pervert. Yu Qiushen. Omega seemed to receive preferential treatment during physical training. If you feel unwell, be sure to inform the teacher promptly. Don't push yourself. Preferential treatment. He was T in Omega, yet received no such favors, being saddled with a 5,000-word reflection and the cancellation of his eligibility for physical training accolades. Not to mention the medical expenses he owed when that bastard. Fuming at the thought, Ling could only muster a curt in response to Yu Qiushen. Why Yu Qiushen? Did something happen today? Yu Qiushen, you seem quite unhappy. Suddenly, Yu Qiushen's probing made Ling's pent-up grievances spill forth uncontrollably. Softo Shaolin. I was bullied. Softo Shaolin. I'm not happy. Ling lay on his bed. His cheeks puffed up like a dumpling. Why Yu Qiushen? Who bullied you? Did you report to the teacher? Yu Qiushen. If it's a reasonable situation, reporting to the teacher can lead to the wrongdoers being punished. Reasonable situation. Ling pondered. He had no evidence, and in the eyes of the 100 or so spectators, the reality was that his pheromones had gone out of control, leading him to kick off the boxing platform. Soft O Shaolin. That doesn't count as a reasonable situation. Soft O Shaolin. But I'm very unhappy. Soft O Shaolin. After sending the message, it seemed Yu Qiushen. The straight-laced A was at a loss. He typed several times but failed to send a reply. Ling's anger flared. If that bastard dared to preach about everything needing to be reasonable and that evidence was necessary to prove his innocence, he would block this old pervert. Why Yu Qiushen? Alright. Why Yu Qiushen? Don't be unhappy. Ling. What a damn hard consolation that Ling rolled around on his bed, seething like a fish flopping about. Before burying his face into his pillow, his plush tail swayed back and forth, the tip adorned with soft gray fur drooping as it danced in the Why Yu Qiushen? Being angry isn't good for your health. Yu Qiushen, if you're really upset, you could read a paper or go for a run. Softo Shaolin. No. Softo Shaolin. I'm so angry right now that I just want to hit someone. You must agree with me. Don't say I'm wrong. Softo Shaolin. I really want to make a scene. Soft O Shaolin, with half his face buried in the pillow. The other half glared at the screen with puffed cheeks, a gray and black-furred ear bobbing like a soft pudding amidst the dark fur. These 4 messages were so out of character for Soft O Shaolin that Ling felt a twinge of regret. He hadn't yet captured Yu Qiushen's heart and couldn't afford to lash out. Otherwise, he might frighten this prize fish away. But he was truly very angry. As expected, Yu Qiushen ceased replying. Ling glanced at the time. It was merely 9:08. His 10 minutes hadn't even expired. This old pervert was resorting to cold violence. Ling's ears drooped, and his tail sluggishly retreated beneath the covers. It wasn't until the clock struck 9:10 that he placed his phone on the bedside table and switched off the small nightlight. Before long, the pillowcase was dampened. The next day, when Ling arrived at the experimental building, Yu Qiushen had already unleashed a full tirade. Even through a door, one could hear him critiquing others' papers, his tone so frosty and his words so incisive that those being reprimanded would struggle to find peace that night. Ling felt a pang of sympathy for those in the office. Just as he was about to leave, someone from the office stepped out. Upon encountering Yu Qiushen's gaze, Ling nearly flinched. It suddenly dawned on him that he hadn't done anything wrong. Why should he be afraid? Yu Qiushen closed the documents in his hands, raised his gaze, and after a 2-second pause, said, "Come in." Ling, the room was immaculate. Having just returned from Yaz in the early hours, Yu Qiushen somehow found the time to tidy up the office, further renewing Ling's admiration for his willpower. Yu Qiushen held a pen, tapping its end on the desk twice, leisurely raising his eyelids. "I heard you got into a fight yesterday." Ling. His lips twitched, barely containing a smirk. How many have passed this gossip along to the point where it's become me getting into a fight? Oh, Yu Qiushen nodded. "I also think you don't look like a student who would get into a fight. Can you tell me what the first-hand report is like?" Last night, he had subjected Ling to cold violence. Yet now he was curious. Ling rolled his eyes internally, maintaining an outward calm. "During physical training, my pheromones went out of control. he succinctly summarized, omitting certain details that were trivial for the high-ranking commander. All right, Yu Qiushen nodded. Be careful in the future. Try not to let such situations arise again, as the scoring for physical training evaluations is quite significant. Ling wore a peculiar expression. Why did this man care about his scores? Moreover, Yu Qiushen's comment snapped Ling's thoughts back into focus that I have finished grading the paper your group submitted last week. I sent it with annotations to your email. Remember to check. Ling nodded. You may leave now. After issuing the instructions, Yu Qiushen lowered his head to continue working. Ling felt as if he had been granted a pardon, quickly slipping out of the office and ensuring to close the door behind him. For the first time, he exited Yu Qiushen's office without having been scolded, soaring with a sense of elation. His good mood lasted until he stepped into the lab, where Bai Yao and Chen Yuxing sat flanking his spot, evidently having been waiting for some time. How is it going, kid? Bai Yao initiated. Ling raised an eyebrow, feigning nonchalance. I'm terribly sorry, but I didn't get scolded. Wow. Chen Yuxing exclaimed. Not bad. We have a survivor. Ling was taken aback. No way. Did he really go off on a rant? Surely, he wouldn't come in furious because it was that time of the month. More than that, Bai Yao shook his head. Do you know what he asked me this morning? He asked me what genre my writing was. I was taken aback, and I said it was a paper. Then he nodded and said he thought it was a novel. He had never seen such a strongly insulting one. After hearing this, Ling burst into laughter. He is actually quite humorous. As he booted up his computer, Ling continued to listen to Bai Yao's rant. The group next door had it worse. He marked their paper with a red pen, and they thought the red marks were for things they could keep. They were excited for a moment, only for him to say that he couldn't bear to look at the red. That is too tragic. Thankfully, I'm in the same group as the kid this time. Chen Yuxing laughed heartily, just as he leaned over to peek at Ling's screen, only to see a string of clear words. Well written. Just a glance makes one want to close the document. Chen Yuxing, Ling, Chapter 13, who made her legs too long. Thanks to Yu Qiushen, Ling and the entire group spent most of the afternoon in the laboratory. Only finding some respite after the sun had set, Ling ordered sushi to the dormitory and took a hot shower, washing away the scent of academia. As night fell, while savoring salmon sashimi, a message from Yu Qiushen arrived. Why Yu Qiushen? Good evening. Why Yu Qiushen? How was your day? Ling was still upset with that old pervert who had logged off without a word the night before, offering no consolation. Ruan O Shaolin. Not great. Ruan O Shaolin. After contemplating for a long while, Yu Qiushen took the initiative to admit his fault. Why Yu Qiushen? I'm sorry, I was suddenly notified of a meeting and logged off at 8 minutes. Ruan O Shaolin. Oh. Ruan O Shaolin. Ruan O Shaolin. Anyway, I'm just not happy. With a piece of salmon sushi in his mouth, Ling grinned widely, showing no signs of displeasure. After a considerable delay, the person on the other end replied, Why Yu Qiushen? Can we extend it to 15 minutes today? Ling calculated carefully. He had missed 2 minutes when he logged off at 8 the previous day. And today he had made up 5 minutes, earning himself a total of 3 minutes. What a delightful turn of events. Ruan O Shaolin. Agreed. Ruan O Shaolin. But it's a reluctant agreement. Ruan O Shaolin. Yu Qiushen. Today, Yu Qiushen was surprisingly agreeable, leaving Ling feeling rather astonished. When would an alpha ever soften and shed their usual aggressiveness? A term floated into Ling's mind. Heat period. Yu Qiushen, usually colder and harder than a polar glacier, might, during his heat, yearn for the affection of an omega, just like any other alpha. The mere thought of the clingy image of Yu Qiushen sent a shiver of electricity down Ling's spine. How peculiar. Ruan O Shaolin. Brother, I bought a new outfit today. Ruan O Shaolin. Can you help me see if it looks good? The pervert in heat. Ling chuckled coldly, certain that he would send some cooling photos that would leave Yu Qiushen restless till dawn. Ensuring he wouldn't have the energy to head to the laboratory, he disregarded Yu Qiushen's response and immediately rolled out of bed, rummaging through a large cardboard box for a sailor outfit. It could hardly be called a sailor outfit. It barely covered his backside, and the top only reached waist-high. Fortunately, Ling had a flat physique as an alpha. Otherwise, he would have ended up looking like a male mother. He slipped it on quickly and took a selfie in front of the mirror. The legs had to be exposed, and the waist too. Snap, snap. G Ling checked the photo and tossed it into the chat box. Ruan O Shaolin. The skirt is a bit short again. Ruan O Shaolin. Who made my legs too long? Ruan O Shaolin. Aren't you enchanted? Ji Ling couldn't help but feel a surge of pride. With those long legs and slender waist, even he couldn't help but admire himself. Surely, no one could refuse this. Yu Qiushen. It suits you very well. Yu Qiushen. But isn't it a bit too short? It might be a bit indecent to go out like this. The person on the other end seemed to think that statement was a bit harsh, and, after a moment's thought, added another. Yu Qiushen. Shaolin. Shaolin. Ji Ling's ears turned crimson. Though the character was different from the Ling in his name, the pronunciation was the same, and for some reason, he could vividly imagine Yu Qiushen's deep voice calling out his name, not the dry Ji Ling of usual interactions, nor the formal classmate Ji Ling used during lectures. Noticing Ji Ling's silence, Yu Qiushen continued to send messages. Why Yu Qiushen? Sorry, I won't call you that again if you dislike it. Why Yu Qiushen? But I really wouldn't recommend wearing that out. It's not safe for an omega. Ruan O Shaolin. Call me. Ruan O Shaolin. You must call me that. Ji Ling was determined not to miss this chance to cultivate their closer relationship. Ruan O Shaolin. From now on, you have to call me like this. Yu Qiushen. Dem. Ji Ling bounced on his bed twice, excitement causing his ears to perk up. After diligently chatting with Yu Qiushen for over half a month, he finally saw a glimmer of actual progress, however minute it may be. But this was Yu Qiushen. Ruan O Shaolin. I want to wear out. I'll wear it just for you. Brother. Ji Ling lifted his phone again and took another selfie. His flat chest was wrapped in a pale pink top, with collarbones glimmering like uncut jade, and his waist was slender enough to be grasped by a single hand. A few fingers teasingly tugged at the hem of the skirt, barely concealing the tops of his thighs. Ruan O Shaolin. Do you think it looks good, brother? Ruan O Shaolin. This time, Yu Qiushen did not respond. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes passed, and he remained silent. Yet the dark red maple leaf icon still glowed, indicating the other party had not gone offline. What could he be thinking? Ji Ling had no idea that Yu Qiushen likely had no meetings tonight, and, having just returned from Yaz, shouldn't he be too busy to it was a rare leisurely evening, yet he found himself irresistibly drawn into this flirtation. Ji Ling felt quite unethical. Ruan O Shaolin. Brother. Cack. Ruan O Shaolin. What are you doing? Bored, Ji Ling continued to pester him. There was still half a box of sushi left, and he couldn't eat anymore. He bit down on a lemon tea straw, the tart, sweet flavor flooding his lips. Time jumped to 9:15, and his precious time was drawing to a close. Yu Qiushen had yet to reply and hadn't said good night like before. Although saying good night wasn't an agreement they had made, Ji Ling sighed. Turning over to lie on his beat, in this position, the short skirt completely failed to cover his thighs, revealing the edges of his white and black shorts underneath. The alpha's underwear style clashed horribly with the pink miniskirt. Perhaps he should find a movie to watch to pass the time. Ding dong. Ji Ling's heart skipped a beat. He suddenly sprang up from the bed. 9:18. Yu Qiushen had replied to his message. Ji Ling froze, tapping into the chat with Yu Qiushen, where a string of words stood out in the latest message. Yu Qiushen. Looks good. This was. Yu Qiushen was complimenting him. Ji Ling rolled around on the bed in excitement, grabbing his phone again to check the record. Although Yu Qiushen had logged off at lightning speed after sending the last message, the fact that he had complimented him was indelible. Yes, perfect. Yu Qiushen had been captivated by his beauty. Today he acknowledged that the short skirt looked good, and tomorrow he might agree to have a child with him. Only 4 words remained in Ji Ling's mind. Victory is imminent. Chapter 14. The Virgin Ling Zai. Have you been smiling at the screen for half a day because you found money? Bai Yao looked at him disdainfully. No. Ji Ling reined in his enthusiasm slightly. He couldn't help but want to boast of someone, but evidently, Bai Yao was not the right choice to. He opened Zhou Shu's chat box, gently clicked, and sent over last night's conversation with Yu Qiushen. Zhou Shu was in class when he saw the pictures and replied with a question mark. Ling, I just got complimented for looking good. Ling, it's not a big deal. Ling, happy cathead.jpg 2 seconds later. Zhou Shu. Ling Zai. Zhou Shu. Your photo isn't blurred. Zhou Shu. Nice figure. You should go this route in the future. Zhou Shu. But I heard alphas have it worse down there. Remember to prepare for expansion. Ling, get lost. Not receiving the response he had hoped for, Ling angrily shoved his phone back into his pocket. Bai Yao moved his chair over next to Ling, grinning mischievously. Are you about to chase someone? Ling raised an eyebrow, feigning nonchalance. So, Bai Yao leaned in. Then take her out to eat with us. Chun Yuxing poked his head from the other side of the computer. That Ling's lips twitched slightly. It was unlikely he would ever experience such a scene in this lifetime. Where are you in your progress now? Holding hands? Kissing? Bai Yao asked. That Ling's face flushed. Those were things you did only when you were together, right? Little old-fashioned. Bai Yao raised an eyebrow disdainfully. Nowadays, many have already slept together before they even start dating. Didn't he realize our little young master was so naive? You're not still a virgin, are you? Ling's face turned beet red. Go write your thesis. It seemed he had hit the nail on the head. Chun Yuxing raised an eyebrow. It's fine. Ling Zai, you're still young. There'll be plenty of opportunities in the future. Ling was even angrier. Who cares about a mere romance? Bai Yao chuckled awkwardly. Leaning over to tease his chin, little Alpha, who was it just a few days ago, claiming to be pursuing an Omega? Aren't you pursuing her for romance? Ling frowned. Ling. Damn. Ling's whole body bristled. He felt as if he had suddenly been filled with lead, taking about 10 seconds to turn around, only to see Yu Qiushen's face. Today, he was wearing glasses, which Ling had never seen him in before. The silver-black thin frame rested on his nose, and his gaze was enveloped in warmth and tranquility. Commander Yu. Ling's heart raced, and he immediately sat up straight. Is there something you need? Yu Qiushen pressed his lips together. The notes, has Director Huang asked you for them? No. Ling hastily retrieved the item from her backpack and handed it back to Yu Qiushen. Thank you for keeping it safe for me. Yu Qiushen replied politely, his gaze subtly shifting between Ling and the nearby Bai Yao. Although it was unintentional, he had overheard their conversation. Are you starting a romantic relationship? Congratulations. Ling felt a lump form in her throat. What was there to congratulate about? Furthermore, it was indeed with you. Thank you, Commander. Ling's lips twitched slightly, but we are not dating yet. Well, even if you do fall in love, it should not hinder your studies. Have you finished revising your paper? Send it to my email once it's done. Ling felt a flush of embarrassment. He had anticipated this. This person, who meandered around, was ultimately focused on promoting education. Perhaps he should cease his role as a commander in the Alliance and pursue a position better suited to his temperament. With such patience, he would make an excellent teacher, and his earnestness would befit a priest. All right, Ling nodded. Yu Qiushen said nothing further and turned to leave, a wisp of white hair brushing past Ling's nose. A faint fragrance, slightly sweet, wafted by, reminiscent of the cherry blossom tree by his windowsill, which was currently in bloom, filling the air with its scent every night. Ling found himself momentarily lost in thought. Was it a pheromone? But as an alpha himself, he felt no sense of repulsion. In fact, he found the scent quite pleasant. He resolved to seek an opportunity to pry information from the old pervert. He was genuinely curious about what such a person's pheromones might smell like. Night fell, and once again, Yu Qiushen arrived. Ling vigilantly awaited a message from him at 9 o'clock. Yu Qiushen, I'm feeling a bit unwell tonight. My replies may be delayed. Ling was taken aback. Why Yu Qiushen was ill? Softo Shaolin. Brother, what seems to be the matter? Have you seen a doctor? Sad cat. Ling could hardly envision Yu Qiushen in a state of illness. He was exceptionally tall, and even though he typically dressed conservatively, it was evident he had a well-defined physique, broad shoulders tapering to a narrow waist. Clearly someone who exercised regularly. After a brief pause, Yu Qiushen texted, fever phase. Ling was momentarily stunned. Was Yu Qiushen's fever phase that severe? As an alpha, his own fever phases only made him slightly clingy. They were hardly unbearable. Softo Shaolin. All right, Softo Shaolin. Yu Qiushen, are you unhappy again? Shaolin. Ling raised an eyebrow. He had grown accustomed to the little emoticons that followed his every statement. Yet Yu Qiushen, being such a straightforward person, likely perceived each emoticon as a reflection of his emotional state. Softo Shaolin. Yes, Softo Shaolin. Crying cat. Yu Qiushen. Then why don't you call me? Yu Qiushen. Call me. Yu Qiushen. 10 minutes, is that all right? Jilling hesitated, his fingertip hovering just above the screen. Would Yu Qiushen be able to discern his voice? However, to be fair, his voice was not particularly distinctive. If he softened and lightened a bit, he should remain unrecognizable. Yet if he declined this time, who knew when he might get another opportunity to interact with Yu Qiushen again? Jilling gritted his teeth and rummaged through the drawer for his earphone cable. Das Softo Shaolin. Great, brother, Softo Shaolin. I want to hear your voice. As night deepened, under the warm yellow light, Jilling donned his earphones, his ears perked up, alert to any slightest sound. 0.1 second, 0.2 seconds. The call timer on the screen continued to tick, yet Yu Qiushen remained silent. After a faint rustling noise, there was a sudden pause, and Yu Qiushen connected the earphones. Hello? Can you hear me? His voice was hoarse, his tone serious, akin to a discussion after a battle, causing Jilling to nearly leap up instinctively. It seemed his PTSD regarding Yu Qiushen had reached an advanced stage. Yes, Jilling replied, his voice slightly muffled, careful not to speak too forcefully. Why Yu Qiushen was taken aback. He had not anticipated that an Omega's voice could be described as so pure, a quality that evoked a sense of youthful innocence, reminiscent of summer afternoons on a soccer field. Brother, are you feeling very unwell? Jilling asked softly. Why Yu Qiushen licked his lips. It's all right, just a bit of a fever. Both were novices in matters of the heart, and suddenly hearing each other's voices drew them closer, making them shy as if each word was laced with formality. Is the fever phase really that intense? Jilling asked ambiguously. He had never experienced such symptoms during his own fever phases. However, there was a saying that higher-ranking alphas exhibited more pronounced symptoms. Jilling felt as though an invisible knife had pierced him. Though classified as an S-rank alpha, he was always full of energy during his fever phases. Yes, my symptoms are more severe. It should pass in a couple of days, Yu Qiushen replied in a neutral tone. Did you study well today? Jilling faltered. Not really. Could they not discuss such a dreary topic while conversing sweetly with an Omega? Chapter 15. The adorable Border Collie baby. No, Jilling replied, somewhat muffled. I had a lot of classes today. And my instructor, Teacher AO, asked me to submit a paper, so I'll have to stay up late to write it tonight. Fortunately, he reacted quickly, almost revealing too much, with thousands of undergraduates at the military academy. It would be akin to finding a needle in a haystack for Yu Qiushen to locate a netizen named Shaolin. However, if he discovered that Jilling was a graduate student, safety would be a different matter altogether. This year, the military graduate program had barely recruited 200 students across 8 majors, and the number of Omegas could be counted on one hand, while Yu Qiushen might not have the leisure to investigate. A slight inquiry would reveal no suitable candidates. Why Yu Qiushen pondered for a moment. If you have questions about your paper, feel free to ask me. All right, Jilling sighed. I have many questions. I've revised it several times. But the teacher is still not satisfied. It's a good thing that the teacher has high standards, Yu Qiushen remarked. Jilling lay back on his bed, shifting positions a few times, his ears twitching slightly. Mumbling, but I'm tired and want to sleep. I don't want to write. Why Yu Qiushen was taken aback by his response. The sound in the earphones crackled slightly. The boy's voice was already soft, laced with a hint of petulance that resembled a cat's gentle pawing. Not painful, but slightly ticklish. He had never dealt with an Omega before, nor had an Omega ever been so endearing with him. But the teacher requires you to submit it. You must complete your tasks. Right? Yu Qiushen tentatively urged, his words sounding almost like coaxing to Jilling. After all, he typically wouldn't express himself in such a manner. Oh, Jilling yawned. I'll manage to write it. Are you still feeling very unwell? A bit better, that's good. The conversation reached a lull, and Jilling, feeling bored, lay on his pillow and casually glanced around his room. Brother, what kind of small animals do you like? Yu Qiushen pondered for a moment. I suppose small dogs. I used to have one. You had a small dog, brother? Jilling was somewhat surprised. He couldn't envision Yu Qiushen as someone who would have a dog, especially considering that based on their recent interactions. Yu Qiushen seemed like the type to tell a dog to study hard at. I found it. It always lingered at my doorstep begging for food. After feeding a few times, it just wouldn't leave. But I didn't keep it for long, Yu Qiushen added in a flat tone. When the war began, I wasn't home, and no one was there to save it. Jilling fell silent, though Yu Qiushen's voice was as calm as a lake. It subtly conveyed a hint of sorrow. Would he feel sad? He probably would if his own small dog had died. He might have bought a burial plot for it, and even made a little doll to sleep with. Ling thought, what was its name? Yu Qiushen. Ling was momentarily taken aback that it had a surname too. Yes, Yu Qiushen explained earnestly. Xiaowan contracted parvovirus, and the hospital required registration for a household name. So it took my surname. Oh, Ling chuckled softly. Brother, you're a bit adorable. The other end fell silent. The person who had been complimented as cute seemed to be grappling with the word, pondering it carefully before finally responding. I don't think that word applies to me, and you shouldn't call me brother. Ling responded nonchalantly. So what breed was the little dog you raised? Breed? It was just a little mutt, black and white. All right. Ling stifled a laugh. That it seemed Yu Qiushen was genuinely not in a clear state of mind due to the fever. His voice was almost sticky. Was a little mutt even considered a breed? It seemed every Yaz dog looked that way, chubby as puppies with short legs, and when they grew up, they became lean. Even after being fed plenty, they remained thinned out a local breed, I suppose. Ling remarked that, oh, is it a local breed? I should look up some information about it someday. Yu Qiushen mused, perhaps realizing he should know what kind of small dog it was. Ling asked again, do you know about border collies? Border collies? I've seen them. Ling hummed a couple of times, feigning restraint as he asked, do you think they're cute? Oh no, are they handsome? Yu Qiushen seemed to lack a deep impression of such dogs, taking a long time to reply. I think they're the ones with prominent dark eye circles, cute ears, and they sway when they walk. He pondered for a moment before adding, soft. It feels delightful to embrace. Ling frowned, seemingly dissatisfied with this assessment. What kind of thing is soft, yet has heavy dark circles? Such a remark must surely be deemed a negative critique, right? If the little one you found is a border collie, would you still be fond of it? Ling asked randomly. Yu Qiushen sensed a hint of something amiss and gently inquired, do you like border collies, Shaolin? Suddenly exposed, Ling stammered, no, I don't like border collies. I merely said that if you like them. I could show you its ears and tail. Why Yu Qiushen took a breath, pausing for a moment, then lowered his voice. Shaolin, the tail shouldn't be shown to just anyone. Ling frowned. There are no such rules. Let me show you. He raised his phone and took a picture of the ears peeking out from above, which were soft gray with a few smooth black strands. After sending the picture, it took a while before Yu Qiushen commented, very cute. I've never seen a border collie like this. Meteorite color, Ling explained. This hue is quite rare. Not every border collie has such coloring. Yu Qiushen agreed. It's cuter than dark circles. I'll show you the tail next time. Ling glanced at the time. It was already 9:12. Yu Qiushen had exceeded his time by 2 minutes today, possibly due to the heat period. He wondered if the Grand Commander would regret his lack of discipline upon awakening tomorrow, and own need for that next time. Despite being in the heat period, Yu Qiushen remained firm in his principles. The tail was a private matter and should not be shown to others, especially since you are an Omega. It could be unsafe. Ling responded dismissively. Brother, you've gone overtime again today. Yu Qiushen hesitated for a moment before nodding in agreement. Yes, then let's subtract 3 minutes tomorrow. No. Ling quickly interjected. Today it was your fault for not keeping track of time. It shouldn't count against me. That's right. Yu Qiushen's voice softened considerably. I'm a bit tired today. Rest early, Shaolin. Good night, brother. Before Ling could finish, the call had already ended. Damn it. Ending so abruptly. What a heartless man. Chapter 16. The little kitten, after diligently working all morning, Ling finally revised his paper and resubmitted it to Yu Qiushen's email. Unusually, he hadn't gone to the lab today, nor had he heard of any meetings requiring his presence, and there were no urgent military matters. The others had gossiped throughout the morning and reached a startling conclusion. Yu Qiushen might have skipped work. This was the highest commander of the Alliance, the name at the pinnacle of the honor roll at the premier military academy, and he had actually taken a day off? Only Ling knew that this fellow might simply be unable to rise due to the heat period. Indeed, it was proven that even the toughest of men could become as soft as a little kitten in need of an Omega solace during such times. Without the presence of this formidable figure, several young alphas immediately decided to indulge in a hot pot feast. This meal acted as a divine remedy, washing away the accumulated fatigue of several days, and after sipping a bit of wine, they emerged from the hot pot restaurant well past 8 o'clock. The nights on Gardner Star were longer than those on ordinary planets. Darkness would arrive shortly after 7. Ling and Bai Yao strolled drunkenly, their shadows elongated by the streetlights. "Hey, Ling Zai," Bai Yao, his face flushed, asked, "Are you going back to Kolastar this month? I heard General Ji is returning at the end of the month, too." "I don't know," Ling replied, his cheeks equally rosied. "If I go back, old Ji will definitely lecture me. I don't want to return. It's just the same as staying at school. Your mommy will miss you. Right?" Ling felt a bit of a headache. Every time he thought about how his mother might be sorrowful and shedding tears over the flowers and plants on the balcony due to not seeing him and Ji Huai for a long time. He imagined old General Ji provoking her into anger daily. "We'll see. I might go back," Ling replied vaguely. "If you go back, come with me." Yuxing isn't going back. Ling was pulled by Yao around the neck. "Sure, I'll message you when the time comes." "Sounds good." Bai Yao began a plan. "Isn't that Zhou Shu going back too? Let's invite him. My family has already set up a mahjong table, and I'll drag my old man into a battle until dawn." Did you hear that sound?" Ling suddenly stopped in his tracks. Bai Yao froze, rubbed his eyes to wake himself up a bit, and indeed heard a faint mewing sound, like a little kitten. Bai Yao's tea this time of year. Many kittens are born, and some may get separated from their mothers, possibly mewing in the bushes. Did Ling, having never raised a cat, asked, "Can the mother cat hear them?" Bai Yao waved his hand. "How would I know? Maybe she can hear if she is close enough. If too far away, with the temperature not being particularly low tonight, they might die." Ling was astonished. Life is so fragile. What else? Bai Yao, invigorated by the night breeze, chuckled lightly. "Young master, it's probably just a kitten the size of your palm. What kind of resilience do you expect from it?" Find out. Ling paused for a moment. If what Bai Yao said was true, and the little kitten couldn't find its mother, it might perish tonight. "Why aren't you moving?" Bai Yao watched as Ling walked straight into the flower bed, taking long strides to search through the bushes. "Let us see if we can find it." The two alphas rummaged through the bushes, soon covered in mud. Bai Yao wiped his face and looked at the little kitten Ling was holding. "Not bad. Ling Zai, it's a rare 3-colored kitten with heterochromia." "What?" Ling frowned. The name sounded like a gaming account description. "Look at its eyes. One is blue, the other is gold." Ling leaned in for a closer look and indeed saw that it was true. Did this little kitten have royal lineage? Perhaps it was a cat king or something. Bai Yao shot him a disdainful glance. "Stop reading that tomato fiction." The little kitten was held in Ling's hand, its timid gaze flitting between the two alphas, occasionally sneezing, its tiny paws trembling. "Should we take it back?" Ling asked. Bai Yao nodded. "Then you take it back. I'm living with Yuxing, and he is allergic to cats. You happen to live alone, so raising a little kitten shouldn't be a problem. But I've never raised one before." Ling hesitated. The kitten nestled in his palm, its soft fur thinly veiling its skin, allowing him to feel the pulsing of its veins and heartbeat, along with the tremors of another life. "I can see you like it. So just take it home," Bai Yao said. "I'll go to the senior sister's place later to snag some supplies for the kitten." Ling lowered his gaze and cradled the little kitten in his arms. Exactly 9 o'clock. Yu Qiushen had yet to receive a message from soft Shaolin. The child seemed to have something on his mind lately. His initiative to reach out had diminished. Yu Qiushen, with a fever patch on his forehead, slightly lowered his gaze, staring at the empty chat window. Perhaps not contacting him was a good thing, indicating that Shaolin was living well, happy every day, with matters that could bring him joy enough not to initiate a chat with him. Just as Yu Qiushen was about to turn off his phone, soft Shaolin sent a picture. "Brother, I found a little kitten. QWQ." Yu Qiushen examined the picture closely. The kitten appeared to be no bigger than a palm, lying on a blanket in a cardboard box, its eyes squinting timidly at the camera. It had a cute little round face, and its tiny paws resembled rambutan. "Very cute," Yu Qiushen replied. "Dio you want to call?" "I'll let you hear it, meow." "Happy kitten head." JPG another call? Yesterday was to cheer him up. Today was to share happiness. That seemed fine, Yu Qiushen thought, already tapping to connect before his mind could catch up. "Hello, brother." The voice on the other end was Ling, sounding exceptionally joyful, even more so than yesterday when he called. Yu Qiushen licked his lips, his voice restrained. The little kitten was beautiful, and 3-colored cats were quite rare. I just checked online. Is it called 3-color because it has 3 colors? Ji Ling was playing with a kitten, his tone light, as if whispering, I found it after dinner today. Perhaps I should give it a meaningful name. By the way, why is your little dog named Xiaowan? Yu Qiushen thought for a moment. Because it loves meatballs the most. All right, but it has only eaten cat food so far, and it seems to enjoy it quite a bit. Ji Ling said. That why Yu Qiushen pondered. Then let us call it cat food. Ji Ling's mouth twitched. Wasn't that a bit too casual and unappealing? It would be like naming a human steamed rice. Fine, I don't know what cats think either. That why Yu Qiushen sighed lightly. Your cat should have a name you like. I can't come up with one. Maybe tomorrow. That Ji Ling has completely given up. Chapter 17. Big Cat Brother. The youth over there was muttering to himself, his voice soft and languid, his throat sounding sticky. Though he was clearly a little puppy, for some reason, he could purr so well that Yu Qiushen found himself adrift in endless thoughts. Images of the laboratory documents, scenes from a meeting days prior, and a pair of faintly gray little ears flitted through his mind. Along with a tail whose appearance remained a mystery. That IT should be gray too, right? Soft and fluffy like the ears, with a profusion of fur. Little Lin seemed to be a boy who cared greatly about his appearance. Perhaps his ears and tail were meticulously groomed, the tail resembling a fluffy pom-pom that swayed from side to side. Brother, brother, Ji Ling called out, a hint of reproach in his tone. Are you even listening to me? Sorry, I just zoned out for a moment. Yu Qiushen regained his composure. What did you just say? I want to say it again. Ji Ling sulked, his fingers fiddling with the small cat in the box that had already eaten its fill and fallen asleep. His fingertips circling the tufted fur on the cat's ears. This old pervert was surely busy with something else. Otherwise, he would have paid attention to what he was saying. Yu Qiushen pressed his lips together. Words caught between his tongue and lips. Little Lin had recently become much more temperamental, a far cry from the one who had initially chased him around calling him brother and showering him with compliments. However, he didn't seem to mind this change. The somewhat emotional little Lin felt more genuine, and he could almost picture the little Omega on the other side, ears perked up, pouting cutely. The only issue was, he didn't know how to comfort in Omega. Little Yu Qiushen lowered his voice. I was indeed lost in thought just now. Could you please repeat what you said? Ji Ling let out a soft grunt, a sound that emerged from his nasal passages. That I will listen attentively to your sharing next time, Yu Qiushen promised. Hearing this, Ji Ling's little temper subsided somewhat, and with a hint of pride. He replied, Fine, I'll reluctantly forgive you this once. That I was just asking, what animal is my brother? I couldn't find your animal attribute on Baidu. HMM. Yu Qiushen responded. For my personal safety, the Alliance has only provided basic personal information. And some of it is even false. False? Is that even allowed? Ji Ling exclaimed in shock. If I become successful in the future, I'll hang my ancestry on the Gardner Tower. I want to become the world's top. Oh. No, Omega. Almost slipped. Fortunately, Yu Qiushen's mind was already in a haze, completely oblivious, merely chuckling lowly. That's fine, but you need to study hard to achieve success. Stop. No lecturing today. All right. Yu Qiushen quickly quieted down. My animal attribute is a snow leopard, specifically one that inhabits the Pamir Plateau. Have you ever seen one? Ji Ling twitched the corner of his mouth. What normal person would have seen a snow leopard on the Pamir Plateau? Yet he still replied, I've seen them on Animal Planet, with blue eyes, a big cat. Let us not call a big cat, Yu Qiushen said gently, although the snow leopard is a member of the feline family. Many of its habits are quite different from those of regular cats. All right, big cat brother. Ji Ling completely ignored him. Yu Qiushen sighed. Fine, big cat is on the other end of the phone. Ji Ling had already perked up, excitedly searching for pictures of snow leopards. Sky blue eyes, short and round little ears, and oh my, what huge fluffy tail. Ji Ling was quite fond of tails. When visiting relatives, even the tiniest cubs would have their tails played with by him. Especially his little nephew, a leopard cub, whose tail, though not as furry, was very long and danced gracefully when it swayed. If Yu Qiushen had a tail, it would surely be long and fluffy. Ji Ling swallowed hard. Right now, he and team managed to win over Yu Qiushen, and with his conservative nature, he would undoubtedly reject any unreasonable request to see his tail and scold him for being an unreserved Omega. But how could he land a husband if he remained reserved? Little Lin? Yu Qiushen, noticing his prolonged silence, asked, Do you dislike snow leopards? Not at all. I like them. Ji Ling's response was sincere, the moment he laid eyes on that tail. He was utterly smitten. Perhaps this was akin to a dog's excitement at seeing a cat's tail. Yu Qiushen replied softly, bashful, as if he were a youth experiencing first love. Many would dislike animal attributes like that of leopards due to their inherent aggressiveness and pronounced physical traits, such as sharp teeth. Ji Ling, however, was unaware of this. Will your brother have sharp teeth? Sometimes, perhaps, Yu Qiushen said matter-of-factly. Ji Ling imagined Yu Qiushen's cold expression paired with sharp teeth, and he thought of how he might be mercilessly bitten on the bed while Yu Qiushen remained silent, fiercely engaging him. That's fine. Ji Ling swallowed again. Tea doesn't matter since it's not meat. Ji Ling comforted himself, finding snow leopards quite lovely, with their soft paws, fluffy tails, and perfectly round ears. He paused and couldn't resist adding, they're rather cute. This time, it was Yu Qiushen who fell silent. Even during his heat period, he found his tolerance for the soft little Lin higher than before. Yet he still couldn't accept the descriptors cute and fluffy being applied to himself. He cleared his throat and spoke seriously. I don't have paws, and my ears aren't that round. They read just normal feline ears. Not cute. Ji Ling stifled a laugh. Not cute, big cat. Yu Qiushen, still not having cooled down, felt his ears and neck turning redder. Ji Ling, as teasing only intensified his warmth. He realized that the soft little Lin was not the delicate omega he initially thought. Rather, he was a little rascal who enjoyed teasing him. But even this was endearing. Yu Qiushen lowered his lashes, lost in thought. Why did he find it adorable? Was it due to the heat? It must be. After all, he had never perceived the soft little Lin as particularly cute before it's 9:10. Yu Qiushen said softly, did you submit yesterday's paper to the teacher? I did. Then you can rest early today. Ji Ling was indeed a bit tired. He yawned and said, you should also go to bed early. I am exhausted and will sleep soon. Yu Qiushen hadn't hung up yet, remaining silent as if waiting for something, until Ji Ling's weary voice emerged, softly bidding, good night, brother. He finally ended the call. Chapter 18. The Esteemed Wife. Despite Ji Ling's repeated claims of being busy, Ji Huai still insisted, even stating that if Ji Ling didn't return home, he would personally come to the first military academy to fetch him. Ji Ling thought his brother was a true master of forced affection. For the sake of his upcoming allowance, and to ensure Ji Huai would speak kindly of him in front of General Ji. Ji Ling obediently booked a ticket back to Kola. The festive Kola was bustling with excitement. Ji Ling sat in the back seat of the nanny car, gazing out at the vibrant street scene. Moments later, Ji Huai opened the car door, holding a matcha ice cream cone, and leisurely settled beside him. The sweet cone was brought to Ji Ling's lips, yet he still wore a sullen expression. Ling Zai, don't you even like ice cream anymore? Ji Huai chuckled. You've really grown up. Unable to resist, Ji Ling took a lick. This ice cream had maintained its deliciousness for a decade, instantly igniting Ji Ling's cravings. Eating, Ji Ling took the ice cream, nibbling at it. Though he still didn't give Ji Huai a pleasant look, Ji Huai rested his chin on his hand, his smile deepening. So upset? What happened? Is there anyone or anything at school that makes our Ling Zai reluctant to come home? No. After devouring half the cone, Ji Ling felt slightly appeased but still expressed, I just don't want to come back. Old Ji will start lecturing me. What will father say you did? Ji Huai guessed, getting into trouble with when she again. Ji Ling pouted, his gray ears twitching slightly. Ji Huai pondered for a moment. Did you win? I did. Ji Ling raised his chin, but I was punished to write a self-reflection, and my physical training commendation was revoked. How pitiful. Ji Huai chuckled softly. Do you want your brother to speak on your behalf? What did he do to you? Ji Ling shook his head. It's just a fight. It's not like I'm afraid to admit it. I just don't want old Ji to nag at me. Don't worry. Ji Huai's tone was calm. With General Ji not at home and the recent tense situation, he won't have time to deal with you. Just spend more time with mom while you're home. Is there going to be a war? Ji Ling asked. Ji Huai shook his head. It's not that simple. The alliance is facing both internal and external troubles. Everyone knows it, but no one speaks of it. How would I know if no one says anything? Ji Ling pouted. You all treat me like a child. It's not that we treat you like a child. It's just that you are a child right now. Ji Huai, like Doraemon with his pocket, inexplicably pulled out a lollipop, Once you graduate from military school and join the army, I won't be so gentle with you anymore. Oh, Ling was savoring a lollipop, his favorite tiramisu flavor. The car ride lasted about 20 minutes, and they finally stopped in front of a quaint little villa garden, after more than a month away. Several new flower bushes had sprouted outside the door, vibrant green leaves flourishing, soon to bear buds. As soon as they entered, a loving voice called out, Ling Zai, Huai Bao, Ling and Ji Huai. Indeed. No matter how formidable and ruthless an alpha may be in the outside world, upon returning home, they would inevitably be greeted by their mother's endearing diminutives. Even Major Ji Huai could not escape this enchantment. Mom. Ling replied somewhat awkwardly, I'm back. Ji Huai picked him up and placed him in front of Madame Su Xian. Ling Zai, I brought you back that you've been talking about missing your mom at school. You two catch up for a bit. I still have some unfinished business to attend to upstairs. Ji Ling. Suddenly caught off guard by Ji Huai's mischievous trick, Ji Ling nearly lost his composure and could only muster the courage to say, Mom, I missed you. Good boy, Ling Zai. Madame Su Xian chuckled softly, taking his hand and leading him into the living room that on the table lay freshly washed strawberries, and since Ji Ling had descended from the spacecraft, he had not ceased eating. How have you been at school? Madame Su Xian inquired. Ji Ling mumbled. It's been all right, conducting experiments, reading papers, occasionally engaging in practical exercises. Nothing particularly exciting. Our Ling Zai can conduct experiments now. How wonderful! Madame Su Xian was exceedingly supportive, almost applauding in delight. Ji Ling, unable to withstand such praise, felt his cheeks flush crimson, awkwardly muttering, It's nothing remarkable. Oh, darling. Madame Su Xian circled back to the topic she was eager to discuss. Is there a little omega you like at school? Our baby is of an age where it's time to consider romance. Your father and I were already parents when we were your age. Your brother had already been born. Ji Ling buried his head, earnestly consuming strawberries. I don't like any omega. What about a beta? Madame Su Xian pressed. If that's the case, an alpha would be acceptable too. As long as you were the dominant one. Your mother is quite an open-minded parent. Ji Ling twitched at the corner of his mouth, wondering why his mother didn't urge Ji Huai instead. Was he older than me? Huai Bao is just a smiling tiger. Every time I mention these things, he grins and says okay, only to forget about it immediately. Our darling is much more reliable. All right, then. Ji Ling wholeheartedly agreed with his mother's assessment of Ji Huai and subtly shifted the focus away, believing that his brother should take the lead in dating. Otherwise, it would be embarrassing if everyone else was in relationships while his brother remained single. Madame Su Xian continued to ponder. Ji Ling seized the opportunity to bolster her spirits. Mom, there is no need to worry. I heard my brother mention he seems to like a little omega, apparently a young singer. So you need not fret. Madame Su Xian clapped her thighs in delight. A young singer? Is she pretty? Ji Ling maintained a straight face while fabricating a story, insisting she's beautiful. How could a singer not be? As long as she is pretty, Madame Su Xian finally felt reassured. You should also find a beautiful wife that if you decide to join the military, make sure she doesn't hold too high a position. Otherwise, you won't have a proper family status. Ji Ling's mind inexplicably conjured the image of Yu Qiushen, with his thick brows and charming eyes, long white hair that indeed made him quite attractive. Just a bit too high in status, and certainly not a wife. Chapter 19. Endless night. The days spent at home were exceptionally dull. Ji Ling lay on his bed, utterly bored, and could only stare at the chat window with Yu Qiushen, repeatedly analyzing it. Does that old pervert take a holiday during the month? Probably not. He wondered if the little cat could adapt to being alone in the dormitory. The senior, a burly alpha, was unlikely to take care of the kitty. The thought intensified Ji Ling's desire to return to school that he finally understood what it meant to be tethered to one's mother. Ding dong. Ji Ling opened a new message. It was not from Yu Qiushen. As expected, Zhou Shu. Hey, have you arrived at Cola? Ling. One Zhou Shu. Want a drink? Come to Endless Night. Endless Night was the liveliest area of Cola, currently the only place where residents have been granted the freedom to fly in the air. Unlike the previous nightlife spots, Endless Night was a true city that never slept. The only eternal day in the entire First Galactic. One could find entertainment at any hour in Endless Night, provided they had enough money. Furthermore, Endless Night was the most extravagant venue, favored by the upper class. boasting a collection of famous drinks from across the galaxy, and the Omega servers were all exceptionally beautiful. Ling frowned, feeling little interest in such a frivolous lifestyle. Ling, no, my brother is home. Zhou Shu. Nonsense, Zhou Shu. He in the next private room. I just saw him go in, Ling. Zhou Shu. I heard Yu is also at Endless Night tonight as a special guest. Yu. The name sounded familiar to Ling searched and discovered that he was quite a popular young idol. Known for his singing and dancing, who had skyrocketed to fame after a concert where he wore a qipao. Ling was not a fan and had limited knowledge of the entertainment industry. But after glancing at Yu's photo, he noted the long, slender eyes and a charming dimple when he smiled, a generally pleasant appearance. Ling, I don't follow idols. I'm not going. Zhou Shu, I know you don't follow idols. But your brother seems to. I saw the VIP ticket in his hand. Zhou Shu, aren't you curious? That's your brother. Ling, what the hell? Huai just returned from the front lines and ran off to a nightclub to see a little star. Is he Superman? Ling admitted he was slightly intrigued. What kind of concert could possibly attract a man who had just fought for a month in Yaz to rush out after barely half a day of rest? Ling, give me a spot. Ling, closer to Huai. Zhou Shu, do you think I'm the Prime Minister of the Alliance? There are less than 2 hours until the show starts. Where am I supposed to get you a ticket? Zhou Shu, just stay in the regular seats with me. Zhou Shu, don't throw a tantrum. Ling had never sat in the regular section of Endless Night. Being cramped among a bunch of odorous alphas who refused to use barrier agents and heavily perfumed omegas was not appealing, especially with the risk of being approached by someone from the adjacent seat. Zhou Shu, if you're coming, hurry up, little alpha. Zhou Shu, there is only an hour left before the doors closed. Ling clenched his fist to indulge in the gossip surrounding Huai. He decided to endure. He quickly jumped out of bed, changed into an outfit befitting Endless Night. A black short-sleeve shirt with a tie-dye pattern in the center, dark gray jeans with a vibrant orange gradient at the ankles, and a platinum necklace adorning his neck. Ugh, he looked like an immature high school student no matter how he styled it. Whatever, Ling hastily grabbed a jacket and stealthily slipped into the garage, selecting a particularly flashy silver Bugatti. Taking advantage of the butler's momentary distraction, he sped out of the little estate. Tonight, the floating port was several times more bustling than usual. As he entered the area, the pervasive scent of alcohol almost saturated the air, and Ling suspected that merely driving around would result in a DUI. After a leisurely cruise, he could no longer contain himself, finding a cinema's underground parking lot to leave the car and sprinting toward Endless Night. From afar, he noticed that only a few security personnel remained outside, holding up barriers, evidently preparing to close the venue. Ling dashed over. Hey, wait. The security guard paused, noticing his late arrival. Next time, come earlier. Please show your identification. Ling patted his pockets, finding them emptied. Oh no, he exchanged awkward glances with the security guard. Forcing a smile, I left it at home in my haste. You can't enter without ID. The guard tightened the barrier. Please, Ling pleaded. The guard remained unmoved. It won't help if you call me Dad. Both Ling and the guard glanced inside, where a young man stood above, regarding Ling with surprise. Young Master G. What brings you here? Ling swallowed hard, feeling a shiver down his spine. This was Huai's aide, someone he had encountered several times. Officer Chun, do you know this young man? The guard swallowed hard. Reconsidering his earlier bold statements about Ling, Chun nodded subtly. This is Major G's younger brother, his biological brother. The guard immediately pulled back the barrier without hesitation, feigning formality as he raised his chin. Young master, please enter, but do remember to bring your ID next time. Ling nodded eagerly, following Officer Chun into Endless Night like a devoted follower. The corridor was narrow and dimly lit with soft purple hues that barely illuminated the path, casting an ambiguous glow on the figures within. Officer Chun. Ling attempted to ingratiate himself. Chun turned. What is it, young master? Ling hesitated, then cautiously asked, could you not tell my brother? I came here to meet a university classmate. It's their birthday. If my brother finds out I'm out so late, he'll tell old G. Chin chuckled. It's not a big deal. I won't mention it. Promise? The apprehensive expression on Ling's face vanished in an instant, replaced by a hint of anticipation as he licked the corner of his lips. Well then, I shall go find my classmates, he declared before swiftly slipping away, leaving no trace behind. The rooms within the nightclub were a labyrinth of complexity. Ling followed the room numbers provided by Zhou Shu, only to spot the designated room number near the end of the corridor. He cautiously approached the door next door and peered inside. Indeed, he spotted Huai, who was idly leaning against a genuine leather sofa, a glass of whiskey delicately twirled in his hand. Today, he was not clad in military uniform, but rather in a fitted tracksuit. The collar pulled up to obscure his Adam's apple. It had been quite a while since Ling had seen Huai in casual attire, and he found it somewhat disconcerting. Was he truly here as a fan? Ling glanced at his own outfit, realizing he seemed to fit the role even more so. Have you prepared everything? Huai asked, seemingly in conversation with someone. He slowly rose from his seat and set down his glass, causing Ling to hastily retreat into Zhou Shu's room and close the door, startled. Suddenly, a figure burst in, nearly causing Zhou Shu to choke on his chicken cutlet. Upon recognizing the face, his expression became rather nuanced, and Ling could detect a hint of disdain. Young master, you appear to be under 18. Did you follow the proper security procedures to enter? Ling retorted with indignation. I didn't follow any procedures. Why the hell didn't you inform me that I needed to bring identification? Chapter 20. The adorable younger sister, how was I to know you were unaware that identification was required to enter? Zhou Shu's lips twitched slightly. It's your fault. Anyway, Ling nonchalantly grabbed a piece of chicken and popped it into his mouth, intending to critique it, but found it lacking, far inferior to the offerings of a certain three-letter fried chicken and burger establishment. Enough, young master. Eating won't silence you. Exhausted from his escapades, Ling devoured 2 or 3 pieces and downed half a glass of cola before recalling the matter at hand. What time will sure you emerge? I must return home before Huai. How did you arrive? Zhou Shu inquired that I drove. What car? Ling produced his car keys for a quick glance. A Bugatti Chiron. Zhou Shu wore a look of indifference. Your brother could launch a rocket and still not arrive home before you. Rest assured. Then that's fine. Ling finally settled down. I noticed there seemed to be more than just my brother in his room. Even his aide has arrived. Is he really bringing the whole family along for this fan encounter? Ugh, if the aide is here. Zhou Shu frowned. In such a crowded venue, there shouldn't be any covert activities. Right? Perhaps he genuinely came along to support your brother as a fan. Ling mused, unable to conjure any other reason. Sure, you would likely emerge shortly after the nightclub opened, around 9 o'clock. Given Huai's status, it was improbable he would only meet once. He would surely want an autograph or something similar. We can quietly follow him. When he leaves, you must drive away swiftly. Zhou Shu meticulously mapped out the plan. Seamless in execution, Ling finished the last few pieces of chicken on his plate and nodded in agreement. I support this plan. Then let us commence with the first step. Zhou Shu theatrically rummaged through his bag to produce a pair of sunglasses. We must disguise ourselves first. Tea in a nightclub? Won't we be mistaken for the blind? Ling retorted. Zhou Shu then draped a rather flamboyant jacket over himself, casually handing Ling a short dress and a bundle of brown wig. Put this on what? Ling exclaimed, a grin tugging at his lips. Are you seriously bringing a dress and wig just to humiliate me? No, Zhou Shu's expression turned serious. Sure, you is always surrounded by makeup artists and stylists. How can we approach him without disguising ourselves? Approach him for what? Aren't we supposed to be tailing my brother? Ling questioned, bewildered. Zhou Shu gazed at him. Don't you want to know what your brother says to the young star? Don't you want to uncover your brother's hidden secrets? Without hesitation, Ling nodded. I do. Zhou Shu pushed the dress forward once more. Then where it Ling sighed. A true man can bend and stretch. It's merely a champagne-colored strapless dress with a bow and a brown W. By the way, I brought you some heels. Zhou Shu handed over a pair of pink bow-tied shoes. Ling muttered. He's going to be shattered, truly. As the corridor began to fill with people, the patrons of the private rooms gathered around the first-floor seating area. The nightclub music shifted to an energetic DJ mix, and many scantily clad omegas began serving drinks and hors d'oeuvres to the guests. Ling sat beside Zhou Shu, feeling utterly out of place. Across from them, an older man settled into a seat, his gaze hungrily appraising Ling from his delicate, pale legs to the nearly exposed tops of his thighs, even scrutinizing his washboard-like chest. "Zhou Shu, do you think if I were to strike that man, my brother would find out?" Ling's voice was icy. Zhou Shu adjusted his sunglasses. "He is seated right in front of us in the first row. If you were to strike him, not only would he know, but he would also realize his younger brother has transformed into a cute, rosy-cheeked sister that's downright terrifying." Ling felt a chill run down his spine. The server soon delivered sparkling wine, its light pink plum flavor wafting through the air. Ling took a small sip. "This is a bit strong, isn't it?" "Indeed," Zhou Shu smirked. "Tonight's drinks are exorbitantly priced, capitalizing on Yu's presence. Quite normal, I suppose." Suddenly, the lights blazed to life, and the music transitioned to a sweet love ballad, the very song that marked Yu's debut. The large screen displayed Yu's image, wielding a magic wand, his sweet smile and playful wink captivating everyone. The atmosphere in the surrounding booths visibly intensified, with fans singing along. Ling watched intently. "Is this about to begin?" Zhou Shu nodded. "Yu is genuinely adorable. I adore this type of Omega." "Your comment sounds rather like a typical male," Ling remarked coldly. "What?" Zhou Shu bristled. "Am I not allowed to speak my mind?" "I'm merely stating the truth. A plush Omega with a citrus pheromone. It's unimaginable how sweet and delightful he must be." Ling scoffed. "You're a straight A student, yet you sound like an A who's wearing a short dress." Ling kicked him playfully. It wasn't until the violin melody began to play that Ling finally composed himself and sat upright. Though he had never been a fan of Yu, he had heard the song titled Secret Love before. The violin's notes were melodious and enchanting. Moments later, the stage lights dimmed, leaving only a circular spotlight illuminating the slowly rising platform. "Let the wind softly unveil our love, the past that belongs solely to you and me." Today, Yu wore a rare suit and long trousers, the pink-fitted attire accentuating his long, slender legs, adorned with a small white citrus flower at his waist. His voice was even more penetrating than the recorded version, light and gentle, laced with the magnetic timbre of a young man on the cusp of adulthood. Ling shifted his gaze to Huai, who appeared deeply engrossed, though he wasn't as animated as those around him. Given Huai's character, his willingness to attend the concert surely indicated he was a devoted fan. The opening song lasted only 3 minutes. And as it drew to a close, Ling inquired, "Where should we position ourselves for the best chance of catching him?" "Let me check," Zhou Shu replied, holding his tablet. "I've roughly mapped out the structure and layout of this nightclub. Normally, Yu's dressing room and lounge should be in this small compartment on the 3rd floor. We can hide there for now." "All right," Ling nodded, "but I've noticed something peculiar," Zhou Shu continued, stroking his chin. "Look here," he pointed at the tablet, indicating a closed room adjacent to the small compartment, its entrance not facing the corridor. "I've been to this nightclub numerous times, yet I've never encountered this room. I only discovered it while reviewing the layout today." Zhou Shu added, "It feels like the type of room you'd find in a suspense film, typically used to conceal a body." Ling shivered in discomfort. "Please refrain from such chilling remarks." Chapter 21. Simply beast. The elevator to the 3rd floor was sparsely populated, and Ling and Zhou Shu stood in a corner, careful to avoid drawing attention. The only downside was the constant gaze of alphas lingering on Ling's legs, their stares as unwelcome as a snake slithering over his skin. Ling took several deep breaths, until the elevator finally halted on the 3rd floor, prompting the two to hurriedly step into the corridor. "I nearly lost my temper and pressed that lecherous man's face into the ground," Ling grimaced. "Should we head to the lounge or the makeup room?" Zhou Shu was still chuckling. "If you had struck me, I absolutely would not have intervened. I checked, and the elevator has no surveillance in such a large nightclub. There are no cameras in the elevator." Ling found it hard to believe. Zhou Shu glanced at his tablet. "How about this? You go to the lounge, and I'll head to the makeup room. If anything arises, I'll let you know." "Sounds good." The two split up at the corridor's junction. Ling quickly received the venue map and room layout from Zhou Shu, complete with annotations for ventilation ducts and drainage pipes. This is what they teach in military school. How to sneak around. The lounge was at the very end of the corridor. Ling crouched at the door like a thief, peering cautiously inside. The lights were off, and the silence was palpable. No one appeared to be inside. Xiao Yu's performance this time was simply flawless. He sang live so steadily. Thank you. That's quite the compliment. Someone has arrived. Ling hurriedly slipped into the room, which was sparsely furnished with two large wardrobes, a small bed, and an expansive, genuine leather sofa, resembling that of a modist, and he paused for a moment, and in his fluster, dove into the larger wardrobe, in the dim and cramped space. Ling could almost hear the rapid thumping of his heart. Had he lost his mind to trust Zhou Shu's unreliable plan? If caught, tomorrow he would be known as the young master of the Ji family who had a penchant for peeking at Omegas. Creak! The door was gently pushed open. Ling heard light footsteps, and through a narrow gap, he caught sight of Shiryu reclining on the sofa, his toes playfully swaying. Contrary to the plan, Huai did not come looking for Shiryu to ask for an autograph. In fact, only Shiryu had entered. Fortunately, he had no intention of changing clothes, merely resting quietly on the sofa. The problem was that Ling was now trapped in Shiryu's room. If the little star did not leave within an hour or two, he would miss his chance to return home before Huai. Anxiously, Ling pulled out his phone and saw a message from Zhou Shu. Zhou Shu. Kid, I've noticed something is off. Ling. Zhou Shu. I hacked into the nightclub surveillance and discovered another group lurking there. They are disguised and armed, and they have been competing with me for control of the footage. Zhou Shu. I've temporarily lost access. But if I'm not mistaken, they headed towards Shiryu's lounge. Ling was taken aback. Ling. When did you see them coming? Zhou Shu. Half a minute ago. They should be nearing soon. Zhou Shu. Act according to the situation and stay safe. Ling. Is there surveillance in the lounge? Zhou Shu. No, the absence of surveillance caused Ling's expression to darken slightly. Instantly, he emerged from the wardrobe. Shiryu turned just as he was about to scream, but Ling swiftly knocked him unconscious. Ling took Shiryu's belt and fastened it around himself, then stuffed his own wig along with Shiryu back into the wardrobe. He locked the door behind him and turned off the lights. Fortunately, Shiryu's natural hair color was black, and after hastily finding a mask to wear, he hoped it would suffice to disguise him. The silence outside persisted as Ling stood by the window, a small knife gripped in his hand. This was a gift from Huai for his 18th birthday. Suddenly, before Ling could react, the curtain billowed up and a remarkably agile woman leaped inside, rolling across the floor. Before she could rise, Ling lunged forward with his knife. Bang! The woman raised her arm to block, squinting slightly as she forcefully pushed Ling back. With professional wrist guards, her skin remained unscathed even against the sharp blade. Intruder! The woman exclaimed, and in an instant, the door was burst open, with the previously concealed assailants pouring in. A sharp dagger lunged towards Ling. He bent backward, just in time, narrowly avoiding a cut on his cheek, and retaliated by kicking one of them to the ground. These individuals, both in skill and physique, were undoubtedly professional assassins, yet thus far, they had refrained from delivering a fatal blow in the dimly lit room. Ling utilized his Border Collie's night vision to engage in combat with three of them with relative ease. The only drawback being that fighting in a skirt was rather inconvenient. Seeing they could not gain the upper hand, the assailants seemed to reach a consensus. Ling's pupils suddenly dilated as he turned and leaped out of the window. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and glass shattered like stars in the night sky. Ling curled his body, only a few shards embedding into his arm. He landed on the rooftop of the adjacent building, quickly hiding behind the wall. The howling wind mingled with Ling's rapid breaths as he cautiously peered inside. The assassins had seemingly fled. Damn it. Had he known, he would have brought some sturdy gear. Ling stood up with a limp. Damn, Zhou Shu had him wearing those little high heels. After jumping down from a 5-meter ledge, he felt close to being incapacitated. Ding dong. Just as he thought of making a run for it, he received a message. Zhou Shu. Kid, where are you? Escape immediately. Ling. Zhou Shu. The nightclub is on fire. Don't take the elevator. Jump out the window. After all, you're a border collie. You won't die from the fall. Ling. He might not die, but Shiryu was still crammed in the wardrobe. Ling cursed under his breath. Just as he was about to flee into the endless night, he spotted a familiar figure on the ledge, effortlessly leaping towards him with a splash of pink on their shoulder. Ling. Huai placed Shiryu on the ground, clapping his hands lightly, and lifted his eyelids. Was it you? Ji Ling shrank his neck, bracing for a tirade from Ji Huai. Yes, it was me. Surprisingly, Ji Huai did not scold him first. Instead, he pulled out a handkerchief from his bag and tossed it at Ji Ling's face, the familiar scent of alpha pheromones wafting from it. Wipe it off. Even in a skirt, you can fight. That I underestimated you. That Ji Ling awkwardly wiped the blood off his face and limped to catch up with Ji Huai. What's going on, brother? I can only tell you that someone is attempting to kidnap you tonight. The rest is military confidential. Do not inquire further. Ji Huai hoisted the unconscious figure back onto his shoulder and headed downstairs, though. So you know someone is trying to kidnap him, yet let him return to the lounge alone? Ji Ling whispered. Ji Huai responded with a light chuckle from his nostrils. My task was to investigate the identity of the kidnappers. I wasn't instructed to protect the little star that Ji Ling couldn't help but curse. Yuri, simply a beast. Indeed. Ji Huai nonchalantly nodded. A beast will return home and face General Ji's wrath. See if you can avoid a beating. Ugh, I despise you. Ji Ling stomped his foot, nearly sacrificing himself from the pain. Chapter 22. The Unloved Alpha by Omegas. Soon, sure you awoke, only to see the night ablaze in flames. The innocent and naive Omega was frightened to the point of losing color, soon shedding tears on his delicate face. Ji Ling was not adept at comforting Omegas, merely standing awkwardly beside him. Stop crying. The fire will be extinguished soon. And besides, it didn't reach you, did it? But tonight was supposed to be my finale. Many fans came to see me, and now they're caught in this fire. Sure you sniffled, his eyes reddening, even causing Ji Ling, an unfeeling alpha, to feel a pang of sympathy. All right, that Ji Ling nodded, but everyone chose to come voluntarily. It's not your fault. Don't be sad. Zhou Shu, overhearing, face-bombed and pulled Ji Ling back. That's good advice, but next time, don't speak. That Ji Ling awkwardly stood aside, momentarily silenced as he listened to Shi Yu's quiet sobs. He glanced up and spotted Ji Huai approaching. The young major had changed into a neat and imposing green military uniform, his long boots echoing as he made his way towards them. Such a scheming man. Ling, kid. Ji Huai tossed a small first aid kit to him. Tend to your wounds. Don't let mom see you when you return. Oh. Ji Ling sat on the edge of a flower bed. Unable to resist glancing over, he watched Ji Huai approach Shi Yu, gentlemanly offering a silk handkerchief, his voice gentle. Don't cry. All the fans have been rescued, and there were no casualties. This is worth celebrating. How does this man always have handkerchiefs on him? Ji Ling thought, looking at his own blood-stained one in his pocket, unable to refrain from mocking. Shi Yu, hearing him, timidly raised his head, accepting the handkerchief and quietly uttering a thank you. Thank you. This old fox just said he couldn't be bothered to save a little star. That Ji Ling felt as if he alone could see through Ji Huai's true nature. Once I clean you up, I'll send someone to escort you to rest. You won't be participating in any activities for a while. Until the investigation concludes, the military will arrange for someone to take care of you, ensuring you remain safe. Ji Huai assured. Shi Yu nodded, clearly finding Ji Huai exceptionally reliable, almost as if he would obediently follow his every command. Soon, Ji Huai had him settled into a car, and Qin was responsible for escorting him back to the military-arranged residence. Ji Ling watched the entire process, his brow furrowed. Ji Huai, I never realized you had the ability to charm Omegas. You've completely bewildered him. Ji Huai squatted down beside him. Ling, kid, are you feeling jealous? The Unloved Alpha by Omegas? He retrieved tweezers from the first aid kit, disinfecting and cleaning them in front of Ji Ling. This was to help remove the glass shards. That Ji Ling swallowed hard, suddenly wishing to take back his earlier words. Brother, you're not a beast, are you? Ji Huai firmly pressed down on Ji Ling's little leg, unceremoniously grasping the tweezers to begin extracting the glass shards. Ji Huai, you beast! Ji Ling cried out in pain, struggling but unable to escape his grasp. Tears nearly spilled from his eyes before Ji Huai finally finished. With gentle care, Ji Huai disinfected the area and bandaged the wound. I'll find someone to take you home shortly. Ji Huai said casually. Ji Ling, with red-rimmed eyes, muttered, Aren't you going home? No, the individual before him cast a long robe over his frame, his tall and upright figure enveloped tightly in the military uniform lining. He leisurely redid his gloves, as Yu Qiushen had personally come to Korla. This matter tonight was anything but trivial. Suddenly hearing a familiar name caused Ji Ling to tremble slightly. Why Yu Qiushen was here? Was this merely a kidnapping case? Before he could inquire further, Ji Huai had already taken his leave from the endless night, the sounds of alarms and sirens gradually fading into the distance. By the time Ji Ling returned home, it was nearly dawn, having completely missed the precious 10 minutes with Yu Qiushen. Tonight, Yu Qiushen must also have been occupied, unable to spare a moment to message him. Ji Ling took a quick shower and opened his phone. Ling, are you asleep? Zhou Shu. Can't sleep. Tonight has been quite exhilarating. Ling, have those assassins been caught? My brother hasn't told me. Zhou Shu. Zhou Shu. If your brother hasn't informed you, do you think he would tell me? Ji Ling pondered for a moment and found the reasoning sound. Ling, did you keep the surveillance footage? Can we see the faces of those assassins? Zhou Shu. No Zhou Shu. Their faces didn't appear in the footage. We could only catch glimpses of their clothing. They're likely professional interstellar assassins whose information is not easily traceable. Zhou Shu, I think it's better not to dwell on this. Your brother will handle it well. After all, he is a major general of the Alliance. Ji Ling gazed at the words on the screen. His lips pursed in contemplation for a long while before he set down his phone. Indeed, how could one easily trace the information of such lethal assassins? Even if their details were uncovered, it would bear little significance, for they would rather die than reveal the names of their employers. Tonight had indeed drained too much of his energy, and in no time, Ji Ling succumbed to slumber. Ji Ling awoke earlier than at the first military academy. After finally securing a holiday, the restless tossing and turning was far from pleasant. He descended the stairs, and at this hour, even the ant responsible for cooking had yet to rise. He rummaged through the kitchen for a while, before pouring himself a glass of yogurt. Click. The door lock clicked open, and Ji Ling met the gaze of the person entering. Ji Huai tossed his coat onto the sofa and collapsed onto it, appearing utterly exhausted, reluctant to open his eyes. Brother, Ji Ling poured another glass and handed it over. You've been busy all night? Ji Huai replied in a low tone. Yu Qiushen truly is something else. After a 4-hour meeting, he had us accompany him to the endless night for 2 hours of on-site investigation. And now he's rushing back to TS chaos over there as well. Doesn't he need to sleep? Ji Ling inquired. Ji Huai took a small sip and set the yogurt cup on the coffee table. Who knows about him? I've seen him nearly work himself into a ghostly apparition. It's no surprise. How many years has it been since the command center has seen another Yu Qiushen? A steadfast commander amidst the tumult of combat. All right, Ji Ling nodded. Brother, you must also strive to catch up to Yu Qiushen. Ji Huai opened his eyes, momentarily taken aback. Do you think merely working as hard as Yu Qiushen will allow you to catch up to him? You might as well hope to see your name on the King of Hell's ledger of life and death sooner. Ji Ling pondered for a moment, finding his brother's words somewhat reasonable. Very well, then you should rest. Chapter 23. So brother thinks I'm beautiful after an entire day of gaming. Ji Ling was prompt to guard Yu Qiushen's chat page at 9 in the evening. Yu Qiushen, good evening, Shaolin. Soft O Shaolin. I don't want to criticize you, be more self-aware. Soft O Shaolin. Angry cat-face. JPG. After 2 seconds, Yu Qiushen indeed called him. Hello, Shaolin. Yu Qiushen's voice was as cold as ever. Why didn't you message me last night? You didn't message me either. Ji Ling's voice was languid. Brother, I fell and hurt my leg last night. It really hurts. Yu Qiushen paused. How did you fall? Have you treated the wound? Ji Ling sent over a picture he had taken last night. On his fair leg were several deep cuts, oozing fresh blood, and his ankle was bruised, adorned with pink high heels, which appeared particularly enticing. How did you sustain such a serious injury? Were there shards of glass? Yu Qiushen frowned. Did you get into a fight? Ji Ling, did this person possess clairvoyance? No, I didn't. Brother, Ji Ling's voice softened. How could I possibly get into a fight? I'm a lovely Omega. Why Yu Qiushen pondered for a moment. The previous soft O Shaolin might not have fought. But the current one, resembling a little troublemaker, despite having delicate arms and waist, appeared quite capable of holding her own, like a little firecracker. Very well. Why Yu Qiushen conceded. You must take good care of it. If it scars, you might be displeased. Why would you think I would be unhappy? Ji Ling chuckled softly. Why Yu Qiushen fell silent for a moment, sensing that you would care. If it scars, you might not look as beautiful. So brother thinks I'm beautiful. Ji Ling smirked, licking his lips, coaxing this older pervert into admitting such was akin to climbing to the heavens. You are beautiful. Yu Qiushen's tone was light. Your legs are long, and your waist is lovely, but you are too thin. You should eat more staple foods. His tone felt like a statement of fact, causing Ling's ears to flush with warmth. His little legs shrinking slightly. Brother, you observe quite carefully. Yu Qiushen cleared his throat. Apologetically, I didn't mean to offend. I just feel that if you have practical training, gaining some weight would be beneficial. Otherwise, you might suffer greatly. Is that so? Ling felt slightly less embarrassed. I am quite strong in practical training. If the opportunity arises, brother, you can have a match with me. Yu Qiushen paused. I don't fight with omegas. I am strong. You need not treat me as an omega. Ling huffed. Besides, isn't the first military academy known for gender equality? Many omegas are quite capable. His proud demeanor made Yu Qiushen chuckle softly. His tone laced with an affection he was unaware of. Very well. If the chance arises, I shall test my skills against you. Even if it was mere empty promises, Ling felt immensely satisfied. This was Yu Qiushen. The fact that he agreed to face him in a match signified something. It meant he could stand as Yu Qiushen's opponent. Though he regarded Yu Qiushen as a tormentor, it did not diminish his acknowledgement of Yu Qiushen's prowess. By the way, Yu Qiushen seemed to recall something suddenly. I might not be able to log in on time to find you lately. I've been very busy and might be going to war at any moment. If you need anything, just leave a message. I'll respond when I have time. Ling licked his lips. Brother, does this mean I'll have more than just 10 minutes in the future? Yu Qiushen sighed. You could interpret it that way, but it's also possible I might not even have 10 minutes. That's fine. I trust you. Brother, Ling lay on his bed. How could war break out suddenly? Has the situation in Yaz worsened? Yu Qiushen fell silent for 2 seconds. The situation might be even graver than that. In any case, focus on your classes and strive to improve yourself. Stop. Ling felt as if he were wearing a tight headband, his head throbbing from Yu Qiushen's admonitions. Why was he starting again? What did this have to do with war? It does that. Yu Qiushen's tone was calm. Having war is the norm. The future will depend on you all. Ling felt as though the atmosphere resembled a scene from a religious legacy. While the words held truth, it sounded peculiar coming from Yu Qiushen. Who could inherit Yu Qiushen's position and responsibilities? It seemed nearly impossible that he once read a report stating that among the Alliance's 3 generations of commanders, it was unlikely another Yu Qiushen would emerge. After all, as the commander who truly led the first galaxy towards peace, Yu Qiushen had fought on the battlefield for 7 years, attaining the Alliance's highest position at just 28 years old. He was undeniably a legendary figure. Previously, Ling had little interest in such idol-worshipping rhetoric, but now he couldn't help but feel a shiver run down his spine. Perhaps it was because he had worked diligently for 4 or 5 years, finally reaching a point where he could see Yu Qiushen, only to discover an insurmountable height before him. Why the silence, Shaolin? Yu Qiushen inquired. Ling hesitated. No, I just feel that you are quite impressive. Not particularly. Yu Qiushen responded tentatively. Had it been any other time, Softo Shaolin would have found a way to add a brother before his praise, or at the very least, adopt a sticky, sweet tone. Today, however, he sounded somewhat dejected. Shaolin, are you unhappy? Yu Qiushen finally took the initiative. What is bothering you? You can share. I'll comfort you. Ling nearly choked. In terms of coaxing, Yu Qiushen's skills were at best comparable to his own. Remaining silent was the greatest comfort one could offer another. I'm not unhappy, Ling replied. He felt too embarrassed to admit that he was upset merely because he felt weak. As long as you're not unhappy. Yu Qiushen nodded. Next month, there will be a practical training competition at the school. Will you participate? It seems the first prize comes with substantial bonus points. Ling contemplated for a moment. Perhaps I will. If I have the time, I will go watch. Ling chuckled briefly. Brother, do you want to see me? Yu Qiushen was momentarily taken aback, clarifying, that's not what I meant, that I intended to watch your competition. If it bothers you, I can refrain from attending. Not at all, Ling replied lazily, clearly unbothered. After all, Yu Qiushen wouldn't recognize him anyway. Suddenly feeling a spark of competitive spirit, Ling haughtily declared, I will win the championship. Is that so? Yu Qiushen chuckled. Then allow me to congratulate you in advance. Recently, Yu Qiushen had adopted a gentler demeanor, as if the great glacier within him was beginning to thaw. Ling nearly forgot the original purpose of his lingering around Yu Qiushen: revenge. All right, almost slipped my mind. Ling swallowed hard, cradling his phone, yet he found himself oddly less irritated with Yu Qiushen at that moment. Chapter 24. Brother want a kiss on the first day back at school. It happened to be Chun Yuxing's birthday. They were all partners in the same laboratory. Their camaraderie was neither too brief nor overly lengthy. Despite Ling feeling somewhat fatigued after disembarking from the spacecraft, he still made his way to the birthday celebration. The venue was a KTV in the heart of Gardner City. Upon entering, Ling found Bai Yao passionately singing into the microphone. Every time I try to act tough. Ling covered his ears and approached Chun Yuxing, presenting a hastily wrapped birthday gift. I didn't have much time to wrap it, but here you go. Chun Yuxing unwrapped it to reveal a figurine he had previously expressed fondness for. Ling Zai. I'm willing to be your loyal dog for life. And no need for that, Ling replied, settling onto the sofa. Just as he was about to pour a glass of juice to quench his thirst, Bai Yao stopped him, exclaiming, "How can adults drink juice at the drinking table? The new generation of good youths does not indulge in such drinking culture." Ling shot him a glance, but allowed Bai Yao to fill his cup to the brim with brandy. "At this rate, the three of us won't be able to get up tomorrow," Ling remarked dryly. "In no way." Bai Yao shook his head. "My willpower is stronger than steel." Chun Yuxing couldn't help but interject. "I feel your willpower is softer than what's below you." "Shut up," Bai Yao kicked him lightly. "Stop making lewd jokes that I'm the formidable number 1 alpha of Gardner Military Academy. Don't spread rumors that tarnish my reputation." Ling chuckled, raising his glass in a toast. "Enough chit-chat, let us celebrate your birthday." "Happy birthday, Yuxing." The three clinked their glasses and sunk into the sofa. "Drinking with the three of us is rather dull." Bai Yao complained. "Didn't you call Ji Shuang? Where is he?" "He just said yes on his way." "Let me check." Before he could finish, Ji Shuang entered, followed by 2 beautiful Omegas. "That I'm here. Sorry for the delay. There was a bit of traffic." Bai Yao's eyes sparkled. "And no worries." The 6 of them filled the KTV to capacity. Ling nestled in the corner, feeling out of place, especially with 3 Omegas around. Unfortunately, the 2 Omegas beside him had their eyes glued to him since they entered Ling's side. What to do? Perhaps he could find an excuse to slip away. It would be far more entertaining to tease Yu Qiushen back home. "Just drinking is a bit dull. Let's play truth or dare," Ji Shuang suggested. "Sounds good," Bai Yao replied, grabbing the remote. It seemed the app had a spinning wheel. He had seen others play it before. He quickly found the app, input the number of players, and clicked start. The blue screen displayed bouncing squares, revealing a prompt. The alpha on the far left must kiss the palm of the omega on the far right. Ling breathed a sigh of relief. Bai Yao counted and nearly jumped from his seat. "Is it really me?" Ji Shuang nodded, expressionless as he raised his hand. "And no more idle talk. Just kiss that I permitted." Bai Yao, blushing, cautiously kissed, and then buried his face in the sofa in embarrassment. The game continued. Chun Yuxing pressed refresh, and the squares began to bounce again. The alpha on the far right must wall slam their favorite omega present. Ling's eyelids twitched. How could he choose when he didn't fancy any of them? Chun Yuxing, noticing his dilemma, quickly intervened. "Ling Zai is just shy. How about this? Those who refuse must take a shot." "Sounds good," several Omegas agreed. Ling raised a full glass of brandy, grimacing as he downed it in one go. "Your alcohol tolerance has improved," Bai Yao laughed. "Last time after a drink like that, you were already calling for your brother in a sticky mess." "Tell us the story," Ji Shuang asked curiously. Bai Yao waved his hand. "Ling Zai is just overly proud. Every time he feels wronged, he calls his brother. Last time he got drunk, he thought he was calling his brother, but kept calling Yuxing brother instead. So adorable." Ji Shuang felt a sense of maternal warmth. Ling wasn't faring much better. The dim lighting in the KTV concealed his flushed cheeks, though he was still somewhat aware, gripping the sofa's armrest to remain steady. "Let us keep going," Chun Yuxing declared. "All right," the group fixated on the large screen. The youngest alpha present must show their abs for 10 seconds. Chun Yuxing and Bai Yao turned to Ling simultaneously. "Ling Zai, this isn't personal. We're not targeting you." Ling remained silent for a few seconds, slowly grasping the hem of his sweatshirt, but despite his shyness, he couldn't bring himself to lift it. How about another shot? Drinking so fast. And Omega murmured, "It's nothing to see abs. There are plenty of alphas at the military academy to show them." Ling said nothing and downed another drink. Fortunately, in the following rounds, he wasn't chosen again. Instead, the birthday boy, Yu Qiushen, faced the brunt of the challenges, whether it was dancing Omega style on the coffee table or delivering romantic quotes from the first alpha on the list. Yu Qiushen, forced to drink several shots, ended up drunkenly sprawled on the sofa, clearly out of the game. The atmosphere grew increasingly lively as everyone loosened up. Yao took control of the remote. Let us see who the next lucky one is. The shortest alpha must send a voice message to their favorite Omega, saying they want a kiss. I'm 187, Yao stated. Qiushen is 184. The group once again turned their gaze toward Ling. He felt as if a stone had lodged itself in his throat, and after a long pause, just as he was about to raise his glass, Yao mischievously stopped him and away. Ling's eyes already made 2 exceptions. Ling's brow twitched as he pretended to lift his shirt. I'm suddenly feeling a bit hot. Would it be alright to show my abs? The Omegas chorused, no. Ling, steeling himself, opened his contacts. With Yu Qiushen being the first on the list, 2 glasses of brandy had left him somewhat dizzy, and his cheeks were significantly redder than usual. He pressed his lips together, breath quickening uncontrollably. Why Yu Qiushen likely wouldn't check his phone at this hour. He could send a message and retract it later, right? Hurry up and send it, Yao urged. Ling clicked his tongue, feeling the pressure. Such words were utterly unbecoming for an alpha. Forget it. He slowly activated the voice message, bringing it to his lips, feeling shame for a long moment before timidly whispering, "Brother wants to kiss you." The voice of the small alpha, slightly intoxicated, sounded particularly sweet, uttering such slightly embarrassing words in a soft, gentle tone, almost trembling with shyness. The Omegas nearly had nosebleeds, and even Yao couldn't help but exclaim, "So adorable, Ling Zai. I never realized you liked the brother type. But does that mean your wife is older than you?" Wife Ling's ears and neck flushed crimson, his misty blue eyes lowered. His mind swirling with images of Yu Qiushen's captivating blue gaze and flowing white hair. Chapter 25. You are particularly fierce. Ling was carried back to his room, and Yao, equally drunk, simply tidied up a bit before leaving in the dimly lit room. A cat nestled on his face. After a while, Ling felt his face growing hot and finally lifted the cat off. "Move over, what a strong cat smell." Meow. The little cat mewed. Ling propped himself up and checked the cat's bowl, only to find it empty. Alright then, he slowly walked over to refill it with some kitten food, and the fluffy little head immediately buried itself in the bowl. Ding, ding, ding. Ling's eyelids fluttered. He clearly hadn't recovered from the effects of the alcohol, snuggling back under the covers. He noticed 5 missed calls from Yu Qiushen. He hesitated for a moment before choosing to answer. Shaolin. Yu Qiushen sounded somewhat anxious. What happened? Why the sudden? He originally intended to say clingy, but found that term too intimate. Ever since they started talking on the phone, it had been a long time since Shaolin had said anything remotely affectionate like kisses, more often than not. He was subtly being spoiled. I drank a bit more at a friend's birthday party. Ling mumbled, "I lost a game of truth or dare, and they made me send you a voice message saying I want a kiss." I see. Yu Qiushen's tension seemed to ease slightly, though he still harbored an inexplicable feeling. "Did you have fun tonight, Shaolin?" "It was all right." Ling stretched on the bed. "I kept losing and had to drink a lot." "They always love to pick on me." Yu Qiushen chuckled softly. "Then be sure to rest well tonight. Tomorrow is a work day. I don't wish to go tomorrow." Ling complained, his body aching all over, his legs, his waist, and his head felt dizzy. The way he called out brother was more melodious than usual, sending a shiver down Yu Qiushen's spine, leaving him momentarily speechless. That it seemed a bit excessive, far beyond what he had initially anticipated. Now, the soft little Lin not only occupied his 10 minutes of the night, but also the occasional leisure of the day. Just like today, when a mech landed in Yaz, seeing a small black dog squatting by the roadside would inevitably remind him of Shaolin. Although Shaolin was not just any black dog, he was a noble-blooded Meteor Border Collie. "Why aren't you speaking again?" Ling mumbled softly, his voice laced with a hint of drowsiness. "No." Yu Qiushen cleared his throat. "I simply find you exceptionally adorable." "Oh, you like me?" Ling, in his drunken state, spoke without the usual restraint, like a playful puppy eager to please, afraid that Yu Qiushen might not feel his enthusiasm. When can you stop calling me Shaolin? It sounds so cold. Does it? Yu Qiushen paused, but didn't you say you like being called Shaolin? I don't like it anymore. It's been a month. Time for an update. Ling's tone was particularly domineering. I can get tired of it too. So calling someone could become tiresome. Yu Qiushen reflected, adopting a learned tone. Then what do you prefer to be called? Lin Bao or Guai Bao. I like both. Ling made it clear he wanted more. Yet this little rascal's audacity was oddly endearing, leaving Yu Qiushen feeling helpless. Oh, you want to be my baby? Wouldn't that be a bit cheesy? It's usually adults calling children that. You should call me that. Ling insisted, whining softly. Just say it once for me to hear. Why Yu Qiushen hesitated for a moment, not accustomed to such a term, and finally murmured, Lin Bao. Not bad. Ling, in a manner akin to a lord at a tavern, remarked, it would be even better if you were a tad gentler. You're usually quite fierce, which is not cute at all. Yu Qiushen, still somewhat dazed, replied, I don't think I've ever been fierce with you, Lin Bao. Fierce is fierce. Ling's voice grew weaker. You're particularly fierce, Yu Qiushen. You have no idea how fierce you are. I'm terrified of you. The first time Yu Qiushen heard his name spoken by Ling sent a peculiar flutter through his heart. After a prolonged silence, disregarding Ling's baseless accusations, he said softly, I won't be fierce with you anymore. All right, Lin Bao. You swear? I swear. Without hesitation, Yu Qiushen affirmed, I won't be fierce with you, Lin Bao. Drunken Ling was relatively easy to appease. Upon hearing this, he responded with a heavy as if sealing a pact. Are you tired? Do you want to sleep? Ling struggled to open his eyes and glanced at the time. He had been on the phone for 20 minutes today. Brother, you've surpassed yourself, becoming a man of double-digit minutes. Yu Qiushen, unfazed by the suggestion, chuckled softly. In the future, when the turmoil ceases, there will be more time that belongs to you, Lin Bao. That sounds wonderful. Ling mused dreamily. If the turmoil were to cease, what would he do? Even if the chaos stopped, Yu Qiushen would likely still be the commander. After all, no commander was dismissed simply because there were no battles to fight. Ling couldn't fathom it. Since birth, the family had high expectations of him, just as they had for Huai, who would undoubtedly become a general of the alliance. Lin Bao, sleep, Yu Qiushen coaxed, don't wake up late tomorrow. Oh, Ling swallowed, vaguely recalling something, and with one hand he scooped up the little cat sleeping nearby. Brother, I just realized what the little cat should be named. Yu Qiushen inquired, what is it? Cat food. Yu Qiushen was momentarily taken aback. Was that not a rather dismissive name? It's a lovely name, Ling mumbled. The more cat food it eats, the chubbier it gets, eventually becoming a round cat, symbolic of good fortune. Why Yu Qiushen chuckled briefly. All right. However, the little cat seemed displeased with this name, mewing weakly while furrowing its brow at Ling. Objection denied. It's settled. Cat food. Ling let out a drunken hiccup, causing the little cat to retreat, unwilling to sleep next to its father and scurrying back to its little cardboard box. Good night, Lin Bao, Yu Qiushen said, not ending the call just yet, waiting for a response from the other end. Ling hummed for a moment before finally replying. Good night, brother. Chapter 26. Will you treat me to a meal? The next day, Ling woke up startled. The room dim and shadowy. He swallowed hard, sensing an ominous premonition. His phone lay silent on the bedside table. Clearly dead, which explained why the alarm hadn't gone off in a hurry. Ling plugged his phone into charge. After a brief moment, the screen lit up, and he closed his eyes in despair. Damn! Thanks to Bai Yao for kindly drawing the curtains, and thanks to the curtain manufacturer for producing such effective blackout products. Most of all, I thank my own foolish mind for managing to sleep so peacefully until 11 in the morning. 11 o'clock. If it had been a bit earlier, he could have claimed there had been delays on the road. If it had been later, he could have simply skipped the morning's commitments. Yet it was precisely 11 o'clock. The phone had been ringing nonstop since it lit up. Ling hastily pulled on pants and a shirt from the wardrobe, rushing out while replying to messages. Bai Yao. Ancestor. Bai Yao. You better kneel when you enter Yu Qiushen's office. Director Huang didn't come again today, and he is waiting for you to check the data in the lab. Bai Yao. He has been waiting all morning. Ling. Can you tell him that Gardner stars no one like me anymore? Bai Yao, let me ask, Ling. Ling? Bai Yao, I asked. Bai Yao. He said, have you finally woken up? Get over here in 10 minutes. I want to see you alive or dead. Ling, you really asked. Huh. Are you trying to kill me, bro? Bai Yao. It's fine. He is going to scold you regardless. Ji Ling sighed. Normally, he had quite the morning grouch, but today, provoked by such an incident, he felt wide awake. As if he could punch a bull to death. Indeed, to truly awaken, one needed Yu Qiushen. The Porsche had been gathering dust in the garage for half a month, but today it received Ji Ling's favor again. He inserted the key, and the black sports car roared out of the parking lot with a rev of the engine. Upon reaching the experimental building, Ji Ling felt like a thief, tiptoeing from the stairwell along the corridor towards the lab. Bai Yao and Yu Qiushen were, as usual, 3 parts slacking off and 7 parts chatting, their computer screens filled with data that neither of them was paying attention to. Others were at their stations. But his seat was conspicuously empty. No wonder Yu Qiushen could zero in on him so accurately. Further ahead were the director's office and the meeting room, and then Yu Qiushen's office that Ji Ling slipped into the lab, dropped off his backpack, and patted Bai Yao's back. Damn, you scared me. Bai Yao turned around sharply, relieved to see Ji Ling here. Young master, not many can make the current commander of the Alliance wait all morning. The last one was probably the Prime Minister. That you've really elevated your status. That Ji Ling felt even more doomed upon hearing this. Hurry up. He is probably still waiting for you. Yu Qiushen chuckled. Go in and admit your fault. The commander's time is genuinely invaluable. Okay. Ji Ling exited the lab and headed toward Yu Qiushen's office. In his haste to leave, he hadn't even combed his hair, leaving several tufts sticking up awkwardly. To be honest, Ji Ling had seldom feared anyone, but Yu Qiushen was one of them. Though they had not known each other long and were not particularly close, there was an inexplicable weight to it. Whenever Yu Qiushen's cold eyes lingered on him for even a moment longer, he felt compelled to reflect on every misdeed he had ever committed since birth. That a month had passed since Ji Ling last peered through the small window into Yu Qiushen's office. This scene seemed to refresh daily, with even the position of the pen holder on the desk remaining unchanged. Warm sunlight poured onto the floor, and above it, a pair of sky-blue eyes fixed intently upon him. Ji Ling flinched and instinctively shrank back, but he didn't dare run away, steeling himself to knock on the door. Commander Yu, I'm coming in. He nearly slipped and called out brother. He pushed the door open and closed it behind him. Standing before Yu Qiushen's desk with his hands anxiously clasped in front of him, unsure of what to do with them. Did you oversleep? Yu Qiushen's tone was flat. That Ji Ling nodded, stammering. The alarm didn't go off. My phone was dead. HMM. Yu Qiushen continued reviewing documents. The title emblazoned in red, evidently a directive from the Alliance, at least a policy-level document for a planet. A 10,000-word review. Any objections? 10,000 words. Ji Ling's eyes widened. He doubted he could even gather enough issues in his life to fill 10,000 words. You can raise any objections if you have them. Yu Qiushen placed down his pen, crossing his legs. Despite sitting, his demeanor was imposing enough to silence Ji Ling, feeling a bit wronged yet aware it was his fault. Ji Ling fell silent for a moment before murmuring, I was wronged, and no objections. I'll write the 10,000 words. The misty blue of his eyes was suddenly veiled with a layer of moisture. Ji Ling, already not the most formidable of alphas, displayed a somewhat spoiled temperament, making him appear rather aggrieved at this moment. Are you angry? Yu Qiushen inquired deeply. In that tone, Ji Ling momentarily mistook him for speaking to the gentle, Shaolin, but upon meeting the emotionless gaze, he quickly regained his composure. I'm not angry. I shouldn't be angry. Yu Qiushen added, unusually, oversleeping shouldn't warrant such a severe penalty. However, since it has been less than a month since your last mistake, I believe it is reasonable to impose a cumulative consequence. What do you think? Ji Ling felt indignant. He considered himself the most handsome alpha at Gardner. His voice grew slightly more subdued. I think that's fair. Next time, it will be 15,000, or if I feel that a mere reflection won't restrain you sufficiently, I will choose a different approach. Yu Qiushen stood up. Have you eaten? The abrupt change of topic left Ji Ling somewhat bewildered. Yu Qiushen glanced at him. Cafeteria. Will you eat, classmate Ji Ling? Ji Ling hesitated, drawing his neck in, yet his eyes sparkled with anticipation. Are you inviting me to dinner? Be more serious, Yu Qiushen replied, as unflappable as ever. I didn't drive today. I saw you driving earlier. We can save a bit of travel time. This doesn't imply I'm inviting you to dinner. Ling pondered Yu Qiushen's frugal lifestyle and decided he should not take advantage of this esteemed commander. Then may I treat you to a meal? Is that necessary? Yu Qiushen rummaged through his bag and produced a small blue card. The school has provided me with a subsidized meal card. I don't know if it can be used for you, but if it can, I can treat you to a meal. Young Master Ji had never encountered such a thing as a meal card since entering school. He had heard that using one would grant a 10% discount, but Ji Huai had been too lazy to register for it, firmly believing that a young master would only order takeout or dine out. Indeed, Ling had not seen what the cafeteria looked like in his 4 years of undergraduate study, and now, this towering figure before him seemed to rely on subsidies for meals. Didn't the Alliance pay its highest commanders? Ling found Yu Qiushen increasingly intimidating. Terribly impoverished. Chapter 27. The curious puppy enters the cafeteria. Ling stepped into the pristine realm of the cafeteria for the first time. He carefully inhaled the aroma of the food. His curious demeanor caused Yu Qiushen to pause, suddenly realizing that he resembled a little puppy. Emotions plainly etched on his face, impossible to conceal. For instance, just moments ago, he had looked utterly aggrieved, his lips stubbornly set. Yet his eyes brimmed with unshed tears that a diagnosis was in order. He was indeed a puppy. What do you want to eat? Yu Qiushen inquired, one hand tucked in his pocket, clad in a simple white shirt. A formal work attire devoid of a tie, with the second button undone. Hints of his muscular chest and collarbone were barely visible. Ling's gaze wandered over him for a moment, dazed. What does the cafeteria offer? Never eaten here. Yu Qiushen was taken aback. Ling felt a twinge of shame and shook his head. The first-floor cafeteria offered ordinary fare. To the left was a small dining area with convenient fast food and nutrient supplements. While upstairs were congee and noodles. Yu Qiushen unexpectedly began to elucidate the cafeteria offerings with earnestness. Anyone from the First Military Academy would undoubtedly recognize Yu Qiushen. His status in the Alliance was akin to the sun's position in the solar system. At that moment, he resembled a tour guide leading Ling through the cafeteria, with every passerby at least glancing after them for 50 meters. Ling, overwhelmed with embarrassment, asked which floor has fewer people. Upstairs, there are fewer people drinking congee. Without a moment's hesitation, Ling replied, Then I'll have congee. Congee for lunch. Yu Qiushen confirmed once more, you are an alpha in your developmental phase, and if you have congee, I fear you might lack the energy for lab work this afternoon. Congee, Ling insisted, not wanting to attract any more attention from onlookers. His eyes held a hint of pleading. I want congee. Commander Yu Qiushen pressed his lips together, appearing slightly uneasy. All right, let us head upstairs. Upon changing floors, Ling visibly relaxed, resuming his curious demeanor as he craned his neck to peer out the window, drawing the scrutinizing gaze of the serving lady. Classmate Ling, Yu Qiushen interjected at the opportune moment. Don't lean your head in like that. It's quite unsanitary. Huh, I'm very clean, Ling retorted, his bright eyes wide. I bathe daily, wash my hair, and change my clothes every day. I'm not an unhygienic alpha. No, that's the cafeteria's ruled. Oh, Ling acquiesced, somewhat subdued. The two approached the counter for clay pot congee, and Yu Qiushen handed him the meal card. What congee would you like? The menu is right here. Let me see, Ling replied, glancing up at the options. That I want to eat century egg and lean meat congee. I don't like peeling crab legs or shrimp myself. I'm not fond of greens either. The rest are varieties I've never encountered. Swiftly, Ling eliminated all options within 10 seconds. Yu Qiushen frowned. Is it that complicated? Not complicated. I'll have a serving of vegetable and lean meat congee. Thank you, Commander Yu. Ling quickly swiped the meal card and obediently handed it back to him. Yu Qiushen ordered the same congee for himself, and they settled at a quiet corner of the cafeteria. The tables were 4-person square tables, and Ling, sitting across from Yu Qiushen, suddenly felt a bit awkward. In this position, he had to watch Yu Qiushen eat, while Yu Qiushen would also be watching him. Though they were both alphas, it wasn't particularly awkward. After all, it was Yu Qiushen, an individual who transcended the distinctions of alpha and omega. A unique being not to be categorized by gender. classmate Ji Ling, Yu Qiushen, unaware of Ji Ling's complex thoughts, began an interview. What dishes do you like or dislike? I can't say I have any particular favorites, but I dislike carrots, celery, and all leafy greens. I also don't eat shiitake mushrooms, cilantro, scallions, ginger, garlic. I don't eat duck or lamb, and I avoid overly mature chicken. Ji Ling reflected for a moment, feeling he had provided a comprehensive answer. That's it. Yu Qiushen nodded. One might think you were simply listing names of dishes. What a man with a sharp tongue, Ji Ling thought, noting that he was utterly oblivious to his own sarcasm. Ji Ling decided that in the future, he would present Yu Qiushen with a book entitled The Charm of Conversation. Carrots are rich in vitamin A, with its active form being 11-cis-retinol, which can combine with the rhodopsin in the body to form visual purple, an essential substance for maintaining night vision. That if you have thoughts of practical application, you should consume it in moderation. Yu Qiushen calmly explained the nutritional value of the food. Ji Ling's lips twitched. While the information was sound, it was rather unappetizing. Be obedient. The word hung in the air, causing both to pause. Recently influenced by the gentle, Shaolin, Yu Qiushen's manner of speaking had undergone a significant transformation. The term obedient would never have appeared in his vocabulary before. All right, Ji Ling coughed lightly. Breaking the awkwardness, I'll make an effort to try a piece or two of carrot next time. Yu Qiushen lowered his gaze. You should also try the greens. They're beneficial for digestion. The steaming congee was quickly served, and Ji Ling suddenly regretted choosing the vegetable and lean meat congee. Yu Qiushen had just earnestly urged him to eat well, and it felt rude to pick out the greens. Fortunately, Yu Qiushen did not seem to mind whether he was eating properly. He focused intently on his bowl, stirring the hot lean meat congee with his spoon before lifting it to his mouth, repeating the motion. His fingers were notably broad, more pronounced than the average alpha, with the tips holding the spoon tinged with a hint of pink. Contrasting starkly with his fair skin, Ji Ling snapped back to reality and immediately buried his head, staring at his congee. Why on earth was he staring at someone else's hands while they ate? Was he some sort of pervert? By the time Yu Qiushen finished his bowl of the same clay pot congee, Ji Ling's bowl still held only a few spoonfuls, under the intense scrutiny of the person across from him. Ji Ling stammered, awkwardly stirring the spoon in the bowl, mumbling, "It's a bit hot. I'll blow on it." And oh rush. Yu Qiushen replied elegantly. Wiping his mouth, "I'm waiting for you." Ji Ling nodded, about to speak when Yu Qiushen added, "After all, I'll be hitching a ride in your car. Waiting for you is only fair." All right. Young Master Ji had indeed risen in status, now serving as the personal driver of the Alliance's highest commander. The meal, hindered by the greens, took Ji Ling an arduous 30 minutes to finish. He grasped the spoon as if it were a formidable challenge to overcome, taking several minutes to muster the courage to feed himself a bite. And each bite required several minutes to savor. By the end, the bottom of the bowl was a sea of green, and Yu Qiushen cast a light glance his way, without saying much. Let us go. Chapter 28. Lin Bao's waist felt as though it could easily snap. Ji Ling was once again toiling through the night, while other alphas spent their evenings beneath grand floor-to-ceiling windows. Accompanied by beautiful omegas, basking in the afterglow of a passionate night, embracing one another in a warm shower before sinking into cozy beds to welcome the promising dawn, his reality was starkly different. He sat by a dilapidated little window, fixated on a reflection paper that still lacked 9,000 words to reach the target, racking his brain to concoct faults within himself, grateful to Yu Qiushen. It seemed he would be deprived of sleep tonight. And no matter, he was a resilient and valiant alpha, capable of foregoing slumber to labor diligently in the laboratory the following day. However, out of pride, Yu Qiushen would also have to forego sleep tonight. After a long absence, Ji Ling opened a large cardboard box and retrieved a brown, strapless Western-style cowboy skirt. The hem was voluminous yet short, barely reaching the tops of his thighs, resembling a chocolate petite. For a wild beauty, he intended to present something novel to Yu Qiushen. In a matter of moments, Ji Ling donned the skirt and found a matching black thigh ring to fasten at the top of his thigh. Compared to the initial awkwardness, he now manipulated these accessories with a familiarity that surpassed even some omegas. Next came the waiting game. I have come to a profound realization of my shortcomings. As an alpha, I am picky, lazy, lacking self-discipline, devoid of goals and ideals, failing to admit mistakes, and unaware of how to take action to amend them, that Ling fabricated an elaborate tale. If a meteor were to strike Gardner Star tonight, he would be the first to share in the blame. Ding dong. A crisp message notification interrupted the rhythmic tapping of Ling's fingers on the keyboard. He licked his canine tooth, adopting a mischievous expression. Yu Qiushen, Lin Bao, can I still call you tonight? Soft O Shaolin, why has my brother suddenly begun writing reports tonight? QEQ, Soft O Shaolin. If you want to call, just go ahead. Soft O Shaolin. Anytime, every moment of mine belongs to my brother. Ling sent a direct message, enough to keep the old virgin occupied for 10 minutes. Sure enough, after a brief pause, Yu Qiushen called him. Hello, Lin B. Why Yu Qiushen's voice tonight was gentle, a stark contrast to his cold demeanor during the day. Ling adeptly began to play the role of a delicate and charming Omega, activating his camera and presenting his fair thigh. Brother, do you like my new skirt? Yu Qiushen's gaze was immediately drawn to the screen, his clear blue eyes widening at the sight of the petite Omega's legs entwined together. The brown cowboy skirt resting just above. He had never seen such an ensemble before. Leaving him momentarily speechless, Ling continued his advances. My waist feels a bit tight. It's all Shaolin's fault for eating too much lately. My waist has gotten a little chubby. I need to lose weight. As he spoke, he shifted the angle of the camera to showcase his waist, confidently displaying it on the screen. Yu Qiushen had always known Ling's waist was slender, but after examining it closely, he couldn't discern where the supposed weight had accumulated. Lin Bao is not fat. You should eat well, Yu Qiushen reassured, his voice slightly hoarse yet still soothing as he comforted the little Omega. You are so thin. How can you claim to be fat? It feels like Lin Bao's waist could easily snap. Though Ling was aware of Yu Qiushen's obliviousness, he could not help but feel his face flush with heat at the bluntness of his words. What do you mean by snap? Does this virgin not realize how easily his words can be misunderstood? Brother Ling, he lowered his voice. I am not happy to why Yu Qiushen paused, taking a careful breath before asking. What's wrong? I was punished by the teacher to write a reflection paper, and it's so much, brother. Were you also punished to write a reflection? Yu Qiushen chuckled lightly. There was a little alpha in my lab who was late today. So, I made him write a reflection too. Ling gritted his teeth internally, cursing 1,000 times, yet he maintained a cheerful facade. Yes, that's so. Did brother also have to write a reflection? Yes, Yu Qiushen replied earnestly. I'm not sure what to penalize him with, and I don't want to be too harsh. He's a very good little alpha, without any major faults. A minor punishment will suffice. Minor punishment? A mere 10,000 words? Ling thought he might not see the end of it tonight. Why was Lin Bao punished? Yu Qiushen inquired. Ling hastily concocted an excuse. I failed my midterm in firearm design. The teacher felt my attitude was improper and asked me to reflect. Failed? How could that happen? Yu Qiushen's tone turned anxious. Firearm design isn't that difficult. Can Lin Bao not grasp it? Ling lamented internally. Damn it, I forgot I was speaking to a universe-conquering genius. It's just a bit difficult for me. I'm not good at physics. Ling feigned a weak tone. Not everyone is as talented as you. Brother, I'm struggling. I'll teach you, Yu Qiushen offered without hesitation. Lin Bao. The video call displayed Ling's legs swinging casually, occasionally crossing at the ankles, his long, slender thighs filling the screen. Yu Qiushen seemed to understand why so many alphas were fond of gazing at legs. How about it? Yu Qiushen asked. Ling reluctantly opened one eye, pondering. He rarely had anything to do upon returning, as most of his academic work could be accomplished in the lab or library. Aside from the days he had to write reflections, he had seldom worked late in his dormitory. Perhaps having this legendary figure of the Alliance explain firearm design could serve as a form of entertainment. All right, Ling acquiesced, but let us set some ground rules. If I struggle to understand, you must not criticize or get angry. Yu Qiushen assured him. Also, Ling continued, don't you think reflection papers are a rather ineffective punishment? All they do is waste students' time, dwelling on non-existent faults, serving no real purpose. Is that so? Can reflections not identify one's faults? Yu Qiushen seemed to contemplate. They cannot identify anything. Ling vehemently protested, his legs moving restlessly in agitation. the brown skirt swaying like waves stirred by the wind, crashing against Yu Qiushen's rationality. As he attempted to calm himself, he considered the topic they had just broached. What practical purpose could they serve? Yu Qiushen's blue eyes lowered, a newfound clarity illuminating his expression, and he nodded affirmatively. Lin Bao's legs are very beautiful. Chapter 29. Yu Marin, I have reviewed the reflection you submitted. Yu Qiushen's fingers were interlaced as he spoke, clad in the military uniform of the Alliance, a deep green reminiscent of the attire previously worn by Ji Huai, save for the different shoulder insignia. Yet their styles were worlds apart. Even in military garb, Ji Huai's inherent roguish charm could not be concealed, largely due to Ji Ling's personal biases. Conversely, Yu Qiushen exuded an aura of restraint, with sharp features and a detached gaze. Complemented by his flowing white hair, today he had tied the ends with a slender black hair tie, the newly grown sideburns tucked neatly behind his ears. Every movement he made commanded respect, rendering any attempt at familiarity nearly impossible. Ji Ling anxiously clutched the hem of his clothing, reverting to the submissive demeanor he had during the day. Commander Yu, is my reflection satisfactory? Yes, Yu Qiushen replied, maintaining his stern countenance, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon Ji Ling's face. Ji Ling felt unnerved under his scrutiny and asked, "Is there something wrong?" There is. Ji Ling's heart sank, a chill creeping down his spine as cold sweat broke forth. He had never felt such despair, not even when General Ji had approached him with a belt in hand. A friend had told him last night that reflection papers do not genuinely lead to introspection. Ji Ling wanted nothing more than to slap his past self. Wasn't he this akin to shooting oneself in the foot? Yes, it can, Ji Ling quickly countered. It truly can, Commander Yu. You must believe me. Your friend's reflection cannot possibly be more profound than mine. Every word I penned came from the heart. I have truly reflected. However, Ji Ling's words held far less weight than the soft, oh Shaolin persona. Yu Qiushen paused upon her before asking, "Did you truly reflect?" Ji Ling's mind raced like a ticking clock as he eagerly offered his heartfelt confession. I genuinely recognize my mistakes. Commander, please forgive me. Today he had dressed particularly well, finally abandoning his dark hoodies adorned with metallic buckles in favor of a soft, milk-white hooded top. His silky straight hair had grown slightly long, partly obscuring his brows and eyes, giving him an appearance as gentle as dipping one's hand into warm milk. His misty blue eyes were wide with sincerity, as if fearing others would doubt his earnestness. If he could have, his ears and tail would have been wagging eagerly. All right, Yu Qiushen finally relented. You may go now, but remember, the experimental report is due by the weekend. Don't forget, or it will be 15,000 words. Ji Ling nodded in gratitude. After finally escaping from Yu Qiushen's office, Ji Ling let out a sigh of relief. The emotional journey he had just experienced could only be likened to that of ancient eunuchs serving tyrannical rulers, walking on the edge of a blade every moment, where the slightest misstep could lead to annihilation. He realized that he could no longer speak of topics unrelated to love while pretending to be the gentle Shaolin. It was all too easy to set fire to oneself. Ji Ling silently engraved this lesson in his heart. Today, the laboratory was bustling with full attendance, to be precise, ever since Yu Qiushen occasionally came to oversee. The attendance rate of the entire building had seen a remarkable surge. As Ji Ling stepped through the door, barely had he set his bag down when Bai Yao and the others surrounded him. Ji Ling glanced up, feeling a rush of urgency. Mind your manners. Ling Qiushen chuckled. So, did our Yu Marin scold you today? Your expression was quite complex as you walked out. Has Yu Marin lost her mind? Ji Ling shivered at the thought. Is she really that hungry? He's stunning. He looked absolutely breathtaking today. Ji Ling reminisced, only to swallow back a torrent of words, setting aside the fact that he was Yu Qiushen. It was undeniable that he was indeed handsome. There was no faulting that. She didn't scold me. She merely asked if I had reflected properly on my mistakes, Ji Ling said with a cold laugh. I was almost on my knees begging her to spare me. Was my sincerity not sufficient? Too much, actually. Bai Yao chuckled. Come, Ling, let me show you something. He pulled out his phone, quickly tapping open a link and presenting it to Ji Ling. The 35th Real Combat Competition at Gardner Military Academy. Ji Ling read the title, narrowing his eyes slightly. This competition had been mentioned by Yu Qiushen before. It seemed the rewards were quite generous. Aren't you going to give it a try, Ling Zai? The champion gets an additional 5 points for practical combat. 5 points. Do you realize what that means? The extra points for outstanding performance in practical classes are only 2. By Yao calculated, if you forfeit your evaluation, you might fall behind them by 2 points, but if you become a champion, you'll lead by 3 points. That he leaned closer to Ji Ling's ear. It is said that Yu Qiushen will also consider this comprehensive assessment when selecting his team members. Ji Ling instinctively lowered his gaze. Did he truly wish to be chosen by Yu Qiushen? He had never seriously contemplated this question before. What would being selected entail? It would mean completing his studies early to enter the battlefield, becoming a direct subordinate of Yu Qiushen, and his resume would shine brightly. Replete with benefits that could not be enumerated. Ji Ling bit his lip. There was one point he was most reluctant to admit. Being chosen by Yu Qiushen would signify that Yu Qiushen acknowledged his personal abilities. In the past, he had viewed Yu Qiushen as high and mighty, believing he could afford to act aloof due to his fame, and thus had chosen a somewhat ridiculous path to retaliate against him. Yet now, he found himself yearning for the approval of someone he had once despised, desperately craving Yu Qiushen's recognition. He longed for the acknowledgement of Yu Qiushen, the commander widely recognized as the strongest in the alliance. It was truly a convoluted and chaotic situation. Let us talk about it later, Ji Ling murmured. Huh, aren't you signing up, ancestor? The deadline is tonight. Bai Yao paused for a moment. Are you just being lazy again? Send me your information, and I'll fill it out for you. I won't allow this year as championship to slip away to someone else. Ji Ling finally came to his senses. Responding ambiguously, Chapter 30, Wife, I'll wag my tail for you today. Ji Ling left the laboratory early, and the reason was simple. A certain careless little alpha had forgotten the timing of his heat cycle, and it was Bai Yao who caught the scent of the pheromones wafting from him. Meow. The little cat rubbed its face against him, and Ji Ling picked it up and set it back down. Cat food, go away. Daddy is so tired today. Ji Ling felt utterly drained and overheated. The symptoms were unprecedentedly severe. In the past, during his heat, he could still go fishing or ski with Ji Huai. Today, even the slightest movement made him reluctant to lift a finger. He had already consumed nearly half a bottle of suppressants on the table, used 2 syringes of the injectable form, but the effects were negligible, leaving him to rely on cooling lozenges to ease the symptoms. Was he going to undergo another maturation to become an S-class super alpha? Ji Ling's mind drifted off into a sea of unfocused thoughts. It was almost 9 o'clock. He wondered when Yu Qiushen would call him tonight. He had initially said he would be busy lately, yet Ji Ling still saw him leaving the laboratory every day, and each night he would call him punctually. It seemed that time truly was like water in a sponge. As long as one desired it, it could always be squeezed out. Just as he pondered, Yu Qiushen's call came right on time. Ji Ling fumbled for his earphone cord and put it on. Hello. Yu Qiushen paused. Why does your voice sound so weak? Heat cycle. Ji Ling lowered his eyelids. I feel so uncomfortable. Brother Yu Qiushen seemed momentarily stunned. Having been handling work before, his fingers that held the pen instinctively tightened. An omega in heat requires an injection of suppressants. Can you administer it yourself? Or should you ask an omega friend to help you? I've already done that, but it's still uncomfortable. Ji Ling pouted, his voice low. It must be because I miss you too much. Miss me? Yu Qiushen's mind went blank for a moment. An omega in heat openly expressing their longing for him. What could that imply? The answer was glaringly obvious and explicit. Linby, why Yu Qiushen spoke softly. When you say such things, it's easy for me to misinterpret. Omegas should be reserved and protect themselves, right? I don't care. I want you. Ji Ling's eyes glistened, his reason clouded by the physiological instincts of an alpha. Emitting soft, sticky sound from his throat. It's so hot. I'm burning up. Ji Ling bit his lip, his mind flooded with fragmented memories. The sight of Yu Qiushen's fingertips during lunch today, his light-colored hair, and a faint, enchanting fragrance. What was it? So familiar. Well, you've taken all my lines. Yu Qiushen finally managed, exasperated yet indulgent. All right, since it's your heat today, I'll allow you to indulge for a bit. Upon hearing those words, the tips of Yu Qiushen's ears hidden beneath his white hair flushed a deep red. Thinking of you, Ji Ling felt as though he had plunged into a pool of hot spring water, surrounded by an ethereal void. with only a faint, indescribable fragrance lingering. My dear wife, Yu Qiushen. Wife. Just now, perhaps there had been a hint of romantic notions in Yu Qiushen's heart. But now, all that remained was bewilderment. He had been called wife by an Omega, a little Omega who persistently called him brother while wearing a little skirt, exposing his legs and slim waist, now referring to him as wife. Lin Bao. Yu Qiushen's voice grew strained. Why am I the wife? Ling had completely lost his rationality, his voice sticky and muddled. Because you're beautiful, your long white hair is lovely, and you wear a little flower hair tie that smells so nice. Wife. Yu Qiushen felt his words choke in his throat. He typically did not prioritize his personal appearance, striving only for neatness and cleanliness. As for the little flower hair tie, it was a gift from a female Omega at the command post after he lost his usual plain one in the Yaz battle zone. He had not chosen to use a pink flower hair tie. Lin Bao even said, I smell good. When did you ever see me up close? And not just a distant glance. After all, one had to be quite close to catch the scent of another. Yu Qiushen pondered his daily routine, which revolved around a strict three-point system. Perhaps only in emergencies would he fly to another planet, leaving no time for close encounters with unfamiliar Omegas. That he felt a bit dazed, his heart tinged with a sourness akin to being soaked in lemon juice. Where could the little Omega be hiding? Secretly observing him? Wife, Ling cooed. Can I show you my tail? I can wag it. You'll surely love it. In an instant, Yu Qiushen forgot the issue of titles, his mind consumed by the thought of Ling wanting to show him his tail. On Yaz's planet, tails were reserved for husbands and immediate family to see, let alone the joyfully wagging tail of a little pup. Don't. Yu Qiushen barely managed to exclaim, but the camera was already on. The person lying on the bed wore only a thin top, without any pants, the hem barely covering his thighs, and a deep gray furry tail wagged gently. It was exactly as Yu Qiushen had imagined. The fur dense and clean, clearly well-groomed. The tail wagged a few times, and Ling's voice turned timid, almost pleading. Does wife like it? I'm wagging my tail for you. The little dog wagging its tail was naturally eager to earn its master's affection. Yu Qiushen's breath grew increasingly heated, his voice deep and hoarse as he struggled to utter half a sentence. I like it. You should put on your pants first. Wife. Hearing the affirmative response, the tail in front of the camera wagged like a propeller. If you like it, I'll keep wagging it for you in the future, and you can touch my ears while I give you Border Collie puppies. The strings deep within Yu Qiushen's heart had completely snapped, and the breath from the microphone suddenly grew heavy, followed by a hurried disconnection of the call. Chapter 31. Enigma. The following day, Ling took a leave of absence, and Zhou Shu accompanied him to the hospital. The Department of Glands was unusually crowded. After Ling registered, he sat outside waiting. Alphas in their heat phase were required to wear bite inhibitors, a black iron cage concealing half of their face. The alpha, having received an injection of suppressants, appeared listless, leaning against the back of the chair while clutching his coat. When Zhou Shu came to see him today, he found the little alpha nearly unconscious on the bed. Drenched in sweat, close to calling for emergency help, the faint scent of white tea revealed that his heat phase had arrived. Ling zai. Tell your brother, Zhou Shu teased with a smile. Have you been flirting with an Omega outside? Why is it so serious this time? Flirting my foot, Ling replied lazily. Water. Zhou Shu retrieved a straw cup from his bag, specially chosen for the convenience of the little alpha wearing a bite inhibitor, though it bore a picture of a cartoon dog. This was originally intended for his younger sister. Ling took a few sips before retreating back into his clothes. Soon, an announcement called Ling's name. Zhou Shu could not accompany him inside, so he saw him to the door and let him enter alone. The examination room was immaculate, featuring a white reclining chair beside a large analytical machine. The doctor was an elderly woman who kindly regarded Ling. Little Alpha, please take a seat. After briefly examining Ling's case notes, the female doctor inquired, Your heat phase has never been this severe before. Has it? Ling nodded. Have you been with an Omega? No, never. No, all right. The doctor approached the machine, leaned over the chair, and began to adjust her collar. Ling complied, vaguely sensing a damp cotton swab repeatedly applying to the back of his neck. Followed by a sharp needle piercing the swollen gland, he let out a low groan. It hurt. The gland was too swollen. The doctor asked again, "Have you had any contact with an Omega recently?" "Physical contact counts as well." Ling racked his brain, but couldn't recall any. "I hardly have any Omegas around me. And even if there was physical contact, it was through clothing, no direct contact." "You can sit up now." The doctor placed the glandular fluid into the analytical machine, which quickly spun and printed out a report. "Your glandular state is extremely excited. Generally, such a situation occurs when one has encountered a highly compatible Omega and has engaged in sexual activity. But if you haven't had any contact with an Omega," Ling's mouth twitched slightly, "sexual activity is completely out of the question." "I see." The doctor chuckled. "Pay attention to the people around you. Although the probability is quite low, there's another possibility. The individual might not be an Omega or an Alpha. Have you been following the recent medical reports? A very rare fourth gender has emerged in the galaxy. It's called Enigma." "Enigma?" Ling frowned. "Isn't that the one that can mark both Alphas and Omegas, even directly eliminating existing Alpha marks?" "Indeed," the doctor replied nonchalantly. "Currently, there are fewer than 10 Enigmas registered in the entire galaxy. Aside from the hidden documents of high-ranking officials in the Alliance military, across the 1st to 8-star systems, and thousands of planets, such a low probability makes me more inclined to believe you encountered a highly compatible Omega." Ling felt increasingly unsettled. The high-ranking officials in the Alliance military. A clear face flashed in his mind. And oh way, does Yu Qiushen have to go this far? If it were an Enigma, would merely catching a whiff of their pheromones enhance the heat phase? Ling cautiously asked. The doctor paused for a moment. "I have never seen anyone marked by an Enigma, but I attended a lecture by a renowned glandular scholar named Kola. He described an Omega who was forcibly marked by an Enigma. As soon as that Enigma released even a hint of their pheromones, the Omega would immediately enter a heat phase and lose all rationality. Such power is terrifying, which is why the Alliance has stringent regulations for registering Enigmas. Directly inducing a heat phase." Ling gulped. "This is utterly perverse. Did God create such a species just to satisfy his own twisted whims?" "Well, there's no need to worry too much. After all, the chances are minuscule. I'll prescribe you some medication to take home, and please come back for a re-examination during your next heat phase." The doctor handed him a prescription. "Additionally, during this period, there should be no sexual activity." "Understood?" "Little Alpha." Ling. "Why do they all like to call me Little Alpha?" The doctor provided a large bag of medication, nearly enough to fill his palm for 3 meals a day. Ling felt nauseated. He had never liked taking medicine. However, if he didn't tea, he might transform into a walking tea bag emitting the sweet scent of white tea and be arrested for disturbing the social order. After consuming a mountain of pills at noon, Ling arrived at the laboratory in the afternoon, still sulking. "Hey." Bayao noticed he had finally arrived and pulled him over. Kai, what's going on?" "I've seen plenty of people skipping work, but it's the first time I've seen you take sick leave. This morning, before Yu Qiushen left, he even expressed concern for you, but Zhou Shu didn't mention the reason for your absence." "Just the heat phase," Ling replied, feeling the gland patch still on the back of his neck. Zhou Shu's gaze remained as terrible as ever, fixated on a pattern of Winnie, the poo prominently displayed. "Why would Yu Qiushen care about me?" "I don't know. Didn't he invite you for dinner yesterday? He probably worries about the precious gastrointestinal health of the Kola family's young master." Bayao seized the opportunity to tease him a little. How could porridge upset one's stomach? Besides, he wasn't even in trouble, was he? Chen Yuxing scrutinized Ling from head to toe. "Don't kid yourself. Your physical condition pales in comparison to that of our Yumarin. I heard he didn't sleep a wink last night. Came to the lab for a while this morning, then flew off to Kola for a post-war commendation ceremony." Ling suddenly remembered seeing a 3-minute call log on his phone that morning. "Did I talk to Yu Qiushen last night?" Panic seized Ling as he felt a bead of sweat form in his palm. But he couldn't guarantee that his state last night wouldn't lead him to say something inappropriate to Yu Qiushen. There was a strong possibility that Yu Qiushen had stayed up all night because of him. Chapter 32. "Brother, do I count as smelling your scent?" Having taken a morning off, Ling stayed in the laboratory until 9 o'clock that night to finish all the work. The cherry blossoms at the first military academy had begun to wither, and as Ling walked along the path, delicate petals fell from the sky, some landing in his hair, releasing a faint fragrance. He stood in a daze for a while, Feeling an inexplicable familiarity, it seemed like he had caught a whiff of it in Yu Qiushen's hair. Did the commander use cherry blossom-scented shampoo? Or was his pheromone simply the scent of cherry blossoms? Regardless of which option, it was so pure. While he was still savoring the scent, the cherry blossom itself called him, and for the first time, Ling received a call from Yu Qiushen outside. He felt a flutter of excitement. "Hello, brother." Ling faced the wind, licking his lips. "You're calling so late today. Have you been busy?" The post-war commendation ceremony. I chatted with General G for a while. Hearing the name of another old scoundrel from Yu Qiushen's lips made Ling's mouth twitch. "Oh, I see. You must be quite busy, brother. It's all right." Yu Qiushen's voice was gentle. "Everyone has worked hard. It's only right to express concern. Logically speaking, those on the front lines have suffered far more than I have and deserve commendation." Ling yawned. "Brother, the cherry blossoms at school have all fallen. The air is filled with their sweetness." Yu Qiushen paused for a moment before cautiously asking, "Cherry blossoms, do they smell good?" "They smell wonderful, and are beautiful too." Yu Qiushen responded with a single word, his demeanor composed. Unable to contain his laughter, Ling's voice turned sweet and teasing. "Brother, what does your pheromone smell like? I couldn't find it on Baidu. Is it confidential information?" "Can I tell Lin Bao?" After a lengthy pause, Yu Qiushen replied, feigning calmness, "It's cherry blossom. Is that so?" Ling obtained the answer he desired, stopping in his tracks to take a deep breath, sighing softly. "Brother, does that mean I'm currently smelling your scent?" The line fell into complete silence, leaving only the faint sound of static. Yu Qiushen was not one to be easily teased, and Ling had always known that. However, teasing him was genuinely amusing. It was much more entertaining than teasing anyone else. Ling felt somewhat perverse himself. Indeed, one is influenced by their company. Being close to Zhou Shu had made him a bit eccentric. "Brother Yu Qiushen," speaking again. Ling's voice was languid, perhaps due to the surroundings. It lacked the usual softness and instead mingled with the evening spring breeze, sweeping through his ears like a tide. "I am not silent." Yu Qiushen remained patient. "Consider it as smelling my scent, but it's not quite the same concept. The scent of cherry blossoms is merely a floral fragrance, while mine may be classified as a sexual characteristic." Ling nearly choked to death. Although he was well aware that Yu Qiushen often spoke in startling ways, he never anticipated such an astonishing remark. The description of his unique sexual characteristics was truly remarkable. Ling felt all previous flirtation dissipate, and he cleared his throat. "Brother, what did I say to you on the phone last night?" Upon broaching this topic, Yu Qiushen fell into a lengthy silence. "You don't remember?" He finally mused. My heat was quite intense. I want to get some medicine today, so my memory of last night is rather hazy." "Very well." After a moment of contemplation, Yu Qiushen continued. "First, let me apologize. Last night, you video called me and showed me your tail that I didn't hang up immediately and did indeed take a good look. How would you like to be compensated for that?" "Oh, did I show you my tail?" Ling raised an eyebrow, surprised that even in such a situation, he had the energy to entice Yu Qiushen. "So, brother, do you find my tail beautiful? Is it not cuter than that of an ordinary border collie?" At that moment, Lin was fully awake, earnestly seeking his opinion on his tail. Yu Qiushen found it difficult to articulate his thoughts, merely sighing. "Lin Bao, the tail is truly a private part. You shouldn't show it to others casually. In Yaz, showing your tail signifies marriage. What a backward place Yaz is," Ling retorted bluntly. "In modern society, we only value mutual affection, but if I like my brother, I'll show him. It doesn't mean he has to marry me." Yu Qiushen momentarily struggled to shed his conservative habits, letting out a soft sigh. "It's better not to show it to anyone else. Only to your brother." Ling, drawn back into the conversation, began to pester Yu Qiushen again. "So, is it pretty, brother? Do tell, is my tail beautiful?" "It's lovely, fluffy, and appears very soft," Yu Qiushen replied softly, his voice tinged with restrained hoarseness. "Is that all? Don't you think it's cool?" Ling's playful spirit resurfaced. "This is the most handsome meteor border collie in the universe. My tail is multicolored. Did you really examine it closely?" Yu Qiushen felt a throb at his temples. How could he have looked closely? Last night, Lin had been quite undressed. occasionally making soft sounds against the dark sheets. And were he to go a bit further, his underwear would have been visible. Did you scrutinize my ears last time? Did you notice that the colors of my ears and tail are different? The sound of the wind accompanied Ji Ling's youthful, vibrant voice, reaching Yu Qiushen's ears. Tonight, Shaolin was particularly different. Perhaps it was due to their earlier conversation about the cherry blossom trees at the first military academy. As Yu Qiushen passed by that path daily, it suddenly felt as if their parallel lives had intersected. They were conversing at a remarkably close distance. Perhaps one day, Shaolin would merely brush past him. A distance so near yet unnoticed. I didn't notice. Lin Bao. Yu Qiushen softly apologized. I'm sorry. I don't have the habit of observing these things. Ji Ling wasn't too disheartened, giving a small hum. Next time when I show you, you must pay close attention. Otherwise, points will be deducted at D.O. I even have points? Yu Qiushen found this notion quite novel. Having graduated from military school 7 years prior, he had only heard of such a scoring system when he first entered combat. As his authority grew, he became the one assessing others. Indeed, upon reaching the living area, Ji Ling quickened his pace, his voice brimming with excitement. If you scold me or make me angry, I might just deduct all your points. Is that so? Yu Qiushen nodded seriously. I will strive not to deduct points, Lin Bao. All right, brother, I've arrived at the dormitory building. I'm quite exhausted today. That why Yu Qiushen heard the elevator door chime open, feeling a bit reluctant to end the conversation, but refraining from voicing it. Then have a good rest tonight, Lin Bao. Inside the elevator, Ji Ling was not alone. Being an alpha dormitory, he wished to avoid curious glances, hastily saying good night without addressing his brother before hanging up the call. Chapter 33. Preliminary Combat Trials. On the day of the preliminary combat trials, the venue was teeming with people, both competitors and mere spectators eager to witness the excitement. The entire arena appeared a sea of dark figures. In the days leading up to this event, Yu Qiushen had been busy dealing with the cunning old foxes of noble families in Korla, although the entire first-star system was under unified management by the Alliance. Korla's advancements far surpassed those of other planets, a fact that could not be adequately expressed in words. Centuries ago, while planets like Yaz were still relying on wind and water power, Korla had already harnessed nuclear energy, utilizing negative energy fields to compress space-time and launch spacecraft beyond the first-star system. Such ancient families on this planet disregarded the so-called Alliance and its regulations. They were wealthy enough to ignore the benefits that the Alliance could provide. Just yesterday, when Yu Qiushen met with the current head of the Wen family, he was subtly mocked. Fortunately, his sensitivity had reached a level where he barely registered the ridicule. While these matters were far removed from the students at the first military academy, those typically tormented by Yu Qiushen, such as by Yao and others, felt significantly more relaxed. After a few days of rest, Ji Ling was bursting with energy. For convenience, he donned a short cream-colored top and camouflage shorts that ended at the thigh, with bandages carefully wrapped around his wrists and palms by Zhou Shu. Little one, Bai Yao said, pinching his cheek, why do you look so obedient today? I'm beginning to suspect that I like alphas. What benefit do you gain from disgustingly teasing me before the competition? Ji Ling replied, lifting his eyelids. Oh, spicy. Bai Yao chuckled, enjoying the playful banter. Chun Yuxing and Ji Ling preferred to sit further away from him to avoid being associated with him. The preliminary round involved basic combat, akin to arena rules, the only difference being that in practical matches, the use of animal special abilities was permitted. After all, in a real battlefield, fairness and justice were non-existent. Might makes right. The vanquished are left as victims. Ji Ling did not participate in last year's competition, and lacking any historical performance, he could not be exempted from the preliminaries. That he drew lots on the platform and returned to the waiting area. What number did you draw? Ji Ling opened the small paper slip. 14. So. Does that mean my opponent is number 13? Bai Yao nodded. According to last year's regulations, that's how it works. Just don't announce it loudly. If someone hears, they might swap numbers with someone who counters you.as if I can't handle them. Ji Ling scoffed. I've never lost in practical training during my undergraduate years, except for that time on the arena, when he resorted to underhanded tactics. Even in my bouts against Wen Qi, I won every time. After all, he has crocodile genes. Besides, as a dashing Merle Border Collie, what genes could possibly counter me? Impressive. If you can best a crocodile, then being countered by any genes is merely a form of not being countered at all. Bai Yao praised. giving him a thumbs up. The campus flower is truly fierce, humble as ever. Soon, the broadcast announced number 10, prompting Ling to head backstage to prepare as he pinned the number tag to his chest. He noticed a tall, slender boy smiling at him. "Are you number 14? The boy inquired. Ling nodded. "Yes, I'm 13, your opponent today." The boy's smile was warm and gentle, exuding an almost harmless vibe. "I've heard of your reputation. Ling, you were quite famous during your undergraduate studies. My roommates all said you were exceptionally handsome." And indeed, it holds true that Ling felt a wave of flattery wash over him, making him a bit bashful. "Even if you praise me, I will still compete earnestly. Of course," the boy replied, nodding. "Competing well is a sign of respect towards me. My name is Xiao Qi, from a special military branch, majoring in assassination and intelligence gathering. I hope our match today will be enjoyable." A killer. Ling was seeing a real-life assassin for the first time at the first military academy. This specialty was elusive, both the instructors and students being hard to pin down. Even someone as renowned as Ling, after 4 years of university, had never encountered one. Very impressive. Ling regarded the boy's face anew, his gaze imbued with a touch of reverence. "You don't seem like it. You look very gentle." Xiao Qi's smile widened. A strong sense of deception is essential for an assassin. Just as he finished speaking, someone knocked on the door, signaling the two to prepare for their entrance. Ling nodded slightly. "I'll head out first. See you on the field." The preliminary arena wasn't excessively large. The competition area resembled a hexagonal cage, surrounded by a special material that could block pheromones, preventing any alpha pheromone attacks from disturbing the audience. After undergoing checks at the edge of the platform, Ling secured his mouthguard and stepped into the cage. Through a layer of misty, transparent glass, he spotted Bai Yao holding a glow board displaying Ling's name, major, and student ID, with a large line of text beneath. "Campus flower, fly freely. The Ling family army will always support you." Ling. "How embarrassing. I want to withdraw." Xiao Qi arrived a bit late, dressed in lightweight athletic wear, his collar pulled high, similar to Ling's usual attire. He confidently approached the inspection area, dramatically pulling down his jacket in front of everyone to reveal a glimmering omega collar around his neck. Heavens, the campus flower is an omega. Who is this omega? So dashing, with such long legs. The hospital flower is dressed too delicately, resembling a scene where two omegas are tugging at each other's hair in a competitive match. Ling, taken aback, found himself confronting an omega opponent for the first time in such a setting. Previously, he had never participated in a lottery-based competition. His opponents were typically arranged according to their strength. And at the very least, they were all alphas. Surely, an omega wouldn't pose any significant threat. Ling thought, shaking his head vigorously. Since Xiao Qi was from the Special Forces Department, he was undoubtedly not as harmless as he appeared. Otherwise, he would never have gained a reputation in such a demanding environment. Soon, Xiao Qi stepped onto the stage, still wearing his neck ring. "But if you don't remove your neck ring, then I won't release my pheromones either." "Let us fight fairly," Ling declared. Xiao Qi raised an eyebrow, remarking, as expected of the young Master "But please fight with all your might, for I may be far stronger than you anticipate." Just as he finished speaking, the referee blew the whistle. Ling squinted slightly. Why had Xiao Qi suddenly referred to him as young Master Chapter 34. The innocent cub in the instant the whistle sounded. Xiao Qi lunged forward with lightning speed. His slender frame was like a bolt of lightning in the dark, and before Ling could react, a pair of powerful hands were already swinging toward him. Xiao Qi was adorned with a concealed weapon, the dark tiger, which almost grazed Ling's nose. So fast. Ling swiftly dodged back, barely maintaining his composure, as the sharp, gleaming iron pierced his nose, leaving a small cut for which blood began to flow. Soon, Xiao Qi charged again with a punch, and Ling raised his hand to intercept it. The force was not substantial, but the dark tiger was undoubtedly more painful than an ordinary fist, sending a jolt of pain deep into Ling's palm. Although large knives and hidden weapons were prohibited in combat competitions, such small items were allowed, as the dark tiger and bandages fell under the same category. Ling let out a cold chuckle. After a long time without such exhilarating combat, the pain seemed to ignite a deep-seated desire within him, but he licked the blood that had trickled to his lips. mingling with the fragrance of his own white peony tea. Bang! Xiao Qi struck again, and this time Ji Ling met the blow with the palm of his hand. However, his fingers were significantly larger than Xiao Qi's, and blood seeped through the gaps of the dark tiger. With Ji Ling pressing down on Xiao Qi's hands, the latter was slammed against the edge of the platform, the impact nearly shattering the Omega's insides. Well executed, Ji Ling assessed, leisurely flexing the tendons in his wrist. Alphas inherently held a significant advantage in terms of physical strength, causing the Omega to instinctively relax his grip in pain that a crisp sound echoed as the metal fell to the ground. With a swift kick, Ji Ling sent the bloodied weapon flying off the platform. Xiao Qi gasped, attempting to kick Ji Ling away. In this close-quarters brawl, everyone present knew that he stood no chance against Ji Ling. Still want to fight? I won't hold back any longer, Ji Ling stated, having seen through the true nature of the Omega before him, a charming fade concealing a heart of a rogue. Let us continue. As the words fell, the two resumed their battle. Xiao Qi was small in stature, which granted him speed and agility, yet his power and endurance were lacking. Although Ji Ling was not particularly muscular for an alpha, his physical capabilities far exceeded those of Xiao Qi. Ji Ling deftly dodged a series of horizontal kicks, then seized Xiao Qi's ankle. His misty blue eyes narrowed slightly before he executed a sweeping kick that could easily equate to 10 of Xiao Qi's strikes. Xiao Qi coughed violently several times before managing to rise and continue. What a troublesome opponent, Ji Ling thought, feeling slight dissatisfaction. He was competitive and combative, but disliked fighting in this manner, although it was a prestigious competition. Facing an Omega stirred an unwarranted sense of guilt within him, as if it were improper to strike an Omega. That it was hardly satisfying. Suddenly, the person before him moved. Ji Ling squinted as he watched Xiao Qi let his hair down, revealing that it was nearly shoulder length with a gentle curve. Previously hidden under a small clip, Ji Ling still waited for him to make the first move, maintaining a conventional approach with his punches and kicks, standard yet lethal. The only drawback was that his opponent was an alpha. After exchanging several blows, Ji Ling grew somewhat impatient. In the moment Xiao Qi threw a punch, Ji Ling accurately seized his neck, closing the distance between them in an instant. Suddenly, Ji Ling noticed a murky intensity in Xiao Qi's eyes, as if long-simmering pain had finally erupted. In a flash, a small fong emerged from his lips, at least 3 or 4 centimeters long. Bang! Before the audience could comprehend, Xiao Qi was flung several meters away, clearly exhausted and collapsing to the ground. Ji Ling stood on the platform, his forearm raised protectively, as smoke reminiscent of burning flesh suddenly wafted from his skin, revealing wounds that had deeply penetrated into the muscle tissue before the crowd. Cub! What the hell? Bai Yao exclaimed, disregarding any objections as he leaped into the arena. He observed Ji Ling slowly lower his arm, his face pristine and untainted, which allowed Bai Yao to breathe a slight sigh of relief. In light of the situation, Ji Ling's heart raced. Unable to calm down, he watched as the staff carried Xiao Qi away, realizing that he had failed to control his strength, likely breaking several of the Omega's ribs. How are you, Cub? Bai Yao asked urgently. Ji Ling snapped back to reality and shook his head. I'm fine. The toxin from Serpent-type Omega isn't too potent. That's good, Bai Yao replied. The referee stepped into the ring, raised Ji Ling's wrist in victory, and only then did Ji Ling descend from the stage. Fortunately, the school clinic was equipped with snake venom anti-venom. Ji Ling was taken to have his wounds disinfected and treated with the serum, yet the image of Xiao Qi's eyes lingered in his mind. Is it really necessary to go to such lengths for a combat competition? Ji Ling murmured. Bai Yao's lips twitched slightly as he sighed helplessly. You've seen it at the first military academy before. Every year, there are those pushed to the brink of despair, and some morally corrupt individuals who sell themselves just for a spot in the alliance. If they truly wish to win, such actions are not uncommon, especially since they are not against the rules. True enough, Ji Ling mused for the first time, grasping the deeper implications of the term survival of the fittest. I just thought that before entering the arena. I perceived him as a decent person, and he bore no ill will toward me. Yet if that toxin had entered my eyes just now, my life would have been over. Bai Yao said, patting Ji Ling's head. Our Ling cub is still young and so exceptional. You are destined for greater heights. There's no need to dwell on this. You will encounter all kinds of people on the journey of life. Ling shot him a glance. You're only a year older than me. Don't adopt that all-knowing tone. Humph, Yao retorted, glaring at him. You ungrateful brat. Go find someone much older to complain to. Your brother's heading to the front lines and won't have time for you. Good luck finding him. Ling pursed his lips and smiled slightly. Forget it. I'm not that fragile. Just a moment of reflection. After all, like you said, I may never encounter him again in my life. What if I do? Another time? Ling scoffed. If there's another time, I guarantee I'll make sure he breaks a few more ribs. Chapter 35. Yu Qiushen wants to buy me a dress? After feeling unjustly treated during the day, Ling did not hold back, expressing his grievances to Yu Qiushen over the phone for nearly 10 minutes, ensuring the old pervert understood just how wronged he felt. Yu Qiushen genuinely felt sympathy. The horrifying wounds on the Omega's arm, though blood had ceased, still oozed a slightly translucent yellowish fluid. How heartbroken must such a beauty-loving, pain-averse Omega be? With this thought, Yu Qiushen's breath hitched, and he became even more attentive. Ling Bao, he contemplated, are you still in pain? Do you need me to buy you some anti-inflammatory medicine? He had almost forgotten that Ling Bao came from a less fortunate background. Ling paused for a moment. No need, a friend brought me some. I've already received the serum today, and I don't like applying medicine. All right then, Yu Qiushen replied, slightly puzzled by the rejection of his goodwill. How could he accurately cater to the Omega's preferences? He recalled the colorful little dresses Ling Bao wore, as well as the chains adorning his legs and waist. They were indeed beautiful, albeit a bit too short and thin. Ling Bao, how about I buy you some clothes? Don't be upset, Yu Qiushen gently suggested. Clothes? Yu Qiushen want to buy me clothes? Ling nearly lost himself in the thrill of surprise. Why Yu Qiushen, who was so poor he squeezed into a 20-square-meter dormitory and relied on a school subsidy card for meals, was willing to spend money on an Omega? Was this not love? What kind of clothes will my brother buy for me? Are you going to buy a dress for Ling Bao to wear for you? Ling teased, nearly unable to contain his laughter. Suddenly having his intentions exposed, Yu Qiushen swallowed hard. Ling Bao, if you like dresses, I'll buy you some longer ones. The short skirts reveal too much, after a moment's thought. He found a suitable excuse. It's not safe to... Ling nodded. Regardless of whether it was long or short, as long as it was purchased by Yu Qiushen, he could even manage to squeeze into a bikini. What color does Ling Bao prefer? Yu Qiushen's fingertips glided over the images on his phone, navigating through an entirely unfamiliar realm. He had never chosen clothing for an Omega before, let alone women's attire suitable for one. Ling pondered for a moment. The last box had not been curated by him. It was likely that Zhou Shu had wholesale bought everything based on sales. Everything is fine, but what color do you think Ling Bao would look good in? Ling, delighted by his brother's coaxing, was particularly eager to be playful, wishing to append Ling Bao to every sentence. Hearing this made Yu Qiushen's heart melt. Ling Bao had a fair complexion, and bright colors looked splendid on him, just like the previous pink and white, as well as black, which all suited him wonderfully. Ling deliberated among these colors, deciding on black and white, as they seemed convenient for outings. The clothes my brother buys, I want to wear every day. Yu Qiushen chuckled softly, promising to purchase more for Ling Bao. Ling swallowed hard. It was indeed challenging for a poor virgin to date, and this was bound to be a financial strain. He had no intention of deceiving Yu Qiushen for money. Instead, he planned to buy him an expensive gift later as a form of compensation. After browsing through images for quite some time, Yu Qiushen had yet to find anything satisfactory. He fell silent for a moment before opening the chat with Zhong. Zhong, do you have a younger sister? Zhong, his aide, usually managed itineraries and meetings, occasionally overseeing Yu Qiushen's daily life, making him the most trusted person by Yu Qiushen's side. Zhong replied promptly. Yes, Commander. Yu Qiushen continued. Does she buy dresses? Zhong frowned slightly, sensing something amiss, yet replied honestly, yes, young girls tend to buy a lot of dresses. Why Yu Qiushen? All right, could you share her contact information? At this moment, Zhong truly could not sit still. What on earth? The commander, who was above everyone else, had taken an interest in his sister. Was he about to get promoted? Yu Qiushen, apologies, I wasn't clear. I meant the contact for the dress shop. Zhong understood, having resolved the matter of the dresses. Yu Qiushen's tone lightened considerably. Lin Bao, why were you silent just now? Ling swung his feet, fixated on the anime before him that I heard my brother typing. You were busy, so I didn't want to disturb you. Yu Qiushen chuckled softly. Little Lin was unusually well-behaved tonight, a stark contrast to the previous day when he had boasted about wanting to strip him of his points. It seemed Lin Bao's attitude towards him hinged entirely on his mood. I wasn't busy. Yu Qiushen, ever honest, had just tasked someone with buying dresses for him. Really? Ling was genuinely surprised by Yu Qiushen's earnestness. Could it be custom-made? Although he was a straight alpha, the term custom had already captivated him. Such items were rare and precious. Who cared about the specifics? I'll see if there's anything suitable for you tonight. The Interstellar Express should arrive within a week, Yu Qiushen imagined and couldn't help but smile. Soon it will be spring break. Don't all you Omegas like to dress up and go out for photos? Ling's mind could only grasp a few keywords. You Omegas? Does my brother know other Omegas? No, Yu Qiushen clarified, the aide sister. He had shown me many photos of her, all taken outdoors, unlike you, who prefers indoor shots. Ling huffed lightly. I enjoy lounging at home. I don't like going out. We call ourselves homebodies, sipping drinks, playing games, and ordering takeout. That's the happiest life. Yu Qiushen frowned, unable to help but remark, that is quite unhealthy. Lin Bao, isn't it comfortable? The unexpected playful remark reminded Yu Qiushen of Ling. When he had advised Ling to eat carrots, Ling had similarly feigned reluctance, claiming they were too unpalatable. Perhaps it was because Ling and little Lin were of similar ages, leading to some similarities. All right, Yu Qiushen conceded, unable to sway this little rascal, but remember to exercise regularly. Health is paramount. Understand, Lin Bao? Got it. You're repeating yourself until my ears are getting calloused. Chapter 36. Willing to spend on you. The dresses arrived swiftly. 4 days earlier than anticipated. When Ling went to collect the package, he was nearly stunned again Yu Qiushen had bought him an entire large box, twice the size of what Zhou Shu had previously purchased. He wasn't sure if a small room could accommodate so many clothes. Carrying the heavy package back to his room, Ling was drenched in sweat and immediately took a cold shower before slowly unpacking the delivery. Within the brown box was another layer of packaging. Ling recognized the letters on it. This was from Kila, a renowned high-end custom cheapao shop, known to release only a few limited edition designs each year. Yu Qiushen adored this brand, attending every new release event and even enlisting Ling to help secure tickets for the designer's signing events. This is quite a big box. Ling swallowed hard. Oh no, I might need to request a budget from Huai just to repay Yu Qiushen. Perhaps having seen the delivery notification, Yu Qiushen called him before 8 that evening. Hello, brother. Ling stared at the overflowing box of dresses. His voice weakened considerably. Yu Qiushen, however, remained as composed as ever. Lin Bao, have you opened the dresses? I have. Ling sighed, but why buy so many? I can't wear them all. No worries. Take your time wearing them. Ling casually pulled out a sleeveless black cheapao, adorned with dark golden embroidery and jade flower buttons. The smooth texture hinted at its high price. It's such a delicate cheapao, having an alpha like me where it feels like a waste. Brother, Ling's mood was hard to articulate, almost pleading, please don't buy so much next time. This costs a fortune. You know it's not easy for a commander to earn a salary. Yu Qiushen chuckled. I'm happy to spend money on you. Lin Bao. You're truly the best. Brother. Ling pursed his lips, his cheeks slightly flushed. Damn, why has Yu Qiushen changed so much? Just last month, he was like a wooden block. And now he could calmly express such sentiments. He was practically a natural at flirting. Would you like to try it on and see if it fits? Yu Qiushen inquired. Ling felt the clothes he was wearing becoming increasingly warm, an unfamiliar heat spreading from his fingertips. This was the first time Yu Qiushen had actively suggested he change into a dress, and although it was one Yu Qiushen had purchased, their relationship could only be described as a fleeting encounter. Nevertheless, the physiological thrill brought on by unexpressed feelings was undeniable. The two remained silent, with Yu Qiushen listening to the soft sounds of clothing being changed on the other end. Although he could not see the scene, he inexplicably imagined it. Little Lin was exceedingly slender, especially his waist, which from the previous images seemed so delicate that a mere hand could encircle it completely, easily breakable if mishandled. His skin was also fair and tender. Yu Qiushen had never seen other Omegas, so he couldn't ascertain if they were similarly pale, but little Lin perfectly matched his imagination of an Omega. Adorable, yet slightly mischievous, fond of being pampered. Surely everyone must adore such an Omega, Yu Qiushen mused. The scent of cherry blossom pheromones thickened in the room, and Yu Qiushen's fingers gripping the pen tightened, his emotions inexplicably tangled and restless. Brother, I'm ready. Ling said, his voice muffled. It was his first time wearing a qipao. Despite his alpha physique, he appeared slender, though his height was not short. His calves were prominently displayed, and the thigh-high slit nearly reached the top of his leg. Yu Qiushen's Adam's apple bobbed. Before he could speak, little Lin had activated the camera. The angle shifted from below to above, the phone unsteadily capturing his midsection, where the fabric was noticeably loose and Omega's abdomen typically carried more fat to protect vital organs, such as the reproductive cavity meant for nurturing new life. Little Lin's body, too, could nurture a little one. Suddenly, Yu Qiushen recalled little Lin's heat cycle from a couple of days ago, where the clingy pup had called him wife and even mentioned wanting him to bear a little border collie. If he were to bear a little border collie, it would likely be in that soft flesh beneath. Why Yu Qiushen quickly averted his gaze, refusing to look at the screen. Before long, Ling tied the straps behind him and raised the phone to cover his face, angling it towards a full-length mirror. Brother, do I look good? It feels a bit strange. Why Yu Qiushen returned his gaze, taking in the sight of the boy reflected in the mirror, from his slender waist to the exposed skin of his thighs, concluding with his bare ankles and feet. You look beautiful. Why Yu Qiushen paused, his voice slightly hoarse. It suits you perfectly, though it seems you might be a bit taller than I imagined. Next time I'll ask the shop to make it a bit longer. No need for next time. These can be worn for a long while. With the video on, little Lin obediently squatted on the carpet, his ears peeking out, swaying atop his head. Fortunately, the dress was long enough that his tail couldn't be exposed. Yu Qiushen thought. Brother. Ling called out to him again. The camera zoomed in, almost touching the mirror. Why Yu Qiushen stared at the reflective surface, where the light shimmered, making the figure appear somewhat blurred. Have you seen my moments? He asked. What is moments? Yu Qiushen inquired calmly. Ling let out a hum. If you click on my profile picture, you'll see a photo, and clicking further will take you to my moments. Okay. Following his guidance, Yu Qiushen entered the moments, and the latest photo was taken on the court, capturing a silhouette under the moonlight. The boy's hair was tousled by the breeze, the moonlight gently caressing him like a soft frost, creating a hazy and tender atmosphere. Why Yu Qiushen gazed for a long while, feeling as if something that had long been dormant in the depths of his heart began to awaken, bubbling up like syrup simmering in a pot, ultimately transforming into a thick, rich sauce. Lin can still play ball? Huh? Yu Qiushen asked softly. Yes, Ling replied, having turned off the camera and returned to lie back on his bed, still in his qipao. His thighs exposed. What's wrong, Yu Gij? Yu Qiushen pressed his lips tightly together, remaining silent for a while before finally saying, You didn't tell me. Huh? Ling was taken aback. After a brief silence, Yu Qiushen initiated the conversation again. Lin Bao. Ling listened to Yu Qiushen's voice, which was low and deep, tinged with an inexplicable melancholy. What's the matter, Gij? Ling sensed that Yu Qiushen was particularly off tonight, but he couldn't pinpoint why, so he feigned innocence, asking, What does Gij want to say to Lin Bao? Nothing, Yu Qiushen said after a long pause. I was just asking, are you still fond of me? Ling's heart skipped a beat. He hurriedly sat up, his hair in disarray. Of course I like you, Gij. Lin Bao's love for Gij is as clear as day. He exclaimed, Is Gij worried that Lin Bao doesn't like you enough? No, Yu Qiushen finally sighed in relief. Pursing his lips, I was just asking. Good boy. Chapter 37. Scorching ice the next day, Ling opened his eyes, having overslept by 10 minutes, and rushed to the experimental building. The recent experiments were nearing completion, finally arriving at the overall weapon practicality phase. Ling took out his keys to unlock the simulation room door before slowly making his way back to the lab. Is Ling Zai here? Yao was hunched over, adjusting data. Director Huang is coming over today, and Yu Qiushen returned last night, just in time to test the new mecha. Ling nodded. Did you bring something to eat? I woke up late and didn't have breakfast. I'm afraid I won't have the strength for the hard work later. Yao shot him a glance. You keep skipping meals like this. just wait for gallstones. After saying that, he handed Ji Ling the untouched soybean milk on the table. I've already had dumplings. Make do with this. Ji Ling chuckled. Thanks. Bai Yao continued to talk, likely about the precision equipment adjustments. While Ji Ling sipped on the soybean milk and pulled out his phone, I think we can adjust this point up by 0.1 micrometers. Although it reaches the critical value, the efficiency will increase by 2%, which is worth a try. Cough, cough. Ji Ling sprayed half of the soybean milk out as he choked. Damn, you just splashed soybean milk all over me. Xiao Ling's eye. I'm gonna beat you up. Bai Yao exclaimed, wiping his face. My apologies. Ji Ling handed him a couple of tissues, clearly still recovering from the shock. Why the hell did Yu Qiushen start messaging me at 7 in the morning? And what else with that incredibly embarrassing nickname? Good Bao. He had half-jokingly suggested that Yu Qiushen call him Lin Bao, and although Yu Qiushen agreed back then, now he had escalated it to calling him Good Baby. What other embarrassing nicknames could possibly emerge? Ji Ling's face flushed crimson as he watched Bai Yao clean himself up and toss the tissues into the trash. What's the matter? Why the fuss? Bai Yao eyed him. It's not about what I just said, right? Not that. Ji Ling replied awkwardly. Hey Bai Ge, can I ask you something? Go ahead, Xiao Ling Di. If you manage to pursue the person you like, what should be the next step? Ji Ling asked. Bai Yao raised an eyebrow, a look of incredulity on his face. If you pursued them, then hold hands, kiss, and go to bed, right? You don't know this? Are you an alpha? Ji Ling's face grew even hotter. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? Those seemed far too inappropriate for him and Yu Qiushen. They were still just online friends. How could online friends kiss and go to bed? Besides, just the thought of Yu Qiushen made his legs weaken, rendering him incapable of acting like a resolute alpha. What do you think would be appropriate then? Discussing the beauty of quantum mechanics or weaponry? Bai Yao scoffed. Kid, you're 21 now. You can legally make love. Even though Ji Ling had known Bai Yao for a while, he still found it hard to get used to his unfiltered manner of speaking. Let us talk about it later, Ji Ling replied vaguely. Having consumed half a cup of soybean milk, feeling somewhat full, Ji Ling picked up his keys again to summon Director Huang and Yu Qiushen for the simulation. The simulation room had been in use for a holiday, so Ji Ling tidied up the floor and carefully wiped down the equipment before inserting the disc. After finishing the preparations, Ji Ling stood outside the door and saw Yu Qiushen's office door open. Today, he wore an outfit Ji Ling had never seen before. A black short-sleeve shirt paired with camouflage pants. It wasn't particularly eye-catching, but lacked the heavy sense of restraint he usually exuded. His hair was casually let down, and around his neck hung a small jade pendant. The round clasp with a red cord didn't seem to fit his usual style as he approached. Ji Ling caught a whiff of a subtle cherry blossom scent, which made his face redden unexpectedly. Ji Ling, classmate, Yu Qiushen called out, offering a greeting. Commander Yu, Ji Ling responded obediently, standing at the door's edge while his gaze kept drifting toward Yu Qiushen. Damn, inexplicably feeling like Yu Qiushen is becoming more attractive, Ji Ling mused, suspecting he had been muddled by that damn cherry blossom pheromone, not experiencing the usual rejection reaction expected from an alpha. I need to find a chance to coax Yu Qiushen into talking. Although the chances of him being a doctor are slim, it's not entirely impossible. Why Yu Qiushen, unaware of Ji Ling's thoughts, remained silent, accustomed to the quiet. After waiting for a while, Bai Yao and Director Huang finally arrived. Sorry for the long wait, Commander Yu. Just had breakfast. Director Huang, not bothering to dress up, returned to his slippers and shorts. No worries. The group entered the simulation room, and behind a layer of dense glass, Ji Ling began adjusting the equipment. Bai Yao stood beside him, explaining, based on the data returned from the front lines regarding the use and damage of mecha equipment. We've made numerous improvements. The most significant change is the energy drive method, which has shifted from positive energy to negative energy. Although the use of negative energy is currently unstable, it could be quite beneficial if employed within the first interstellar context. Moreover, the method of compressing negative energy has significantly reduced energy consumption, extending the supply duration from half a month to 2 months or even longer. Yu Qiushen meticulously reviewed the data on the documents. Ji Ling, show me a simulation demonstration. Okay. His fingers danced swiftly across the keyboard, and soon a simulated mecha appeared behind the glass, fully displaying its exterior and interior. As for the attack mode, we currently have 2 schemes. One is the traditional mecha weapon set, and the other is the particle cannon that Ling is designing. The particle cannon can use the same energy source as the drive, allowing us to free up space in the weapon compartment for other uses. Yu Qiushen frowned slightly. Have you considered the stability of the particle weapon? Bai Yao smirked. That's Ling's responsibility. Ling. Yu Qiushen tapped his shoulder, causing Ling to visibly flinch, hastily removing his headphones. His misty blue eyes looked up at him timidly. I'm not going to scold you. Yu Qiushen sighed. Can you send me the design proposal for the particle cannon? I want to assess its feasibility first. If it's viable, I'll have personnel dispatched from the Alliance to assist you. Huh. Ling was taken aback. It's just an idea that isn't even fully formed. Do you really want to see it? Send it to me. Yu Qiushen pressed his lips together. 3 years ago, my troops encountered an unknown black hole near Zeta Star. The mecha fleet couldn't escape due to insufficient energy and was lost entirely. If we could have increased the energy reserve limits, perhaps they could have returned. They were among the first troops to accompany me out of Yaz and were mobilized by me. I feel deeply guilty for not bringing them back. The dead are gone, but the living remained. Yu Qiushen's expression was calm, though his tone was serious. If it can provide them with a greater chance of survival, it's undoubtedly worth a try. Ling's heart trembled, and he slowly lowered his head. He could inexplicably sense the complex and unspoken emotions within Yu Qiushen. Perhaps those 10 minutes every night were enough to touch the searing core of this icy exterior. At some point, Yu Qiushen's image had transformed from the aloof, commanding figure he had initially envisioned into something far more nuanced. After a long silence, Ling took a deep breath. I'll organize it and send it to you before tonight. Chapter 38. Ling. Classmate, are you in a relationship? Just as the storm clouds gathered, Ling returned home that evening only to find that the dormitory, which had been quiet for a while, was once again experiencing a power outage. With no other options, Ling had no choice but to meander through the library and the experimental building, clutching his laptop bag and phone. The library was set to close before 11. And after a moment's deliberation, Ling decided to return to the experimental building, but a sudden light rain began to fall that evening, and Ling, clad in a thin hoodie, found himself soaked, looking rather pitiable. The corridor was brightly lit yet deserted. Ling tried a few laboratory doors, but all were locked. Feeling utterly stranded, he opened his phone to search for the nearest hotel. Just then, a door creaked open. Ling looked up to meet the gaze of the person who had entered. Yu Qiushen had her hair pinned up with a hair tie, draped in a white coat, giving her a fluffy appearance. Why haven't you gone back yet, Commander Yu? Ling asked, astonished that Yu Qiushen glanced at the drenched figure before her gaze landing on his laptop. I was busy with some Alliance matters. And you? Why are you squatting on the floor? The dormitory lost power, Ling replied, shaking his laptop, noting the lack of charging options. Yu Qiushen lowered her eyes, took his bag, and casually tossed her coat to him. Let's go to my office. Aren't you heading home? It's fine. I can go to a hotel. The nearest one is just 2 kilometers away. I'll drive back to the dorm later. The school has a curfew at 11. Ling, she reminded him. Ling couldn't help but feel embarrassed. Why did she seem more aware of the school rules than he was? Was being the highest commander of the Alliance such an idle job? Come here, Yu Qiushen invited again. With no choice, Ling adjusted his coat and followed her into the office. The office was impeccably tidy, and Ling settled onto a small sofa, watching as Yu Qiushen adjusted the air conditioning and handed him a blanket. He had not anticipated such extensive facilities in her office. Your hair is soaked. You catch colds easily. You'll get sick if you're not careful, she remarked. Ling picked up the blanket and rubbed it against his hair, his gaze lingering on Yu Qiushen, unable to look away. Why was she being so gentle with him today? Had her nurturing instincts finally awakened to illuminate every inch of the first galaxy? What are you staring at? Open your laptop and get to work. Finish early and go rest, Yu Qiushen advised, retrieving a small foldable bed from the corner. Ling now genuinely felt that Yu Qiushen was akin to Doraemon, transforming her office into a camping base. You usually sleep here? Ling timidly opened his laptop, half of his face hidden behind the screen, his eyes peeking out from the edge. Occasionally, Yu Qiushen replied simply, lying down on the foldable bed and shutting her eyes. Ling had no choice but to retreat to his screen. He typed quietly, clicking the mouse lightly, but Yu Qiushen still didn't fall asleep. After a while, It seemed Yu Qiushen remembered something and picked up her phone to tap a few times. Ding! The crisp notification sound shattered the office's tranquility, startling Ling to the point he almost fell from his seat. He hastily pulled out his phone under Yu Qiushen's watchful gaze. It's my brother messaging me. Why Yu Qiushen nodded. General G is also awake this late. He often stays up late, Ling replied, nodding rapidly. His face turning an unnatural shade of red. He quickly silenced the notification sound. Why Yu Qiushen stared at her phone for a moment, perhaps feeling a bit anxious due to the lack of response. She rubbed her forehead and asked, Ling, are you in a relationship? Huh. Ling's hand trembled slightly as he hurriedly looked up. I'm writing a thesis, not in a relationship. Bai Yao said you were dating someone. An omega from our major. Ling was surprised to discover that Yu Qiushen had a gossipy side. Yes, Ling replied, forcing himself to respond. Why Yu Qiushen pondered for a moment before asking. An omega who confessed to you before, but has recently become a bit distant. Does that mean he no longer likes you? Ling replied, you've really asked the right person. He noticed her downcast gaze and tightly pressed lips, sensing a hint of hurt in her expression. Was Yu Qiushen really this innocent? Ling felt a pang of guilt and quickly said, perhaps he is just busy. It should be so easy for him to lose interest. Yu Qiushen raised her eyes again, seemingly weighing the credibility of Ling's words. You must consider that omegas are quite delicate. They take a lot of time for bathing and skincare, coupled with their academic commitments. They certainly differ from alphas, Ling explained. That does seem plausible, Yu Qiushen agreed, nodding to, is your omega like that? Cough. Ling's face grew even warmer. What omega? Shaolin hadn't even agreed to be his omega yet. I suppose so. They could be a bit demanding, Ling thought. Considering how he would fare if he were to pursue an omega with such a fiery temperament as Shaolin, he would likely be driven to the brink of desperation within 3 days. Yu Qiushen smiled, her eyes curving slightly. When she smiled, she looked genuinely lovely. Her sky-blue pupils glimmered softly in the dim light of the office, her subtle smile barely shifting her expression. Omegas need to be pampered. A little discomfort for alphas is bearable. Ling heard this and found himself in agreement, yet not entirely. He felt as if he were nearing a split personality, with soft little Shaolin wagging her tail in agreement, while Ling frowned, questioning the rationale behind it. All right, Yu Qiushen said, shifting a bit on the pillow, her tone softening. You should get back to writing. Wake me when you're done, as I need to return to rest. With that, the office returned to silence. Ling's fingertips felt slightly warm as he pressed the key softly, and Yu Qiushen continued to sleep soundly, a faint scent of cherry blossom pheromones wafting through the air. Just the fragrance alone made Ling's previously cooled face heat up once more. For some reason, he felt Yu Qiushen's pheromones had become increasingly pleasant, enough to make a young alpha feel flushed with warmth. Chapter 39. The birth of snow leopard cubs in the end. Ling did not wake Yu Qiushen. His dormitory was over a kilometer away from the experimental building, and although occasionally an aide would come to fetch him, the back-and-forth journey would waste precious rest time. T28. He couldn't even care for himself properly. Ling felt inexplicably uncomfortable. He had been overly concerned about Yu Qiushen lately, even if it was genuinely for the sake of their initial plan. It seemed excessive to the point of worrying about whether Yu Qiushen was fatigued. Moreover, whenever Ling considered that he was actually in a relationship with Yu Qiushen, his first reaction was not excitement or satisfaction from achieving his goal, but rather apprehension. Would he ultimately have to unfriend her? Even if Yu Qiushen didn't know who he was, this absurd story was bound to conclude. There would no longer be anyone who would gently call him those once embarrassing terms for a mere 10 minutes each night. Nor would they ever get around to discussing the firearm designs he had intended to bring up. The more he thought about it, the more uncomfortable he felt, and he hastily tossed the documents into Yu Qiushen's inbox before burrowing back under the covers. That rascal Yu Qiushen had actually spoken ill of him in front of others. Though he had heard it himself, it was still inexcusable. 7 o'clock. That rascal sent him a message. Why Yu Qiushen? Good boy. Yu Qiushen. Did I do something wrong? Why aren't you replying? Ling. All right, your attitude is quite sincere. I'll reluctantly forgive you this once, although I've already forgotten what you did wrong. Soft little Lin. Sleepy cat head. JPG soft little Lin. I was ignoring you. I wasn't angry. I was just so sleepy last night. After a couple of seconds. Yu Qiushen. Okay. Yu Qiushen. Does my good boy have many classes today? Yu Qiushen. Happy cat head. JPG Ling was startled and flipped out of BT. Yu Qiushen could even send emojis now. The first galaxy must be on the brink of destruction. Soft little Lin. Cat staring at you. JPG soft little Lin. Why are you stealing my emojis? Yu Qiushen cute. Soft little Lin. Not cute. Yu Qiushen. Why not cute? Soft little Lin. Because I'm not a cat. Soft little Lin. Angry cat head. JPG Yu Qiushen. Alright. Yu Qiushen. I'm a cat. G Ling. Is Yu Qiushen being playful? The highest commander of the Alliance has this side too. It's quite a pleasant surprise. However, Yu Qiushen truly resembled a cat. A very adorable, fluffy one at that. G Ling licked his lips, having long coveted Yu Qiushen's tail. Soft little Lin. Alright, cat head. Soft little Lin. Can I see your tail? Good kitty. Yu Qiushen did not reply. Ji Ling knew that this innocent soul must be too shy to respond behind the screen, but if it didn't stoke the fire, it would take ages for this pile of wood to catch a spark. Soft little Lin. Are you there? Soft little Lin. Brother, show me your tail. Soft little Lin. The tail can't be seen, but the tip of the tail should be all right, right? Soft little Lin. Little dog with starry eyes. JPG soft little Lin. Just a little bit. Soft little Lin. Let me see it. Can we sleep on the phone with each other tonight? This tactic seemed to hold enough allure for Yu Qiushen that the highest commander of the Alliance hesitated for quite a while before finally replying to Ji Ling. Yu Qiushen, sleeping on the phone means we won't hang up at all? Yu Qiushen, good boy. Soft little Lin, yes. Yu Qiushen, all right. Yu Qiushen, I will show you later tonight. Yu Qiushen, the tip of the tail is pointy. Yay. Ji Ling rolled over on the bed. The fatigue from writing papers all night vanished in an instant. A.S. night fell. Ji Ling sat in front of his phone, eagerly awaiting Yu Qiushen's call. The great commander was even more nervous than going into battle, and after a diligent shower, he applied essential oil to his hair, letting it cascade softly over his shoulders, reminiscent of an ancient concubine preparing for an audience. At precisely 9:01, Yu Qiushen dialed the number. Hello, brother. You're 1 minute late. That means you can look for 1 extra minute. Ji Ling immediately took liberties, playfully pouting and acting coy. Brother, the tip of the tail is pointy. I know, Yu Qiushen replied, pursing his lips before finally turning on the camera after half a second. Clearly, he was not as adept at finding angles as Shaolin, pointing the camera directly at his face. Fortunately, his features were remarkably photogenic. Despite a few droplets of water and steam lingering on his skin from the shower, he still looked stunning. Brother, you look really handsome, Ji Ling said sincerely, not forgetting to flirt. Brother, let me see the tail. You see it? Yu Qiushen lowered his gaze, shyly lifting the tip of the tail for Ji Ling to see that it was quite similar to what he had imagined. About as thick as Ji Ling's forearm, and only 10 centimeters long made it into the frame. The fur at the tip was dense, gradually gathering into a tuft further down. Ji Ling leaned closer to the screen. Sniffing, so cute. What does it feel like, brother? Upon hearing this, Yu Qiushen pinched the tail's tip with his fingers, feeling it sink in deeply. That it feels like an ordinary tail, I suppose. It shouldn't be as soft as yours. After all, it's a tail of feline. Big cat, Ji Ling exclaimed, clearly thrilled, and began to coax the innocent commander on the other end. Brother, just a little more, okay? I promise just a little more. No more. Yu Qiushen said as he lowered the tail, and only then did Ji Ling notice he was wearing a light gray bathrobe, the tail extending from beneath it. That tail must be at least a meter long. I'm begging you. I really want to see it. Ji Ling began to throw a tantrum, exuding an air of someone who would perish on the spot if he couldn't see the tail tonight. Come on, brother, let me see it. I'll help you create a little snow leopard. Okay. Yu Qiushen paused for a moment. The tail tip inexplicably wiggled, swaying left and right in front of the camera. Appearing even happier than its owner. Oh, you know what it takes to create a little snow leopard? Yu Qiushen's voice trembled slightly, tinged with a sound that seemed to belong to a feline. Ji Ling lay on the bed, fixated on the snow leopard tail that occasionally appeared on the screen, casually babbling. Creating a little snow leopard means that brother would mark me, and then there would be little leopards? Lin Bao, Yu Qiushen softly called, to create a little snow leopard. One must be marked permanently, a mark that can never be washed away. Would you be willing? Damn, Ji Ling nearly broke character. Did this person even realize the implications of his words? After being startled by Yu Qiushen, Ling found it hard to maintain his flirtatious demeanor. Well, about that, I'm still young, brother. Let's talk about it later. All right, Yu Qiushen coaxed him. If Lin Bao is unwilling, we won't. Let's not discuss this topic anymore. What does my good treasure want to talk about? Yu Qiushen asked. Ling was at a loss for what to say. It seemed they were somewhat in a romantic relationship. But he had no idea what couples should talk about that he regretted not asking by Yao beforehand. Let me look it up online. Ling pulled out his tablet and typed 100 questions for couples into the browser. Placing it in front of him, ahem. Next up is an interview about your daily life, Commander Yu. Please answer truthfully. No lies. Chapter 40. Do you hold him in high regard? All right, little Lin Commander. Yu Qiushen sat up straight, truly adopting the demeanor of someone about to be interviewed. Just as he moved his fingers, Ling sternly interrupted. No turning off the camera. I haven't seen enough of the tail yet. Yu Qiushen. It seemed the little dog is being quite troublesome, and he feels rather helpless. Yu Qiushen. Your tail is really so fluffy. It looks completely different from you. It seems like it would be very cozy to cuddle with while sleeping. Ling leaned closer to the screen, wishing he could reach out and play with that tantalizing fluffy tail. Are we already on a first-name basis? Yu Qiushen chuckled. Then would it be all right if I held you while you sleep? Using names means one is calling someone. I want to call you Yu Qiushen. Yu Qiushen. Ling rambled on, sitting up to start the interrogation. All right, answer the first question. Okay. Yu Qiushen was quite cooperative. What do you like about me? Ling casually picked a question, realizing, hey brother, it seems you've never actually said you like me. Is this question permissible? Of course I like you, Yu Qiushen replied blandly. Lin Bao has many admirable qualities. Although you can be a bit temperamental at times, you're very passionate and lively. Almost like a little baby. My life was quite dull before you came along, but now I'm much happier. It sounded almost like a description of a pet. Ling clicked his tongue. I'll let that slide, but next question, who is better, me or your ex? Wait, you don't have an ex, so that question doesn't count. Yu Qiushen merely smiled, his laughter more carefree than it had been in the office yesterday. I've only liked my good treasure. All right, Ling tossed the tablet aside, clearly losing interest in those trivial questions. Then, brother, tell me about your past stories. For instance, about military operations and battles. Surely, you have plenty of tales from all those victories. Do you want to hear these? Yu Qiushen pondered. Is this considered a bedtime story? Good treasure. Sure, it's just a bit unique. Shall I start from when I began school? Yu Qiushen inquired. Ling propped his chin up. Yawning, that works. Brother graduated from the 1st Military Academy. But how did you end up studying in Gardner from Yas? Because my family is full of military personnel. My father died in battle when I was very young. And my mother and grandfather raised me. Yu Qiushen spoke in a calm tone, offering no further explanation. My grandfather said the 1st Military Academy is an excellent school. So I came here. You got in directly? That's impressive. Yes, not in the video. Yu Qiushen sat very upright, giving off a sense of being in a meeting. You may not know this, but the 1st Military Academy offers special privileges to the orphans of martyrs. I participated in a physical fitness evaluation and was admitted as an exception. Admitted as an exception? Ling was stunned. From his undergraduate years until now, he had only heard of exceptional admissions at the 1st Military Academy, but had never seen one. It turned out that case was Yu Qiushen. My school days were the happiest 4 years. Much like yours now. I would wake up at 6 every morning to review my lessons, and then go for practical training at night. Wait, I'm not that diligent, Ling said, feeling quite ashamed. It's fine, Yu Qiushen chuckled. Lin Bao is a very understanding little treasure. You don't have to be like me. Just doing your part is enough. Very understanding? Ling repeated. What does that even mean? So abstract. It means that Lin Bao is a very good young man, much like another military academy student I know, except he's a bit older than you, and is an alpha, Yu Qiushen slowly explained. You might have heard of him. His name is Ling. I'm very familiar with him. I resemble him? Ling's voice sounded a bit unnatural. In what way? I saw him once a long time ago during a meeting in Kola. He couldn't participate in a competition because of an Omega, so he jumped on stage and fought another Alpha, only to be reprimanded by General G with a belt. I happened to be waiting upstairs for General G at that time. Yu Qiushen recounted, his tone laced with amusement. Ling felt his cheeks flush and cursed Yu Qiushen silently 100 times. The event was hosted by the One family of Kola. Although they're not a particularly renowned family, they have some influence and status in Kola. AT that time, I was not yet the highest commander of the alliance. Just a representative from Yazdat. I stood upstairs wondering if anyone would be willing to speak up for that Omega. After a while, he came out, although he didn't say anything and just threw punches. It could still be considered speaking up. A.S. memories of his past were brought to light. Ling felt his face heat up, unwillingly asking. And then? There was nothing after that. He didn't know me at the time. Nor did I know him. Yu Qiushen smiled faintly. Recently, I came to the first military academy to take up a position, and I met him again. He is now a mature alpha, capable and responsible. Though he occasionally makes some minor mistakes, Ling felt a strange sensation. Do you hold him in high regard? No. Yu Qiushen cleared his throat. I hold you in high regard. Damn it. Why does he have to be my rival? Ling held back his jealousy for a long time, merely asking, so that means you do think highly of him? Yu Qiushen nodded. I've read his undergraduate thesis. It was insightful and profound. He is always very daring in his thoughts and actions. If I could have him on my team, it would be quite an enhancement. Ling's ears buzzed, and he could barely hear the sound around him. What should I do? He felt somewhat at a loss. It turned out that Yu Qiushen had never held any opinions against him from the very beginning, and even harbored high expectations. What had he been doing all these days? What was he seeking to retaliate for? Every word from Yu Qiushen was gentle, yet Ling felt as though each one struck him like a stinging slap to the face. Apologies, I shouldn't have said such things, Yu Qiushen murmured. Would Lin Bao find it too tedious? No, Ling replied, his voice hoarse, the entire throat filled with a bitter taste. It felt as if a stone was pressing down on his chest, making it hard to breathe. He hastily closed the microphone, his fingertips trembling as they moved to Yu Qiushen's homepage. The prominent red delete button beckoned. If he removed the friend, it would all seem as if it had never occurred. Before everything reached an irreversible point. Good boy. Are you tired? Yu Qiushen inquired softly, smiling gently. I didn't sleep well last night. If you're feeling sleepy, let us just rest together. Tomorrow, I have a half day off. And I can teach you about firearm design. How does that sound? Ling felt a warmth welling his eyes, ultimately unable to bring himself to press the delete button. He yet heard the promised firearm design lesson. To delete now would mean breaking a promise. Ling disliked breaking promises. After much contemplation, he opened the microphone and replied quietly, Yes, let us sleep. Chapter 41. Together to Yaz. It turned out that Yu Qiushen had two faces. Within 3 days of submitting the completed design draft to Yu Qiushen's email, Ling received the revised document back. He had still been basking in the few compliments Yu Qiushen had given him that night. His mind nearly bubbling over with colorful thoughts, only to be ruthlessly punctured upon opening the document. This section is well written, suitable for deletion. The data is so rough. Was it intended to irritate my eyes? This part is too abstract. I suggest you refer to the literature for proper descriptions of particles. What about citations? Am I blind? Or did you forget to include them? Ling gasped in shock. He resolved to find a way to silence Yu Qiushen at the first opportunity. Fortunately, overall, Yu Qiushen's feedback was actionable, and soon the Alliance would send personnel to collaborate with him on the subsequent experimental content. With recent work winding down and the rematch still 2 weeks away, Ling found himself bored, repeatedly perusing the papers on his desk. Hey, Ling Zai. Chen Yusheng approached. How about going hiking this weekend? Ling raised an eyebrow. Where to? To Gardner, of course. There are hot springs and sake on the mountain. Chen Yusheng replied, and there are plenty of beautiful omegas during holidays, although you have a family now. It wouldn't hurt to take a look at. I don't want to go, Ling said listlessly. For some reason, his mood had been particularly poor lately, especially when he couldn't see Yu Qiushen. Go on, you don't have any plans anyway. Just then, there was a knock at the door. Chen Yusheng stood up mid-sentence, opening the door which had not been locked. Damn, Yu Qiushen stood outside, his gaze neutral. Why is the door closed today? The laboratory is not permitted to close. I'm sorry. Chen Yusheng mumbled, vanishing at lightning speed, leaving Ling alone to face Yu Qiushen. Ling straightened, a flicker of happiness on his face. Commander aren't you returning to Yaz? Yu Qiushen smiled faintly. Did you hear from Director Huang? I returned yesterday, stayed in Yaz for a while. Many technical personnel from the Alliance are currently there. I've already shown them your proposal, and their opinions align with mine. So soon. Ling nearly dropped his jaw in disbelief, having thought the process would take half a month like before. Yes, Yu Qiushen replied, looking at him. So, Ling, do you have time lately? I would like to invite you to Yaz with me. After all, it's your proposal, and they will need to communicate with you during implementation. It will only take about 10 days, and it won't delay your courses too much. Absolutely, Ling exclaimed, his excitement palpable. Can I come pick you up later? Yu Qiushen asked. How are we going? In a mecha. Ling's eyes sparkled. That was Yu Qiushen's mecha. It was said that even the design was personally crafted by him. And now it was the highest commander of the Alliance who would be driving him. Great. As dusk fell, Ling hurriedly packed his small suitcase and entrusted the cat food to Bai Yao before racing to the agreed meeting place. Yu Qiushen was already waiting for him. He was not in uniform or military attire today, but rather wore a lightweight white short-sleeve shirt and gray athletic pants, his long hair tied in a ponytail. Illuminated by the setting sun, appearing like an innocent maiden from afar, Ling stifled a laugh as he jogged over. Commander Yu, sorry to keep you waiting. I just arrived, Yu Qiushen replied, taking his suitcase. Did you pack enough? Yaz is not as convenient as Gardner, and certainly not as affluent as Cola. You might not be able to buy things even if you wanted to. Ling felt that he was subtly implying he was delicate. Raising an eyebrow, I'm quite experienced in life, you know. Yu Qiushen did not refute. Soon, a small mecha landed on the open field before them, the wind howling fiercely, causing the already withered willow branches to sway and drop dried leaves into the lake. Yu Qiushen's mecha was silver, a pristine silver, devoid of any extravagant adornments, save for a string of code on the tail wing, presumably the mecha's identification number. Ling approached to examine it closely. 0419. Commander Yu, why does your mecha code only consist of numbers? Yu Qiushen stepped closer, reaching out to touch the white digits, replying nonchalantly. Military mechas generally have standardized models, which is why they start with letters. Private ones can be modified as desired. Ling nodded, a smile creeping onto his lips. Is this your birthday? It is my mother's death anniversary. Ling's smile faltered abruptly. The 19th of April had only just passed 2 days prior. No wonder Yu Qiushen had returned to Yaz that day. It turned out he had gone to visit his mother's grave. I'm sorry, Ling thought to himself, wishing he could sew his mouth shut, as he always seemed to step on landmines. It's fine. The mecha's hatch opened, extending a ladder. Yu Qiushen carried a suitcase inside. Come up. There will be cosmic thunderstorms tonight, and we need to depart before 8. Ling stood for a moment, then decided not to dwell on it. Coming. The interior of the mecha was not spacious, consisting of a control room, a lounge, and an area for Yu Qiushen to work. Ling settled onto the small sofa, his gaze wandering restlessly. Why Yu Qiushen indeed had a consistent style, all simplicity and practicality, as if he were always prepared to move at a moment's notice. Would you like some coconut juice? Yu Qiushen inquired while standing by the storage cabinet, holding a freshly washed glass. Ling nodded. Soon, Yu Qiushen poured it, adding 2 ice cubes and a small mint leaf. Is Yaz far? Ling leaned against the window, his gaze fixed on Yu Qiushen. I've never been there. Why brother said Yaz is very cold in winter, perfect for ice sculptures. Why Yu Qiushen looked outside in the direction of his gaze. The mecha had exited Gardner's gravitational field, and the universe was dark, faintly illuminated by distant stars. Far, Yu Qiushen replied softly. Yaz is on the far edge of the first star system, quite distant from the sun. It is not very warm even in summer. Is the snowfall beautiful? Ling asked. Not particularly. It causes many deaths. Ling suddenly lost interest, thinking it might be better if it didn't snow at all. Yu Qiushen smiled slightly. It's much better since the Alliance took over. Now, there are supply provisions even in winter, and few people freeze to death anymore. Ling nodded, sincerely expressing, that's good, as long as everyone is alive. That's what matters. Chapter 42. Why not dress properly? It turned out that Yaz was far more dilapidated than Ling had imagined. The streets were littered with fragments of tiles and rubbish, along with some fiber bags he had rarely seen, seemingly remnants from moving. Ling followed Yu Qiushen towards the Academy of Sciences. Is this the modified Yaz, Commander? Ling timidly inquired. Yes, Yu Qiushen waved his hand dismissively. Unfortunately, I don't have a habit of taking photos. Otherwise, I could show you what it looked like over a decade ago, which might become one of your unforgettable memories. Young Master Ji Ling choked momentarily. Why do you call me that, too? Bayao taught me. Ji Ling felt weary. He wished he wouldn't only learn the dregs from him, but rather the essence next time. After some playful banter, the two entered the Academy of Sciences, thankfully finding the interior decor not reflective of Yaz's style. Yu Qiushen seemed to sense Ji Ling's concerns and explained the academy was established just 2 years ago. Yaz had never had a weapons research institute before. Ji Ling felt embarrassed. Then why has Yaz had so many conflicts? Because of a lack of governance, Yu Qiushen replied, handing the suitcase back to him. Yaz, like Kola in the past, was governed by families without a fixed administration. Many individuals sold weapons within Yaz, which led to years of conflict. I see. The two entered the elevator of the Academy of Sciences, slowly ascending to the 4th floor. The dormitories are quite tight at the academy now. Perhaps we will have to stay together tonight, Yu Qiushen said casually. Would you mind? No, I wouldn't mind at all, Ji Ling replied, resting his hands on the suitcase handle. If you do mind, I can go find a hotel. Let us stay together. After speaking, Yu Qiushen led him into the dormitory room. Ji Ling had previously only lived in single rooms, equipped entirely with items that Ji Huai had purchased and arranged for installation. Suddenly entering a sparsely furnished room felt like stepping into a new world. For Ji Ling, you can sleep on the top bunk. Yu Qiushen casually placed his belongings down and walked into the bathroom. Let me make the bed first. I'll take a shower. With that, he took his bathrobe and entered the bathroom. Closing the door behind him, Ji Ling glanced around. The room was clean and tidy. Although it wasn't large, it was sufficient for living. Yu Qiushen had very few belongings as well. Just a cup, a pen, and a few books on the table. Ji Ling opened his suitcase, took out his things, and found some corners where Yu Qiushen hadn't put anything to tuck his belongings in. Upon opening the wardrobe, Ji Ling discovered there were only 4 pieces of clothing inside. It was surprising that this person had the audacity to buy him so many dresses from the cheap house shop. After dawdling for more than 10 minutes, Yu Qiushen emerged from the bathroom in his bathrobe, his long white hair damp and cascading over his shoulders, as he asked, "Why isn't the bed made yet?" Ji Ling immediately jumped up. Have just been tidying up his clothes. Yu Qiushen took a closer look and raised an eyebrow slightly. Ji Ling, don't all your clothes look the same? Why did you buy so many? They're not the same, Ji Ling protested, lifting one sleeve to show a starry pattern. This one has stars, while the others do not. Plus, this one is tie-dyed and gradient, different from the color-blocked one over there. All right, Yu Qiushen nodded, acknowledging the explanation. Soon, Ji Ling climbed to the top bunk with the comforter and mattress, while Yu Qiushen sat below, drying his hair and flipping through a thick, old book. The rustling sounds continued behind him. Once Yu Qiushen finished drying his hair, he turned to see Ji Ling sitting on the bed, holding the comforter in his palms, seemingly struggling with the duvet cover that a few strands of fluff stuck to his face, making him look somewhat comical. Take it off. Yu Qiushen stood up, reaching out. I'll help you. Ji Ling hurriedly shook his head. No, it's fine. I can manage. Just take it off. Ji Ling. Yu Qiushen said, exasperated that if you keep trying, we won't get any sleep tonight. Ji Ling realized Yu Qiushen was teasing his life skills, so he handed the duvet cover and comforter over. The pale blue sheet quickly regained its neat appearance in Yu Qiushen's hands. First, tuck the corners in like this, then shake it a bit, and it'll be done. Oh, how magical. Ji Ling felt a slight warmth on his face, realizing he was now a 20-year-old alpha. Yes, Yu Qiushen returned the comforter to him. Now hurry up and take a shower. We need to sleep before midnight. Ji Ling quickly scrambled down, searching for his pajamas and towel, his head nearly disappearing into the wardrobe. Yu Qiushen, feeling helpless, pulled him out, gesturing with his fingers on the hangers. If you search like that, will you find it? Yes. Ji Ling felt genuinely embarrassed and dashed into the bathroom with his towel. The bathroom was still slightly damp, filled with the fragrance of shower gel mixed with a hint of Yu Qiushen's pheromones. This was Ji Ling's first experience being surrounded by so many pheromones, and he couldn't help but feel a surge of heat, his legs growing weak. This person was likely an O or an E, but definitely not an A. Could he really be so affected by an alpha's pheromones? Ling scolded himself inwardly, quickly turning on a shower to rinse off, but the scent of pheromones seemed endless, occasionally wafting over and igniting an involuntary warmth within him. Minutes later, Ling emerged, slightly flustered, his pajama top half on and revealing a small portion of his waist. Ling, Yu Qiushen glanced at his attire, finding it oddly familiar. "Why don't you wear your clothes properly?" Ling's face flushed, looking a bit angry yet embarrassed, unable to admit he was distracted by Yu Qiushen's pheromones while showering. Instead, he glared with his large round eyes. "It wasn't intentional." "Yes, I know it wasn't intentional," Yu Qiushen replied, retracting his gaze. "But even if it's unintentional, you should dress properly. In Alpha, I must learn to take care of themselves." Ling thought to himself how absurd this was. He placed his dirty clothes in the washing machine, adjusted the settings, and returned, only to find Yu Qiushen still watching him intently. "What are you looking at?" "Commander Yu?" Ling asked, feeling flustered. "Nothing," Yu Qiushen replied softly. "You're very thin. Too thin. It's not healthy for an alpha to be this slim, but I'm perfectly healthy." Ling attempted to defend himself. "My annual health check always shows good results." Yu Qiushen seemed unconvinced, attributing it to Ling's picky eating habits, avoiding vegetables and chicken. Ling corrected him. "It's the old chicken. But you're as thin as an omega now." Yu Qiushen looked at him earnestly. "My love, you are as slender as you are. This is unhealthy." Ling realized he couldn't communicate with this person at all. His face reddened, and after a few mumbled words, he climbed into bed, burying his head under the covers. "I'll eat more from now on. Turn off the lights. I'm so sleepy." Chapter 43. A gift with special significance. Ling curled up under the covers, surrounded by the annoying scent of cherry blossoms, unable to summon even a hint of sleep. Ding dong. The sudden ringing echoed again. Once could be a coincidence, but twice raised suspicions. Ling, Yu Qiushen began slowly. "Is it your brother again?" Ling's heart raced, almost leaping from his chest. With a quivering voice, he replied, "No, this time it's my boyfriend." Yu Qiushen fell silent for a moment. "Remember to put on silent. We need to wake up early tomorrow." "Got it. I'll take care of it." Ling immediately silenced his phone, deciding never to turn it back on again. After spending the entire day with Yu Qiushen, he felt too shy to pull out his phone, especially under Yu Qiushen's watchful eyes. Chatting about those sweet nothings, Ling found it nearly impossible and felt as if he was playing a game of chicken. However, if more than 24 hours passed without a response, Yu Qiushen, the ever-pure-hearted one, would straightforwardly accuse him, asking in a clingy manner if he no longer liked him. Like an insecure little omega, Ling was truly exasperated and needed to devise a plan to settle Yu Qiushen for the time being. The workload at the Institute of Science was magnitudes higher than at the first military academy. Ling dove into discussions with several researchers from the moment he opened his eyes until he finally had a chance to use the restroom around noon. The little alpha was nearly bursting at the seams as soon as he finished in the restroom. Another message from Yu Qiushen came through to Ling found a stall, squatting inside to reply leisurely. "Soft O Shaolin. I wasn't ignoring you, brother QQ, just busy today. Soft O Shaolin. My headphones got chewed by the cat, and the new ones haven't arrived yet. Brother, Soft O Shaolin. Just hang in there a few more days. I'll be free soon." Ling bit his fingernail, feeling a whirlwind of emotions. This could not go on. Fortunately, Yu Qiushen seemed entirely unfazed. Why Yu Qiushen? Baby. Why Yu Qiushen? I'll send you a gift in a couple of days. How about that? Ling raised an eyebrow. Another gift? Soft O Shaolin. Okay, but don't make it too expensive. Brother, Yu Qiushen, it's not expensive. Why Yu Qiushen? Just a little something ordinary, but it holds special significance for you. Special significance? Ling was almost terrified by this. Why Yu Qiushen had too many secrets, yet was so candid. His hands seemed to plunge into unfathomable depths, akin to a tranquil lake, where even if he couldn't breathe or touch the bottom, it was enough to bring peace. This moment, he found himself reluctant to see Yu Qiushen sad. Soft O Shaolin. Go ahead and send it, brother. Soft O Shaolin. When it arrives, I'll go pick it up. Yu Qiushen. I hope you'll like it. Over the next 10 days, Ling kept a vigilant watch over the tracking number for the package. The delivery from Yaz was so slow it reshaped Ling's understanding of time. It took a full 12 days to arrive at the first military academy. The sender's address was from a small courtyard in Yaz, which Ling recognized as the place Yu Qiushen had shown him before. A sense of ominous premonition ignited within Ling. He opened Baidu, typed in what happened in Yaz on April 19th, and was shocked to find an entry. Numerous black and white photos emerged, depicting the war-torn streets of Yaz, where Ling could easily infer that the pixelated areas were the remains of human flesh, soldiers and refugees who perished on the battlefield. This day marked the death anniversary of Yu Qiushen's mother. Ling's throat tightened as he recalled what Yu Qiushen had said to him. No one came to save Xiao W. In truth, no one had come to save his mother either. At that time, Yu Qiushen had just taken his seat as the representative of YAZ, as the leader of such a planet. Even though Yu Qiushen later saved many suffering souls, he had also imprisoned himself within a cage of misery. He had no family left. Ling slapped himself hard. He had truly committed an unforgivable act. If General G were to punish him for this, he would willingly accept it. Near dawn, Yu Qiushen finally returned to the room. Ling's eyes were slightly red, curled up in the blankets, peering out to look at Yu Qiushen. Still awake? Is there something you want to say to me? Yu Qiushen shut the door, expertly took off his outer coat and hung it on the rack, and casually tidied up Ling's hairdryer that was left scattered on the table. I need to go back to Kola for a day tomorrow. Ling felt a sense of unease. The semi-finals of the competition were set for tomorrow evening. Meanwhile, Yu Qiushen was still changing clothes, his back turned to Ling. I understand. Good luck with the competition, he said in his usual tone. The contours of his shoulder blades and muscles were distinctly defined, and Ling inhaled the faint scent of cherry blossoms that lingered in the air. His eyes reddening slightly. Do you think I can win the championship? Yu Qiushen paused momentarily, a hint of melancholy crossing his features. For a fleeting instant, Ling almost believed he heard Xiao Lin's voice. Well, you probably will, he replied, taking a bath towel and heading towards the bathroom. Baiyao said you're really strong and will win. How did Baiyao manage to say so much? Before Ling could finish his thought, Yu Qiushen had already entered the bathroom. The sound of running water echoed, and Ling shifted his position, relieved that he had bathed first today and wouldn't have to endure the bothersome scent of cherry blossoms that Yu Qiushen exuded. Yet, he found himself yearning for just a hint of encouragement, a touch of solace from Yu Qiushen. If only he could have a trace of that cherry blossom scent, he would undoubtedly triumph tomorrow. It was as if Ling were intoxicated, his thoughts spiraling despite not having consumed any alcohol. Soon, Yu Qiushen emerged, donning a bathrobe, his hair damp. He looked at Ling, who was still awake, and said, "It's midnight. Aren't you going to sleep?" "About to," Ling replied, his gaze holding a deeper meaning. "Could you wish me good luck?" "Sure. I'll wish you luck," Yu Qiushen answered obediently. "I'm going to dry my hair now." "You should get some rest, little alpha." Chapter 44. Ling surrenders. Ling arrived at Gardner Star the following afternoon. The temperature had finally surpassed 35 degrees, and, as he stepped out of the station, sweat drenched his body. Zhou Shu's car was parked by the roadside, a cigarette pinched between his fingers resting on the window ledge. Even from a distance, one could tell that a slacker occupied the interior. Ling opened the car door and slid in, his expression cold. "Hey, my lady, what's wrong with you this time?" Zhou Shu teased, only to receive a swift slap in return. Ling pressed his lips together. "Mood soured, don't provoke me." The engine roared to life, Zhou Shu's face wearing a playful smirk that, "Oh, what's this? Did Yu Qiushen reject you?" Ling thought it would be better if Zhou Shu kept his mouth shut. "No," Ling said, rubbing his forehead. "I actually wish he had." "What do you mean by that?" Zhou Shu asked, keeping his eyes on the road, ignoring the frustrated little alpha beside him. "That is a long story. But to make it brief, I suddenly realized he wasn't targeting me, and has actually been quite nice to me all along." The car screeched to a halt at the roadside, and Zhou Shu nearly dropped his cigarette. "Brother, this is serious." Ling was well aware of the gravity of the situation. "What will you do now?" Zhou Shu inquired. "How would I know? Maybe I should just delete him from my contacts and run away." Ling sighed, thinking that while it wasn't yet awkward, it might be best to end things here. It would only be a matter of time before he felt sad for a while. "And you what?" Zhou Shu's eyes widened. Are you really getting into character? Ling turned his head away, unwilling to meet his gaze. If you like him, why not give it a shot? Zhou Shu suggested earnestly. After all, you said he has always been good to you, which means he doesn't dislike you. Any relationship worth pursuing is worth a try. Give it a shot? Ling murmured. Would he agree? If it were Ling, would Yu Qiushen consent? Doubt clouded his mind. Let us just take it one step at a time. You should focus on the competition first. Zhou Shu continued driving, but we'll stop by the package station first. What? Zhou Shu scoffed. Dude, the match starts at 8, and it's only 7 now. You still want to pick up a package? What? Is your girlfriend in the parcel? Ling shook his head, rubbing his temples. Just go already. You talk too much. All right. The package station in the residential area was a small structure made from movable panels. Ling entered, clutching his tracking number, and searched for a while before locating a tiny package. No larger than the palm of his hand, as he walked out, he carefully peeled back the packaging. What a precious item. If I park now, I'll have to run back later. You only have 20 minutes left. Before Zhou Shu could finish, he noticed Ling frozen in place. What's the matter? He leaned in to see a necklace strung together with a red cord, featuring a small jade pendant. Yu Qiushen had worn it long ago, and Ling hadn't had the chance to examine it closely until now. The pendant depicted a cat's head, which he instantly recognized as a snow leopard. The jade pendant had clearly endured quite a bit, with several edges chipped and stained with deep brown marks. What is this? Zhou Shu asked, perplexed. Ling clenched the pendant tightly in his hand, his heart aching with a profound sadness that left him hoarse. Why Yu Qiushen sent this to me? It belonged to his mother. Brother. Zhou Shu's expression darkened. You're in deep trouble, with people bustling around him. Ling could hear nothing but the memory of Yu Qiushen standing before the mech, his fingers brushing over the digits on the machine. Ling closed his eyes, releasing a sigh. Indeed, he was in deep trouble. During a brief interlude, while waiting backstage, Ling's thoughts remained tangled. He kept the pendant close, fearing it might get lost in his bag, yet it felt unbearably hot in his pocket. It was merely a small piece of jade. Ling had seen finer jewelry, even platinum and diamonds, yet he had never valued them deeply. This was truly a gift he would remember, and he found himself wanting to slap himself awake that night. The announcer called his number, prompting Ling to hasten in wrapping his bandages. As he reached the door, he suddenly turned back, pulling the jade pendant from his bag and haphazardly hanging it around his neck. The coolness against his chest felt oddly discomforting, yet the small pendant pressed against his sternum served as an undeniable reminder of its significance. Yu Qiushen had wished him luck, and he had to wear something that belonged to Yu Qiushen to win this match. His draw number was at the very end, and by the time Ling stepped into the arena, the atmosphere had reached a fever pitch that he glanced across to see a tall, muscular alpha. Reminiscent of when the pre-match preparations were uneventful. Ling secured his mouthguard and stepped onto the platform. Bai Yao and Chen Yuxing had unfinished experiments, and Zhou Shu had a class that evening, leaving no one to watch his match. Although Ling was not one to dwell on emotions, he let his gaze fall slightly, wishing for a swift conclusion so he could purchase a ticket back to Yas. 3, 2, 1. The match begins. At the sound of the whistle, both alphas sprang into action simultaneously, neither holding back as their fists collided with bone-crunching force, sending echoes throughout the arena. Spectators close enough could even hear the sickening sound of bone impacting bone. Ling, slightly shorter than the opposing alpha, showed no signs of being at a disadvantage. When an alpha's fist swung towards him, the rushing wind grazed Ling's cheek that he nimbly leaped to evade. Using the iron frame at the edge of the platform for leverage, swiftly delivering a powerful kick that sent his opponent crashing backward. Bang! The alpha slammed against the barrier, struggling to rise. The injured fighter obviously moved more slowly. Ling seized the opportunity to dodge the incoming punch. Just then, the cord around his neck loosened slightly, and the warm jade pendant swayed before his eyes, spinning in the air. No. Ling's eyes widened. The pendant, already cracked, would surely shatter if it took another hit. As the alpha's fist closed in, Ling's breath hitched. With a desperate surge of energy, he lunged forward and grasped the pendant midair. Boom! The iron frame of the platform trembled under Ling's weight as he precariously leaned against the edge, spitting blood onto the ground. Pause. The referee dashed onto the stage, swiftly approaching Ling and assessing his injuries. Your leg is broken. Surrendered. Ling had never surrendered before. The very notion was foreign to him. Clenching the jade pendant in his fist, he attempted to rise, gritting his teeth that I refuse. I will win today. Yu Qiushen wished him luck. It was the first time Yu Qiushen had ever said he would win. Ling's throat burned with pain, tears welling in his eyes, as he had never been so resolutely determined about anything before. His vision blurred, yet the surrounding crowd grew increasingly agitated. Following the sound, Ling's gaze fell upon a figure in white approaching the stage. What was Commander Yu doing here? Was he here to watch the match? Help! If he had known, he would have brought his camera. The commander looked stunning today. As Ling heard Yu Qiushen's name, a wave of warmth surged through him that Yu Qiushen walked directly onto the stage, opened the door, and knelt beside Ling, gently touching the fractured area. His voice was calm yet firm. Ling, surrender. Chapter 45. Do not be so flippant with me. Ling's eyes instantly reddened, his fingers gripping the nearby ropes. I can fight. I refuse to surrender. Yu Qiushen sighed, exasperated. Surrender, and I will take you away. Yes, that all right. Ling was momentarily taken aback. The phrase "take him away" resonated with an alluring charm, compelling enough for Ling to abandon everything. Yu Qiushen disregarded his consent and, in front of everyone, hoisted him up with ease, casually informing the referee, "Declare him the loser. I am taking him with me." The referee, having never witnessed such a spectacle, stood dazed for a while before raising Alpha's hand, proclaiming, "Mu Jiao wins this match." Even after entering the deserted waiting room, Ling's heart continued to race from the earlier adrenaline. He was lost in thought as Yu Qiushen set him down on a small wooden table. Yu Qiushen conducted a swift examination of his body, assessing his joints from head to toe. When he reached Ling's knee, Ling couldn't help but wince audibly. "Only this is fractured. I will take you to the hospital shortly," Yu Qiushen stated flatly, as if nothing unusual had occurred. Ling felt a pang of unease and tentatively inquired, "When did you arrive, Commander Yu?" Yu Qiushen glanced at him, his eyes carrying a hint of depth. "Before your match. There was no prior notification for the mecha parking, which took a little time." Ling fell into silence. He had no doubt about Yu Qiushen's keen eyesight. Given the circumstances, Yu Qiushen had undoubtedly seen the jade pendant. Yet, why did he remain silent about it, maintaining such composure? While Ling pondered this, Yu Qiushen's hand suddenly brushed against the back of his hand. Instinctively, Ling clenched his fist, the jade pendant's pattern pressing painfully against his palm. "What are you hiding it for?" Yu Qiushen gently pried open his fingers, and upon seeing the pendant, his gaze darkened slightly. "Why were you wearing it while fighting?" Ling assumed Yu Qiushen was scolding him, and quickly apologized. "I'm sorry. If it's cracked, I'll find the best jade restorer in Kula to fix it. It already had many fissures." Yu Qiushen replied in a calm tone, tightening the red string and placing the pendant back around Ling's neck. "I didn't check it when sending it. It distracted you during the match. Fortunately, your preliminary results were excellent, and you still have a chance in the revival match." Ling touched his nose, cautiously observing the jade pendant that had returned to his neck, still warm from Yu Qiushen's hand. The elder brother, Ling, was most adept at ingratiating himself, and sensing that Yu Qiushen's demeanor had softened, he quickly licked his lips and changed his address. "Why, hand hurts too. Could be fractured as well." Yu Qiushen clearly paused for a moment, lowering his head to examine Ling's hand closely, avoiding direct eye contact. Swelling. "It's not fractured." "Well, that's a relief." Ling suddenly felt considerably lighter. It turned out that a tear in the paper window did not necessarily signify a rupture. It could also indicate clear skies on the other side. Yu Qiushen regarded the smug pup before him and sighed silently. Beginning softly, Ling present, Ling replied, "Don't be so flippant with me." Yu Qiushen was dressed formally today, clad in a pure white top and military trousers, complemented by a pair of heeled military boots. It because you like me that you call me brother?" "I do like you," Ling said, clinging to his arm, yearning to lay his heart bare for Yu Qiushen to see. His misty blue eyes blinked twice, resembling a shimmering lake, with a hint of grievance. He lowered his voice, saying, I haven't had much appetite these past few days, fearing you might be angry and ignore me. Yes, that's so. Yu Qiushen maintained a stoic expression. I saw you eating 2 Orleans chicken wings in the cafeteria yesterday. Ling choked momentarily. He hadn't anticipated that Yu Qiushen was genuinely observing him during meals. Oh, what else did I eat? You go, he teased, curling a finger playfully, squinting and smiling, to why Yu Qiushen averted his gaze. Speaking lightly, you certainly didn't eat any vegetables, nor did you touch the main dishes, solely indulging in snacks. Why are you suddenly so concerned about me? Ling pondered. Is it possible that brother has been doubting me these days? No wonder you returned to Gardner today. Yu Qiushen lifted his eyes, glancing at Ling's legs, pursing his lips. The physique is quite similar, the pajamas are also alike, and occasionally when you're happy. Your tone resembles his. All right, then. Ling nodded, extending his arms for an embrace. Hurry and take me to the hospital. I'm in excruciating pain. Yu Qiushen remained still, seemingly in a standoff, before finally saying, Ling, let me take my time. It's not that easy to accept. Why not? Is it because I'm an alpha? Ling felt a pang of hurt, his gaze drooping as he looked at him accusingly. It is not a matter of gender. Yu Qiushen regarded him earnestly. One enjoys being deceived. Ling, even if I have feelings for you, I wouldn't want you to fabricate an identity to fool me. Such a relationship is far too insincere. Fearing he might overstep, Ling hastily reassured him. I was wrong, you go. There won't be a next time. Only then did Yu Qiushen lift him into his arms. Despite his careful handling of Ling's injured leg, Ling still whimpered in pain, a stark contrast to the alpha who had once exuded confidence. Yu Qiushen was exasperated by his lamentations. Be quiet. If you continue this way, you'll have to walk yourself. Be mean to me. Ling wrapped his arms around Yu Qiushen's neck, scoring him 2 points. Out of 100, you only have 98 now. Yu Qiushen nearly forgot about that. He cast a gentle glance at the little alpha and, in a tone as casual as discussing the weather, remarked, I haven't graded your paper yet. I sent it also out of 100. How many points can you afford to lose? What a clever act of retaliation. Ling was momentarily speechless, finally resting his chin on Yu Qiushen's shoulder. Chapter 46. Brother, sleep with me tonight. Yu Qiushen carried Ling into the orthopedic department of the hospital, attracting the gaze of men and women of all ages in the corridor. Once inside the examination room, Yu Qiushen laid him on an examination table. Soon, a young man wearing gold-rimmed glasses approached. Upon seeing Ling, he exclaimed, Well, what a rare sight. Today, it's not you being brought in on a stretcher. Yu Qiushen ignored his teasing, stating, Let him take a look. His leg is broken from fighting. It wasn't from fighting, Ling interjected, frowning in protest, clearly uncaring about their banter. Ling, this is Dr. Xiaozhong, the chief military physician of the Alliance. You should get acquainted. Ling was taken aback. This is quite prestigious. Is it too much for him to examine my fracture? Xiaozhong scoffed. What an intriguing little fellow. Where did you find him? The son of General Yu Qiushen replied evenly, casting a look that made Xiaozhong retreat slightly. Well, he truly is a gem, Xiaozhong remarked, donning gloves as he examined Ling's swollen knee. Ling nearly leaped off the examination bed. Yu Qiushen pursed his lips for a moment, casting him a glance to be gentle. He is not used to injuries like those in the military. Such concern. Xiaozhong raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Is he General Ji's treasure? Or your precious one? His family S. Ling grinned mischievously, making it clear he had no connection to General J. Yu Qiushen had no intention of hiding this. He stood silently at the side, his ears reddening. Are you two dating? Xiaozhong, an avid gossip enthusiast, immediately turned his attention to Ling, softening his tone. Little cub, are you of age? Of course I am. Ling proudly produced a student ID and handed it over. Xiaozhong nodded, confirming it was indeed from the Ji family. The leg isn't too serious. I'll reset it and stabilize it. You'll have some difficulty walking for the next half month. Do you want to buy a wheelchair? Ling grimaced slightly. Who would push me? Xiaozhong glanced over at the silently brooding Yu Qiushen. If the little one is disabled, it's only right for you to help push the wheelchair. Isn't it? Yu Qiushen sighed in resignation. Fine. The resetting was more painful than the few touches Yu Qiushen had given in the waiting room. Ji Ling, wishing to maintain some dignity, grit his teeth and endured the entire ordeal. As they exited the hospital, the sky over Gardner was a deep indigo, devoid of clouds, with stars generously scattered across the vast expanse. Ji Ling, Yu Qiushen looked down at the person nestled in his arms. Devouring chicken feet. Didn't Tiwi buy a wheelchair? Why am I carrying you? Ji Ling spat out a bone and replied nonchalantly, the wheelchair hurts to sit, that's so. Yu Qiushen seemed utterly at a loss for how to deal with him. Having struggled with Shaolin was one thing. Now, with Ji Ling as this little troublemaker, he was even more perplexed. Brother, where are we staying tonight? Ji Ling asked as he was placed in the passenger seat. He watched as Yu Qiushen circled around to the driver's seat. You want to return to Yaz or stay in Gardner for a day? Yu Qiushen inserted the key. If you wish to stay here for a day, I'll head back first and come to fetch you tomorrow. Are you going to leave me here all alone? I die, Ji Ling exclaimed, his little face drawing close, eyes blinking innocently. How would you die? Yu Qiushen's brow furrowed. I can't go to the bathroom alone. I might fall in there. It's dangerous getting into bed. I might fall down too, Ji Ling continued, unperturbed that Yu Qiushen's relentless interruption echoed. Dr. Xia said, you've had fractures before. Were you also glued to someone else then? No, Ji Ling replied softly. But if I'm not with you, I'll surely die. Brother Yu Qiushen decided to abandon these unproductive dialogues with him, suggesting they return to the military academy first, and then to Yaz. Hooray! Upon their return to the Institute of Science, the researchers noticed the splint on Ji Ling's leg and hurried over to express their concern. Ji Ling responded to each inquiry, graciously accepting a few fruits, before allowing Yu Qiushen to push him back to his room. Once the door was closed, Ji Ling savored the orange in his hand, exclaiming, what a large orange! It must be incredibly sweet. Could you peel one for me, brother? Yu Qiushen pursed his lips. Isn't it your leg that is fractured? Ji Ling gazed longingly. If it were soft, Xiaolin. I would ask you to peel Why Yu Qiushen, his ears burning, snatched the orange away, deftly peeling it in a few swift motions before stuffing a segment into Ji Ling's mouth. Eat. The orange was not as sweet as expected. Yet Ji Ling relished it joyfully. It's sweet. Yu Qiushen lifted his gaze. It's acceptable. A kiss from you should enhance the flavor. Why Yu Qiushen ignored him, feeding Ji Ling the last segment before standing up, towel and robe in hand, heading towards the bathroom. I'm going to take a shower. You can wait here for a bit. This time, Yu Qiushen took longer than usual, lingering in the bathroom for nearly half an hour before emerging. Ji Ling was still seated in his wheelchair, dutifully engrossed in his game. What game is this? Yu Qiushen approached, glancing at the screen, which appeared to be a shooting game. Haven't played before? Ji Ling smiled. It's a battle royale game. Parachuting, scavenging for gear, and avoiding the poison circle, quite similar to the finals of a real combat competition. With this description, Yu Qiushen understood. All right, but don't play too late. We have work tomorrow. Aren't you going to help me take a shower? Ji Ling looked at him expectantly. Why Yu Qiushen halted, bewildered. Do you need my assistance with that? I can't do it myself. Ji Ling pointed to the splint on his leg. You wouldn't want me to emit unpleasant odors in the dormitory, would you? Compared to the prospect of helping Ji Ling bathe tonight, Yu Qiushen suddenly found the idea of mere odors bearable. However, with the little dog's fervent insistence and the reasonableness of the request, he walked into the bathroom to fill the bathtub with water before returning to help Ji Ling out of his clothes. Ji Ling eagerly revealed that he had already removed his shirt, exposing his fair chest and beautiful collarbones. Images Yu Qiushen had seen countless times on screens, now manifesting before him in the flesh. Yu Qiushen's face flushed deeply as he tightly pursed his lips, assisting Ji Ling in removing his trousers. Brother, do I look good? Ji Ling beamed, wrapping his arms around Yu Qiushen's neck as he was lifted. He nuzzled against Yu Qiushen's chin, noticing how the latter seemed nearly stiff as a board before relenting. The water temperature was just right, and Ji Ling rested his injured leg on the edge. Lazily reclining in the bathtub, Why Yu Qiushen turned his back, locating the body wash Ji Ling typically used, lathering it onto a bath sponge before handing it to him. Brother, your hands hurt too? Are you sure there are no fractures? Yu Qiushen's patience wore thin. Are you going to wash or not? If not, I'll pull you out now if it's soft dough. Before he could finish, Yu Qiushen swiftly stuffed a clean towel into his mouth. Pinning both of Ji Ling's wrists with one hand while the other began to scrub him down. Ji Ling felt like a fish about to be cooked, thoroughly washed by Yu Qiushen before being wrapped in a towel and carried out of the bathtub. Exiting the bathroom, Ji Ling extracted the towel from his mouth. How could you shove this in my mouth? You were too noisy. Oh. Ji Ling shrugged it off, wrapping his arms around Yu Qiushen's neck again. I want to be mad at you, but I want to sleep with you tonight. I want to breathe in your pheromones. I can't resist the scent of your cherry blossoms wafting in the room. As a vigorous young alpha, it's making me feel a certain way. Yu Qiushen finally found himself amused by Ji Ling's antics. What are you laughing at? Ji Ling puffed up his cheeks. Will you agree or not? Even if you refuse today, you have to sleep with me. That you've said many suggestive things to me before. According to your customs, I am already yours, so you can't deny it. They reached the edge of the bed, where Yu Qiushen carefully tucked Ji Ling into the covers. The small alpha glared at him, conveying a sense of desperation that suggested he would resort to drastic measures if he didn't sleep with him. Previously, Yu Qiushen had never imagined what soft Xiaolin would look like. He wasn't too one to judge by appearances, yet Ji Ling's beautiful face undeniably grew more endearing with each glance. No denying, Yu Qiushen sighed silently, planting a gentle kiss on the tips of Ji Ling's fingers. Chapter 47. Touching the tail, the small bed in the dormitory was no match for the spaciousness of home. And as Yu Qiushen lay down, Ji Ling felt the cramped quarters acutely, his nose nearly brushing against Yu Qiushen's chin. The scent of cherry blossom pheromones permeated the air, overwhelming the small alpha with an intense longing. I want a bit more. Ji Ling clung to Yu Qiushen's arm, the bedside lamp casting a warm glow that illuminated Ji Ling's slightly flushed eyelids. Oh, you want some pheromones? Yu Qiushen asked softly. Ling's eye, you know I'm not an alpha, right? I know. Ji Ling nuzzled against Yu Qiushen's collarbone, sounding like a puppy seeking affection, his voice muffled from beneath the covers. I can't help but be affected by an alpha's pheromones. Why Yu Qiushen caressed the back of Ji Ling's burning neck. I'm an enigma. Can you accept that? Despite having mentally prepared himself, hearing Yu Qiushen say it aloud felt altogether different. He had been raised as an alpha since childhood. And even his progressive mother, Miss Su Xian, never envisioned Ji Ling would choose an enigma. The notion of being marked by an enigma, of sharing a bed. Ji Ling gazed up, his eyes reflecting the night's serenity. Yu Qiushen's gaze was clearer in the dim light, enriched with a depth that resembled the winter sea, drawing one in with its allure. Is it acceptable? It's not a big deal. Ji Ling pursed his lips. Why do you call me Ling's eye too? Bai Yao mentioned it. Why does he share everything with you? Ji Ling frowned, displeased. When did your relationship become so close? Yu Qiushen gently stroked his gland as a form of comfort. It's not like that. Last time he consulted me about your thesis, he mentioned you in passing. After a roundabout conversation, Ji Ling shifted closer. I want some pheromones, brother. Understood. Yu Qiushen stroked his hair, releasing a minuscule amount of cherry blossom pheromones. The small alpha nestled against him, trembling slightly. Even a little more would undoubtedly provoke a physiological response. Soon, a pair of ears popped up, along with a tail that remained hidden under the covers. The ears brushed against Yu Qiushen's throat, light and ticklish, prompting him to inadvertently release a flood of pheromones. Too much. Reduce it a little. Ji Ling watched him, his ears twitching. Why Yu Qiushen focused intently on Ji Ling's ears. Swallowing hard, Ling's eye. May I touch them? Go ahead. Ji Ling nudged his head into Yu Qiushen's palm, allowing him to stroke from his ears to the top of his head. The texture of the ears was as expected, soft yet resilient. The delicate flesh at the tips felt particularly pleasant to the touch. After a couple of strokes, Ji Ling's hand suddenly found its way to Yu Qiushen's waist, tugging at the belt of his robe. Brother, Ji Ling cooed, could you let me touch your tail just once? You promised me before. Why Yu Qiushen, with an astonishingly good memory, replied, I don't recall promising that. Then can you promise me now? Ji Ling seemed determined. His mind filled with visions of the magnificent tail he had seen before, desperate to coax Yu Qiushen into allowing him to touch it. You can't touch the tail. Why Yu Qiushen gently cradled Ji Ling's ears in his palm. You may touch the ears, but you have to be married to touch the tail? Married? Ling frowned. I'm only 21. The Alliance wouldn't approve of our marriage. Are you intentionally teasing me? I've already let you touch my tail. I haven't touched your tail. The tail, restless beneath the covers, wriggled against Yu Qiushen's waist, brushing against him. It was clear the soft fluff was likely sticking to his robe. Ling mumbled. Touching your skin counts. Right? Just let me touch it a little. Please. With Ling's persistent pleas, Yu Qiushen found it hard to resist, remaining silent for a long while before conceding slightly, just the tip of the tail. In truth, Yu Qiushen's tail was even larger than Ling had imagined. The plush tail coiled around Ling's thigh, its tip gliding across their nearly touching abdomens before finally resting in Ling's palm. The entire tail felt remarkably firm. Even the tip was not soft at all. Ling furrowed his brows, yet his hands did not cease their movements. It's so hard. How can a small animal's tail be this firm? Though it feels quite nice to touch. Yu Qiushen was unaccustomed to having his tail pulled in such a manner. Biting his lip, you said just once that I haven't even finished touching. How can it be so quick? Ling clutched his tail tightly, initially intending to touch just the tip, but his hand instinctively traveled upwards. Suddenly, Yu Qiushen's warm palm caressed the back of his head, obscuring his vision as warm lips pressed gently against his forehead. It had been quite some time since he last had a haircut, and the little strands of hair at his forehead dulled much of the sensation of that kiss, leaving only a damp warmth reminiscent of a summer night with a fan blowing gently. Ling lifted his gaze, meeting Yu Qiushen's deep blue eyes, filled with desire. If one could dissect Yu Qiushen's heart, it would likely be blue as well. He was the purest and most beautiful person in the world. Ling mused. Have you touched it well? Yu Qiushen's voice was husky as his palm moved back to his gland, the heat almost alarming. Ling swallowed hard. What if I touch the base of the tail again? Is that all right? After all, I've already touched it, right? The tip and the base are both part of the tail. Pushing your luck, Ling Zai, Yu Qiushen said, gathering Ling's hand and retracting the tail. The soft, furry sensation vanished in an instant, leaving Ling slightly displeased. However, considering that the old pervert had already allowed him to touch the tail tonight, he chose to forgive his stinginess for the time being. Yu Qiushen raised his hand to turn off the small bedside lamp, plunging the room into darkness. The dormitory curtains did an excellent job of blocking light, rendering Ling unable to see Yu Qiushen's face. Thus, the little dog rubbed against Yu Qiushen's robe a few more times, his nose burrowing into the fabric, coming into contact with the warm skin beneath. Why, Yu Qiushen, you smell so good. You smell delightful too. Yu Qiushen replied, twisting Ling's neck to pull him a few inches away. But it's time for bed. It's almost midnight. Even though you have a fracture, you still need to work tomorrow. Ling, having snuggled and inhaled his fill, contentedly allowed himself to be held. Good night, brother. Chapter 48. Ling Zai is very well behaved. The work at the Academy of Sciences was taxing, but the efficiency was undeniably high. In a mere half-month, after countless data adjustments, the particle weapon had finally taken shape. The next step was to hand it over to the Kola factory for production, and it wouldn't be long before it entered the data testing phase. If all data met the standards and complied with the conditions for mecha assembly, it could officially be put into use. Ling gazed at the freshly printed document in his hand, still warm from the machine's printing. Once he took it to Yu Qiushen for a signature, his work would be considered complete. Yu Qiushen's office at the Academy of Sciences was somewhat smaller than that of the First Military Academy. His desk, not an expensive mahogany one, but rather a simple square table. Commander Yu, Ling knocked twice on the door. Come in. Upon receiving permission, Ling joyfully slipped inside and quickly locked the door behind him. Yu Qiushen, dressed formally, held a pen in hand, reviewing the post-war financial report, a hint of fatigue etched on his brow. Why did you lock the door? Ling Zai. Ling approached the side of his chair and perched on the armrest. Brother, come and see what you're doing. It's work time. Of course, I'm working diligently. Why aren't you at your station, Ling Zai? Ling wore a look of nonchalance. I'm not a full-time employee, and I don't get paid. So I can be wherever I want. Yu Qiushen closed the report and glanced at his watch. Shall we have lunch together? Cafeteria? Ling leaned a bit closer. Let's not eat at the cafeteria. Brother, I'm already tired of the Orleans grilled wings, and the onion rings there aren't crispy at all. They actually have real onions inside. Yu Qiushen chuckled. Aren't onion rings supposed to have onions? Not in my mom's recipe. She makes chicken ones, not onion, Ling pouted. All right then, Yu Qiushen lifted him up, insisting he sit properly in the chair. If your foot hurts, don't run around. Didn't you just say you couldn't tea-bathe by yourself yesterday? How come you can walk into my office today? I didn't. Engineer Liu kindly bought me a cane, and I left it by your office door. That's so. Then we should thank him. Ling lazily reclined. Squinting up at him, brother, you're not even 30 yet. Can you please not talk like my old man? He often scolds me like this. General G is a very distinguished elder, Yu Qiushen remarked, producing a small orange from seemingly nowhere. Carefully peeling it and feeding it to Ling. Stop arguing with General G. I've heard you do it several times. Huh? Ling exclaimed. He talks bad about me too. General G speaks nothing but the truth, Yu Qiushen said, wiping his hands clean and tidying up the documents and books on his desk before leaning down to lift Ling from the chair, preparing to head outside. Delicate, picky, and temperamental. I think that is quite accurate. What? I've never been temperamental with you. Ling cradled his arms, wore a content expression, though his mouth was still busy. You see, I never hold it against you for not replying to my messages. Nor do I say you lack romance. I've given you the best of my patience in this life. Yu Qiushen at HMM. Yu Qiushen seemed to acknowledge this, nodding slightly. Ling's eye is very well behaved. As they reached the door, Ling suddenly squirmed, his expression flustered. You're not really planning to carry me out like this, are you? Is that not allowed? Yesterday at Gardner's, you permitted me to carry you, Yu Qiushen replied, perplexed. That was in the hospital. No one knew us there. It wouldn't affect the public image. Ling touched the tip of his nose. But this is the Academy of Sciences. Everyone knows a UARE.HMM. Yu Qiushen nodded. I am Yu Qiushen. So I cannot carry you. He spoke with a restrained gaze. Ling suddenly felt a pang of reluctance. Not really, Ling mumbled. You can definitely carry me, but now that I have a cane, it would seem overly dramatic for me to be carried. Brother. All right, Yu Qiushen ceased to press the matter, carefully supporting Ling to stand steady. They encountered researchers taking their lunch breaks on the way, and Yu Qiushen politely acknowledged them, his other hand steadying the small disabled individual beside him. A journey that usually took mere minutes stretched into double that time for the two. Just before reaching the underground parking lot, Ling placed the cane against the wall as soon as they entered the elevator, sulking and extending his hands towards Yu Qiushen. I can't walk anymore. Carry me. Yu Qiushen lifted him. Aren't you supposed to be the strong alpha? I never said that. Ling loved to exploit such loopholes in conversation, and Yu Qiushen indulged him. If we don't hurry, we'll miss out on a delicious lunch. I just checked, and if we arrive late, we'll have to wait in line. Ling pulled out his phone, the screen lighting up with what looked like a guide. What's this? Yu Qiushen raised an eyebrow. I heard that Yaz's fish is delicious, with a sweet and sour flavor, and I really want to try it, along with this frog pot and fruit dessert. Ling presented the images to Yu Qiushen. Yu Qiushen glanced at them and sighed. So, which one do you want to eat first? The fish. All right. Last night, Yu Qiushen parked close by. As soon as they exited the elevator, Ling hopped into the passenger seat, too lazy to grab his cane, while Yu Qiushen retrieved it from the elevator to avoid a lost and found announcement at the academy. Ling connected his phone to the navigation system. And when the route was planned, Yu Qiushen raised an eyebrow in surprise. This street is near my old home. It. Then let's go check it out later. Ling fastened his seatbelt, filled with excitement, as if he were a child going on a spring outing. Brother, do you have free time this afternoon? No specific plans, but I need to return to Kola by 6. Okay, Ling nodded. So I'll be sleeping alone tonight? No need. The roar of the engine filled the air as the car slowly exited the underground parking lot. With his vision unimpeded, Ling resumed his unblinking stare at Yu Qiushen. The usually innocent Yu Qiushen had his hair tied in a ponytail today, with a small black hairpin in his ear. A gift from Ling this morning, upon spotting the little accessory in Yu Qiushen's storage box. Ling had mischievous thoughts. It was evident that the highest commander of the Alliance possessed a remarkable adaptability. Even when adorned with something typically feminine, he exuded a unique charisma. Tonight's meeting shouldn't run late. We can return by midnight. Yu Qiushen spoke at a leisurely pace, but if you're tired, you can sleep early. You don't have to wait for me. All right. Once they left the academy's vicinity, the scenery transformed back into the dilapidated Yas city, where a few elderly men passed by on the sidewalk. Carrying large steamer baskets on their shoulders, Ling squinted at the baskets from a distance. "What are they selling?" "Fulling cake," Yu Qiushen replied, eyes fixed ahead. "Have you tried it?" Ling shook his head. Since his birth, Kola had prohibited such small vendors from selling food without a business license and food safety certificate. Moreover, Ling had a nanny and nutritionist at home. He wasn't particularly fond of going out, so his meals were always delivered to his room at his command. "It's very sweet and has a soft texture," Yu Qiushen remarked lightly. "When I was in elementary school, my grandfather would take me to buy fulling cake every time the war ended." "Oh, then I must try it someday." Ling suddenly fell silent. Every time Yu Qiushen broached such topics, he found himself at a loss for words. He could empathize with Yu Qiushen's solitude and sorrow. Yet he struggled to fully fathom the depths of his past anguish. Chapter 49. Is this within the bounds of what can be shared? Fortunately, when Yu Qiushen and Ling arrived, the shop was not overly crowded. The walls were adorned with numerous posters and crayon drawings created by children. Ling sat down and began to peruse them, unable to suppress a laugh at a drawing of a white-haired man. "Is this you, brother?" Yu Qiushen glanced at it, awkwardly nodding. "It should be." The stick figure in the drawing held what seemed to be a microphone, appearing notably younger than the present Yu Qiushen, though his expression remained somber. "When was this?" Ling asked with a smile. Yu Qiushen reflected for a moment, perhaps during the first mobilization meeting at 5 years ago, or maybe even longer. 5 years ago, Ling mused, recalling that he had just finished his college entrance exams and was likely reveling in carefree moments with Zhou Shu. Back then, young Master Ji was still playful, willing to spend extravagantly. When in good spirits, he would indulge in lavish meals, not hesitating to splurge on 5-figure drinks, let alone spending on video game skins and equipment. "What typically does a brother say during a mobilization?" Ling queried, propping his chin on his hands, grinning at Yu Qiushen. "It is after work hours, and we're not engaged in serious matters." Yu Qiushen casually handed over the menu, attempting to brush off the inquiry. "Oh really?" Ling teased, selecting dishes while poking fun. "Weren't you the one who used to remind me to diligently study and stay fit after class, Commander?" "That was indeed me." Yu Qiushen, now more resilient to teasing, inquired, "What shall we eat, classmate Ling?" "Let's have a double serving of grouper, and I want to try those Orleans wings to see how they compare to the cafeterias. Also, let's get some lemonade," Ling decided. After placing the order, he returned to find Ling engrossed in his phone. Yu Qiushen caught a glimpse, suspecting he was browsing an online store. "Ling's eye. Is there something you wish to purchase?" "I could pick it up from Kola for you." "No, I want to buy something we both can use." Yu Qiushen's movement halted abruptly, a faint unnatural blush creeping onto his face. "Isn't this a bit premature?" "Ling's eye. I meant couples' phone cases," Ling replied, looking up with a broad smile. "What was the commander thinking? Is this within the bounds of what can be shared? Please enlighten me." Clearly it was not, and Yu Qiushen instinctively fell silent. "I think this one is nice," Ling said, showing his phone. "This sky blue resembles your eye color, and though this light gray isn't a perfect match for mine." "It's close enough." Yu Qiushen pondered for a moment, replying, "All right, send me all the links you like." "You're quite proactive in paying, brother." Ling tilted his head. "Has old General G mentioned that I'm quite demanding and tend to spend a lot?" Yu Qiushen shook his head. "He hasn't mentioned it, but General G has brought it up." Ling scoffed lightly. "Why is it that your discussions during wartime meetings always revolve around me?" "Not at all," Yu Qiushen replied earnestly. "I rarely meet with General G since I spent most of my time in the southern planets of the First Galaxy. I've only been to Kola more frequently in the last 2 years. So I often find myself at a loss for conversation, hence I listen to them talk about you. Next time, you must refrain from eavesdropping." Ling tossed the remark lightly. "They are all just haters." Their words lack truth. Indeed. Ling, recalling Yu Qiushen's modest upbringing, decided against sending him the links, instead completing the order himself. The grouper soon arrived, its portion far exceeding those from the refined establishments in the Kola Mall. Steaming with warmth. "Give it a try." Yu Qiushen offered a piece, carefully removing the bones before placing it in Ling's bowl. Ling, like a pampered lord, allowed himself to be served, squinting with approval. "Not bad, though it has scallions." Noted. A.S. rice was served, Ling scooped a bowl and fed it to himself. Is your home far from here? We could walk instead of driving. Once Yu Qiushen had carefully removed the scallions, he began to eat. Not far. A 500-meter walk should take you about an hour. Carry me. Yu Qiushen raised his eyelids, considering the possibility that everyone in Yes might recognize him. I had forgotten, Ling lamented, biting his chopsticks in frustration. It's like dealing with a big celebrity. It's quite troublesome. After a hearty meal, Ling felt languid, nearly collapsing against Yu Qiushen. Fortunately, the streets were relatively empty during the lunch break, allowing Yu Qiushen to bear his weight. Every few meters, a camphor tree stood, not quite old yet, and in April, it coincidentally was the season for leaf change, filling the street with the unique woody fragrance of camphor. The aged residential complexes on either side bore scars of time, some areas resembling pockmarks from artillery shells, and even after so long, they remained unrepaired. Ling could see through the damaged walls to the cooking scenes within. Fragrant wisps of smoke wafting up. What is this place called? Ling casually inquired. Why Yu Qiushen hesitated. Having not visited in a long time, it used to be called Tanning Street. I seldom return now. So I'm unsure if the name has changed. Tanning Street. Ling nodded. A lovely name. Is there meaning behind it? It signifies peace and tranquility. That's so. Yu Qiushen smiled faintly. I had not considered that aspect before. Perhaps it indeed carries such connotations. The residential area came to an end. The stark reality of war's aftermath was laid bare, with collapsed concrete and bricks piled on the ground, simply cordoned off with tape. Boldly marked with no entry to IT was Ling's first encounter with such scenes, and he could hardly fathom the bloodshed that had transpired during the conflict. Shall we go in? Ling asked. Yet Yu Qiushen had already pulled down the tape, stepping inside. Meeting Ling's astonished gaze, he explained, I possess a permit for entry. Ling did not doubt his possession of a permit. He merely hadn't expected such places to be accessible. Navigating through the rubble between steel reinforcements, Yu Qiushen walked cautiously until he stopped before a small house that was still somewhat presentable. This was my home once. Yu Qiushen spoke softly, his voice nearly blending with the gentle spring breeze. Ling felt the wind stir his hair as he looked up. The area surrounding the small house bore dark marks left by stray bullets, and after years of rain, the stains of blood had been washed away. Perhaps only the relatives of the deceased could still feel the reality of the war that had once ravaged the land. Ling held his breath for a moment, gently wrapping his arms around Yu Qiushen's neck, murmuring softly against his neck, Don't be sad, Yu Qiushen. During the new year, I will take you home to meet my parents, and my parents will share half with you, and I will have old G add your name to the property deed. The house will be half yours. Chapter 50. Yu Qiushen, are you unable to? As the words fell, Yu Qiushen was momentarily taken aback before breaking into a gentle smile. I could visit General G with you. But there is no need for the house. Ling, having been momentarily swept away by emotion, began to regain composure as the wind cooled him down, resembling a poor scholar from ancient times who, in a fit of rage, sought to redeem a courtesan. I think I should inform old G that I am dating you. Why is that? Yu Qiushen asked. Does General G disapprove of our relationship? Ling chose his words carefully, speaking with caution. Not exactly. You must understand, old G is 50 this year. He originally planned to fight for a few more years before retiring completely, leaving the efforts to my brother and me. But now, I have married a superior, which is quite a tale. Married? Yu Qiushen latched onto that word. You previously called me your wife, Ling Zai. I am your enigma, meant to be marked by you. Ling furrowed his brow. Those who achieve great things don't sweat the small stuff. The primary concern is how to explain this to my father. Well, I can help you with that. Yu Qiushen seemed to ponder seriously. Although I am your enigma, I would never impose on you as long as you are unwilling. I shall not act against your will, and I will tell him that I truly like you. Seeing Yu Qiushen in such a love-struck state, Ling doubted he had mistakenly perceived him as an ancient ice block. In reality, he was undeniably sweet and adorable. Ling found himself so charmed by his own thoughts that he couldn't help but kiss Yu Qiushen's face. Yu Qiushen stood frozen, his expression momentarily dazed. After a few seconds, he touched his cheek, still carrying the softness of Ling's lips. Ling Zai, He spoke softly, his gaze warm like that of a small animal. "Why did you kiss me?" "Because I like you." I couldn't help but steal a kiss. Ji Ling's affection for him only grew, finding even the wayward strands of hair blown by the wind irresistibly charming. Yu Qiushen pressed his lips together tightly, his expression appearing to brighten, albeit subtly. Is that so?" Yu Qiushen murmured. Ji Ling called out his full name again, asking, "How come such a precious gem like you hasn't been discovered by anyone else? Doesn't anyone want to date you?" "No," Yu Qiushen replied, analyzing the situation objectively. "Firstly, everyone around me is an alpha, and to some extent, I might not be the type they prefer. Moreover, everyone is quite busy and rarely thinks about such matters." "Oh," Ji Ling grinned, subtly mocking him for having nothing to do. "Not at all." The sky suddenly darkened considerably, hinting at an impending rain. They didn't linger for long. Yu Qiushen carried Ji Ling back along the same route. And just as they settled into the car, rain began to pour outside. The rain was quite heavy, washing the leaves high above and dripping down to cleanse the car's windshield, with the windows closed. The air inside the vehicle felt somewhat stifling. "What a downpour," Ji Ling remarked from the passenger seat, gazing out the window. "But it's fortunate that you ran fast. Otherwise, we would have been caught in the rain." "We wouldn't have gotten drenched. There are many places nearby to take shelter," Yu Qiushen reassured him. Ji Ling turned back, asking, "Did you never carry an umbrella before?" "No, I didn't." Yu Qiushen, usually composed, admitted that in his childhood, he would often forget where he left his umbrella after taking it out, losing several in the process, and eventually decided it wasn't worth buying another. Ji Ling laughed, teasing him about his temper, as if he were angry at the umbrella itself. This was the first time Yu Qiushen felt so understood, unable to retort, and simply chuckled helplessly. "I suppose that's true. Then for your next birthday, I will buy you an umbrella," Ji Ling suggested, considering that it would be a gift from his treasured person, one he would surely cherish and not misplace, thus cultivating a habit of always having an umbrella. All right. The rain continued to pour heavily, and after sitting in the car for a while, Ji Ling started to fidget, playfully entangling himself against Yu Qiushen. Previously, he had not felt this way, but meeting Yu Qiushen made Ji Ling acutely aware of his lack of self-control. Feeling like an utterly needy alpha, he yearned to be attached to Yu Qiushen every moment, wishing to transform into a keychain dangling from Yu Qiushen's belt, thereby avoiding school and work altogether. Unaware of the whimsical thoughts swirling in the little alpha's mind, Yu Qiushen simply stroked his warm hair, inhaling the scent that emanated from him. "Ling's eye," Yu Qiushen called softly, "what does your pheromone smell like?" Ji Ling, nestled in the crook of his neck, focused intently on inhaling, mumbling inarticulately, "Haven't you ever had white tea?" "I don't drink tea." "Oh, now I remember," Yu Qiushen replied. He only drank purified water and occasionally sipped coffee when he was particularly tired. The little alpha's hands became increasingly restless, journeying from his shirt buttons down to his waist, ultimately caressing his gland. The hint of desire flickered in Yu Qiushen's eyes as he lowered his gaze to Ji Ling's face. He had never realized that being touched on his gland could feel pleasurable. "Ling's eye," Yu Qiushen softly called again. "What kind of white tea is it?" Ji Ling raised his eyes, slightly dissatisfied, muttering, "Commander Yu, at a time like this, you should kiss me and caress me, not inquire about what I smell like, little alpha. All right. Why?" Yu Qiushen obediently pressed a gentle kiss to Ji Ling's forehead, so light that it felt like a mere brush of lips. Akin to a dragonfly skimming the water's surface, Ji Ling's brow furrowed tighter. "Yu Qiushen, are you incapable?" No. Yu Qiushen found his irritation endearing, smoothing out Ji Ling's frown. "Ling's eye, let's take our time. I want to treat you better." Ji Ling's anger dissipated effortlessly, yet he continued to sulk against Yu Qiushen's chest. "Damn pure-hearted virgin. Just give him some space." "White peony." Ji Ling's voice dropped low, his tone laced with a lingering huskiness from the earlier excitement. "It's a variety of white tea. My scent was tested at the Cola Pheromone Institute, and the closest match is by Hao Injun, which is a rather expensive type of white tea." Yu Qiushen nodded. "Our Ling's eye is indeed quite precious." Ji Ling felt a warm satisfaction at those words. This was Yu Qiushen, who, despite now being his legitimate partner, still carried the weight of being the highest commander in the alliance. Chapter 51. The wife is strict. Pain will have to wait a few days. After a few days, Yu Qiushen took Ji Ling back to the Academy of Sciences and then hurriedly gathered his team to head to Kola. With no experiments or research tasks at hand, and even with a wounded leg, Ji Ling's days could be succinctly summarized as utterly dull. He lay in Yu Qiushen's bed, absorbing the faint scent of cherry blossoms. Now that the cherry blossom season had passed, by the time he returned to the first military academy, he probably wouldn't even catch a whiff of Yu Qiushen's pheromone on the roadside. Having only spent 20 days with Yu Qiushen, Ji Ling's belongings nearly filled every corner of Yu Qiushen's room. That on the desk lay his computer keyboard and gaming mouse, a small basket filled with snacks, and his trousers and short-sleeved shirts draped over Yu Qiushen's office chair, the spotted dog pattern facing outward. Locking eyes with Ji Ling, life without Yu Qiushen felt unbearably dull. Ji Ling realized he had become hopelessly love-struck. Sharing the same affliction as Yu Qiushen, neither had the right to judge the other. After playing a couple of rounds of games, Yu Qiushen finally called Ji Ling. "Hello, brother," Ji Ling greeted, leaning close to the screen. "Have you finally missed me?" Yu Qiushen cleared his throat. "Your brother is beside me." Ji Ling immediately straightened up. "Why are you with Ji Huai?" "I was assigned a task related to a kidnapping case, and I'm here to gather more information," Yu Qiushen explained gently. "I might not return for the next couple of days. Shall I have Zhong take you back to Gardner?" "What?" Ji Ling's eyes widened. Visibly disheartened. "That you're not coming back for a few days? Is it a significant matter?" "Sort of," Yu Qiushen replied after a moment's thought. "General Ji Huai informed me that you protected General Shi's son during the Endless Night incident. The kidnappers were fanatics, and by the time we apprehended them, they had already committed suicide by poison, leaving us unable to trace the source. The reason we are taking this matter seriously is that a crucial batch of weapons was being transported through Sea Star recently. And suddenly, communication with the Alliance headquarters was lost. We can't locate the weapons or personnel, and the last message received before the disconnection was the name Shiryu, prompting us to investigate him." Ji Ling felt a shiver run down his spine. Although the First Star Alliance appeared unified on the surface, each major planet still harbored ulterior motives, fiercely clinging to their power, making weapons a coveted prize. Since Yu Qiushen took office, he had enacted laws prohibiting the private sale of weapons and military supplies, effectively restraining their origins. Many influential families in Kola loathed Yu Qiushen, but were powerless against him. To so openly hijack the Alliance's warship, the scale of financial and military power required must be enormous. Ji Ling found it hard to believe. The situations in Sita and Yaz were quite similar, with the only difference being that Sita was almost uninhabited due to its harsh environment, frequently beset by meteor showers and cosmic storms, with numerous black holes in the vicinity, making military deployments rare. Ji Huai's voice came through the microphone, coolly teasing Ji Ling. "Hey, I remember your planetary history score was quite good. Did you cheat?" "You're the one who cheated." Ji Ling couldn't see Ji Huai's face, but he could easily imagine the smug expression he wore. "So, are you and Ji Huai going to investigate in Kola?" Ji Ling asked pitifully. "Can I come along? I don't have any classes coming up." "No." Yu Qiushen maintained his principles. "The leave I arranged for you will start the day after tomorrow. You should rest well. Once you're better, prepare for the revival match of the practical competition. Although I look forward to having you on my team. If your scores don't meet the mark, I will have to choose someone else." "Fine," Ji Ling pouted. "Just be safe and come back to see me." Ji Huai could no longer hold back. "Ji Ling, are you being a coward? Mind your own business." The little alpha shouted into the phone, pecking the screen before reluctantly ending the call. The next day, Zhong indeed returned to fetch Ji Ling, accompanied by Ji Huai's aide, Chen Shi, dragging his small suitcase. Ji Ling couldn't help but ask upon seeing Chen Shi, "Brother Chen, what brings you here?" Chen Shi pushed his wheelchair from behind, speaking softly. "Your brother sent me to gather some gossip, asking if your relationship with Yu Qiushen is serious. He suspects you might be deceiving the Grand Commander." Although Ji Ling knew he wasn't entirely trustworthy, he didn't look like a bad person at first glance. "Did he?" "Rest assured," Ji Ling whispered. "It's mutual affection. I would never deceive him." "That's good." Chen Shi nodded. "Then I can report back to your brother with peace of mind. Has my brother expressed his stance?" "What is his attitude?" As Ji Ling lifted his gaze, Chen Shi's expression became peculiar for a moment, as if he were reminiscing about Ji Huai's words. He then cleared his throat and began to mimic Ji Huai's languid demeanor. "Quite well." My dear Ling Zai's declared his ambition to become the strongest man. Who would have thought he would find himself as the man of the strongest man? It could be seen as a rather circuitous way to save the nation. Ji Ling retorted, how shameless. I can practically envision Ji Huai's tone while saying that. He sighed, too apathetic to argue further, and donned his headphones to listen to music. In recent days, the cosmic storm had wreaked havoc, causing Ji Ling to be jostled about to the point of sleeplessness. Thus, he resorted to disturbing Yu Qiushen through his phone. 1 Oh Shaolin. Brother QAQ. 1 Oh Shaolin. Why aren't you calling me tonight? Is it because your baby is being quite strict? Didn't we agree to meet at our usual spot tonight to have some fun? After a brief pause, Yu Qiushen replied, aren't you my baby? 1 Oh Shaolin. This is just a playful tease. Do you understand? Yu Qiushen. I don't quite grasp this. Let me consult General Ji Huai. 1 Oh Shaolin. 1 Oh Shaolin. Don't ask. Yu Qiushen. I already have told me to inform you that his wife is quite strict, and you'll have to wait a few days for some fun. However, I only have you as my baby. I can't comprehend this. Why Yu Qiushen? Ling Zai. Ji Ling remarked. Poor, innocent big cat, manipulated by two cunning Ji family men at their whims. Chapter 52. Lured by appearances. Yu Qiushen's word from yesterday served as a wake-up call for Ji Ling. He had already lost 2 points for inadvertently kicking Wen Qi off the stage during a physical training class. Although he could earn points from his paper on particle weapons, it would not compare to the practical module. Ji Ling aspired to join Yu Qiushen's team in a straightforward manner, and he intended to secure an impressive score that would earn the respect of all. After a prolonged absence from the laboratory, Ji Ling hobbled through the door the next day, only to be pulled into a seat by Bai Yao. Ling Zai. Did you miss me? Ji Ling grimaced in pain. Are you blind? Can't you see my leg is in a cast? My apologies. Bai Yao glanced at Ji Ling's leg. Last time, when you shung and I weren't around, how did you end up getting beaten again? Has the once invincible campus belle from Gardner Military Academy now fallen? Unsure how to explain, Ji Ling muttered vaguely. Something rather important fell out, and, as I bent to pick it up, I ended up kicking a steel bar. Bai Yao nodded sympathetically. It's all right. When will the doctor say your leg will heal? Will you be fit for the revival match? Although it might be easier to play in the revival match, and you could directly participate in the finals afterward, I don't know. I should be fine. Ji Ling replied, casually. He had been so preoccupied with thoughts of Yu Qiushen in the hospital that he completely forgot to ask the doctor about this matter. Truly, beauty can lead to one's downfall. By the way, Bai Yao leaned in. Let me tell you a juicy tidbit. Ji Ling raised an eyebrow. What news? Do you remember that Omega you fought against? The one I called a dead snake. Of course I remember, Ji Ling replied, his interest piqued. What happened to him? Bai Yao clicked his tongue. Seemingly in lamentation, he dropped out. Ji Ling's brow furrowed. Wasn't he majoring in assassination and intelligence? I heard his grades were outstanding, and he was quite capable. Why would he suddenly drop out? Bai Yao waved his hand dismissively. How would I know? I'm not in that major. Ji Ling pursed his lips. Is that all? You leave me hanging with half the story. What kind of professional standard is this? Do you think I have nothing better to do than to inquire about trivial matters? Bai Yao raised a stack of documents that, you know how much work you shung, and I have to handle in your absence. This time, I'm grouped with Huang Tao, and every time I ask him to do something, he either plays dead or submits a pile of rubbish to torment me, and Yu Sheng. Ji Ling chuckled. At least I'm not there to be tormented. Don't celebrate too soon. Bai Yao smirked at why Yu Qiushen had us draw lots for you. So you're in our group. Enjoy your little triumph. Ji Ling nearly choked on his own breath. With Yu Qiushen either busy working or monitoring experiment progress, he could hardly find time to call, let alone sneak away with Bai Yao. Bai Yao. Ji Ling frowned. You must never share my embarrassing moments in front of Yu Qiushen. How can you call them embarrassing? Bai Yao grinned. You're a kind-hearted peace dove. You have no idea how much pressure we face sharing a lab with Yu Qiushen. Whenever he falls silent, I feel as though he is silently mocking my research capabilities. In such moments, sharing a joke about you is the best way to ease the tension. Bai Yao nodded. After all, your jokes are endless. Forget it. Ji Ling waved him off, uninterested in continuing the banter. Just don't tarnish my image in his eyes. As Ji Ling powered on his computer, Bai Yao pondered for a moment before realizing something was amiss and leaned back in. Wait, why are you suddenly concerned about his opinion of you? Have you, the proud flower of the capital, finally softened after spending 20 days with Commander Yu. Not at all. Ji Ling cleared his throat. His gaze still fixed on the screen, the sound of the mouse clicking echoed. Mind your own business. Certainly, it was not the allure of his character that captivated him, but rather his physical charm. Later that evening, Ji Ling intended to call Yu Qiushen for a video chat. He found himself yearning for that innocent white-haired figure again, eager to coax Yu Qiushen into showing him his tail and the small snow leopard ears he had yet to see. Yesterday, while scrolling through videos, he happened upon a snow leopard's ears, which were round and petite. He couldn't help but wonder if Yu Qiushen's were the same. By the way, Bai Yao settled back in his seat. We have another holiday coming up soon that you're not heading back to Kola, right? Yu Sheng and I are planning to return for his father's birthday. I probably want to go back. Ji Ling contemplated. Please wish uncle a happy birthday for me. Understood. With that, Ji Ling opened an electronic document and began to peruse it with great interest. Bai Yao had never seen Ji Ling so optimistically engrossed in his studies before. Leaning closer, he read a line. Research on rifle trajectory calculation algorithms and electronic site differentiation boards. Ji Ling, are you out of your mind? There's still 2 months until finals, and you're starting to review now? This is called planning ahead, Ji Ling declared, pulling out a sheet of draft paper to begin calculations, his handwriting sprawling across the page. I think the only thing broken is your brain, not your leg. Bai Yao scoffed. What benefit does creating a panic atmosphere in the lab bring you? Don't portray me as some heinous villain, Ji Ling remarked nonchalantly, lifting his gaze that I merely have a newfound small goal. What goal? To outshine everyone and take revenge on society. No. Ji Ling twirled a pen and suddenly recalled Yu Qiushen's stern face. That I wonder if Yu Qiushen is wearing a hairpin today. His hair is so long that it takes him 2 minutes to style it in the morning. That if we ever have the chance to live together, I want to help him style his hair. He envisioned 2 little braids adorned with pink bows, perfectly suiting Yu Qiushen's sweet and innocent nature. Seriously? Bai Yao wrinkled his nose. You can talk all you want, but why are you acting all lovey-dovey? The scent of tea is suffocating in here. Ji Ling redirected his gaze and reined in the alpha pheromones that involuntarily wafted from him. I suddenly have a strong desire to join Yu Qiushen's team. And I want to do it as the top scorer in both theory and practical. Ji Ling's tone was calm, yet Bai Yao detected a hint of pride in his voice. Such audacious claims would earn a kick from others. But only Ji Ling's words carried a semblance of credibility. Top scorer? Huh. Bai Yao calculated you'll need to put in some serious effort for this practical competition. You're certain to excel in theory. But it all hinges on your ranking in the revival match. You should aim for at least 2nd place in the entire school, right? No. Ji Ling shook his head. I will be the champion. Chapter 53. Are you jealous? Ling's Yu Qiushen had spent half a month in Kola. While Ji Ling occupied his days with experiments and library studies at BY night, he suspected that Yu Qiushen might not even have time to call. He had come to intimately understand the drawbacks of dating the highest-ranking officer. It felt akin to not dating at all. Finally, the eve of the monthly break arrived, and Yu Qiushen was free at last. Ji Ling promptly initiated a video call. Ling Zai. Yu Qiushen answered, and Ji Ling was momentarily rendered speechless by his attire. Today, Yu Qiushen donned a pristine white military uniform, which Ji Ling had seen in his wardrobe before. At that time, he had thought to himself how well Yu Qiushen would wear it. Given his impressive physique and waist-length white hair, a delicate pink cherry blossom adorned his ear, as Kola's temperature was significantly lower than Gardner's, prolonging the cherry blossom season. The petals now appeared tender and dewy. Yu Qiushen seemed a tad awkward as he lifted a small girl from his lap to show Ji Ling, I'm at the One family residence. I came to discuss matters today, and the family head kindly invited me to stay overnight. This is their little girl. The One family is still entrenched in a system of familial servitude, characterized by strict traditions and numerous rules. The household is filled with many collateral relatives, and only through the competition of prowess can the most outstanding among the younger generation ascend to the position of the family head. The child perched on his leg may very well be a scion of one of the One family's collateral branches. Ji Ling harbors little fondness for this clan, as his first encounter with corporal punishment in his life was at the hands of the Wens. Yuga, Ji Ling pouted. Were you busy taking care of children a few days ago? Not at all. Yu Qiushen licked his lips and gently explained. The premier of the Alliance visited recently, and it was inconvenient for me to constantly message you. Additionally, I have been inundated with work lately, often needing to put in overtime at night. Indeed, even the highest commander of the Alliance dares not slack off in front of his superior. Yu Qiushen chuckled lightly. I suppose so. After a brief exchange, Ling shifted to sit upright, his previously furrowed brow knitting tighter. That child on your leg. Can't she sit on a small stool beside you? Yu Qiushen paused for a moment, a look of sudden realization dawning upon him. Ling's eye, are you feeling jealous? Ling turned his head away. What is there to be jealous about? She's just a little brat, not even as tall as my leg. Xiaoying, this is your brother Ling. Yu Qiushen held the little girl's hand. Encouraging her to greet Ling, the girl merely pressed her lips together in a smile, her fingers tracing the screen of Yu Qiushen's phone. Remaining silent for quite some time. Ling's eye, Xiaoying may not speak, but that itself is her way of greeting you. Ling stared blankly for a moment. Oh, hello, Xiaoying. The girl fidgeted slightly, extending 5 fingers to wave in front of screen, before jumping down from Yu Qiushen's lap and awkwardly trotting toward the door. Time for bed. Yu Qiushen gently ruffled her hair. See you tomorrow. Elated by the promise, the little girl skipped out, her tiny footsteps quickly fading in the corridor. Ling felt a twinge of discomfort and quietly asked, Yu Qiushen, do you particularly like children? One could say that. Yu Qiushen replied with a gentle demeanor. Children are quite endearing, of course. Only the obedient ones. I can't handle the rambunctious ones. Ling lowered his gaze. It was no wonder that when he had previously coaxed Yu Qiushen into a virtual romance, he had spoken of wanting to have little snow leopards, provoking such a strong reaction. Once Xiaoying had departed, Yu Qiushen began to change clothes. His long fingers slowly undid the buttons at his neck, revealing a prominent Adam's apple that bobbed with his speech and breath. When the last button was unfastened, his white coat slipped off, unveiling a thin inner layer. Ling watched with a sense of restlessness, his voice muffled. Aren't you coming back? Did you forget that there's still a baby in Gardner? I haven't forgotten, Yu Qiushen chuckled, rising to hang his clothes, his voice becoming softer. Are you about to take a break for the Moon Festival? Ling's eye. Indeed. The figure on the screen vanished momentarily, only to return clad in loungewear. Not the long robe he wore while staying with Ling, but a thin cotton pajama set, consisting of a top and bottoms. Ling cast a glance, noting an embroidered cat head on the chest. Damn it, is Yu Qiushen trying to seduce me like this? As a young and impetuous alpha newly in love, he found it difficult to resist such innocent, homey attire. Yu Qiushen, seemingly oblivious to Ling's train of thought, leaned in to scrutinize him. Ling's eye. Is it particularly hot? Ling felt a surge of heat. Yes, it's scorching. Then turn on the air conditioning. Not a chance. Ling huffed. Are you still in Kola for the Moon Festival? You go. Can I come over play with you? Now that he truly had no classes, requesting to see his boyfriend seemed a reasonable demand. Yu Qiushen pondered. I might be quite busy here. I won't be able to accompany you every day. Well, it is what it is. You still need to sleep at night. Ling frowned. If I can't catch a whiff of your scent, I'll wither away in this desolate Gardner. You can't refuse me. I won't refuse you. A smile danced in Yu Qiushen's eyes. How will you come over? Should I have Zhongyi pick you up? No need. I'm familiar with Kola. I'll buy a ticket and head over myself. As soon as he finished speaking, Ling swiftly retrieved his suitcase, stuffing it with colorful clothing. Yu Qiushen observed the video screen, and his gaze suddenly fell upon a cardboard box in the background, which contained a dress he had purchased before realizing that the soft Olin was Ling. Now that he was aware, Ling likely would not wear it again. Hey, brother, do you think I should bring a few more pajamas? Ling turned around to find Yu Qiushen's bashful countenance. Following his line of sight, he indeed spotted a pair of black stockings draped over the corner of the cardboard box. Would you like to see them, brother? Ling playfully tugged the black stockings closer, grinning. I'll wear them for you. How about that? This way you can not only see but also touch. And if you want to do something else, I'm open to that too. Yu Qiushen swallowed hard his words, quickly averting his gaze. No need for that. Ling's eye. Little alpha should stick to something more conventional. Ling's unwavering gaze remained fixed on him. Didn't you say you didn't care about gender? Can an alpha wear black stockings for their partner? Such twisted logic. Ling Zi, while Yu Qiushen's fingers curled, his eyes swirling with a rich desire, his demeanor so enticing that Ji Ling instinctively released a hint of alpha pheromones. The faint scent of tea permeating the small room. After a moment of silence, Yu Qiushen seemed to find his voice, his ears flushed. Ling Zai, may I ask you to call me that again? Does my brother enjoy hearing that? Ji Ling licked his small canine tooth, his eyes crinkling with mirth. Hubby, Yu Qiushen, fully aware that Ji Ling often spoke without a filter, found himself unable to resist being teased each time. The cherry blossom-scented pheromones were overwhelmingly potent, enveloping him in a floral haze, leaving him uncertain of how long he would need to ventilate the room to disperse the scent. All right, Ling Zi, while Yu Qiushen's voice was soft, carrying an undertone of restraint. When you come over tomorrow, let me know, and I'll have Zhongyi fetch you. Understood. Ji Ling perked up like a well-behaved puppy. Then I'm off to bed? Hubby, sleep well. While Yu Qiushen's voice was husky. Good night, Ling Zai. After the call ended, Yu Qiushen rose, opened the window, and let the air circulate for a long while, attempting to calm the fluttering in his heart. Chapter 54. Cuisine. More practice required early the next morning. Ji Ling boarded a spaceship bound for Kola. By a stroke of fate, he encountered two familiar faces as soon as he entered, Bai Yao and Chen Yuxing. Ji Ling stood with his suitcase for a few seconds, feigning calmness as he approached and sat beside them, awkwardly yet politely chuckling. What a coincidence. You both are heading home too. Bai Yao raised an eyebrow. Did you not say you weren't returning to Kola? Am I still dreaming? Ji Ling swallowed hard. My brother called me back. Nonsense, your brother is in Sita. Wow, you know his schedule better than I do. You wouldn't be hoping to become my sister-in-law, would you? Ji Ling forced a smile. My brother probably doesn't fancy alphas. Get lost. Bai Yao shot him a glare. Speak up. Little alpha. What clandestine activities are you up to with my brother Yuxing? Ji Ling tightened his grip on the suitcase handle. Contemplating. You both know that I'm in a relationship. I'm going to see him. He's older than you, right? Bai Yao calculated. Is he interning in Kola? Ji Ling nodded vigorously. IT was a bit ashamed for Yu Qiushen, having returned as an intern after 3 years in command. All right then. Bai Yao seemed to accept it. The three of them fastened their seat belts, and the spaceship quickly took off, leaving the surface of Gardner. The clouds outside whizzed by, transforming into the deep blue of space in no time. Hey, Chen Yuxing leaned over. When will you introduce your significant other to us? Us older brothers are here to vet him. Ji Ling was nearly drenched in sweat, nodding vaguely. If the opportunity arises, I'll definitely invite you both for a meal. Bai Yao, having pulled an all-nighter, yawned and leaned back in his seat. Make sure to count on it. After a long wait, when they finally disembarked, Ji Ling concocted a pretext about needing to relieve himself and hurriedly fled, hiding for about 10 minutes until Bai Yao and Chen Yuxing had taken the light rail out before emerging from the restroom. Zhongyi arrived half an hour early to pick him up at the station entrance, and as soon as Ji Ling stepped out, he spotted Zhongyi's vehicle. Young Master Ji. Zhongyi, having been influenced by Chun Chi, struggled to adjust his form of address, causing Ji Ling's scalp to tingle. Brother Zhong, please just call me Ji Ling. Ji Ling felt an odd sense of déjà vu, as though he were being summoned to serve Yu Qiushen. Yu Qiushen's car was nothing like Ji Huai's. Ji Ling glanced around, spotting not a single snack in sight. Little Ling, what are you looking for? Zhongyi paused, curiosity piquing as he prepared to accelerate. Ji Ling looked at him with a pitiful expression. I woke up too early and didn't have breakfast. I'm a bit hungry. Zhongyi contemplated for a moment. Would you prefer to grab a bite nearby? Or wait and eat with the commander? He hasn't had breakfast yet, either. Has Yu Qiushen not had breakfast yet? I thought he'd already started working. Today, General Jiang has an appointment, and the commander left early this morning. Likely to return to the Wen residence around 9 o'clock. The sound of the accelerator revving broke the silence, and Ji Ling grasped the essence of the conversation, turning to inquire, So, are we heading to the Wen residence now? Indeed, replied Zhongyi. What's the matter? Ji Ling hesitated, yet felt compelled to confess. To be candid, I've had a minor altercation with the Wen family, though. Do elaborate. IT is quite the story. Ji Ling adopted the demeanor of a storyteller in a tea house. The Wen family's antiquated rules are more enduring than my own life. You must have heard of them, such as Omegas must not dine at the table, cannot participate in family events, and are absolutely barred from inheriting the family estate or the position of head of the family. At the time, old G took my brother and me to attend, and she, right? Zhongyi nodded. The son of the Wen patriarch. Yes, that's him. Ji Ling continued. That fellow spoke harshly to one of their omegas. Using truly vile language that I lost my temper, and Zhongyi, intrigued, interjected, you lost your temper? I rushed over and knocked out his canine tooth with a single punch. He still has implants to this day. Zhongyi remarked, that is quite the lack of restraint. Nevertheless, Ji Ling is indeed a man of passion. Zhongyi nodded. You fought well, but I would advise against such impulsiveness next time that we'll discuss it when the time comes. Ji Ling waved his hand dismissively. Old Ji no longer dares to take me to such events. He claims I am more of a liability than an asset. I am indifferent to these so-called noble connections, preferring a life of integrity and freedom from the company of scoundrels. Therefore, why not take me home later? I fear I might be thrown out before I even arrive at the Wen residence. Zhongyi's lips twitched as he stifled a laugh. You are a guest invited by Commander Yu. Even if the Alliance Prime Minister were to arrive today, you cannot simply be dismissed. What? Ji Ling exclaimed in disbelief. Didn't they say the Wen Patriarch would not give him face? Not giving face doesn't equate to showing disrespect. As long as you don't stir up trouble, everything will be fine. Ji Ling nodded. That works for me. Avoiding conflict is my greatest strength. Zhongyi glanced over. Unable to discern any evidence of such a strength in Ji Ling, the car halted before the grand entrance of the Wen residence. And as Ji Ling stepped out, he felt the air had become noticeably foul. Upon seeing Ji Ling's face, the Wen family's servant turned pale, hesitating whether to report to the patriarch, seeing Ji Ling standing beside Commander Yu's aide. Zhongyi approached the servant for a brief exchange before returning to Ji Ling. Come along. I'll take you to the commander's room to wait for him. We can just go in. Ji Ling remarked, not forgetting to throw in a jab. It seems Yu Qiushen's name carries more weight than my father's. After decades of hard work, old Ji is still no match for Yu Qiushen. I need to improve. Zhongyi walked ahead, a smile tugging at his lips, almost losing his adult composure. Ji Ling is indeed a lively spirit. No wonder he managed to capture Yu Qiushen's attention. The Wen residence, built years ago, cost nearly 9 figures in Cola currency. From the plaque and pillars at the main entrance to the flowers and grasses in the inner courtyard, every detail was meticulously crafted. Said to be a collaboration with Cola's top landscape artists, a true masterpiece of contemporary interstellar architecture. To be frank, had this residence not borne the Wen surname, Ji Ling would have certainly praised it. However, bearing such an unfortunate name, Ji Ling scoffed. The cuisine requires further refinement. Chapter 55. The mischievous Ji Ling Yu Qiushen's chamber is located on the second floor of the small building in the west courtyard. A part of the Wen estate Ji Ling had never visited before. The artificial pond below was dotted with lily pads, alongside several small rock formations, behind which stood a maple tree, its leaves a tender green with slight hints of yellow at the tips. Little Ling, why don't you go to the room and wait a bit? Zhongyi escorted him upstairs. I will have the kitchen prepare something for you and the commander. And Yu Qiushen? When will he return? Ji Ling settled into a chair on the curved corridor, as if savoring the spring scenery outside. Zhongyi glanced at his watch. In about half an hour. Great. Ji Ling smiled, his spirits lifting. Soon, Zhongyi exited the small courtyard, and Ji Ling rose once more. The Wen residence was divided into 3 main areas: the central main building, the east courtyard, and the west courtyard. In the past, Ji Ling had only ever observed combat matches in the courtyard before the central main building or attended banquets in the main hall. He had never had the opportunity to explore the east and west courtyards. Although wandering about without the homeowner's consent felt akin to petty theft, Ji Ling, feeling unperturbed by the implications of such an act, paid it no mind. The dog ears hidden in his hair soon perked up, allowing Ji Ling to discern the subtle sounds around him. He could hear the butler reprimanding a servant on the other side of the wall, the crackling of firewood from the small kitchen, and the faint sound of footsteps. That Ji Ling glanced at the ground below. The area was covered in grass, with a cobblestone path running through the center. Logically, the footsteps should not sound so light, as if accompanied by some other muffled noise. Where could it be coming from? As the saying goes, curiosity killed the cat, and Ling felt this adage might just as well apply to dogs. Without a second thought, he lightly leaped onto the pillar beside the armchair, scaling up to the roof of the small building, where he could indeed see much more clearly, though he was merely on the second floor. It was sufficient to observe the entire layout of the west courtyard. The buildings in the west courtyard appeared to be of a more antiquated style, with green-tiled roofs covered in moss, starkly contrasting the pristine opulence of the main estate. How audacious to have Yu Qiushen stationed here. This big cat seems to have no temper at all. One wonders what his intentions are. Ling found the situation amusing. The wind picked up on the rooftop, and Ling stretched out his limbs for a moment before pausing as the footsteps resumed, this time sounding more persistent than before. They were rapid, as if someone were sprinting in small strides. Ling squinted, cautiously listening to the sounds carried by the wind, feigning nonchalance as he stretched until the last sound of footsteps suddenly grew heavier. Boom! A shadow darted before him. Ling raised his hand to block it, meeting a pair of pale green eyes. The figure was clad in black, their face concealed by a veil, revealing only their eyes. Clearly, this was not the attire of an ordinary person, but rather that of a trained assassin. The assassin's pupils flickered momentarily, seemingly surprised to encounter Ling in this location. Could it be an acquaintance? Ling was filled with perplexity. Logically, scouring the entirety of the Wen estate, aside from that scoundrel Wenqi, he could find no one else he recognized. Yet if they did not know him, why the sudden look of surprise? He did not consider himself a household name, and aside from a few esteemed families, it was unlikely that others would recognize him at first glance. Evidently, the assassin had no intention of lingering. Having missed their strike, they turned to flee. Ling was not inclined to grant them that opportunity. Seizing a corner of their veil, the lightweight fabric was not secured firmly and was easily pulled away, revealing a familiar face before Ling. It was Xiao Qi since their encounter in the preliminary rounds. Ling had not seen him again, except for having heard from Bai Yao about his withdrawal from school some time ago. Otherwise, Xiao Qi had seemingly vanished from existence. Xiao Qi appeared different from the last time. The once lean figure had become even more gaunt, his cheeks nearly sunken, and the left side of his skin bore a faint reddish hue. His pale green eyes seemed to harbor a whirlwind of emotions, and after a moment of contemplation, he simply extended his hand. The veil, please return it. Xiao Qi, Ling had a multitude of questions swirling in his mind, but did not know where to begin. Why did you withdraw? None of your concern, Xiao Qi replied curtly, drawing closer to reclaim the veil from Ling's grasp, deftly donning it once more. The atmosphere grew tense, lingering in silence for a time, before Xiao Qi stood resolutely, as if having made a decision, and spoke. In any case, it has nothing to do with you. I chose to withdraw on my own accord, whether I study or not. It makes no difference. If it makes no difference, then why did you go to such lengths to win against me in the competition? Ling's brows furrowed as he prepared to press for answers. But Xiao Qi had already turned away. I heard you lost in the last round, to some nobody, in the revival match. Do remember to use your brain, or else it will reflect poorly on me for having lost to you. With that, Xiao Qi leaped down from the eaves and vanished into the thicket. The sudden turn of events had completely soured Ling's mood for the morning. Assassins are truly all cut from the same cloth. Wait a moment. Ling suddenly realized something. Xiao Qi's appearance at the Wen estate, clad in black and disguised, along with the faint scent of blood he had detected during their brief encounter. Could it be that he is an assassin for the Wen family? It seems rather improbable. After the preliminary round concluded, Ling investigated Xiao Qi's background, discovering that he hails from an utterly ordinary family. Both his parents are merchants, with no connections whatsoever to the Wen family. Given that the Wen clan is a grand family that only employs its own, it is inconceivable that a mere assassin of such modest origins could be associated with them. Never mind. Let us set this matter aside for now, as he has more pressing concerns at hand. That is to engage in some intimate moments with his boyfriend, who has been away for nearly half a month. Ling clapped his hands and leapt back into the courtyard, as the return of Yu Qiushen was imminent, and he certainly did not wish for his boyfriend to discover his clandestine antics. Chapter 56. Do you have a hidden agenda towards me? Upon Yu Qiushen's return, he found Ling seated at his desk, diligently engrossed in one of his books on planetary history. The young alpha maintained an upright posture, his hands gripping the pages, his gaze fixated on the text, as though he were a schoolboy pretending to study under the watchful eye of his teacher. After taking a few steps inside, Yu Qiushen set down the folder of documents and began to unbutton the top button of his collar, his tone tinged with exasperation. Ling's eye, could you at least pretend a little better? Your book is upside down. Only then did Ling take a closer look, exclaiming, is this some pirated edition you bought? How can it be printed like this? Clearly agitated, he slammed the book onto the desk. Arms akimbo, demanding, big cat, hold me. Yu Qiushen lifted Ling into his lap and then opened the book he had just been reading. This is a printing from many years ago. That's how we all read it back then. I intended to buy a new one, but having grown accustomed to this one, I became too lazy to find a new copy in a couple of days. I will send you my textbook. Try to read less of these pirated versions. Ling promptly closed the book, intertwining his fingers with Yu Qiushen's. Yu Qiushen, I sense you are dissatisfied with me. To be frank, do you perhaps prefer the soft Xiao more? Heaven knows, Yu Qiushen had refrained from mentioning that name lately, fearing it would lead the young alpha's thoughts astray. His surprise. Ling was still able to find fault in this. Seems the mind of a wealthy flower from the capital is indeed difficult to decipher. Bai Yaocheng did not deceive me. Not at all. Yu Qiushen gently massaged Ling's fingers, speaking sincerely. I think the little alpha is wonderful, truly. Yet Ling still frowned. Then why haven't you mentioned missing me lately? You used to say you miss soft Xiaolin. You are being quite unfair to your ex and your current partner. Yu Qiushen raised an eyebrow. How can soft Xiaolin be considered an ex? Besides, I never said I missed him. I've been telling you I miss you recently. According to Ling's logic, if he were to adopt 10 different aliases, would Yu Qiushen have to claim 10 more exes? Who could withstand such an assault on their innocence? All right. Ling's mouth remained stubbornly pouted, resembling a little duck. Brother Zhongyi mentioned you met General Shi today. I have never seen him. What does he look like? Is he similar to old G? Well, actually, General Shi and General G may differ in style. Yu Qiushen diplomatically described. General Shi seems considerably younger than General G. Although both are admirals of the Alliance, General Shi's clothing style is somewhat more flamboyant. Today, he even gifted me some merchandise related to Shi Xiao. Ling was taken aback. Is that so? Let me see. Yu Qiushen retrieved a photograph from the folder, which even bore Shi Yu's autograph. Wow. Ling examined it closely. Make sure to keep that safe. Shi Yu's autograph could fetch 6 figures now. If you ever find yourself in dire straits, you could sell it. Yu Qiushen chuckled and shook his head. I'm not into chasing stars. Indeed. Ling nodded. A commendable commander, a role model for the people of the Alliance and military academy students alike, that we must all learn from the commander and obey his orders. Yu Qiushen, seemingly unable to endure further, reached out to cover Ling's mouth. His ears turned slightly red. Why does Ling's eye always talk such nonsense? Still wearing gloves, his fingertips bore the scent of dust and cherry blossom pheromones, which made Ling blush fiercely, pulling his hand away. Why do you always like to cover my mouth? This development is quite perilous. Ling glared. And which of my words is nonsense? By heaven, every single word is cleaner than my face. You mustn't cover my mouth again. Very well. Yu Qiushen retracted his hand, placing a gentle kiss on the corner of Ling's eye, seemingly as an apology. Ling, typically easy to appease, quickly reverted to his affectionate demeanor as a devoted admirer of the commander. Shall we have lunch together? Ling inquired. Yu Qiushen shook his head. I have to meet with the head of the One family at noon, so I cannot go out with you. Ling frowned. What could that old man possibly have to say for so many days? Can't you just point a gun at his head and ask if he has any objections? I wish I could. Yu Qiushen finally voiced his true feelings, but then quickly added, however, clearly, the laws of the Alliance do not permit me to do so. All right. Ling slumped into his embrace, his voice laced with despair. Who is so unfortunate as to spend 2 hours on a spaceship just to see their boyfriend for a moment, unable even to share a meal? It's enough to make me lose my appetite for Orland's grilled wings. It's truly unfair. Yu Qiushen comforted him earnestly, gently patting the little alpha's back. Do you have friends in Kola? I can ask Zhongyi to take you out for some fun and bring you back in the evening. No. Ling shook his head like a child refusing to go to kindergarten. I'll just play some games this afternoon and wait for you to return. Very well. Outside, Zhongyi knocked twice, entering with 2 bowls of steaming wontons. This shrimp wonton, without scallions, is for young Master Ji. After delivering the meal, Zhongyi swiftly departed with remarkable discretion. Ji Ling stirred the contents of his bowl with a small spoon and took a sip of the broth. While the one family may produce an abundance of nonsense, one cannot deny that their chef is first-rate. Ji Ling resumed his rambling. If I were to unify Cola in the future, the first thing I do is flatten the one family and keep all their chefs. The feudal era has ended. Ling Zi Yu Qiushen chuckled at the corner of his eye, pulling over a small stool to sit down and enjoy his meal properly. Soon, Ji Ling finished a bowl of wontons and lazily nestled into the tatami. Gazing at Yu Qiushen, Yu Qiushen was once again engrossed in his reading, seemingly devoid of any leisure activities, a veritable work machine. Yu Qiushen, Ji Ling called out, "Are we staying here tonight? It feels oddly like being a guest in someone else's home." "It's merely a place to stay, Ling Zai. You're being overly sensitive." Yu Qiushen adjusted his glasses, not lifting his gaze. Sighing, Ji Ling felt that Yu Qiushen possessed an extraordinary degree of insensitivity, and he ought to be grateful to the individual who first coined the term insensitivity. Otherwise, the adjectives used to describe him would have to be dim-witted. The sound of turning pages filled the air as Ji Ling rested his chin on his arm, soon succumbing to yawns. It terribly boring." Yu Qiushen finally closed the book. Ji Ling lazily lifted one eyelid. "You know it is. Then let's have a chat." "Sure." Ji Ling sprang up eagerly. "What shall we talk about?" Yu Qiushen pondered for a moment before asking. "Ling Zai, what direction do you wish to develop in the future?" Ji Ling's eager expression instantly faltered, and he slumped back onto the soft sofa. "You're doomed, Yu Qiushen. Who taught you to start conversation with your boyfriend about dreams?" "Do you not wish to answer?" Yu Qiushen smiled faintly, his fingers resting on the armrest of the chair, the leather texture accentuating his fair skin, reminiscent of pearls in the deep sea. "It's not that I don't want to." Ji Ling contemplated, speaking vaguely. "I'm not afraid of you mocking me. I used to have no dreams at all, just wanting to compete with Ji Huai in a vicious rivalry. After all, old Ji always said I was inferior to him. So I felt that if he became a major general, I had to become a general too. Yu Qiushen paused, shaking his head with a hint of helplessness. "Why would I mock you?" My tone is gentle. "Recently I spoke with Director Huang, and he expressed that I might be too harsh with you all, saying that little alphas are like children needing encouragement and care. That I have reflected seriously on this. It is indeed true. Your futures are still long, and there is no need to rush. Pursuing practical combat is a solid path. You possess courage and a fighting spirit, born to take the battlefield. However," Yu Qiushen hesitated, "if you are willing, research is also a commendable avenue. The battlefield is a brutal place, and becoming an exceptional general is a lengthy process. Along the way, you may lose many important things, which could bring you much sorrow." Ji Ling buried half his face in the crook of his arm, staring intently at Yu Qiushen. He felt that Yu Qiushen had changed significantly. If the original Yu Qiushen had been an unattainable snow lotus atop a snowy peak, the current Yu Qiushen was akin to a hibiscus swaying gently in a lotus pond under the caress of a summer night breeze, imbued with a more vibrant vitality. "Why Yu Qiushen?" Ji Ling asked softly. "If it were in the past, would you have said these things to me?" Yu Qiushen appeared taken aback by the question, pondering for a moment before honestly shaking his head. Ji Ling's throat tightened, his voice slightly hoarse and tentative. "Then can I assume this is because you have a hidden agenda towards me?" Chapter 57. The term private interest struck Yu Qiushen's heart like a bolt from the blue. Since ascending to the position of the highest commander of the alliance, he had maintained a reputation for integrity and fairness, never harboring any selfish motives towards anyone or anything. Yet today, as Ji Ling laid bare this truth, he suddenly realized he had begun to grow attached. "Brother Yu?" Ji Ling softly reached out, gently encircling his neck. "I'm sorry for saying that. Are you reluctant to let me go to war?" Yu Qiushen lowered his gaze, exhaling silently before hesitantly responding. Yes, that he found himself a loss for words to describe the tangled emotions swirling within him. Ever since he began to suspect that Ruan Xiaolin was Ji Ling, he had been ensnared by an inexplicable sentiment, which only deepened upon seeing the jade pendant around Ji Ling's neck. Did he have feelings for Ruan Xiaolin? The answer was undoubtedly yes. Did he still have feelings for Ji Ling? That answer was also affirmative. Oh, why did he feel troubled? Let's not bring it up, he said, and then added, Ling Zai, you've worked so hard studying from Kola to Gardner Military Academy. I shouldn't dismiss your ideals and aspirations based on my own views. Ji Ling's ears perked up mischievously. Brushing against Yu Qiushen's fingers, he lifted his gaze, bright and lively. I know, you, like Ji Huai. Think I was born with a silver spoon in my mouth and can't bear to witness the bloody and brutal realities of life. But he speaks so disdainfully that you're right. Ji Huai is rather troublesome. Yu Qiushen chuckled lightly. General Ji Huai is looking out for your best interests. Ji Ling shook his head, his lips curling defiantly as he straddled Yu Qiushen. Why Yu Qiushen? I will work hard to stand in a position worthy of you. There is no such thing as being worthy or unworthy. Yu Qiushen adjusted Ji Ling's clothes. I like you, and that is all that matters. But people will still think that apart from having a bit of money, I have nothing worthy of your affection. Ji Ling gazed intently at him. I don't like being perceived that way. Understood. Yu Qiushen gently held his fingertips. Why little Alpha is so competitive. One day you will become a renowned general. Wow, Ji Ling exclaimed with a blank expression. You can actually speak sweet nothings now. Who taught you? Yu Qiushen looked up. Huang Dao. He has been sharing his stories of pursuing his wife with me. Ji Ling's brows furrowed. I in their laboratory. Every year, new recruits were inevitably caught in Huang Dao's narrative of their love stories. And yet, despite Huang Dao's smooth romantic journey, listening to him recount it in such a lamentable tone led one to wonder who was truly obstructing him and his wife. Brother Yu, Ji Ling lowered his gaze. Why have you been chatting with so many people lately? Yu Qiushen slightly lowered his eyes, his delicate lashes fluttering. I'm learning. Learning what? Ji Ling leaned in, his fluffy ears swaying like pudding. Yu Qiushen shifted awkwardly, his fingers lightly encircling Ji Ling's waist. I've never been in a relationship before. Huang Dao taught me a lot. Children your age need more praise and cannot always be told they're disobedient. Oh, Ji Ling nodded. That makes some sense. What else? Yu Qiushen cleared his throat. I'm not sure. I haven't learned anything else yet. That's all right. Take your time. Ji Ling slid back onto the tatami mat. And Yu Qiushen's gaze followed him to the sofa. After a moment of silence, he quietly asked, what if I can't learn it well? Ling Zai, I'm not very clever. What if I don't meet your expectations? Ji Ling lifted his eyes. That one happened. You meet my expectations perfectly. Last time you said I lacked romantic sensibility. Why Yu Qiushen's voice was soft, carried on the breeze that flowed through the window, almost tickling Ji Ling's ear. Ling Zai seemed quite adept at this. Ji Ling felt as though he had a lump in his throat. Heavens, how could I be adept? His talents were all directed towards offense. His defense was currently at 0. No, wait. Ji Ling suddenly raised his gaze, meeting Yu Qiushen's eyes. The last time Yu Qiushen had been this sensitive was during his heat cycle. It was only during that time he would utter words he would never normally say. Calculating the days, it was about time. Brother Yu, Ji Ling sat up. Are you in your heat cycle? Yu Qiushen paused, raising his hand to feel his glands, which indeed felt warmer than usual. It seems so. His voice was low and hoarse as he murmured, I've been too busy lately to keep track of the days. Big Cat is in heat. Ji Ling grinned. Let me touch those big cat ears. Yu Qiushen looked up, calling him Big Cat again. Suddenly, they locked eyes, and Ji Ling felt as though he had fallen into the center of a pure lake, soothing him entirely. Ling Zai, Yu Qiushen inquired softly. His thumb, calloused from years of writing, brushed against Ji Ling's throat, causing the little Alpha to melt instantly. You seem like someone who would toy with others. Little Alpha, Ji Ling responded. That is slander. It is pure fabrication. That he didn't voice his remaining thoughts. His gaze fixated on Ji Ling with an intensity that left Ji Ling speechless. It was the first time he realized that the beauty trap might be the most lethal stratagem of all. As Yu Qiushen could capture him without uttering a word. Simply with a glance, he could transform from a playful puppy into an eager admirer. I wouldn't toy with you. Yu Qiushen, Ji Ling willingly allowed him to explore the delicate curve of his neck. The muscles in his neck beautifully defined as he tilted his head back, and Yu Qiushen couldn't resist touching it lightly. Really? Yu Qiushen pressed his lips together, lowering his gaze. What do you like about me? Ling Zai. Sometimes at night, I can't help but analyze it from a theoretical perspective. I can't find the starting point of your affection for me. This big cat in heat is truly challenging to handle. Ling silently cursed, his face displaying a resolute expression. In any case, I like you. Affection requires no reason that if you're so worried, I can offer you some benefits. What benefits? Yu Qiushen loosened his grip slightly. Affectionately stroking Ling's chin and trailing his fingers to the soft, fluffy hair on top of his head, Ling pulled his collar down a bit, revealing a clean patch of skin at the nape of his neck. Aren't you in heat? I could bite you. After all, a temporary Mark 1T have any lasting effects. Chapter 58, Don't Make Me S8D. Yu Qiushen's lips parted slightly, his eyes smoldering with desire. Almost as if he intended to consume Ling whole. Ling's eye, are you truly willing to let me mark you? Temporary markings could indeed have repercussions. His next heat might be more intense, and he would develop a possessive urge towards Ling, which could be somewhat painful. Such a spoiled little alpha as Ling's eye was willing to let him mark him. Yu Qiushen's gaze drifted back to Ling's neck, which was as white as porcelain, with a few strands of soft hair cascading upon it. He had always thought Ling remarkably fair. Despite not lacking in physical activity, he seemed immune to tanning. Instead, merely absorbing warmth from the sun, Ling's eyes flickered, his earlier confidence waning. Let us discuss the heat cycle later. My possessiveness is already quite intense. You must be mine alone. And as for the pain, he lifted his eyelids, lacking any intimidation. His fair cheeks flushed adorably. Be gentle. Despite being an alpha, I can't withstand you biting me like you would an omega. Understood that Yu Qiushen embraced him tightly, holding him closer than ever before. That I will be very gentle. That Yu Qiushen has always regarded himself as a rather conservative individual. His father perished in battle before he could comprehend the complexities of the world. And thereafter, despite life's hardships, his mother never entertained the thought of remarrying. Perhaps due to the influence of his upbringing, Yu Qiushen perceived love as something quite mundane, akin to the flow of water. In his youth, he occasionally fantasized about romance, envisioning a quaint little courtyard where he could live in harmony with a kindred omega, even when he later engaged in an online relationship with the gentle Omega Xiaolin. Xiaolin was merely an ordinary omega from a humble background, albeit one who was always spouting whimsical tales like a mischievous FOX. In stark contrast, Ling seemed to embody everything that diverged from this initial aspiration. He was a pampered scion born with a silver spoon, a figure who attracted attention wherever he went, a shooting star of an alpha, seemingly incompatible with the idyllic courtyard of Yu Qiushen's imagination. Despite Yu Qiushen's reluctance to view others through a biased lens, he unwittingly developed some unconscious notions during their interactions. Ling, this exquisite alpha, appeared destined to be cherished and adored. The warmth of his breath carried a delicate hint of cherry blossoms, causing Ling's eyelids to flush with color. Ling silently reveled in the joy that Yu Qiushen bestowed upon him. The physiological effects brought about by their high compatibility as Enigma and Alpha far surpassed those experienced by ordinary Alpha-Omega couples. Yu Qiushen's veined hands gripped Ling's waist, almost leaving an imprint upon the delicate figure of the young Alpha. Yet perhaps Yu Qiushen was truly intoxicated, unwilling to regain clarity. If he was not suited for a rustic little courtyard, then he would strive to provide Ling with a beautiful grand house. A little arrogance was hardly a grave issue. Ling remained a sensible and understanding alpha. AS for being an alpha. After all, he was an enigma, and regardless of Ling's gender, Yu Qiushen could offer him the love he desired. In a moment of daze, Ling sensed Yu Qiushen trembling, his voice low and husky, as if infected by the atmosphere, murmuring, "My Ling's eye, you are the only one for me. Please do not deceive me, nor allow me to feel sorrow." The unmistakable sharpness pressed against his skin, akin to an unrestrained weapon poised to strike. Ling's thoughts wandered unceremoniously to a remark made by Zhou Shu. "It pains me to see a man destined for misfortune that it appeared that his remaining 7 lifetimes had already been predetermined, perhaps even annotated for early access in the ledger of the King of Hell." Lost in a haze of nonsensical thoughts, Ling could not help but gasp when Yu Qiushen embraced him tightly. Tears glimmered at the corners of his eyes, silently accusing with a gaze that spoke volumes. Do not cry. Yu Qiushen clumsily soothed the person in his arms, his fingers trailing from the crown of Ji Ling's head to the nape of his neck. Yearning to meld Ji Ling into his very being. I shall do better next time. I must learn from Bayao. Ji Ling, torn between pain and frustration, retorted, You're not allowed to learn from him. He is no good. It is his influence that has led you astray. Then I shall not learn, Yu Qiushen consoled, gently kissing away the tears at Ji Ling's eyes, finding the small tear mole at the corner of his eye utterly adorable. The tiny brown mole, barely noticeable and often concealed by his lashes, was a subtle feature that added to Ji Ling's charm. Ji Ling's anger began to dissipate as he pursed his lips defiantly. So you have only just discovered my tear mole after all this time? Have you not been paying attention? I have indeed been paying attention, Yu Qiushen replied, his gaze catching the red string around Ji Ling's neck. What is this you are wearing, Ling Zai? Ji Ling felt a pang of apprehension whenever he saw the jade pendant, a constant reminder of the debt he owed to Yu Qiushen, urging him to compensate him adequately. This is a token you gave me, meant to be worn close to my heart. Ji Ling looked up, his earnest gaze piercing through the mist of emotion that clouded their conversation. Yu Qiushen was suddenly reminded of Xiaowan. It had been years since he last thought of the little dog, nearly forgetting the patches on its fur and the color of its paw pads. Yet in that fleeting moment, Ji Ling bore an uncanny resemblance to Xiaowan. In days gone by, when he would sit outside on warm afternoons, Xiaowan would obediently perch beside him, eyes fixated on him, as if he bore an invisible meatball that kept the enthusiastic tail wagging incessantly. After sufficient tail wagging, it would emit soft whines, as though desperate for Yu Qiushen to notice its fervor. Ji Ling mirrored that demeanor, but with a more refined elegance, embodying a delicate little dog. Wear it, Yu Qiushen suggested, his fingers brushing the jade at his chest, still warm with Ji Ling's essence. This is a mark from your brother, a token to ensure you do not get lost. Chapter 59. Your words are so handsome. I am becoming a fan. Ji Ling's expression was complex as he fell silent for a moment. You really should talk less with Bai Yao. I feel like your thoughts are veering into a rather alarming direction. What nonsense! A dog tag is something only respectable people wear, not something for ordinary couples who haven't even kissed. Ji Ling's mind was instantly filled with gaudy advertisements from various novelty shops, showcasing inferior lace and faux fur ears. His thoughts had undoubtedly been tainted by Zhou Shu's influence. Why is that? Yu Qiushen did not grasp the implications behind Ji Ling's words. Xiaowan used to have one. It is customary for dogs to wear such tokens. Ji Ling promptly covered Yu Qiushen's mouth. I suddenly understand why you cover my mouth this morning. Some words can cause one's heart to drop. We have already crossed a line, and if you say such flirtatious things, I might take them seriously. Yu Qiushen took the opportunity to plant a kiss on Ji Ling's palm before letting go. All right, though I wasn't being flirtatious. Big Commander. Ji Ling languidly reclined upon Yu Qiushen's lap. I am here. Yu Qiushen replied, I request to sleep together tonight. Yu Qiushen pressed his lips together, knowing he would have approved even without the request. Such generosity. Ji Ling propped his chin up, forcing his face to tilt towards Yu Qiushen. Then why did you previously appear so demure, as if afraid I would take advantage of you? Is it because we have crossed that threshold? I never acted that way. Yu Qiushen frowned thoughtfully. Everything must progress in order. Now that I have marked you, it is only right that we share a bed. Wow. Ji Ling dramatically flopped onto Yu Qiushen. Feeling utterly drained, letting you take a bite out of me is more exhausting than a physical education class. After saying this, he intentionally pouted, feigning a look of grievance while resting his head on Yu Qiushen's knee. Yu Qiushen's fingers caressed the soft warmth of Ji Ling's ears, feeling a soothing sense of calm. Did you not do anything at all? Yu Qiushen quirked a smile. Ji Ling kept his eyes shut, his tone resolute. Clearly, you have never attended a biology class. Being marked is quite the taxing affair. You know, my glands have never endured such a trial. Yu Qiushen affirmed gravely, acknowledging that Ji Ling's glands were precious indeed. At least your words are somewhat pleasant. Ji Ling grumbled softly, twirling a strand of Yu Qiushen's white hair around his fingers. Why do you have white hair? Because my father has white hair as well. Then why does old Ji have black hair, while Ji Huai has silver hair? Yu Qiushen pondered for a considerable time. Perhaps it is a genetic mutation. Then why have I not changed? Ji Ling frowned. I want red hair. It would match my ears perfectly, creating a dazzling contrast. Black is also beautiful, Yu Qiushen teased, pinching Ling's ear tip. You are handsome, and any hair color would suit you. Ling's expression conveyed his ambivalence. The heat phase is wonderful. Even an old log can rejuvenate. You are in your heat phase. How will you manage to meet that old man from the one family later? Ling lifted his eyelids. Yu Qiushen paused. Having marked you alleviates much of the burden that I will have Zhong bring me a suppressant. Since I made an appointment, I cannot decline. Is it a matter of great importance? It feels as though you have been in cola for quite a while. Ling rested his chin on his hand. Yu Qiushen sighed silently, his fingers ceasing their erratic tapping. The lost weapons from earlier and that batch of death warriors had led to dead ends. The clues had stalled at floating port. The Prime Minister was dissatisfied with the progress of the matter, and with Yaz's recent excessive funding from the Alliance, some officials suspected favoritism towards Yazstar. What? Ling exclaimed, astonished. How shameless can they be to frame you like that? Indeed, they're merely some official from the Alliance. Yu Qiushen nodded. You would not believe the incessant meddling of these bureaucrats. Ling's lips twitched in disbelief at the absurdity of it all. Yu Qiushen continued. There are many more unexpected matters at hand. Floating Port is the territory of the one family, beyond the jurisdiction of the Alliance, and is the only residential area with air travel permissions. Previously, General Ji Huai disguised himself to carry out a mission, but still startled the prey. Thus, I come to the one family personally, not only to exert pressure on these aristocratic families, but also to remind them that regardless of their disdain for the Alliance's management, I still possess the right to take action should they breach legal regulations. While also buying some time for General Ji Huai. Isn't he in Sita? Ling inquired. Yu Qiushen shook his head, stating that his mecha was in Sita and the information had been deliberately leaked. To fend off external threats, one must first ensure internal stability, that if this operation yields no results, I can conclude that there are unsavory characters within the Alliance in the floating port. Ling narrowed his eyes slightly. Last time, Zhou Shu and I, driven by curiosity about what my brother was doing in Endless Night, infiltrated the surveillance system. It was only after he discovered the assassin's movements that I hid Shiryu in the wardrobe. The surveillance system? Yu Qiushen chuckled wryly. You certainly have quite the network. Ling smirked. Unlike your Alliance, which prides itself on transparency, we operate on whatever is convenient, regardless of how unscrupulous it may be. However, we have made a rather astonishing discovery. Yu Qiushen rested his chin on his hand. Do share. You must not have been in power when Endless Night was constructed, right? Ling asked. No. Yu Qiushen calculated. I was probably not even born so long ago. Ling gasped. Then you must not have seen the construction blueprints submitted for Endless Night. I haven't, but General Ji Huai reviewed them before the last operation. The documents from Kola are outdated, and given the urgency, he didn't focus on that area. Yu Qiushen frowned. Is there a problem? Zhou Shu mapped out the entire layout of the night venue and sketched a rough blueprint. He found a lounge on the third floor against the wall, next to a small partition, and there was no door. Yu Qiushen furrowed his brow. Did you go to check it out? How could we see it without a door? Ling shrugged. I was preoccupied with fighting the assassin at the time. He pulled out a gun and nearly took my life. Understood. Yu Qiushen sighed deeply. I'll find someone to retrieve the submission documents for Endless Night later. Can you send me Zhou Shu's drawing if you can? Ling hesitated. I'm not sure if he kept it. I'll ask him later. Very well. Yu Qiushen nodded. If I can't find it. It's no matter in a place like Endless Night, we really cannot afford to insert our personnel. Firstly, it is not within our jurisdiction, and secondly, recently all eyes are on me, if we stir up trouble there. The political commissar and his cronies might just label me as a disruptor of order. Ling grinned. Something feels off. You are the supreme commander, yet you seem to be in quite a bind. Yu Qiushen smiled wryly. Someone must shoulder the pressure. Regardless of what happens in the military district, I'm always the first to be targeted. What they say is inconsequential. After all, no one in the Alliance can replace me. As long as I remain in power, military authority will forever lie within my grasp. And no matter how much the first star system promotes civilization, it remains a place where brute force reigns supreme. They can certainly try to challenge me with flimsy appeals. Wow. Ling clapped. That was quite the statement. I might just become your fan. Yu Qiushen felt a flush creeping to his ears, fiddling with his fingers as he continued the banter. Chapter 60. Plants vs. Zombies. Hey. To be honest, Ling sprawled casually on the carpet, resting his chin on Yu Qiushen's thigh, his tail swaying back and forth. You can't go to the floating port. But I cannot. In many people's eyes, I'm just a spoiled rich kid, making me the perfect candidate. How about I go scout the situation? Yu Qiushen frowned. That's not appropriate. It's far too dangerous. I can bring Zhou Shu along. He's the best at escaping. He's a special agent. Yu Qiushen inquired. Nope, Ling grinned. He works in communications, but he prefers unconventional methods, sneaking around and manipulating others' controls. He's excellent at hiding. I've never beaten him in hide and seek. Sounds quite suitable for intelligence work. Yu Qiushen noted. Forget it. Ling waved his hand. With his physical abilities and lack of backbone, he could easily betray us if sent on an intelligence mission. Yu Qiushen shook his head. Sending you two alone poses a high risk. Besides, there hasn't been much activity in the floating port lately. We must wait for the right opportunity. Are you sure you don't want to? Ling wagged his tail. That it's not as simple as you think, that if this involves hijacking a warship, the entire Wen family will bear the consequences. Who's to say he wouldn't dare to make a move against you? True. Ling nodded. If you need assistance, you can call on me. I can stir up enough chaos to hold half of Endless Night in check. Yu Qiushen chuckled. I believe you on that front. Feeling underestimated, Ling pouted. Not at all, Yu Qiushen replied. The books on the table were stowed away in a drawer as Yu Qiushen stood up, lifting Ling and placing him on the tatami mat. I'm about to head out. You can play here. If you go out, let Zhongyi know and remember to check in. Ling mumbled. Alone, where could he possibly go to play? Yu Qiushen withdrew his hand, turning to put on his clothes, switching from a white military jacket to gloves, restoring his cold demeanor, but he bore no trace of an alpha. What time will you be back tonight? Ling rested his chin on a gray pillow, his eyes trailing after him. I'll return by 9. Ling pulled a small blanket over himself, yawning as he began to doze off. Not long after, a faint knock echoed through the air. Ling, who had not been sleeping well, and with his heightened auditory sensitivity due to his herding dog genes, sluggishly climbed up, throwing on his coat. Coming to open the door to find a small figure standing outside. It was Xiaoying, the girl he had video called. Ling raised an eyebrow. Here, to see you, Mao? Xiaoying, somewhat confused, shyly gestured at her waist, seemingly referencing Yu Qiushen's long hair. He is out working. Ling yawned. Come in. I'm bored too. Let us play for a while. The two settled on the tatami mat. Ling moved a small wooden table closer and pulled out his tablet from his backpack, browsing through the game section. You know how to play mahjong? Xiaoying tilted her head. Looking puzzled, Ling handed her a piece of paper. Can you write? Xiaoying nodded. Then write it down for me. Ling continued flipping through the pages. How about chess? Xiaoying quickly wrote. What does fruit chicken move into 7? Ling exclaimed. Wow, impressive. You got 3 out of 7 characters right. He sighed, realizing he wasn't prepared to teach such a young child how to play chess, so he sought a simpler game. How about Plants vs. Zombies? Do you want to play a gardening game? Xiaoying nodded. I can plant. Great, Ling said. Noting it was the end of the month and he still had some data left, he generously clicked to download it, filling in the information to start the game. Xiaoying, unfamiliar with electronic devices, curiously leaned in to watch. This sunflower generates sunlight, and sunlight is used to purchase these weapons, Ling explained, suddenly looking up. Do you know what weapons are? Xiaoying nodded, mimicking a gun gesture with her hand. Very clever. No wonder Yu Qiushen enjoys playing with you. Ling chuckled. You're even more interesting than Zhou Shu. Ling swiftly planted 2 sunflowers and began his tutorial. This is a pea shooter. It attacks from a distance. How can I put it? It's like throwing stones. This is a potato mine. It's like doing an ambush, and this is a double shooter. It throws stones with both hands. Xiaoying became intrigued, quickly writing on the paper. Sounds fun. I want to try, can I? Of course. Ling generously handed over the tablet. Let us see how well I've taught you. Xiaoying confidently clicked on the first level and, under Ling's watchful eye, lost the game after a grueling 2-minute battle. Ling frowned. I seem to have overestimated my teaching abilities. Xiaoying giggled, fiddling with her fingers nervously, and began to write words of encouragement for Ling. Let us try again. This time, I can defeat all the zombies. All right, Ling restarted the game for her. I have high hopes for a determined child like you. After you graduate from the first military academy, you can hang out with me. Ling suddenly looked up, observing Ling for a moment before earnestly writing a line. First military academy. Brother is there. Ling scoffed, pursing his lips. When she, right? That lucky guy. With a sister as adorable as you, he should change his surname to G and come to my house for a meal. Ling shook her head. Not when Ling frowned. How come I didn't know there was anyone from the one family at the first military academy? His voice trailed off as he suddenly recalled a shadow clad in black. It was Xiao Qi, whom he had seen on the eaves that morning. Xiao Qi's appearance at the one family estate was suspicious, and his attire was quite odd, not to mention the heavy scent of blood surrounding him. It was hard not to entertain sinister thoughts. However, Xiao Qi did not share the one surname, so how could the little girl before him call him brother? Ling tapped his jaw in contemplation. Is your brother named Xiao Qi? Ling shook her head again, seemingly unperturbed about concealing anything from Ling. After a moment's contemplation, she picked up a pen and inscribed a string of characters. My brother, the ants all call him 071. Ling was utterly baffled. Was this a name? It sounded more akin to a code, didn't it? 071. Yet Ling remained undeterred and began to describe Xiao Qi's appearance. Green eyes. Snake Omega. A hint of confusion flickered in Xiao Ying's eyes as she pondered. Is it green, snake? What is Omega? A green-eyed snake. Ling was almost certain that the child before him was referring to Xiao Qi. The rarity of a cola snake Omega had once ranked at the top, second only to certain genes from polar and deep-sea creatures that it wasn't until recent years. With the increase in interplanetary interactions and foreign visitors entering cola, that the birth rate of snake Omegas had surged. Chapter 61. Currently fond of Ling's eye with this thought, Ling unlocked his phone and sent a message to Zhou Shu. Ling, look into Xiao Qi. At this hour, Zhou Shu was still engrossed in a game of chicken dinner, freeing one hand to retrieve his phone and respond to Ling. Zhou Shu. Bro, don't treat me like a statue in a temple. He dropped out. Where am I supposed to check? Ling cursed silently, nearly forgetting that detail. Zhou Shu. What's wrong? Zhou Shu. Still holding a grudge while in cola? He merely gave you a bite. Didn't even sink in. Is it really worth 2 months of brooding? Ling. No, Ling. I was at the one residence. Ling. I encountered him this morning. He jumped and dressed as a killer. Zhou Shu. Was he there to kill you? Ling. Nonsense. Ling. He has already done killing. I just don't know who. Zhou Shu. Seems like this is getting serious. ILL investigate. Zhou Shu. If I get caught for unauthorized access to the information network, remember to bail me out, young Master G. Ling. Stop with the nonsense. If you had this time, you could have already finished your inquiry. Zhou Shu. Your quality needs improvement. Though Zhou Shu could be quite verbose, his efficiency was commendable. Ling waited less than 10 minutes, and while Xiaoing finished 2 rounds of gaming, Zhou Shu sent over the information. Not only did it include Xiao Qi himself, but also the entire family lineage. Ling briefly scanned the genetic types of his parents, a white fox alpha and a Siamese cat omega. Ling stared at the black text on a white background, amused to the point of anger. How on earth could they produce a snake omega? It was clearly fabricated identity information. Yet, astonishingly, Xiao Qi had managed to enroll in the first military academy and completed 3 years of coursework, even participating in competitions under a forged identity. With so many opportunities for identity checks, could he really be so fortunate as to evade detection? Ling did not believe he possessed such good fortune. It was evident that someone had meticulously arranged everything for him, allowing him to operate with impunity within the first military academy. It was a pity for Yu Qiushen, who had toiled in the one residence for over half a month, likely failing to extract any practical information from the old man, while sitting next to a ready-made lead he had overlooked. Pondering this, Ling switched accounts. Xiaolin. Still chatting? After half a minute. Yu Qiushen. Finished chatting, now preparing to meet your father. Yu Qiushen. Do you need me to convey anything? Xiaolin. Yes. Yu Qiushen. What? Xiaolin. Just say Ji Ling is an exceptionally outstanding alpha, and you have high hopes for him. He will undoubtedly become the light of the alliance. Yu Qiushen. Yu Qiushen. I believe General Ji might send someone to take me to the hospital. Ruan O Shaolin. Forget it. Ruan O Shaolin. Don't let him know I'm dating you. He'll surely think I'm not worthy of you. Ruan O Shaolin. When I achieve success, I'll point at his nose and tell him, Ruan O Shaolin, you are dating me. Yu Qiushen. All right. Yu Qiushen. You decide. I'll follow your lead. After 2 seconds. Yu Qiushen. Happy cat head. JPG Ruan O Shaolin. Ruan O Shaolin. Why did you steal my meme again? Yu Qiushen. I like your memes. I want to learn how you speak. Ji Ling lowered his gaze. A sudden heaviness filling his heart that Yu Qiushen, this innocent soul, after all this time, had finally uttered such words. Though straightforward, they were sincere. Yet, he rarely sent such memes. Initially, it was to deceive Yu Qiushen that he had casually downloaded them. He had once read a post stating that when one loves someone for a long time, they gradually adopt their catchphrases, and even the memes they share become similar, as does their taste in music. To love someone is to slowly transform into a person like them. Ji Ling had previously dismissed this notion, but now it struck him like a knife to the heart. Sighing, Ji Ling could not help but feel a twinge of melancholy. Xiaoing finally finished the game, holding up the tablet for Ji Ling to see. Ji Ling glanced at it, surprised to see a victory that a prodigious talent indeed, learning so swiftly. Xiaoing timidly gauged his expression. Returning to the tatami mat. Not happy. Why? A long story. Ji Ling rubbed his temples, feeling guilty for having deceived someone who should not have been lied to. Deceived, saddened, to make amends. He will forgive you. Really? Ji Ling raised an eyebrow. Xiaoing's eyes sparkled as she nodded vigorously, pointing at the game on the tablet, indicating Ji Ling should play another round with her. Fine. Ji Ling set it up for her, then lay back on the tatami mat, propping his head up, deliberately watching her play. A young child could be entertained for an entire day with just a little fun. How could he rely on such a little one for ideas? It was akin to grasping at straws, regressing in his own maturity. Having recently immersed himself in joy, diving headfirst into the throes of love, he now found, with the passage of time, that many things felt amiss. Yu Qiushen treated him well now, yet it felt fundamentally different from before. Perhaps it was due to the existence of a past lie that had left a crack in their relationship. An invisible barrier that was both intangible and hard to ignore. Ji Ling's fingers trembled slightly. Having lived for over 20 years, almost in a fantasy world, he had never worried about losing anything. Experiencing such feelings for the first time left him with a chilling sense of foreboding. Perhaps due to the prolonged silence, Yu Qiushen sent another message. Yu Qiushen. Ling Zai. Why are you ignoring me? Ji Ling hastily snapped a selfie with Xiaoing and sent it over. Ruan O Shaolin. Playing with Xiaoing. Ruan O Shaolin. Tablet games. Yu Qiushen. Yu Qiushen. Do you like candied hawthorn? I'll bring some for you later. Ruan O Shaolin. I like candied strawberries. See if you can find some. Ruan O Shaolin. Brother QAQ. Yu Qiushen. Yu Qiushen. Good. Darling, use your own account to chat with me. Ruan O Shaolin. Why? Ruan O Shaolin. Yu Qiushen. Right now, I like Ling Zai, not Lin Bao. Ji Ling's heart skipped a beat. Yu Qiushen, this oblivious old blockhead, could sometimes be quite perceptive. It seemed they had reached an unspoken understanding. It had been ages since they last mentioned the name Lin Bao, as if doing so could erase that absurd past. Stunned for nearly half a minute, Ji Ling only regained his senses when Xiaoing shook his arm. Ji Ling asked, What? What is it? Xiaoing gazed at him, pointing at the game that had switched to night mode. Oh, let me teach you something new. Ji Ling swallowed hard, sat up, and began to instruct her once more. Chapter 62. The entire night belongs to you. Yu Qiushen returned right on time, pushing the door open precisely at 9 o'clock. Ji Ling had already showered and was curled up on the tatami mat, his hair, still damp, completely engrossed in the game on his tablet. Ling Zai, didn't you play with Xiaoing? Yu Qiushen, having removed his outer robe, approached Ji Ling instead of the usual shooting game. Ji Ling was now playing a game resembling a cook service. The young alpha held the iPad stylus, rapidly adding toppings to a pizza. appearing even more flustered than during lab work. Xiaoying went to bed. Ji Ling finished a level, tossed the tablet into the bedding, and inquired, "What did you tell my dad?" "Just some official matters." He looked somewhat fatigued, rubbing his temples, while the small head leaning in closer was more endearing than before, almost sycophantic. "Ling Zai, why are you acting cute again?" Yu Qiushen raised an eyebrow, looking as if Ji Ling had committed some misdeed. Ji Ling retorted, "Who's acting cute? Is it wrong to be affectionate with my boyfriend? You're slandering me, fabricating stories. Just because you hold a higher rank doesn't mean you can suppress me." "Oh, so it's affection." Why Yu Qiushen nodded, "But it seems I'm not just one rank above you." Ji Ling, "Flirting with this blockhead is so difficult." All right, our esteemed highest commander, you smell like a rotten fish that's been fermenting. It's nearly 40 degrees in Kola, and you still wear so many layers. It style over life," Ji Ling said, slightly distasteful. Turning his face away, Why Yu Qiushen, exasperated, replied, "This is a regulation of the alliance. One must appear formal when meeting General Ji to show respect. When Ling Zai becomes a general, you'll have to adhere to these protocols as well. Being a general sounds tough." Ji Ling sighed. "I just want to be glue, lying on flatbread for a lifetime." Why Yu Qiushen was rarely seen to be amused. He tugged at his sleeve and suggested, "Let's go to bed. I need to take a shower and attend to some official business later." Ji Ling's expression was on the verge of cracking, his eyes drooping at the corners. Why Yu Qiushen, during our online romance, you would spare 10 minutes for me each day, but now, the entire day belongs to you. And now, the whole night is yours." Why Yu Qiushen ruffled his hair, suddenly reminded that he might not smell particularly pleasant, and awkwardly withdrew his hand. The entire night really mine." Ji Ling was easily appeased by this statement. He pressed his lips together, unconsciously clutching Yu Qiushen's clothing with a bit too much force. "I will strive to be a great general, fulfilling my responsibilities so that you have fewer worries." "You will," Yu Qiushen replied, entwining his fingers with the little alphas. "Ling Zai, did something unhappy happen today? You seem a bit down. It because I've been too busy." "No," Ji Ling said, his face lowered. "I was just saying that you can't belong solely to me. You belong to the entire first-star system, and there are many suffering individuals waiting for your salvation." Why Yu Qiushen's breath hitched, and the emotions in his gaze grew considerably murky. "Why would you say that today?" "Ling Zai, I don't know." Ji Ling shook his head. "Actually, I thought you were remarkable for a long time, bearing so many responsibilities. The pressure must be immense." "Ling Zai," Yu Qiushen cupped his chin. "What is bothering you?" Ji Ling's eyes darted away, his delicate eyelashes obscuring the emotions within his pupils. The room was eerily quiet, akin to a hollow, desolate well, with Ji Ling submerged in the frigid waters of his own belated guilt. Why Yu Qiushen? Ji Ling gathered his courage. "If I were to do something terrible, would you promise me a chance to make amends? Please don't let me completely vanish from your world." Why Yu Qiushen furrowed his brow. "Ling Zai, I would never say such things as leave. But you, Ling Zai, are a good little alpha. If you make an irretrievable mistake, you must take responsibility and think carefully before acting. Will I be forgiven?" Ji Ling's voice trembled. Yu Qiushen, uncertain of what had transpired, merely patted the little alpha's back, soothingly saying, "Ling Zai, we have plenty of time to spend together. Don't rush to draw closer to me. All right? Let's take our time." However, before Ji Ling could finish his thought, Yu Qiushen's phone rang. He released Ji Ling and walked over to the desk. "It's a call from Zhongyi. I need to take this. It seems urgent." After saying this, Yu Qiushen picked up the phone and moved to the window. Ji Ling's face remained flushed, and the courage he had mustered was quickly dashed by the call. He sighed in trepidation, relieved he hadn't spoken his thoughts aloud. This was truly not the right moment. He hadn't yet had the chance to treat Yu Qiushen better. If he were exceptionally kind to Yu Qiushen, surpassing everyone else in the world, perhaps when his mistakes were revealed, old feelings might still be considered. Meanwhile, Yu Qiushen listened to the phone call, his expression growing grave. "Understood. Notify General Ji Huai. I will be there shortly." Ji Ling's thoughts were entirely swept away. "What happened?" "There's an urgent matter. I must go to floating port now." "You should head home first. It's not safe here." Yu Qiushen spoke. He opened the wardrobe, retrieving a lightweight military green jacket, swiftly putting it on and preparing to leave. "Wait." Ling quickly slipped on his shoes. I'm going too. I promise not to hinder you. It's too dangerous. Yu Qiushen's face was unusually serious. Promise me you'll return home first. Once the situation is resolved, I will come and fetch you. No. Ling hurriedly followed him. I saw something during the day at the Wen family, and Xiaoying told me more troubling news I want to tell you tonight, but I haven't had the chance. Xiaoying, Yu Qiushen pursed his lips, considering for a moment before softening his tone. You have 1 minute to get dressed. The black sport car sped down the highway to floating port, the night growing darker outside. Normally, at this hour, Ling would either be finishing an experiment at Gardner's military academy or already settled in at his cozy nest, ready for bed. Today was an unexpected turn of events. Xiaoying spoke with me today. She mentioned she has a brother. I initially thought she was referring to Wen Qi, but it turns out she's not. Ling pulled out his phone, locating a photo of Xiao Qi. It's this Omega from the first military academy. From the first military academy? Yu Qiushen frowned. Is this information credible? It's not. Ling continued. I've checked his information. Only his gender and type are verified, though that may not even be true. As of now, we only know he is a snake Omega, and I encountered him at the Wen family when I came to find you this morning. He might have just returned from a killing. I caught a whiff of blood on him. Yu Qiushen fell silent for a moment. Is this the snake-type Omega you faced in the preliminary round? Ling paused, then nodded. The Wen family had their own assassins and connections. This was common knowledge, not a secret. Yu Qiushen's tone was flat. In the past, when they hadn't captured him, the Alliance turned a blind eye. To be precise, it wasn't the Alliance. It was those conservative old-timers. Yu Qiushen's voice turned unnaturally cold, and Ling sensed a hint of murderous intent. Now that they've constructed an underground city at Floating Port, someone in the Alliance even suggested we remain passive and observe. The sports car abruptly braked in the night, harsh lights flooding the interior. Ling's heart raced, nearly leaping from his chest, pressing against the back seat as adrenaline surged. He slowly moved his hand from in front of his face, revealing helicopters and mechas swirling above, their eerie blue glow illuminating the vast sky. In underground city. Get out. Yu Qiushen's face was cold as he stepped out of the car, his long coat billowing in the chaotic wind, his white hair swirling behind him like Ares descending with a divine decree. Chapter 63. At your command, Commander Yu, Ling had witnessed military formations, but he had never seen an army of this scale. The Nighthawk mechas hovered above, their red and blue lights alternating, likely inspired by their near invisibility against the night sky. Ling had only seen them in laboratory data sheets. These were the most advanced mechas currently deployed by the Alliance, each one representing a terrifying figure, let alone this massive number. The grass beneath them had been trampled beyond recognition, and Ling followed Yu Qiushen closely, not daring to make a sound. Commander Yu. Huai, dressed similarly to Yu Qiushen but with differing insignia on his shoulders, approached. Yu Qiushen nodded in acknowledgement. We have a grasp on the underground situation? Generally, Huai handed him a map. The Endless Night ISNT entrance. It's merely a small exit for convenience, likely leading to the equipment distribution room of Endless Night. This morning, drones equipped with biological detectors scanned a large portion of Floating Port. And the only identifiable location is directly below here. We should be able to capture something. Yu Qiushen nodded steadily. Well done. Prepare to take action. Huai raised his brows slightly. Commander Yu, while I disagree with the old fossils in the Alliance, I believe we should proceed with caution. We lack the authority in Floating Port. Once we open Pandora's box, there will be no turning back. Is there a report from the metal detector scan? Yu Qiushen did not directly answer his question. Huai nodded, handing over another document. The levels of nickel-titanium alloy and cobalt-magnesium materials are exceptionally high. These are indeed the materials most frequently used in biological experiments. But there is also a 20% chance that the underground could be a hospital built by the Wen family out of compassion. His comment carried a hint of humor, which lightened the atmosphere considerably. Yu Qiushen returned the report, his tone steady. Just proceed boldly. At this point, I do not care about the responsibilities that come with failure. But given the 80% likelihood, it's worth a try. You fight for your family, and I fight for the beliefs within my heart. Though our paths differ, we ultimately seek the same destination. Huai appeared to have anticipated this answer, shrugging helplessly as he raised a hand to his chest. Nodding slightly to Yu Qiushen, to your command, Commander Yu. The mechas in the sky began to shift formation, a whirlwind whipping Ji Ling's hair about, exposing his fair forehead. What are they doing? Ji Ling murmured. Yu Qiushen retrieved protective gear from the military supply pack behind him and helped Ji Ling put it on. As the mask fit snugly against Ji Ling's nose, he caught a glimpse of Yu Qiushen's face before him. The pure blue irises reflected the flames, beautiful enough to captivate for an eternity. Suddenly, a blast erupted from behind, shock waves rippling outwards for miles, bathing the sky and ground in a vibrant crimson hue. Even through the mask, Ji Ling felt his face flush from the heat. This was the destructive power of weapons he had simulated thousands of times in the lab, yet the real combat experience left him utterly astounded. Ji Ling. Yu Qiushen seldom referred to him by his given name. In such circumstances, Ji Ling instinctively complied from the depths of his being. He lifted his face to behold Yu Qiushen retrieving a firearm from his waist and placing it into his hands. This was Yu Qiushen's sidearm. Since you have been brought here, you are now part of the operation, Yu Qiushen stated in a neutral tone. Follow your brother and heed his commands, understood? The gun's metallic surface felt as scorching as hot coals, igniting a wave of heat within Ji Ling's chest. Mimicking the gesture Ji Huai had just demonstrated, he bowed his head to Yu Qiushen, uttering, at your command, Commander Yu. A substantial gaping hole appeared in the ground, leading into a dark and foreboding abyss. Ji Ling stood at the edge, a mere glance instilling a sense of terror. Ji Huai, now equipped with protective gear, shot Ji Ling a sidelong glance. Why Yu Qiushen has some nerve, daring to insert a novice like you into my team. Ji Ling, still contemplating Yu Qiushen's earlier instructions, recognized his subordinate position to Ji Huai. He merely cast a glance without retorting. Have you been keeping up with your physical training? Ji Huai tossed him a hefty iron rope, weighing at least several dozen kilograms. Ji Ling struggled to lift it with one hand. Don't underestimate me. I'm not underestimating you, Ji Huai replied, his demeanor consistently harsh. Even on the battlefield, I wouldn't want my precious little brother to perish before the fight begins. It was not until several soldiers clad in military uniforms were lowered into the pit by a mech that Ji Ling's eyes widened in disbelief. Is this truly the only way down? Present a better option, and I will heed your command, Ji Huai returned, securing the rope and gesturing for Ji Ling to follow. If you don't descend, you might as well head home for a nap. I want to hold you accountable for cowardice. Cursing under his breath, Ji Ling's impulsive nature flared up. Spurred by Ji Huai's words, he fastened the buckle and, arms outstretched, leaped into the chasm, carried by the mech. As he spun in the air, he felt as though he were being evenly spread across every inch of the space upon landing. Surrounding him was a silver-hued decor reminiscent of a laboratory, yet evidently lacking in high security. The glass on the opposite side was shrouded in darkness, obscuring any discernible details. Ji Ling followed closely behind Ji Huai as the train's special forces dispersed. Treading softly as they advanced into the depths, the lead individual gestured twice, prompting Ji Huai to nod in acknowledgement. This was the most frequently used sign language in the unit. In exceptional circumstances, hand signals often proved safer than verbal communication. Chapter 64. Is this a human? The lights at the corridor's ceiling flickered ominously, perhaps due to an explosion damaging the power supply. The special forces split, navigating various narrow hallways deeper into the laboratory, with Ji Ling trailing Ji Huai. The expansive laboratory seemed to have more than one level. They had only reached the superficial structure. The corridor was quickly inspected, and several teams converged at a central point. It appears to be circular, Ji Ling murmured, but Ji Huai nodded. A hive. The staircase leading down should be in the center. Ji Ling squinted toward the middle, spotting what appeared to be an elevator. There's an elevator. How delightful. Ji Huai's tone was languid. You can take the elevator. We'll use the stairs. Why? Ji Ling frowned. Ji Huai shot him a disdainful glance. Half smirking. I value my life. What if a prehistoric beast awaits at the elevator's entrance? I'm terrified. His tone conveyed a false sense of fragility. Ji Ling felt as though he might not eat for the next 3 days. The corridor grew increasingly dim, visibility dwindling to under 10 meters as the distance between team members contracted to a mere 10 feet. Silence enveloped them, and Ji Ling turned his head to glance at the adjacent laboratory. The glass material was indeed peculiar, rendering the interior equipment nearly invisible, shrouded in a thick mist as if infused with gas. "What do you suppose is inside?" Ling inquired. Ji Huai cast a quick glance. "I believe it's best if you refrain from curiosity." Ling raised an eyebrow. "Is there something terrifying within?" "I don't know." Ji Huai nodded, "but you could always find out." "How?" "Knock on the glass. See if anyone responds." Ling felt that the environment within seemed inhospitable to any life form, yet curiosity gnawed at him. Cautiously, he leaned closer, just as he prepared to tap the glass. Suddenly, a face emerged from a mist, crashing against the pane. "What the hell?" Ling stumbled back, taking a moment to regain his composure before daring to look again. This could hardly be classified as a human face. One could barely discern the rudimentary shape of a head. The skull was uneven, the eye sockets hollow and devoid of eyeballs, the entire visage festooned with decay, a viscous mixture of slime and blood floating atop. Is this a human?" Ling turned to Ji Huai. Ji Huai rapped on the glass, causing a stir within the laboratory. The face was slowly dragged downward, leaving only bloodstains on the glass. "What do you consider the definition of a human?" Ji Huai asked. Seemingly indifferent, Ling paused. "Perhaps someone who resembles a human, who can speak and feel emotions." "That would count, right?" Ji Huai chuckled enigmatically, patting him on the back of the head, the helmet clinking. "Let us proceed downward. There are many things you cannot begin to imagine." Ling cast one last glance at the now silent laboratory before sprinting to catch up with Ji Huai. The staircase leading to the lower levels was eerily peculiar. Even as seasoned special forces, the sound of their feet on the first step echoed profusely, reverberating with a haunting melody. "What is this?" The group exchanged puzzled glances as Ling fumbled for the switch of his helmet light, illuminating the darkness for a moment of silence. The staircase, aside from connecting to a central pillar, was entirely suspended in mid-air. Below lay an unfathomable abyss, with countless narrow bridges leading to various tiers. The bridges, too, were constructed of metal, emitting a faint glow, leading toward yet another laboratory that appeared to replicate the previous one, extending into a horizon unseen. "This is enormous," Ling whispered in awe. "From here on, all of you will follow my orders and search the second level in the same formation as before," Ji Huai instructed, his brow furrowed, fingers brushing the hilt of a dagger at his waist. "Whatever we encounter, try to avoid gunfire." Ling felt the weight of Yu Qiushen's sidearm at his waist, and instead drew his dagger. In stark contrast to the first level, the second level's corridor was completely obscured. Despite the overhead lights, visibility extended only a few meters. Fortunately, both of them possessed Border Collie genes, allowing them to navigate cautiously. You smell something strange?" Ling asked. "Aren't you wearing a protective mask?" Ji Huai replied, frowning. "Yet, I can still smell it. Did you not notice?" Ling strained to identify the scent. It seemed somewhat like formaldehyde. Before Ling could finish his thought, Ji Huai abruptly seized him by the nape, tightening his grip around Ling's throat, nearly choking him. In a dizzying whirl, Ji Huai propelled him up onto the top of a pipe. "Shoo!" Ji Huai whispered, holding a finger to his lips as he retrieved a firework grenade from his pack and hurled it forward. Ling froze momentarily as the weak light slowly traversed the path, illuminating traces of brownish red that resembled either blood or some sort of mixed reagent, with every laboratory door standing ajar. Ling suddenly recalled the monstrosity he had glimpsed on the first floor, that if such a creature were to escape the laboratory, it would spell doom for the world. "Wouldn't it?" Yehuai checked coldly, brushing the dust from his palms. Ling's eye. Ling furrowed his brow tightly. "In a moment of crisis, could you not choose a name that instills a bit more urgency? There's no need to be anxious." Ji Huai smirked. "Allow me to show you a little surprise." "What?" Ling shivered involuntarily. Ahead, the door to the second laboratory swayed slightly. Not blink as you observe closely. Ling steeled himself, focusing intently on the laboratory door. Though it was a sealed space where no wind could enter, the door subtly trembled. Suddenly, a pale hand emerged from behind the door, followed closely by a battered head peeking out from the floor. The individual grinned widely, their mouth stretching almost to their ears, sharp teeth jutting out beneath their lips. Locking eyes with Ji Ling turned slowly, wiping his face, feeling as if he had been subjected to some form of psychological pollution. Ji Huai, I thought you were merely a dog. I never imagined you had sunk to the level of a beast. Ji Huai chuckled softly, effortlessly leaping down from the pipe. Creatures of his caliber are quite easy to kill. They lack the autonomy of human consciousness and possess no discernible threat, attacking purely by instinct. Ji Ling, too, descended, though the sight of the creature still sent chills down his spine. Should we eliminate it? Or shall we keep it around to warm your bed at night? Ji Ling felt utterly drained, brandishing his dagger as he advanced. Just shut your mouth. Ji Huai. Chapter 65. I want to make things difficult for you. It seems not overly challenging to kill it. Ji Ling frowned, kicking at the grotesque creature sprawled on the ground. Why send so many people here? Ji Huai lifted an eyelid. Clearly, they have placed the failed experimental subjects on this upper floor to buy time. Buy time for what? Ji Huai sighed. Although it was a military secret, since Yu Qiushen had consented to your participation in the battle, you had the right to be informed. Tonight, we received news that when Qi had departed from Gardner. The exact route has yet to be disclosed, but it is likely he is headed towards Kola. Simultaneously, we detected signals of chaos underground, perhaps indicating that their laboratory has encountered uncontrollable circumstances so Yu Qiushen directly detonated the surface to investigate the situation? Ji Ling suddenly understood. To be precise, we are here to investigate the situation, Ji Huai replied, glancing at the dagger in his hand. Analyzing the timing, the old man from the Wen family should be restless by now, preparing for a desperate fight. And no sooner had he spoken than a booming sound echoed from above. Ji Ling dashed to the central pillar and looked up at the sky, but a flash of blue light zipped by. And the projectile shot into the air, tracing a brilliant arc before colliding with the ship, scattering debris that rapidly fell into the underground abyss, still trailing with scorching flames as it passed before Ji Ling's eyes. Ji Ling was momentarily stunned, glancing up again. What is that? Behold, Ji Huai spread his hands. The missing fleet. They truly dare to hijack military vessels. Perhaps they anticipated that the matters below could not remain concealed. Anyway, if caught, the Alliance would impose the death penalty, so they might as well fight to the death. Ji Huai waved his hand. However, I must say, the Wen family is not entirely without options. Ji Ling tilted his head. Indeed. Ji Huai leaped onto the railing, extending his dagger half a meter forward. The falling debris grazed the blade's edge, sharpening it with a hint of red glow, from the moment they sought to infiltrate the Alliance's regime with their experimental subjects. They had already sealed their fate, had they not? Ji Ling fell silent. Why Yu Qiushen mentioned that there are many within the Alliance urging him to hold back? Is it because they're all cut from the same cloth? Ji Huai sighed silently. The Wen family has accumulated considerable connections and wealth over the years, which have been put to good use, to the extent that even now, there are still those daring enough to plead on their behalf. Ji Huai sighed again. Why do you think Yu Qiushen is willing to weaken his own power to implement a system of decentralization? When one's power reaches a certain level, it becomes impossible to suppress inner desires, leading to actions that betray their original intentions and moral compass. Ji Ling pondered. Is there anyone who entered the Alliance from military school who did not initially aspire to serve the Alliance and achieve greatness? Ji Ling's throat felt dry, rendering him momentarily speechless. Brother, Ji Ling sighed. No wonder you always said I need not cling to joining the Alliance's forces. I feel rather naive. You simply lack exposure. Ji Huai sheathed his dagger. Come, let us engage in combat first. We can indulge in sentimentality later. The situation on the third floor starkly contrasted with the two upper levels. The ground was pristine, the laboratories tightly sealed. And even after a full circle, Ji Ling had not glimpsed even a shadow of an experimental subject. Leaning against the wall, Ji Huai produced a small spyglass and scanned the lower levels. There's no one here. Something feels off. Ji Huai licked his teeth. Logically speaking, there should be chaos below. Right, Ling Zai. Before Ji Ling could respond, he was suddenly dragged into a deep pool of liquid, which bore an indescribable odor. An invisible hand gripped the nape of his neck, pulling him deeper. Who is it? How could they appear so silently and evade Ji Huai's sight to drag him here? And what is this pool? He felt like he was suffocating. In his daze, Ling suddenly felt his body lighten considerably and slammed against a metal plate, expelling several mouthfuls of clear green liquid. As his vision gradually cleared, Ling surveyed his surroundings. The laboratory's architectural style remained, but it was far cleaner than above. Not a speck of dust clung to his fingers when he reached out. Awake? Came a flat male voice from beside him. Ling turned to see the person. Xiaoqi swiftly pulled out a pair of handcuffs and locked Ling's hands behind his back. What are you doing? Ling exclaimed in confusion as Xiaoqi lifted him. I cannot overpower you. Xiaoqi replied calmly. But I need you to survive. I do not wish to die. Who wants to kill you? To Ling's surprise, a chain was attached to the handcuffs, which Xiaoqi yanked, causing Ling to stumble after him. Xiaoqi opened his palm against the wall, which unexpectedly revealed a door that had seamlessly blended into the wall. He was so familiar with this experimental building that he could even abduct others in front of Ling could only arrive at one conclusion. Xiaoqi was indeed connected to the Wen family. I know you are confused. Xiaoqi glanced at him sideways. Let me clarify one thing. I am not from the Wen family. My surname is not Wen. Turning to face Ling, he revealed two fangs reminiscent of the monstrous beings that had perished on the floor above, albeit shorter and capable of retracting quickly. Then, Ling was left speechless in shock. Xiaoqi removed his gloves, and his skin began to change color to match the surrounding background, shifting from silver to white, and finally returning to a flesh tone. Ling stammered, "Aren't you a snake?" "Yes," Xiaoqi nodded, and my primary gene is that of a snake. As for the others, I am not entirely certain. Perhaps there's a bit of dog or cat in me. For my sense of smell is quite good. Ling's eyes flickered momentarily before he replied, "Well, that's rather impressive." Impressive? Xiaoqi chuckled helplessly. Let us just say, I was born as a war tool for the Wen family. I have never experienced freedom in this lifetime. This may be my only opportunity. If the Wen family falls, I can survive, even if it means fleeing to another planet. That would be a fine choice. Then why did you capture me? Ling jangled the handcuffs. If you restrain me, I cannot fight against others, and no need for that. Xiaoqi smiled shyly. You can simply be a witness. All you need to do is prove to Yu Qiushen that I am not on the Wen family's side. And that will be enough for him to spare my life. Ling pressed his lips together, feeling somewhat awkward. Why me? Clearly. Xiaoqi blinked. You have more influence than I saw you sitting on his lap at noon. Though I am unsure why you both chatted away for an hour, he may not necessarily heed my words. Ling turned his head away, that I will not interfere with his political decisions. We are all from military school, you should understand. Xiaoqi shook his head and led Ling through the innermost door. That I won't put you in a difficult position. Chapter 66. Until you call me father when the final door swung open. A fierce wind rushed in, forcing Ling to shield his eyes before he could look ahead. The IT was enormous. Far larger than he had imagined, an immense tubular structure filled with clear green liquid, within which many figures floated, some still in developmental stages. Numerous small tubes protruded from the surroundings, alternating red and white. As data continuously flickered on the monitors, Ling could decipher some of the information, which included diagrams indicating genetic compositions. Each tube contained nearly 10 different animal genes, and some of the floating life forms had already developed fangs, with fingers resembling aquatic creatures' flippers, and features indicative of mammalian ears. Yet with gill slits adorning their necks, IT was an utterly insane scene. Were you also created here? Ling asked in shock, struggling to find his voice. Xiaoqi had engaged him during the military school as practical competition. He was a living, breathing entity. Now, the person standing before him seemed no different from those he encountered in daily life. Ling could hardly fathom that Xiaoqi was one of the creations of these tube-like machines. I am not. Xiaoqi shook his head. I emerged from a much smaller laboratory. After all, I was one of the earlier experimental subjects. My genetic fusion is not as complete as theirs, and I lack their exceptional prowess. I'm still an Omega. And what about those above? Ling's gaze trembled. Those with the long fangs? They are. Xiaoqi chuckled helplessly, his voice hoarse. My brothers. Ling felt a tumultuous churn in his stomach. Those beings, barely distinguishable from humans, were remarkably similar to Xiaoqi. I was the first successful experiment. Before me, there were 70 failures. They're my older brothers, all of whom have been destroyed, so I'm known as 071. Xiao Qi led Ji Ling deeper into the laboratory, where a control panel awaited at the top. I once lived in the Wen family, treated as one of their OW, and in truth, I was unaware of my origins. The head of the Wen family was strict with me, much like the other Omega members, prohibiting me from entering the ancestral hall, attending school, or participating in studies. He sighed that it was only after you caused a ruckus in the Wen family, asserting that Omegas possess the same potential, that the head of the Wen family suddenly recognized my genetic talents as suitable for assassination and sent me to the first military academy. 6 months ago, Yu Qiushen planned to select suitable individuals from the first military academy to form a team, and he tasked me with infiltrating Yu Qiushen's ranks to find an opportunity to assassinate him. Ji Ling was left speechless. It because of me. Because of me, you were sent to become an assassin. Do not think that way. Xiao Qi shook his head, smiling shyly. I should thank you, if not for you, I would never have entered the first military academy, nor would I have had the opportunity to learn like them. Even though I lost to you in the practical competition later, it was simply because I lacked the skill. Ji Ling felt as though the very blood coursing through his veins had turned to ice. In a moment of impulsive action, he had irrevocably altered the course of an Omega's life. Were these experiments also intended for nurturing, destined to be inserted into the first military academy? Like you, positioned in places of necessity. Xiao Qi nodded, his gaze resting upon the thousands of cultivation pods before him. Perhaps within mere days, or weeks, they would reach full maturity. It could only be said that the Wen family was ill-fated. These creations would not survive beyond today. They possessed perfect genes, the chameleon-like abilities of a lizard, the precision of an eagle, and perhaps even the speed of a cheetah and the olfactory prowess of canines, born to be weapons on the battlefield. Yet, Yu Qiushen would not allow the subjects to survive. Xiao Qi raised a hand to touch the glass wall, confessing, "So I abducted you merely to prove to him that I do not side with the Wen family. Perhaps that would grant me a chance at survival. As long as I live, I can go anywhere and do anything." A flicker of emotion danced in his eyes, as if he yearned for a freedom he had never experienced. "I have unlocked the lowest level of access. The higher defense mechanisms have been disabled. We must hurry before when Qi arrives." Bang! A resounding crash echoed through the AI. An enraged Alpha emerged from the shadows, seizing Xiao Qi by the throat and slamming him against the wall. Suddenly yanked forward, Ji Ling tumbled to the ground, spinning in a daze as he caught sight of the figure choking Xiao Qi. "It was when Qi, you ungrateful wretch. I have provided for you, and this is how you repay me." When Qi growled, his jaw clenched in fury, his grip tightening. Ji Ling sprang to his feet, kicking out, only to have when Qi blocked the blow, forcefully pushing him against the glass wall, nearly shattering his insides. Damn it! With his hands shackled behind him, Ji Ling was no match for him. Xiao Qi struggled for breath, his throat constricted, his chest heaving violently, the sounds of his labored breathing escaping in ragged gasps. His frail fingers clawed desperately at Wen Qi's arm, seeking escape. "You bastard, I even named you Qi, a name that sounds like mine." Wen Qi hissed, pressing harder against Xiao Qi's neck, his nose nearly touching Xiao Qi's fading pupils. "Was your seduction merely a ruse to gain access to my laboratory? You deceitful scoundrel." Xiao Qi was thrown several meters away, trembling as blood trickled from his lips. "If you wish for my death, then do not expect to live, Wen Qi." He spat, a wicked laugh escaping Wen Qi's lips as he drew a dagger from his waist. You think you are innocent. We are all stained with countless lives. Let us descend into hell together." Xiao Qi raised his hands to shield his face, bracing for the anticipated pain that never came. Ji Ling stood before him, using his protective gear to absorb the blow. With a sudden surge of strength, he kicked Wen Qi away and quickly crouched down. "If you want to survive, you must remove these handcuffs." "I can take him." Xiao Qi trembled as he fumbled in his pocket, his fingers quaking as he inserted the key into the lock. Wen Qi rose from the ground, shaking his head, a warm trickle of blood streaming down from his scalp. The glint of murderous intent ignited in his eyes as he glanced between Xiao Qi and Ji Ling, a chilling laugh escaping him. "So, you think you can defy me? You've climbed to high branches. Haven to you. I will send you both to your demise." Boom! Ji Ling broke free from his shackles, Seizing a long pole from the side, with damp strands of hair framing his face, two fluffy ears perked up atop his head. The dagger scraped against the iron rod, producing an unbearable screech. Ling skillfully kicked out, the force nearly shattering Wen Qi's bone, the dagger flying several meters away. His elongated tail swayed gently behind him as Ling playfully tapped the rod in his hands. Grinning as he beckoned, "Come, this time I guarantee I will make you kneel and call me father." Chapter 67. The wicked were all crafted by Yu Qiushen when Qi sluggishly rose, his eyes bloodshot. Glaring at Ling with unabashed rage, "Ling, you think this will put you above me?" He seethed. "Your family stands with Yu Qiushen. Such foolishness. He will offer you no favors. Once he falls from power, do you think you can escape?" Ling remained unfazed, raising an eyebrow as he shot him a glance. "Do not compare our family to yours. We have not aligned with anyone, but Yu Qiushen is currently the highest commander of the Alliance. We obey the commands of the Alliance." "The Alliance?" When Qi scoffed, Yu Qiushen cannot represent the Alliance now. "Do you think—" "Enough with your nonsense," Ling interrupted, his patience waning with Wen Qi's incessant prattling. With a swift motion, he silenced Wen Qi, who was now struggling under Ling's relentless strikes. Wen Qi faltered, battered by Ling's unyielding fists, his face a patchwork of bruises, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Realizing the tide had turned, Wen Qi dashed toward the control panel. "Stop," Xiao Qi croaked, his voice hoarse. "Don't let him reach it." He prematurely released the subjects. Ling's pupils dilated in alarm. Xiao Qi had warned that the subjects were not yet mature. He had no idea what consequences releasing them now would entail, but instinct propelled him toward Wen Qi's as he saw Wen Qi ascend the staircase. Mere feet from the control panel, a flash of white streaked past Ling. It was Sakura. Yu Qiushen's hair brushed against Ling's nose, wafting a familiar scent of blood and pheromones. Suddenly, Ling was engulfed by a sweet fragrance, potent enough to saturate the entire laboratory in the blink of an eye. Ling and Xiao Qi barely comprehended the scene as Yu Qiushen stood atop the control platform. Wielding a long-bladed knife, fresh blood trickling down its edge, pooling onto the floor, he wore no protective mask, his white hair cascading behind him, stained with blood, yet his beauty was terrifying. Wen Qi's eyes widened in shock as he belatedly felt the blood coating his neck. Instantly, he collapsed into a pool of crimson. Yu Qiushen. Ling rushed forward, positioning himself beside Yu Qiushen. Yu Qiushen wiped the knife clean, sheathing it with a fluid motion, his fingers delicately brushing over the gun at Ling's waist. "Why aren't you firing?" "Oh," Ling stammered. "My brother instructed us not to shoot." Yu Qiushen nodded. "Indeed, it might disturb the subjects." Xiao Qi slowly rose from the ground, preparing to slip away amidst the chaos when Yu Qiushen casually called his name. "Xiao Qi, is it? Come here." Xiao Qi swallowed hard. The sight of Yu Qiushen, clad in military garb stained with blood, emanating an aura of lethal authority, sent shivers down his spine. Even his delicate white hair radiated a sense of impending doom. Only the oblivious Ling remained unaffected. Xiao Qi's legs trembled uncontrollably as he forced himself to approach the control panel, only daring to lift his gaze to Yu Qiushen once he reached the edge of the staircase railing. How could the Wen family be so audacious as to send him to assassinate Yu Qiushen? "Are you a subject?" Yu Qiushen's voice was calm, yet it struck Ling and Xiao Qi like a thunderclap, sending chills down their spines. Xiao Qi felt his heart leap to his throat, momentarily choking on his words, before timidly nodding. "I am thought." Yu Qiushen nodded slowly. "Your position within the Wen family is not significant. Yet you have access to such confidential matters because—" "No." Xiao Qi interjected hastily, shaking his head. "I am not a trusted confidant of the Wen family. I merely slept with Wen Qi a few times, and he granted me access. I had no part in the research of the subjects." Ling wiped his face in frustration. This conversation felt exceedingly delicate. "This is beyond my jurisdiction," Yu Qiushen stated. "My mission is to eliminate all subjects in the underground laboratory. The Wen family's conspiracy and the subsequent cleanup will be handed over to the Alliance's prosecutors." Xiao Qi felt his voice caught in his throat, fear creeping into his eyes. Without hesitation, Yu Qiushen's fingers danced over the screen, decisively initiating the destruction protocol. The clear liquid within the thousands of cultivation tanks churned violently, some soon-to-hatch lives convulsing, desperately battering against the glass chambers. The ceiling lights flickered ominously, casting shadows that unsettled the hearts of the living. In those fleeting seconds, thousands of lives were snuffed out. Ling fell silent, his misty eyes reflecting a hellish scene, thrashing tails and fins. Bodies contorting in their final struggles, tongues submerged in the clear liquid, rising and falling with the last remnants of life. Ling forced a word from his lips, only to swallow it back down. Was this truly the only solution? He did not know. Yet, it was the path chosen by the highest commander of the Alliance. As the laboratory fell silent, the figures outside slowly approached. Hui stepped in, his typically frivolous expression replaced by profound shock. One spoke until Yu Qiushen descended from the platform, calmly regarding Shao Qi. Take him away. Yes, the soldier beside stepped forward to place a hood over Shao Qi's head, handcuffing him before escorting him away. Yu Qiushen exited the laboratory alone, and only then did Hui approach Ling. Ling Zai, are you all right? I'm fine, Ling replied, shaking his head, somewhat dazed. All the test subjects had perished. It was unavoidable, Hui said, taking a cloak from his adjutant and draping it over Ling. Many lives were lost in this endeavor, and soon you shall witness the battlefield's grim reality. It is inherently a place of death. Yu Qiushen merely chose who would die and who would live. That I understand. Ling averted his gaze, fully aware that the test subjects did not follow the natural trajectory of human development. The test subjects bred in such a manner were innately aggressive, requiring substantial financial and material resources to instill in them the thoughts and behaviors of normal humans, a task the Alliance would never undertake. Moreover, who could predict the nature of these monsters before they hatched? No one dared to take such risks. Hui sighed. Yet, all the wickedness has been left to Yu Qiushen to execute. Upon returning to the surface, Ling finally grasped the meaning behind Hui's words. The captured warship lay in ruins, shattered into fragments, with many silver shards bearing production numbers and the Alliance's insignia. Smoke billowed from the remnants of battle, and the once pristine lawn had been scorched black. The uneven ground would take an indeterminate time to recover. Ling followed Hui through the wreckage of mechas, where on stretchers lay soldiers whose limbs had been ravaged by war, some barely clinging to life. Ling pressed his lips together, uncertain of what to say. Below lay the unspoken brutality, while above was the stark suffering laid bare. The plan fraught with peril devised by a powerful family demanded the lives of countless innocents. Shall I have Chenchi take you home later? Your mother knows you have returned, Hui consoled, patting the dejected little alpha's head. The first time witnessing such a scene can be overwhelming. Our Ling Zai must strive to overcome this to become an exceptional general in the future. Ling sighed. I won't go back. I want to find Yu Qiushen. Hui raised an eyebrow. He will be quite busy today. The Alliance has him overwhelmed. For the next 2 weeks, do not expect him to accompany you. Know the moment Ling recalled Yu Qiushen's figure departing the laboratory. His once straightened back now emanated an aura of desolation. Indeed, Hui continued, anyone burdened with the weight of countless lives would be incapable of remaining indifferent. What is he doing now? Ling inquired. Hui pondered for a moment. Perhaps he is returning to the Wen family. When Qi is dead, and the head of the Wen family is under our control, it is merely a matter of handling the aftermath, such as any remaining test subjects. Are there still remaining test subjects? Ling murmured. Aren't they all here? His voice trailed off. Ling recalled Xiaoying, who had just been playing Plants vs. Zombies with him during the day. As the clouds danced in the sky, heralding the dawn, Ling raced ahead, striving to catch up with Yu Qiushen's pace. Bloodstains still marred his attire. His boots and trousers were splattered, and his hair was hastily tied beneath his military cap. His blue eyes fixed upon Ling's car door. Ling promptly exited the vehicle, rushing towards the entrance of the Wen family estate. The Wen family was undergoing a thorough search, and standing beside Yu Qiushen was Zhomi, holding the very girl he sought. Xiao Ying a collar adorned her neck, a device meant to control test subjects. Ling's throat tightened. Was she also a test subject, like Shao Qi? Yes, Yu Qiushen replied, rubbing his temples. Ling Zai, let your brother take you home first. I will attend to matters here before seeking you out. Upon seeing Ji Ling, Xiaoing hurriedly jumped down, retrieving a folded drawing from her bag and handing it to him. Just as Ji Ling accepted it, she was whisked away by several soldiers, her face covered with a hood, reminiscent of Xiaoqi's fate. She is also a test subject. Ji Ling's voice cracked, his gaze pleading as he looked up at Yu Qiushen. Xiaoqi said all test subjects will be killed. Is that true? Yu Qiushen's expression remained impassive. Ling Zai, this is military confidential information. I cannot answer you. So, they are to be killed. Ji Ling unfurled the drawing, revealing a crayon depiction of a sunflower, a potato mine, and dual launchers, with 3 stick figures beside them. One with short black hair unmistakably representing Ji Ling, and the white-haired figure symbolizing Yu Qiushen, AS for Xiaoing. She was depicted with the utmost care, albeit still abstract in form. The drawing was haphazardly sketched, clearly lacking professional training. Ji Ling's eyes instantly welled with tears. Xiaoing was still so young. She had never attended school or undergone training. She was incapable of harming anyone. Ji Ling's voice trembled as he looked back at Yu Qiushen. Just because she's a test subject does not mean her right to live should be extinguished. She does not wish to be a test subject. Ji Ling, Yu Qiushen lifted his gaze, scrutinizing him deeply. On what grounds do you speak to me in such a manner? As my boyfriend or as my subordinate? His tone was unprecedentedly frigid, tinged with a hint of cruelty. Ji Ling lowered his head, gripping the seam of his trousers tightly. As your subordinate, if you truly recognize your role as my subordinate, treating me as the highest commander of the alliance, then you would refrain from uttering such thoughtless words. Yu Qiushen coldly retorted, gesturing towards Chun-Chi. Take him home. The car was enveloped in an eerie silence, as Ji Ling cradled the robe in his arms, repeatedly studying the crayon drawing. Chun-Chi attempted to offer comfort several times, but found himself at a loss for words. This young master of the Ji family was undoubtedly exceptional, a standout at the first military academy, hailing from the pinnacle of the Kola family. His only flaw was his naivety. He had yet to witness the world's harsh realities and comprehend the concept of being powerless in the face of fate. The vehicle came to a halt before the Ji family estate, and Ji Huai emerged to greet Ji Ling. Ling Zai Ji Ling, with reddened eyes, stood at the entrance, his demeanor resembling that of a rabbit rather than a spirited little border collie. Have you been scolded? Ji Huai smiled, revealing a row of teeth. Come on out. A fine little alpha like you shouldn't shed tears over every little thing. This is a battlefield. Crying incessantly would bring shame to the Ji family. No. Ji Ling wiped his face, his voice hoarse. It's not because of the battlefield that I'm crying. Chun-Chi quietly leaned in to whisper a few words to Ji Huai, who raised an eyebrow. Scolded by Yu Qiushen? I thought you would have grown accustomed to his reprimands by now. He has never scolded me like that before, and I believe I was not wrong. Ji Ling clutched the drawing tightly to his chest. I thought we were fighting for justice, what is right, and why we strive for it. Why must Xiaoing, who has done no harm, still face death? Yu Qiushen would not kill her. Ji Huai sighed, ruffling Ji Ling's still damp hair. Ling Zai, I believe you do not understand Yu Qiushen well enough. Even though you are in a relationship, you hardly know what kind of person he truly is. Ji Ling fell silent, his thoughts stifled by Ji Huai's words. His sense of right and wrong was so simplistic. If he believed that all test subjects should perish, then Xiaoqi and Xiaoing would never have survived to this point. Did you witness him when he killed Wen-Shi? Ji Huai's voice was gentle. No, yes. Ji Huai confirmed. If he desires someone's death, I would be powerless to intervene. Moreover, the way you publicly defied his orders, had it been anyone else, he could have drawn his weapon and executed you. Ji Ling felt a flush of heat rise to his face. His heart a tumult of emotions. He was indeed Yu Qiushen's boyfriend. Yet Ji Huai understood him better. Chapter 69. I want to buy a house. Ji Ling spent 3 nights at home. As Ji Huai had predicted, Yu Qiushen was indeed busy for 3 consecutive days without time to see him. Their communication was minimal, often consisting of 1 or 2 words. Why Yu Qiushen? Good night. Why Yu Qiushen? Rest early. Ling. Good night. Why Yu Qiushen? See you when school starts. Why Yu Qiushen? Sorry. Ling. It's all right, brother. Ling. No problem. Sighing, Ji Ling scratched his head, feeling somewhat at a loss. Despite being upset over Yu Qiushen's harshness, he recognized that he had challenged his authority in front of many, and thus, he bore his own culpability. Moreover, he truly missed him. The Gardner Military Academy paid close attention to the significant events that transpired in Kola, organizing a commendation ceremony specifically for Zhou Shu and Ji Ling when the announcement was made. Zhou Shu was still clad in his underwear, engrossed in a video game at an internet cafe. The accolades seemingly fell from the sky. When brought backstage for the ceremony, Zhou Shu, still floating in a daze, found Ji Ling already dressed in a military green suit, his hair slicked back, though his youthful features still betrayed his tender age as an alpha. Cubs, Zhou Shu clapped Ji Ling on the back. Did you save the world in Kola? How is it that I am being commended as well? Is it because I'm the good brother of the extraordinarily handsome Ji Ling? No, Ji Ling managed a strained smile. It's a long story. It all started when we discovered that small compartment during the endless night, which turned out to be an underground laboratory of the One family. Your map provided them with significant insights. An underground laboratory, Zhou Shu exclaimed, his mouth agape that is the One family that wealthy. I had thought your family was the wealthiest in the entirety of Kola. Depart at once. Ji Ling rolled his eyes, remarking that even old Ji, who has been embezzling since ancient times, could not accumulate wealth to rival that of Kola's richest. The money in my family has been inherited since my grandfather's generation. Back when there was no alliance, my grandfather was a businessman. My apologies. It seems you are indeed from a wealthy third generation. Ji Ling rested his chin on his hand, becoming somewhat lost in thought. His emotions in recent days have been akin to a roller coaster, fluctuating widely, and any attempts to recall moments of joy were fleeting. He felt as though an invisible chain was fastened around his neck, the other end tethered to Yu Qiushen's palm, compelling him to constantly think of Yu Qiushen. That little white-haired one must truly be occupied lately, too busy to call him. What did that apology of his mean? Was it an apology for being stern with him, or for being too busy to keep him company? Ji Ling was so vexed he felt as though he might pull his hair out. Kid, Zhou Shu observed Ji Ling's lack of enthusiasm and teased him lightly. What's the matter? You look as if you've lost your soul. Ji Ling mumbled indistinctly from his throat. Ugh, it's annoying to elaborate. Zhou Shu said, moving his small stool closer to Ji Ling. Well, Ji Ling hesitated. Previously, only you knew about my relationship with Yu Qiushen. I can only ask you now. He knows that account belongs to me. And we are dating, but I always feel that our relationship is rather peculiar. That you're dating? Zhou Shu's voice suddenly escalated, akin to a high-pitched horn, prompting Ji Ling to quickly shush him. Keep it down. Ancestor, this isn't a secret that can be made public. Oh, I see. Zhou Shu shrank back, adopting an expression of anticipation. Ji Ling shifted uncomfortably. I actually feel quite guilty. You mentioned I wear his mother's relic around my neck. The weight of that truly feels suffocating. Moreover, he appears to be a person of great sincerity, which makes me feel particularly inhuman. Zhou Shu frowned slightly. From my perspective, you do indeed seem rather inhuman. But we cannot view this from just our angle. We must consider his perspective. Ji Ling looked up. Allow me to analyze it thoroughly, Zhou Shu declared, pulling a piece of paper over and retrieving a pen from his pocket. Ji Ling watched him execute his task with such fluidity that he was nearly left speechless. Truly, one who works in information does not forget to bring a pen, even when headed to a gaming CAF in slippers. Go ahead and draw. I'll take a break, Ji Ling yawned, having risen early that day and still feeling somewhat drowsy. Feel free to sleep, Zhou Shu mumbled with an eraser in his mouth. I'll wake you once I'm done. Meanwhile, Yu Qiushen leaned against the window, holding a purple hyacinth. The scenery outside shifted continuously, yet his expression remained composed. He had donned a brand-new white uniform, custom-made in Kola, a considerable time since his last shopping excursion. His hair was meticulously styled, with a black steel clip at his ear. Yu Qiushen finally spoke. How long until we reach Gardner? Well, at the shortest, it will take half an hour. Zhong Yi sighed. Is the commander feeling anxious? Yu Qiushen lowered his gaze. Perhaps is it because you fear that young Master Ji won't forgive you? Zhong Yi mused, perceiving that these two in a romantic entanglement might soon cause him and Chen Qi to seem 2 generations younger, effectively making them grandchildren. Young Master G is not a particularly temperamental alpha. He adores you, so he surely won't hold a grudge. You need not worry, especially since you brought him flowers. Zhong Yi reassured that Yu Qiushen nodded. I should have brought roses. They seem more fitting for Ling's eye. Zhong Yi shot him a look that was difficult to interpret. I've never seen someone so love-struck. And in the next moment, Yu Qiushen continued his astonishing declaration. However, Director Huang mentioned that when he comforts his wife, he also gives her hyacinths. So I purchased him. How thoughtful. Zhong Yi felt inclined to award him a prize. The first Starfleet award for Best Husband. If possible, I'd like to deliver flowers to Ji Ling before the commendation ceremony, so that when he receives his medal, his spirits might be lifted, Yu Qiushen stated calmly. Zhong Yi felt a pang of embarrassment. Having followed Yu Qiushen for so long, he had never realized that he possessed such a side. Originally, there had been plans for the evening, but after the cola incident, Yu Qiushen had managed to compress his schedule into the latter half of the night just to visit Gardner, all for the sake of the young master of the G family. Principal Edwin inquired whether you would like to personally present the awards. It may provide greater encouragement for the students at Gardner Military Academy. Zhong Yi asked. After a moment of contemplation, Yu Qiushen lightly smiled. Yes, that sounds agreeable. Very well, Zhong Yi replied, finishing his correspondence with the principal. When Yu Qiushen inquired, Zhong Yi, is the real estate market in Kola currently very high? Zhong Yi paused compared to the previous 2 years. It has cooled significantly. Many planets have become quite habitable, and Kola has reached saturation. Yu Qiushen nodded. I am considering purchasing a house. Pardon? Zhong Yi's expression fell apart. You are not planning to stay in the dormitory anymore? I will. Yu Qiushen shook his head. Ling's eye often visits Kola during his breaks. If I reside at home, I may not be able to accompany him. Having a house would be more convenient. I appreciate your assistance. Please keep an eye out for me, within my salary range, if possible. Chapter 70. I will comfort Ling's eye. That range within your salary is rather expansive, Zhong Yi remarked. A slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. Do you even know your balance? Yu Qiushen turned back. I haven't checked the bank in quite a while. Does purchasing a house require proof of funds? Zhong Yi sighed in resignation, retrieving his tablet and displaying several images for Yu Qiushen. Would you like something in this style? It even has a small garden that I was considering saving up for it. But given my situation, it would take many years. Yu Qiushen glanced at the pictures. They indeed depicted a splendid property, a duplex with a small garden. Though he knew little of gardening, he thought it wouldn't be impossible to learn to grow some flowers. And he would need a small tea table. After all, he had yet to experience the taste of white tea. Very well. Yu Qiushen nodded. I will consult with Ling's eye regarding his opinion. Zhong Yi understood that Yu Qiushen was not particular, and with a quick thought added, actually, you might consider a house with more rooms. This way, you could set aside a room for the young master's gaming, ensuring you both do not grow bored when together. Yu Qiushen agreed. I hadn't realized that decorating was also a skill. Perhaps I should find some time to learn. Actually, you could hire a renovation company to handle everything for you. No, Yu Qiushen shook his head. This will be our home, Ling's eye and mine. It should be decorated with care. Zhong Yi paused momentarily. This was the first time in all his time working alongside Yu Qiushen that he had heard him mention the word home. Even when returning to Yaz, he merely spoke of visiting his mother. Hearing him say this now filled Zhong Yi with a sense of bittersweet fulfillment. Shall I arrange a time for you to visit the site and take a look? Zhong Yi inquired. Yu Qiushen nodded. Yes, perhaps after this month's busyness concludes, as the mecha descended closer to the planet's surface. Yu Qiushen stood, gazing out at the densely packed buildings, still early in the day. Thank you for going to meet Director Huang on my behalf. There is some mecha data that requires review. And Yu Qiushen lifted the corners of his lips. I will comfort Ling's eye. Zhong Yi hesitated, scratching the back of his head. All right, do you know where he is? Shall I help you inquire? He should be backstage. As the words fell, the mecha landed on the vast plains, and the automatic door opened. Zhong Yi watched as Yu Qiushen stepped out gracefully, the fresh hyacinths swaying behind him, his feelings complex and difficult to articulate. The illustrious commander, reduced to being scolded like a dog by young Master G. The grand auditorium was teeming with people. Upon learning that Yu Qiushen would personally present the awards today, and that there might be a chance to hear his speech, even the seats that usually remain vacant were filled before the event commenced. Gazing at the fervent eyes of a crowd of Omegas, Yu Qiushen strode directly into the auditorium through the back entrance. "Commander Yu," a clear male voice called out, prompting Yu Qiushen to turn. "Bai Yao," Yu Qiushen paused, smiling as he pressed his lips together. "Are you here for the commendation ceremony as well?" "Indeed." Bai Yao scratched his head. "I searched for Ling Zai for ages, unaware of his whereabouts. Yusheng asked me to deliver an umbrella, saying it would soon rain heavily. Is it going to rain?" Yu Qiushen glanced outside, where the sky was clear and blue, seemingly far from the prospect of rain. "And you? Are you also looking for Ling Zai?" Yu Qiushen nodded. "Then please take the umbrella to him." Bai Yao said cheerfully, "I'm off to secure a seat in the inner area. I want to capture the best shot of Ling Zai." Suddenly left holding an umbrella, Yu Qiushen was momentarily taken aback. He hadn't used an umbrella in a long time, mainly because there were seldom occasions that required one, and he was not accustomed to carrying one, as it would take up space in his hand, which was inconvenient for someone as busy as he. "Farewell, Commander Yu." Bai Yao had swiftly vanished without a trace. Yu Qiushen let out a deep sigh and continued toward the venue. In several adjoining lounges, he found no sign of anyone, leaving him feeling somewhat despondent. The temperature in Gardner was nearing 40 degrees, causing the hyacinths in his hand to dehydrate rapidly, their vitality waning. As he passed by the restroom, Yu Qiushen dampened the petals with a bit of water, managing to make them appear somewhat vibrant. It seemed that he would have to wait until they landed to purchase flowers, for they were indeed delicate creatures. Yet he wondered whether Gardner's floristry offered sufficient variety to truly win Ji Ling's heart. "Ling Zai, I will analyze this for you meticulously." Yu Qiushen paused. The voice was not far off, likely just beyond a wall. He took a tissue to dry his damp hands before picking up the flowers from the sink again. "The main complaint is that you feel there is some distance between you. So let us analyze the situation to uncover the reasons." Ji Ling cast a disdainful glance, questioning why such an academic approach was necessary, as it made him feel somewhat drowsy. Zhou Shu nudged him with his elbow, admonishing him not to interject. "You see, because you initially pursued Yu Qiushen with a vengeful mindset, you now feel guilty. The more guilty you feel, the more you wish to treat him well, thus hastening your desire to bridge the gap." Zhou Shu drew several arrows on a piece of paper, while Ji Ling listened attentively, his brows furrowing, unable to counter, muttering vaguely, "Surely, I am not acting this way out of guilt. You dare to claim it is not out of guilt." Zhou Shu smirked, playfully tugging at the jade pendant around Ji Ling's neck, as if to say, "Do I not know you well enough? With that temper of yours, if you were not feeling guilty, you would never behave so amiably toward others. Therefore, the source of your awkwardness stems from your impure, initial motives." Ji Ling was completely persuaded, shifting his posture to catch a glimpse of Yu Qiushen standing outside the door. His breath hitched, and a chill surged from his toes, as if his blood had frozen. Zhou Shu, still facing away from the door, continued his discourse, but upon seeing Ji Ling's sudden change in demeanor, turned to the side and exclaimed, "So you must be honest with each other, for heaven's sake?" Yu Qiushen's expression remained as placid as ever. However, his fingers clutched the flowers tightly. He stepped into the lounge, and the atmosphere instantly plummeted. "Leave." Though Zhou Shu did not name names, he immediately grasped that the command was directed at him, scrambling to his feet, his voice trembling. "Commander, please do not resort to violence." Yu Qiushen remained silent until Zhou Shu closed the door, at which point he exhaled a long, weary breath. Chapter 71 He had, once again, caused Yu Qiushen heartache. Why Yu Qiushen's mind was a chaotic tangle, as if he had been cast into an ice cellar. The last time he felt this way was after a grueling battle that lasted over half a month, returning to Yaz with a weary body only to find the city in ruins. He had many questions to pose, even wishing to grasp the neck of the frightened individual before him, demanding to know why he would behave in such a manner. Yet, the words lodged in his throat, causing a painful ache that prevented him from uttering even a single syllable. "Brother, let me explain. It is not as you have heard." Ji Ling was flustered, his eyes suddenly glistening with tears. "No need." Yu Qiushen lowered his head, his palms curling inward, and after a deep breath, softly inquired, "So, was it to seek revenge that you added me as a friend and spoke those words?" Ling fell silent. Clearly, Yu Qiushen had grasped the entirety of the situation, and no amount of rebuttal could change that it was indeed to take revenge on you. Ling's voice trembled, his gaze rising, filled with earnestness. "But later, I truly came to like you. I was not deceiving you, truly. Revenge?" Yu Qiushen pondered for a moment, finally recalling the incident in question. Was it about the sick leave, due to a fever? Yu Qiushen asked calmly. Ling hesitated for a moment before nodding. "I was wrong, truly. I have come to realize my mistake. I did not continue conversing with you out of that incident. It was because I like you." No matter how Ling attempted to explain, Yu Qiushen remained silent. He turned his face, his gaze seemingly fixed on the window, his breath short and labored, his chest rising and falling violently, yet he uttered not a word. Enveloping Ling's heart in an icy grip. Ling. Yu Qiushen's voice was hoarse, his eyes taking on a wan I in the lounge during the competition. When I asked you if it was because you liked me, you told me it was a tea that time. I thought even if you had deceived me, I would accept it, for at least it was sincere. He held his breath for a moment, the knuckles of his fingers cracking as he could not help but raise a hand to grasp Ling's neck. Pressing him against the vanity, his tone brimmed with intense anger. "You said it was not deception, that it was genuine. Ling, do you find it amusing to toy with me?" Yu Qiushen's fingers were sharply defined, their coldness striking. Ling had observed this many times before in secret, yet he never anticipated that their first physical contact would unfold in such a manner. He struggled to breathe, his half-exposed face and the corners of his eyes turning a vivid shade of red. "I did not toy with you, truly." Yu Qiushen. Ling gazed at him with tear-filled eyes, wearing an expression of utter distress, causing Yu Qiushen to feel as though he were the one bullying him. He gradually released his grip, stepping back half a meter. Indeed, for someone like Ling, born with a silver spoon, feeling wronged was quite natural, as he had never experienced hardship, leading him to feel aggrieved when his deceit was unveiled. Perhaps he and Ling were simply incompatible, and this absurd relationship, which had begun so precariously, had reached its inevitable conclusion. Ling. Yu Qiushen tossed the flowers onto the vanity haphazardly. His eyes reddened as he looked at him, his tone weary. "Forget it." What does forget it mean? Ling's mind suddenly went blank. Realizing too late, he grasped Yu Qiushen's garment, tears cascading like fallen beads. What does forget it mean? Yu Qiushen, clarify. After all this time together, you are unwilling to hear my explanation and simply say forget it? It is not suitable, truly. Even in such a disheveled state, Yu Qiushen remained gentlemanly, gently prying Ling's fingers apart one by one. The earlier speaker made a valid point. Perhaps you were merely feeling guilty, thinking I was pitiable, not genuinely liking me. Once you take some time to calm down and reflect on your feelings, you might come to realize that I am not what you truly desire. Before he could finish, Ling abruptly stood, seizing Yu Qiushen's collar and capturing his lips in a fervent kiss. Yu Qiushen was momentarily taken aback, numbly allowing Ling to kiss him without restraint. The metallic taste of blood mingled with the sensation of being thrust into a tumultuous whirlwind, leaving him feeling as though his heart had been thrown into a colossal blender, torn apart and forcefully shoved back into his chest. Consequently, what he had once anticipated as a sweet first kiss with Ling now felt solely bitter and numb. "Speak, Yu Qiushen," Ling cried, his voice hoarse, the salty taste of tears mixing with the blood on Yu Qiushen's lips, trickling down onto his collar. "I will not seek revenge on you." Yu Qiushen raised a hand to wipe the corner of his mouth. "You need not worry. I am quite clear on the principles of public and private matters that I will pretend that we never began, as we never even had a formal courtship." After uttering these words, he could not suppress a self-deprecating chuckle. His eyes appeared somewhat vacant as he lightly pressed his lips together, placing the umbrella Bai Yao had given him on the table as well. Bai Yao mentioned that a torrential downpour was imminent. "This is the umbrella he brought for you." With that, Yu Qiushen turned and exited the room. Outside, a thunderclap echoed, and the slightly ajar window allowed a gust of wind to flutter the khaki curtains. Ling, belatedly realizing, touched his cheek, feeling a droplet land upon it on that day in March. He had thought viciously in the laboratory, wondering if Yu Qiushen would cry upon discovering he had been deceived. The truth proved to be affirmative. The coveted prize he had once anticipated now landed heavily upon his face after a convoluted journey that why Yu Qiushen's tears were far hotter than his own, nearly scorching a hole through Ling's very core. The rain began to fall steadily, while lightning illuminated the unlit lounge. Zhou timidly pushed open the door, observing Ling, who sat in a daze. "My dear, I am doomed." In him, Ling hastily wiped his tears away, springing to his feet. "He is left. Where has he gone?" Ling's heart plummeted as if falling into an abyss. Had the awards ceremony not been about to commence? "I do not know," Zhou lamented, wishing to slap himself, avoiding Ling's gaze that I saw him leave through the main entrance of the venue. Where he went, I do not know. Ling stumbled out the door. And upon reaching the eaves of the back entrance, he finally caught sight of Yu Qiushen's figure. Gardner's weather forecasts were notoriously accurate, and today's rain could be deemed the heaviest of the early summer. With water accumulating on the muddy ground, resembling a thick layer of glass that enveloped the entire sky. Once again, Yu Qiushen had forgotten his umbrella and walked into the torrential downpour. His posture mirrored that day in Kola when he exited the laboratory, reminiscent of a homeless child amidst the chaos of war, lonely and defiant. Unable to contain himself, Ling slapped his own face. Both Shaolin and he had made countless promises to Yu Qiushen, yet none had been fulfilled. During that occasion in Yaz, they had both been drenched in the rain, and he had vowed to buy Yu Qiushen an umbrella so that he would never have to face the rain again. In Kola, he had assured Yu Qiushen that he would never lie to him and would never cause him sorrow. Yet he had failed. He had still brought heartache to Yu Qiushen. Chapter 72. Pursue your husband. Poor little Alpha Yu Qiushen did not attend the awards ceremony, leaving everyone in the venue feeling utterly dejected. When the medal was placed in Ling's palm, he was still in a daze. Once the event concluded, the rain outside had ceased. Ling, holding the useless umbrella, walked out of the venue in a dazed, "Don't be so down. It surely can't end like this." Zhou comforted, patting his shoulder. "I'm sorry. I truly didn't expect it to turn out this way. It's fine. I don't blame you." Ling shook his head, handing the umbrella to Zhou. "Please thank Bai Yao for me. I'll just take a stroll to clear my mind." "All right. It wasn't tea," until Ling had walked away that Zhou turned back to search for Bai Yao in the venue. The muddy path after the rain was treacherous, but Ling paid it no mind. The cherry blossoms had already withered, leaving behind petals that had yet to fully decay, emitting a damp and foul odor. Ling took deep breaths repeatedly, yet his agitation would not subside. What was he to do? He had no idea. The incident had occurred so suddenly that he had not anticipated it, leaving him feeling utterly helpless. The first military academy had seemingly added some recreational fitness equipment at some point, resembling tools used by elderly residents in nursing homes for rehabilitation. Approaching the swing, Ling reached out to touch it. The coarse fabric was soaked, but he didn't mind and sat down. The iron chains and locks creaked as he gently swayed. Yu Qiushen's face lingering in his mind, along with that damned tear. How could he have made Yu Qiushen cry? After all, he was the highest commander of the Alliance. What was he, a mere cookie? Ling, feeling a long-forgotten urge for a drink, thought that even if it wouldn't solve his problems, it might numb his senses temporarily, alleviating some of his pain. The only one who knew the truth. Zhou had also been sent away, leaving him in a state where he could not voice his suffering. A cheerful, laughter-filled male voice shattered Ling's gloom. He looked up to see an exquisitely dressed Omega, Zhishuang, who had added him as a friend previously. Little Ling, Zhishuang cheerfully hopped onto the swing beside him. "Wow, why is there water? My pants are soaked." Ling, with an innocent expression, met his gaze. "My pants are soaked too." "And you're still sitting here?" Zhishuang, seeing his dejected expression, seemed to glean something. "Did you get dumped?" Caught off guard by the sudden revelation, Ling awkwardly touched his nose. "Yeah, I was broken up with." "You got dumped too?" Zhishuang expressed disbelief. It was hard to fathom that someone so attractive and innocent could find himself back on the market. Ling sighed deeply and looked back at Zhishuang. He was indeed a very handsome Omega, appearing quite intelligent, someone adept in navigating emotions, effortlessly charming. In simpler terms, he resembled a little social butterfly. Could he find a resolution? Perhaps. Jilling was eager for assistance, realizing he might be somewhat lacking in emotional matters. With his love and hate being far too one-dimensional. Feel free to ask anything. Ji Shuang leaned against the swings pole. Given that I once had a crush on you, I'm more than willing to help you out. Thank you. Jilling pondered for a moment before softly speaking. Actually, I wasn't dating an Omega. Huh. Ji Shuang raised an eyebrow. Is it an Alpha? Do you like fencing? No, Jilling murmured. It's Enigma. Yu Qiushen, you should know him. What? Ji Shuang's expression froze, as if his eardrums were about to burst. Why Yu Qiushen? That white-haired commander who briefly appeared during the freshman orientation and occasionally appears on military channels. Looking perpetually aloof? Yes, Jilling mumbled for a moment. He's actually not cold, as soon as he spoke. Jilling quickly stopped himself. Ji Shuang took a while to recover before murmuring, as expected from an alpha of a wealthy family. Silent until suddenly astonishing. So why did you two break up? Jilling recounted the entire situation from start to finish. Ji Shuang's features scrunched up in disbelief. You both are truly something else. Is it a lack of work or insufficient experiments? It is simply unimaginable. After hearing Ji Shuang's candid critique, Jilling hesitated for a long while before managing to mutter, Indeed, so he was hurt. That's why he broke up with you. Ji Shuang couldn't help but chuckle. It's utterly ridiculous. A privileged young master from a wealthy family, a top commander of the Alliance, and yet you both are caught up in such romantic turmoil. Jilling turned his head, feeling embarrassed, but he liked him. After all, feelings are not something one can easily change. Indeed, that Ji Shuang's smile broadened, gently brushing Jilling's still red eyelids with his fingers. You understand this principle too. If he didn't like you, how could he find time to accompany you amidst his busy schedule? You know how precious his time is. Men can be stubborn at times. Jilling sighed, what should I do now? What to do? Ji Shuang raised an eyebrow. It's actually quite simple. What? Ji Shuang tilted his head, gazing at the gradually clearing clouds. The gloom had dissipated without his notice. He likes you, and you like him. All you need is honesty and patience. What you desire requires effort to attain. You must make him see your sincerity. Young master, he shot Jilling a sidelong glance. Moreover, your ex seems like the kind of man who would cling on until he gets a kiss. He shouldn't be hard to pursue. Upon hearing the word ex, Jilling felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Damn it, I couldn't even kiss him after all that time. Just a lot of talk. Ji Shuang stifled his laughter, feeling quite amused. All right then, go chase after your husband. Poor little alpha. Got it. Jilling stood up, his body momentarily stiffening. Damn, this swing is soaking wet. My underwear is soaked. Chapter 73. Full in cake for several consecutive days, Yu Qiushen did not return to the first military academy. Jilling couldn't find him in the laboratory, and both Bai Yao and Director Huang claimed ignorance that, in desperation, Jilling decided to start gathering information from Qin Shi. Little master, Qin Shi said, standing outside the office, seemingly on a secret call with Ji Huai. What is up? What made you think to call me? Jilling hesitated. Do you have Zhong Yi's number? Huh. Qin Shi paused for a moment. I do, but why are you looking for Zhong Yi? I'm not looking for him. I just need you to ask him where Yu Qiushen has been these past few days. Jilling sighed. That I upset him and am too afraid to text him. Just ask, but don't mention it's me. Hey, our little Jilling can endure such grievances, even if he asks the highest commander of the Alliance. Qin Shi's words caught in his throat, and he awkwardly swallowed them back down. All right then, the highest commander of the Alliance seems acceptable. Okay, Qin Shi thought for a moment. I'll ask, but I think Zhong Yi will know it's you asking without guessing. What is up? Are you two having a falling out? Jilling reflected on that day's incident. It could be categorized as such. He was about to break up with me. What? Qin Shi exclaimed in shock. Did you cheat? How could that be? Then did you abuse him? No, wait. You couldn't possibly overpower him. Qin Shi racked his brain, struggling to comprehend what Jilling could have done to upset Yu Qiushen. Their little Jilling was supposed to be as good as gold. Forget it, Jilling replied wearily. Just ask, and let me know when you find out. Sure thing. After hanging up, Jilling returned to his workstation in the laboratory. These past few days, he had been in a daze, lacking any interest in his tasks. Despite continuously reminding himself to prioritize work above all else, he found it impossible to concentrate. Sitting in the lab, he often felt the urge to take his cup outside, pretending to refill it while secretly glancing to see if the little white-haired commander was in his office. Yu Qiushen's office had gone unkempt for several days, no longer the pristine space it once was. On overcast days, the floor, which used to gleam, was now hidden from view. Ling. Yu Qiushen's face suddenly appeared before him. "I've called your name so many times." As he pondered other matters, Ling pursed his lips and raised his gaze to him, inquiring, "Is there something on your mind?" "No," Yu Qiushen replied, propping his chin on his hand. In half a month, the finals of the practical competition will take place. Remember to start preparing after you finish the resurrection match in a few days. It's not going to be easy, you know. Moreover, I've noticed that your condition has been rather off these past few days." "Not really," Ling insisted stubbornly. Suddenly, a warm hand caressed his hair. Yu Qiushen smiled cheerfully. "Shuang told me that it seems you've experienced a heartbreak. She suggested that I and Yao Ge should comfort you. Although we don't know who you were dating, we still hope you find happiness." Ling felt a lump in his throat and nodded. "I'll be fine in a few days. Us alphas don't talk about such things," Yu Qiushen said, gazing into his eyes. You still have feelings for them?" Ling nodded. "Then go and win them back. Sitting here lamenting is so pathetic. That what our campus belle should be doing. Our campus belle should make others fall head over heels for you." With that, Yu Qiushen slipped a sick leave note into Ling's embrace, freshly signed by Director Huang, stating that he needed to undergo surgery for his hemorrhoids, with a 2-day recovery period. "Make sure to return on time." Ling glanced at the clearly marked date and the flamboyant signature on the note and couldn't help but choke up. "You guys are so good to me." Yu Qiushen waved his hand dismissively. "It's nothing. Your brother signed that leave note with his head, so make sure you return on time." Fueled with enthusiasm, Ling sprang to his feet and dashed out of the laboratory, showing no sign of being a patient suffering from hemorrhoids. "I promise to return on time." As he wheeled his suitcase into the starship's hall, Ling was still uncertain about his destination, but he stood before the automatic ticket machine, staring at the dazzling array of planetary names on the screen. Some he had visited in his childhood with Hawaii, while others he had never even seen in textbooks. It dawned on him that the first interstellar journey was far more expansive than he had imagined. Where should he go to find Yu Qiushen? The chat window with Chun-Chi remained stagnant. Ling refreshed it several times, but found no new messages. Yes, the name of the place jumped out at him, 2 familiar characters catching his eye. With 15 minutes until departure, the journey would not be lengthy. Ling steeled himself and purchased a ticket to YAZIT. Was only upon landing that Ling felt the stark contrast in temperatures between the planets. Gardner was so hot that passers-by seemed ready to strip down, while Yaz still lingered in the weather suitable for hoodies. The streets were damp, clearly having just endured a heavy rain. Ling casually stored his suitcase at a hotel lobby, wandering the streets empty-handed. The scent of camphor trees was more pronounced, almost intoxicating. Unbeknownst to him, he found himself on a street he had strolled with Yu Qiushen before. Last time, he hadn't paid attention. His gaze glued to Yu Qiushen. Now he noticed many snacks he had never seen before. Mango vanilla-flavored nutritional supplements. What an odd taste. Ling shivered, but could not resist the urge to step into the shop. "Is this good?" "Delicious," the shopkeeper's wife beamed, immediately recognizing him as an outsider. "Have you heard of Commander Yu? He grew up drinking my family's nutritional supplement, which is why he became a commander. Why not buy some to try?" Ling pulled out a rather hefty sum of cola currency. "I'll take it." Not 20 meters out, carrying nearly 10 pounds of snacks, Ling suddenly felt as if he had been swindled. Damn it, he had never seen Yu Qiushen drink nutritional supplements. Didn't he always eat at the cafeteria? Ling felt too embarrassed to return and argue, so he trudged through another street with his heavy bag, until he passed a fork in the road and spotted an old man balancing a yoke on his shoulders, steam wafting from the bamboo steamer. But Fu Ling cake. Ling stood for a long moment before slowly approaching. "Sir, is this good?" he asked in a barely audible voice. The old man pondered for a moment. "It's all right, but I don't know if you're picky. If you are, you might not like it." Ling recalled that Yu Qiushen had once described him as picky, which meant he likely was. "I'll take 2 pieces." Ling decided to pay. With the cut Fu Ling cake in hand, Ling found a relatively clean spot by the roadside to sit down. Surrounded by the hodgepodge of snacks he had purchased, Most of them were probably bought under the influence of persuasion. The taste of the Fu Ling cake surprised him. It was nothing like the delicate pastries from Kola, with a sweetness so subtle that one had to chew for ages to savor it. And the texture was rather chewy. He stuffed a large piece into his mouth, choking for 2 minutes without managing to swallow. Ling then opened a bag of the nutritional liquid and took a small sip. The mango flavor was overwhelmingly artificial, with no hint of vanilla whatsoever. He wrinkled his brow in distaste, casting a disdainful glance at the remaining bag of nutritional supplements at his feet. Truly unbearable. As he swallowed the last bite of the Fu Ling cake, Ling sincerely remarked, "Sir, life must be quite arduous for you yes people." The old man chuckled, perhaps never having encountered such an amusing child. "We as people are quite happy now. Where are you from, little friend?" "Kola." Ling wiped his mouth. "Oh, a Kola native," the old man sighed. "I've never been to Kola. I've heard from those who have that it's a rather affluent planet. Alas, I suppose I shall never have the chance to go." "Why not?" Ling inquired, looking up. "That it's far." The old man considered. "And if I were to leave, who would make these fragrant Fu Ling cakes?" "I'll make them. You go have fun for a day." Ling laughed. "I'm here to chase my boyfriend. I'll help you sell Fu Ling cakes. He loves them. Perhaps I might run into him." "Young lad." "Sounds great." The old man gave him a thumbs up, lifting the steamer cover to cut him another piece. "Here, take this to your boyfriend." No. Ling waved his hands repeatedly. "I can't carry any more, and I don't even know where he is." Ding dong, that a notification sounded. Ling quickly pulled out his phone. "Qin. He's in the Yaz Research Institute dormitory. Zhong, he mentioned he seems to have a fever." "Qin. I think this is the perfect time to make a move. When someone has a fever, they're more vulnerable. It shouldn't hurt too much if you hit him." "Qin. Thumbs up." Ling's eyes lit up, grinning as he accepted the Fu Ling cake and fished out a banknote. "Now I know where my boyfriend is. Thank you for the Fu Ling cake. If he forgives me, I'll definitely invite you to Kola to sell Fu Ling cakes." The old man looked bewildered as he watched Ling sprint away. This child, having not visited for quite some time, Ling still retained access to the academy's dormitory. He stealthily slipped into the building, peering into each window as if he were a thief. "This one doesn't have the colorful coat. It's clearly not Xiao by Mao style. This one has smelly socks. It can't be Yu Qiushen. Wow. What in the world? A snake farm." Ling's ears perked up in fright. Turning around dejectedly, he came face to face with Yu Qiushen. Ling froze. Having not seen him for a few days, Yu Qiushen appeared considerably haggard, evidently suffering from a severe fever. A cooling patch was affixed to his forehead, and he was clad in gray loungewear, holding a thermos as he stepped out to fetch water. Caught in the act, especially by Yu Qiushen, Ling was uncertain which embarrassment to address first at Ling. Yu Qiushen said, standing there stiffly, his mind momentarily blank. As if he were a machine frozen in place, why Yu Qiushen glanced at him, then continued filling his cup with water. The atmosphere made Ling's toes dig into the ground. Had he known, he would have drafted a script beforehand. Now, seeing Yu Qiushen rendered him speechless. If this continued, when Yu Qiushen returned with the cup, he wouldn't know how to speak to him. After holding his tongue for what felt like an eternity, he finally spoke. "Are you unwell?" Ling moved closer, bags in tow, standing beside him. "Did you fall ill because of the rain? Or did I make you angry?" The water was nearly to the brim as Yu Qiushen slowly screwed on the lid. Casting a glance at him, Ling, "We have broken up? Why are you here?" Ling's throat tightened, his voice muffled as he gazed at him longingly. "I know we've broken up," he stammered. "I just wanted to check on you. Please don't send me away. I want to take care of you. Is that all right?" Yu Qiushen's lips pressed into a thin line. "Can you take care of someone?" Ling choked slightly, awkwardly touching his face. "I can fetch you water, and I can brew tea for you." "Oh, you don't drink tea? I can order takeout for you. Is that okay? Did you take leave to come here?" Yu Qiushen reached for his phone. "Preparing to call. If you took leave just to do this, I'll have Director Huang notify you to go back. Please don't." Ling's eyes instantly turned red, his nose tingling. "That I traveled for 2 hours to get here. Don't send me back so quickly. I truly understand my mistakes, and my initial intentions were not pure. I deceived you. Only someone like me, who has lived 20 years without ever facing hardship, would dare to deceive you. I know I was wrong. but I didn't stay with you out of pity. I like you. Truly like you. He paused for a moment that if I were in your position, I would also be furious. During our online relationship, I thought I was a slope, only to find out I was a derivative. Anyone would be upset. S.G. Ling spoke. His voice grew increasingly sorrowful, and a tear suddenly fell. You may be angry with me, but please do not send me away, all right? He then pulled out a still warm Fu Ling cake from his pocket. I encountered an old man selling these on the way. You once told me you liked them, so I bought this for you. Yu Qiushen lowered his gaze, observing the umbrella being offered to him. A sky blue, solid-colored rain umbrella, matching the hue of his eyes. You need not do this. Yu Qiushen inhaled deeply, his voice barely audible. I want to, Ji Ling said pitifully. Inching closer, I want to treat you well, even better than before. I have learned from others the importance of being honest and wholeheartedly pursuing you to earn your trust and affection. So, Yu Qiushen, could you grant me a chance? I want to pursue you anew. As Ji Ling, Yu Qiushen's breath hitched slightly, an unidentifiable emotion flickering in his eyes, his lips pressed tightly together. You're crying. Yet you haven't said anything to me. I'm not crying. Ji Ling lifted his sleeve to wipe away his tears, putting on a fa-ade of a strong child. After a moment of stalemate, Yu Qiushen turned to retrieve a cup of water, seemingly heading back to his room. Ji Ling was puzzled by his current demeanor, yet he sensed a hint of softness in his attitude. His tail wagged uncontrollably as he followed, burdened with bags, into Yu Qiushen's room. Chapter 75. No kissing others. Upon entering the room, the familiar cherry blossom pheromone enveloped Ji Ling, causing him to relax. He placed the items he held in a corner and approached the table, noticing a collection of unfamiliar medications. Brother, have you taken your medicine? Yu Qiushen settled into a chair, sipping warm water. When do you plan to return? Ji Ling scratched his temple awkwardly. I only took 2 days off. I will leave once you feel a bit better, all right? Besides, I'll stay at a hotel tonight. So, I won't disturb you. Yu Qiushen remained silent. Not turning to face him, Ji Ling felt a surge of anxiety, and, unable to resist his clingy nature, scooted his chair closer to Yu Qiushen's side. I asked that all right. You can trust me. I am a very reliable alpha, and from now on, my words will hold weight. Have you finished your work in the lab? Yu Qiushen finally lifted his gaze. I completed it early. Ji Ling nodded vigorously. I finished everything that needed doing before coming to find you. I even got my leave approved. Yu Qiushen raised an eyebrow. Sick leave? He scrutinized Ji Ling from head to toe, assessing his lively demeanor, and aside from his slightly reddened eyes, he showed no signs of illness. Ji Ling averted his gaze, mumbling softly, it's not like I sneaked out, so just ignore what kind of leave it is. Yu Qiushen said nothing, quietly taking a pack of medication from the table, cracking 2 pills, and placing them in his mouth. 2 days. If you need more, I'll have Zhong take you back. With that, Yu Qiushen returned to his bed, lying down. The room felt eerily quiet. And Ji Ling, careful not to disturb Yu Qiushen's rest, couldn't resist his boredom and wanted to check if Yu Qiushen was truly asleep. After a moment of restraint, Ji Ling felt a restless itch in his heart. He swallowed hard, cautiously standing up and tiptoeing over to Yu Qiushen's side. When Yu Qiushen was asleep, he appeared much softer. His long hair partially obscured his face, the rest cascading over the pillow. Dominating the space with his locks, Ji Ling had never had a preference for long or short hair. But since encountering Yu Qiushen, his gaze unwittingly gravitated toward Yu Qiushen's hair. It was so beautiful. Truly. Ji Ling. Yu Qiushen suddenly spoke, startling Ji Ling into standing straight. I did not disturb your sleep. Pheromones. Yu Qiushen lifted his eyes, casting a light glance, a scent wafting through the air. Ji Ling felt a bit embarrassed. I couldn't help myself. Yu Qiushen's face flushed slightly, likely influenced by his pheromones, or perhaps merely a result of his fever elevating his skin temperature. Ji Ling's throat felt dry, his head spinning. Tailed he couldn't resist. Ji Ling tucked his neck in, but no matter how hard he tried to suppress it, his tail wagged like a propeller, happily swaying, the tip thumping against the foot of the bed without causing him any pain. Yu Qiushen didn't look much longer, turning to face the wall. If you can't help it, just retract it. Ji Ling's tail swayed a few more times before retracting. Ji Ling. Yu Qiushen called him again. Ji Ling immediately grabbed a small stool and sat at the head of the bed. What is it? Yu Qiushen felt that the scene resembled a hospital companion in a serious ward. With the person on the bed likely being a gravely ill elderly individual, he furrowed his brow, sighing, "Do you know why I'm upset?" Ling hadn't expected him to bring up this topic again. After a moment's pause, he replied, "It's because I lied to you. Can we not discuss this? You promised to start anew. When did I agree?" Yu Qiushen genuinely suspected that the person before him had a memory issue. "It seems you didn't agree after all. Well, then criticize me. I am all ears." Ling placed his hands on his knees, falling silent. After a long wait, Yu Qiushen still did not speak again. "Aren't you going to criticize me?" Ling's tail re-emerged, dragging along the floor like a broom, making the surface shine. Yu Qiushen gave him a sidelong glance. "What do you want me to criticize you for?" "I don't know." Ling was painfully honest. "Honestly, if you scold me, I might feel a little better. Otherwise, I feel like I owe something." Upon saying this, Ling felt he had reached a new level of self-awareness. He was sinking deeper into the role of a devoted admirer of Yu Qiushen. Now at the point where he could plead for Yu Qiushen to scold him. "I won't scold you." Yu Qiushen buried his face in the pillow, fingers clutching a corner gently as he sighed. Ling, in that situation, learning from someone else that your beloved is approaching you out of revenge, it's hard not to feel anger. "I understand." Ling spoke softly. "I did consider telling you. I felt guilty before, but please believe me, I am not the type to let others mark me out of guilt. Moreover, as an alpha, I require considerable mental preparation to allow you to mark me." Ling spoke on, realizing it felt wrong. "Well, I didn't prepare for too long. I just like you too much, and there's no other way." What a spiral of flattery. Yu Qiushen's ears turned noticeably red. His lips pressed together as he dared not meet Ling's gaze. Why, being 7 years younger, can he say such nonsensical things? Is it related to genetics? Does the snow leopard's harsh environment strip away the gift of eloquence? So, Ling inched closer. "Does brother hate me now? Can you give me a hint? Am I still able to pursue you?" Yu Qiushen lifted his eyes, his expression cold. "If you can't pursue me, then just give up. You might as well abandon the idea." No. Ling felt that Yu Qiushen had completely let go, unleashing whatever stubbornness he had onto him without considering whether his fragile heart could withstand such blunt words. "I will pursue you." Ling clung persistently. "Even if I can't succeed, you mustn't think of liking someone else. When you go on dates, I'll sit at the table next to you, and if you want to bring him home, I'll climb through your window to keep watch over you both." The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, his tone tinged with grievance. "Let us see if you can actually kiss him." Yu Qiushen felt a headache coming on from Ling's outburst, waving a hand to swat at his EA or not be quiet, or I'll throw you out. Ling stubbornly leaned against him. "You promised me not to kiss others." "I haven't even kissed anyone." "Are you getting feisty now?" Yu Qiushen turned to look at him, his head tilted. Ling's stubbornness made him shrink back, sulking as he sat by the window, staring out at a climbing ivy for a long while. What a pitiful little back. Yu Qiushen rubbed his face. He felt as though he were a parent who had just scolded a child, and Ling was that mischievous child who had just received a reprimand. Chapter 76. Not unpalatable after a long-awaited sleep. Yu Qiushen awoke naturally, glancing at the clock to find it nearly 6 o'clock. It was the first time he had slept so long for an afternoon nap, leaving him feeling somewhat languid. Ling was no longer perched on the windowsill. Yu Qiushen scanned the room and discovered 2 legs draped over the armrest of his office chair, the rest of Ling's body hidden behind the chair's back. No wonder he hadn't noticed him. Ling. Yu Qiushen called out, realizing his throat was less sore. Ling rolled over, beaming at him. "Are you awake?" "Brother, you." Seeing Ling's cheerful expression, which seemed far from bored, Yu Qiushen swallowed his words about dinner being limited to the cafeteria that evening. "All right." Ling nodded eagerly. "I could eat Orland-style grilled wings forever." Yu Qiushen threw off the covers and sat up. Noticing Ling still gazing at him with eager eyes, he asked, "I need to change my clothes. Are you still watching?" "Oh." Ling nestled back in his chair, his hands covering his eyes. "Yes, I'm chasing you. But I can't look while you change clothes. Go ahead. I assure you I won't peek." Yu Qiushen, however, didn't perceive Ling as the type to sneak a glance. He swiftly donned a plain white shirt, the one he wore most frequently. Grabbing a jacket along with his meal card, he declared, "All set." "Great." Ling immediately sprang to his feet, following Yu Qiushen out of the room. having dined at the cafeteria of the Academy of Sciences numerous times. Ling found the cuisine rather mundane, a repetitive selection of dishes. According to his blacklist, he could eliminate half of the offerings, leaving him with precious few choices. Yu Qiushen swiped his meal card and handed it to Ling. Choose for yourself. Sure, Ling accepted the card, reflecting on the perks of being pursued. He could enjoy meals on Yu Qiushen's account and enter his room, but he couldn't help but think how fortunate it was that Yu Qiushen had no other suitors. Allowing him such easy access, truly, persistence seemed to be the key to winning over this man. What are you dawdling for? Yu Qiushen frowned. There is nothing else to eat here that if you really don't want what I'm having. Just say so. Ling promptly approached the serving window, diligently selecting the food he would soon waste. After a thorough selection process, his plate held a piece of mackerel, several Orleans-style chicken wings, and in a bid for visual appeal and to demonstrate to Yu Qiushen that he wasn't overly picky, he added a piece of broccoli. As they passed a few acquaintances who greeted them, they engaged in brief small talk that stretched on for several minutes. By the time Ling was ready to eat, Yu Qiushen had already finished. It became a scenario of Yu Qiushen watching him eat instead. Ling felt a prick of embarrassment, stifling for a moment before deciding to pop the broccoli into his mouth first, lest it linger on his plate and dampen his enthusiasm for showcasing the chicken wings. Yu Qiushen's voice was flat, that if you don't enjoy it, then don't force yourself. Ling, cheeks puffed out, stared blankly at Yu Qiushen. He cautiously assessed Yu Qiushen's expression and began to speculate wildly. Was Yu Qiushen hinting at something deeper? What did it mean to not enjoy something yet force oneself to partake? Was he insinuating something about their relationship? Irritated, Ling swallowed the broccoli. I never said I didn't like it. I absolutely love it. I enjoy vegetables too. And I particularly like you. With that declaration, he stabbed his chopsticks into the chicken wings, determined to clear his name. Yu Qiushen sighed heavily, rubbing his forehead. What astonishingly imaginative leap of logic could twist his simple statement into such a convoluted interpretation? He found himself at a loss for words and relented. Go ahead and eat. If you really enjoy it, use the meal card to get some more. No thanks. Ling recoiled. I have enough to eat. Before long, they finished dinner, and as Ling followed Yu Qiushen back to his room, Yu Qiushen halted abruptly. Aren't you supposed to be staying at a hotel tonight? Ling stumbled, nearly colliding with him, and after regaining his balance, he laughed awkwardly. Well, it's not dark yet, is it? I was planning to head back to the hotel once it's time for bed. If that's all right, suit yourself. Yu Qiushen opened the door, allowing Ling to slip inside. Only then did he notice the assortment of bags Ling had brought, which were filled with ubiquitous street snacks. Yu Qiushen frowned deeply. If Ling had come to visit him, he ought to have brought some fruit or milk, not just mango vanilla nutritional supplement. He released the bag and questioned Ling. What are these for? Ling's face flushed. I ran into an auntie on my way here, and she said you like this, so I bought it. Yu Qiushen himself was unaware of his fondness for it. Take it back and drink it yourself. He rubbed his temples. I rarely consume nutritional supplements. What about the Fulling cake? Ling asked, pointing at the cold cake in Yu Qiushen's hand. Yu Qiushen held the Fulling cake, which had grown cold. Can it not be eaten if it's cold? Ling leaned closer, poking at it. It had indeed hardened, and he offered, should I take it to the cafeteria to heat it up? I have a great rapport with the lady serving food. She'd be willing to help. As he spoke, Ling took the Fulling cake from Yu Qiushen, continuing, I knew you hadn't eaten enough. Those cafeteria meals are hardly palatable. When you're unwell, you should indulge in something tasty. What constitutes tasty? Yu Qiushen replied nonchalantly. Orleans-style chicken wings? Ling hesitated. It seemed rather inhumane to suggest a sick person indulge in chicken wings. But it shouldn't be like that. He gazed at Yu Qiushen. When I come tomorrow, I'll bring you something delicious. So you want to have to eat from the cafeteria? Yu Qiushen gave him a meaningful glance, but remained silent. I'll wake up at 7, take 20 minutes to get ready, then go buy something good. As Ling planned, he turned to Yu Qiushen at the door. Just don't wander off. All right? I wouldn't want to lose you. With that, he closed the door. The room returned to its usual tranquility. Yu Qiushen glanced at the half-eaten Fulling cake left in his pocket, likely a remnant from Ling's earlier meal. The surface was pockmarked, not resembling the bite marks left by any carbon-based life form. He gingerly broke off a piece and placed it in his mouth. It was quite dry. even harder than when warm, and it took a considerable effort to swallow. Tea scraped against his already sore throat, akin to a torture device rather than food. Yet, Yu Qiushen found himself thinking that it was not entirely inedible. Chapter 77. You must give me a chance as the clock ticked towards 9. Yu Qiushen was engrossed in a report while Ling, feeling bored, lay sprawled on the table, scrolling through videos on his phone without sound. Rather dull indeed. Having grown weary of the videos, Ling lifted his gaze to Yu Qiushen, only to find Yu Qiushen observing him in return. Brother, Ling seized the moment, wanting to charm his way in. Why are you sneaking glances at me? Your face is prominently displayed before me. How can it be considered sneaking? Yu Qiushen set down his pen and glanced at the time. You should be heading out soon. Oh, early? Ling contemplated making a makeshift bed in Yu Qiushen's dorm, wishing to linger in the cozy space of his little white-haired companion for just a moment longer. If it rains, you won't be able to return to why Yu Qiushen rose and approached the balcony. As he opened the glass window, a few drops of rain blew in, splattering onto the floor. They both fell into a brief silence. Ling smiled. The rain isn't that heavy. I'll just throw on my jacket and dash back. The hotel is very close, and I'm perfectly healthy, so I won't catch a cold. Yu Qiushen glanced at him, deciding to let it go. Just as he was about to speak, Ling rummaged through his pocket and pulled out a small blue umbrella, his expression tinged with regret. Could I borrow your umbrella? I promised to return it first thing in the morning. Why not just stay with me? Yu Qiushen queried, studying him closely. Ling grinned sheepishly. Well, in the past, if you tried to push me out, I wouldn't have budged. But now that you're unwell, the bed is rather small. It's better for you to have a comfortable sleep. Besides, my mother always told me that an alpha shouldn't pursue someone to their bed. Isn't that a theory for pursuing omegas? Yu Qiushen murmured. Alphas and omegas are not that different. They are both human. Ling pondered for a moment, adding, after all, I promise to treat you well. That's a commitment. If I fail to do so, then I wouldn't be an alpha. Why Yu Qiushen fell silent, feeling a sense of fulfillment wash over him. He took a deep breath and looked at Ling. Be careful on your way back. I'm borrowing the umbrella now. Ling chimed, shaking it slightly. Why Yu Qiushen nodded. As Ling reached the door, he abruptly halted, turning back with an eager expression. What is the matter? Yu Qiushen raised his gaze. The little alpha clutched the umbrella, hesitating for a moment before finally speaking softly. I haven't been close to you all day. Now that I'm leaving, could you hug me just once? Yu Qiushen felt a flutter in his chest. Aren't you coming back tomorrow morning? Even though I'll be back, today has been quite tough for me. Ling's lips pressed together, his tail swaying gently. As he added, previously, I would merely tease you by showing my tail and ears, but now I just want to wrap my tail around you. Just one hug, Ling implored, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Isn't it permissible for a suitor to hug? Yu Qiushen sighed silently. He had never encountered a more forward little alpha than Ling. In truth, he had never met anyone quite like him. With Ling, he found himself experiencing both the most delicate and the most assertive moments. Without any points of comparison, each of Ling's actions and words felt uniquely special. Can suitors hug? Yu Qiushen mused. Uncertain, as his mother had never stated that suitors could not embrace. Yet he was acutely aware that he wished to hold the eager little pup before him, tail wagging. Go ahead and embrace me. Yu Qiushen opened his arms, pressing his lips together. With his white hair cascading over his shoulders, Ling's Adam's apple bobbed once, and with great reverence, he leaned down to embrace Yu Qiushen tightly. Unlike any previous embrace, this one was devoid of fervent declarations of love. It was merely a gentle, silent hug in that fleeting moment of their chests pressing together. Ling felt the heartbeat of another life. Resonating clearly and powerfully against his ribcage and hollow chest. Is this enough? Yu Qiushen's voice was soft. Ling inhaled the scent of his hair, straightened up, and reluctantly admitted, not quite enough, but today it was sufficient. This time, Ling could not contain the pheromones. As the aroma of white tea filled the entire room, it was indeed uncontrollable. How could he possibly restrain himself when the person he cherished so dearly stood before him? Yu Qiushen, Ling softly called out his name. Speak. After a long gaze, Ling finally asked, in the days to come, will you return to Gardner? I wish to pursue you. You must grant me the opportunity. Or Director Huang will surely send me packing. Yu Qiushen placed his hand atop a yellow leather notebook, absent-mindedly caressing its surface. He did not offer a definitive response, merely stating, I haven't completed my work at the military academy. Ling couldn't help but chuckle, revealing the tear mole beneath his eyelid. I understand. See you tomorrow, Yu Qiushen. With that, Ling took his coat and umbrella, carefully exited the room, and gently closed the door behind him. Chapter 78. A fortune cannot buy you Marin's happiness. 2 days swiftly passed, and despite his reluctance, Ling had to board the starship back to Gardner. Bai Yao and the others were quite concerned about the emotional state of the only alpha in their group who still held onto his first love. Eagerly gathering at the school gate to welcome Ling, the spectacle was so grand that the security guards mistook it for an official inspection, startling them awake and nearly causing their hats to fall. Ling Zai, Bai Yao grinned. Did you catch up to him? Ling sighed, shoving the heavy nutritional supplements into Bai Yao's arms. That I didn't catch up. I'll take my time, but it's not something that can be rushed. Oh, Bai Yao chuckled. Our little one has grown. You even thought to bring gift for the brothers upon your return? How commendable. Ling, uninterested in explaining, let him indulge in his wild imaginings. Yu Qiushen had already delivered cat food to Ling's dormitory. Fully equipped with a mask, fearing the slightest cat hair would contaminate his space. After a few days apart, the cat food had transformed into a lively kitten, frolicking around Ling's room and leaving numerous scratches on the curtains. Ling lazily reclined on his bed, the kitten licking at his chin and nose before he scooped it up and held it close. Why aren't you all in the lab today? Huh, it's a public holiday. Damn. Ling cursed under his breath, regretting not staying an extra day with the little white furball. By the way, how did you manage to anger that little Omega? They even abandoned our precious capital flower. Bai Yao could hardly fathom what transgression money could not absolve. The mere mention of little Omega made Ling's head throb. He had yet to devise a way to explain to his hometown folks that he was dealing not just with any Omega, but with a living embodiment of death itself. That I also believe Ling Zai wouldn't do anything wrong. Yu Qiushen had a heavy filter for Ling. It must be your Omega being too demanding. Alas, Omegas are notoriously difficult to please. Cough. Ling covered his lips. Not that demanding. Come on, brother is just trying to speak for you, and you still protect your little partner. Love-struck. Ling hardly paid attention. Scrolling through an app, his mind still devoid of ideas. Bai Yao shot him a glance, exasperated. What now? My dear lady, when pursuing someone, what should one do? Oh, please, Bai Yao face-bombed, chuckling bitterly. Last month you asked me how to woo an Omega. This month you asked what to do once you're together, and now you're asking how to pursue again. Are you a machine stuck in a loop? Ling wiped his face. I'm not trying to think about the situation. Just don't rush to mock me. Give me some advice, strategist. The 3 alphas in the room sighed simultaneously. This battle was one Ling had fought before. They had no clue what tactics to employ. Perhaps you should analyze what kind of personality he has. Ling pondered, realizing that if he described Yu Qiushen's abstract character in detail, it would reveal too much. He is handsome and steady. With a temperament that fluctuates, primarily, he is pleasant when in love, but a bit fierce during work. Ling cautiously articulated. Bai Yao's expression twisted into one of confusion. What kind of Omega is this? I never realized you were into that type. Mind your own business. Ling urged him. Just analyze. Oh. Silence blanketed the room for a while, with only the little kitten mewing softly. Bai Yao observed Ling's face, noting the unprecedented seriousness etched upon the alpha's features. It was evident he was genuinely infatuated, a stark contrast to his previous flippant inquiries. You care for him so deeply. You should know better than me, or Qiushen, what you can offer him and what he desires and needs. Bai Yao let out a deep sigh. The journey of love is one you must navigate yourself. What does he want? Ling felt a headache coming on. What could Yu Qiushen possibly desire? The world was peaceful and tranquil, and that was all he could think of. For someone like Yu Qiushen, it seemed that apart from work, there was nothing else in his life. Now that Ling had finally squeezed himself into Yu Qiushen's existence, what could he possibly bring him? Ling was lost in thought for a long while. Maybe happiness, he mused. That was what he wished to offer Yu Qiushen. The little white fur ball occasionally smiled. and even the slightest curve of its lips made Ji Ling feel as if he could sell Cora to shower it with rockets. He began to understand the plight of King Yu of Zhou. If Ji Ling were to become a ruler, with his level of infatuation, he would surely resort to foolish antics to win over Yu Marin's affection. Do you think Yu Qiushen watches movies? Ji Ling inquired. Bai Yao raised an eyebrow. No, Ji Ling quickly corrected himself. I was just curious that of course he doesn't. Shen Yuxing chuckled, their essay teacher in the lab who graduated with Yu Qiushen. He didn't partake in any entertainment during his schooling, only training and experiments, and he was already involved in battles during his undergraduate years. Oh, Ji Ling pondered thoughtfully. Perhaps he should take the little white fur ball to see a movie. He wondered if it had ever tasted popcorn, he would spend 20 coins to upgrade to caramel flavor. All right, Ji Ling nodded. I understand now. Shen Yuxing stood up, brushing off the cat hair from his clothes. Good luck, little Alpha. We await your good news. This time, you should truly be able to take him out for a meal. That Ji Ling nodded absent-mindedly. He was so eager for that meal, yet he wondered if he would have the courage to pick up his chopsticks when the time came. Chapter 79. Cherry Blossom flavored Little Border Collie. By the end of May, the experiments were nearing completion, with documents submitted for alliance approval. Results expected to arrive shortly. Ji Ling's revival match went smoothly, securing him first place and only waiting a few days to compete in the finals. In the ensuing days, Ji Ling immersed himself in the training room. With rigorous practice, the muscles on his small alpha frame became notably more defined. His waist slender yet powerful that a casual kick sent the target trembling, the power meter displaying 4-digit numbers. After a brief respite, Ji Ling, drenched in sweat, took small sips of purified water. Ling's eye. Zhou Shu poked his face through a small window. Ji Ling responded, slowly lowering the water bottle. What is up? Good news. Zhou Shu pointed towards the experimental building. Yu Qiushen is back. The mecha just landed not long ago, and he should be heading to the lab now. Oh, Ji Ling immediately wiped away his sweat, a smile spreading across his face. Toss me my clothes. I'm going to take a shower. With summer officially upon them, the campus was enveloped in a warm seasonal atmosphere. Cicadas buzzing. Watermelons aplenty, and endless heat. Ji Ling had just finished showering, his body still damp, with water droplets clinging to his hair, making him glisten under the sun. He jogged back to the experimental building, not bothering to wait for the elevator, and bounded up the stairs. Yu Qiushen stood at the corner, conversing with Director Huang. Ji Ling dashed over, brimming with enthusiasm. Commander Yu, you're back. Yu Qiushen smiled absent-mindedly, his hair still damp. Director Huang patted Ji Ling on the back. Good lad. You can't neglect drying your hair in summer. You'll catch a cold. Go on, go dry off and come back. I want tea. Ji Ling whined, his gaze incessantly drifting towards Yu Qiushen. With no other option, Yu Qiushen finally spoke. I have towels in my office. Go dry off and wait for me. All right, you little rascal. Although Huang Dao found it peculiar, he paid it no mind as he watched Ji Ling merrily dart into Yu Qiushen's office. With the tacit approval of the little white-haired one, Ji Ling naturally commenced his exploration of Yu Qiushen's office without hesitation, having visited numerous times before, most of which were spent enduring criticisms. There was only one occasion when he had not been reprimanded. On that instance, Yu Qiushen had been asleep, wholly oblivious to the inanimate objects surrounding him. After rummaging through Yu Qiushen's towel, Ji Ling casually draped it over his head a couple of times, relishing the delightful scent that unmistakably belonged to Yu Qiushen. He hurriedly rubbed his head a few more times, wishing to transform into a cherry blossom-scented little border collie. Yu Qiushen pushed open the door. He was greeted by the sight of Ji Ling sprawled across his chair, vigorously rubbing his head with his towel. What have you been up to today? Your hair is so wet, Yu Qiushen remarked, placing his document bag on the bookshelf and methodically removing his coat. Just the sight of Yu Qiushen's attire made Ji Ling feel warm. He had just come back from training, with the finals approaching swiftly. Once Yu Qiushen had changed, he retrieved his water bottle from his bag and took a couple of sips, mentally preparing himself for a serious training session, as the finals would not be easy. Ji Ling, ever the canine, slyly peeked into Yu Qiushen's Why Yu Qiushen never used to carry a bag, and this one seemed newly acquired. The zipper was undone, revealing a corner of blue umbrella fabric. TSK. The stubborn yet soft-hearted little white-haired one clearly adored the umbrella Ling had gifted him. Ling refrained from voicing this thought, and after drying his hair sufficiently, he stood to offer Yu Qiushen a seat. "Come, Commander Yu, please have a seat." Yu Qiushen lifted his gaze to Ling, his tone flat. "Why do you speak in such a sarcastic manner?" "Wow." Ling clapped his hands. "Brother can even detect sarcasm now. What a significant improvement." He made his way over. Yu Qiushen tilted his head slightly, indicating for Ling to sit on the small sofa. Ling, however, was not foolish. He made no move to shift. Instead, he clung to the armrest of his chair, ensuring that not a single part of him came into contact with Yu Qiushen. A skilled player, a master of the edge. Yu Qiushen sighed. "You sitting there makes it difficult for me to work. You claim to be pursuing me, yet you cannot disrupt my normal life. Can you?" Ling, "No disruption. Just want to please you a little." Ling replied. A smirk played on Yu Qiushen's lips. "If you want to please me, be obedient and sit over there." Ling huffed a couple of times. "Commander Yu, do you have any time this weekend? Would you do me the honor of sharing a precious afternoon?" This weekend? Yu Qiushen checked his schedule. He had to make a trip to Kola on Saturday and an interview on Sunday morning, which would likely conclude around 2 in the afternoon, leaving the remaining time free for Ling. "All right." Ling reluctantly rose from the armrest and flopped onto the sofa. Recently, the training intensity had been overwhelming, leaving him feeling like a piece of kelp. Wherever he lay, he stayed sprawled in a rather ungraceful manner. "Commander Yu," Ling called out. Not even a minute later, Yu Qiushen turned his face towards the computer, propping his chin on his hand to observe him. "Ling, can you please articulate your demands all at once?" So fierce, Ling thought, resting his chin on his arms, gazing at him with innocent eyes, his tail mischievously peeking out, expressing a sense of grievance, as if ready to take flight. Ling. Yu Qiushen tapped the desk a couple of times, his tone teasing. "Do you realize that such behavior of exposing your tail at the slightest provocation is equivalent to—" "What?" Ling inquired, his face filled with curiosity that it's akin to stripping down in public. Yu Qiushen stated. "Wow." Ling felt a fleeting sense of embarrassment, his cheeks flushing slightly. "That means I have effectively stripped down in front of you many times. Can you let me in on the progress of my pursuit?" Yu Qiushen returned to his work in silence, clearly aware that discussing such matters with an unashamed little alpha like Ling was tantamount to flirting. The office was enveloped in the rhythmic tapping of the keyboard, accompanied by the penetrating sound of cicadas. After finishing an entire report, Yu Qiushen finally shifted his focus back to the long-ignored little alpha, who appeared drowsy, curled up on the sofa, his tail still unrestrained. Ling rubbed his eyes, mumbling, "Brother is tired. May I borrow your little sofa for a nap?" Yu Qiushen said nothing. Regardless of his agreement, Ling was determined to sleep. Before long, the sound of even breathing filled the air. Yu Qiushen rose and walked over to Ling. The little alpha was quiet only when asleep, though Yu Qiushen knew that Ling did not behave this way in front of others. His enthusiastic tail only wagged for him. It was rather endearing. Ling, still asleep, was smacking his lips. What delightful dream could he possibly be having? Perhaps it involved Orleans-style chicken wings. Yu Qiushen chuckled helplessly, draping his coat over Ling's form and quietly stepping out of the office. Chapter 80. Waiting for brother to finish work. Early Sunday morning, Ling awoke with enthusiasm. After a long hiatus, he opened his wardrobe and meticulously selected his attire. That he hesitated between 2 tie-dye sweatshirts he had purchased for the new year before deciding they were too warm, and instead turned his gaze toward his floral short-sleeve shirt. What kind of clothes did Yu Qiushen prefer? He had no idea. Yu Qiushen had only expressed a strong liking for his female attire. However, as an alpha, wearing a short skirt in public might lead to being mistaken for a pervert parading around with a bird. Nonetheless, Yu Qiushen always urged him to behave well, indicating he might prefer a more demure appearance. With this thought in mind, a mischievous plan suddenly surged within Ling today. He was determined to be so well-behaved that Yu Qiushen would remember it for eternity. Yu Qiushen's interview was taking place at Gardner Radio, right next to the renowned Gardner Pearl, the tallest building in all of Gardner. The morning interview script had already been sent to Yu Qiushen's computer, and he was sipping coffee while reviewing the document. The questions were mostly routine, military objectives for the year, or the latest military research achievements. According to the Alliance's confidentiality plan, Yu Qiushen merely needed to make an appearance and deftly deflect the inquiries. Ding dong. The long-absent ringtone sounded, prompting Yu Qiushen to retrieve his phone. Cough, cough, cough. Commander. Zhong Yi hastily offered him a tissue. Concern etched on his face. Is your cold still lingering? Yu Qiushen covered his lips and shook his head. Just choked it. Oh, that's good to hear, Zhong Yi replied, glancing back anxiously, fearing Yu Qiushen might falter again. After a moment, Yu Qiushen turned his attention back to his phone. Ling, Brother Chan. Oh, Yu Qiushen directly covered his mouth, pressing him into his embrace as they made their way outside. Once they exited the grand hall and stood at the entrance, Yu Qiushen finally released his grip. Ling wiped the saliva off his face and asked, Brother, why won't you let me speak? Is being a suitor such a disgraceful identity? Not at all. Why? Yu Qiushen scanned him from head to toe. You look like you're about to burst, and at just 16, if you declare yourself as my suitor today, I might be taken in for questioning by the Alliance tomorrow. I see, Ling replied, licking the corner of his mouth at Oh, I look cute. Am I particularly obedient? Yu Qiushen wasn't particularly amused, his gaze sweeping over Ling's face. You do seem quite obedient. The little alpha, after meticulously grooming his hair, had the tear mole at the corner of his eye more pronounced. And when he smiled, a tiny canine tooth could be seen. However, his mischievous nature was impossible to conceal. Refusing to answer, Are you the Grand Commander? Ling tugged at the straps of his backpack, tilting his head to look at him. With a long sigh, Yu Qiushen admitted, You're rather adorable. But next time, do not wear that I'm afraid it might affect my mental health evaluation. Ling couldn't help but chuckle all the way as they walked to the shade of a tree, where Ling had driven his particularly flashy sports car today, visible from afar parked by the roadside. Is this a legal parking spot? Yu Qiushen inquired. Not at all. Ling shrugged. This hour. There are hardly any parking spots nearby. Don't worry. I've already paid a 200 fine when I got out of the car. With that, he opened the passenger door and said, Please, step in, Grand Commander. Chapter 81. Enjoy the sea. Where are we heading? Yu Qiushen fastened his seatbelt and turned to see Ling rummaging through his pockets, pulling out 2 lollipops. The inner island. Want one? Ling asked. It's a bit far, about 10 kilometers. A lollipop will be just right for the journey. Yu Qiushen accepted the lollipop and examined it. It was tiramisu flavored, truly befitting Ling's unique taste. The roar of the engine echoed as Ling hit the gas, propelling them onto the highway. Gardner was hardly a typical planet. It served as a significant military base for the Alliance, devoid of entertainment facilities. Only those truly bored would venture to Gardner for leisure. Perhaps just to snap a picture with the Pearl of Gardner. The highway stretched beneath them, revealing an expanse of ocean as they journeyed toward the central area of the inner island. Ling hummed a tune, completely focused on driving. Yu Qiushen remained silent for a long while, slowly unwrapping the lollipop in his palm and placing it in his mouth. The tiramisu flavor was not solely sweet. It also bore the bitterness of cocoa powder and a uniquely rich creaminess. Grand Commander. Ling's voice held a hint of laughter, his gaze still fixed ahead. How is it? Tasty. Not bad, Yu Qiushen replied, chewing on the stick of the lollipop. When I was younger, I used to have green grape flavored. I'll try green grape next time. Sure. The journey of 10 kilometers felt neither too long nor too short. And the two finished their lollipops just as they reached their destination. Ling navigated through the commercial district as per the map. Yu Qiushen seldom visited such places and found the bustling shops and bright lights surrounding him quite unfamiliar. Don't get lost, Ling said, tugging at a corner of his clothing. Big cat. Yu Qiushen glanced at the arm that was guiding him forward and softly inquired, What are we going to do? Watch a movie. Ling led him to the 3rd floor, where foot traffic was significantly lighter. A few people passed by without paying them much attention. The cinema was not crowded at noon, and Ling and Yu Qiushen stood together in front of the celebrity standees. These 2 films are decent, one a horror film and the other a romance, Ling mused, stroking his chin. For a date, I suppose romance is the way to go, even though it seems a bit too sappy. Don't you think? I'm fine with either, Yu Qiushen replied, glancing over with little interest. Ling decisively purchased 2 tickets and entered the theater with Yu Qiushen. Carrying a bucket of popcorn and 2 cups of cola tea, oh their surprise, they found themselves the only ones in the theater until the show began. Ling bit on the cola straw, a wave of anxiety washing over him. Oh no. What if it's a terrible film? This is our first movie together. If it's bad, I won't be able to sleep tonight. Our first movie together, Yu Qiushen thought, a gentle warmth blooming in his heart. It's all right. What do you mean, it's all right? Yu Qiushen didn't finish his thought. That'd be why the time Ling realized Yu Qiushen had turned his face away. Sipping the cola. This seemed to be the first time Ling witnessed Yu Qiushen consume anything other than plain water. Is it good? Refreshing, Ling answered with a smile, leaning closer to why Yu Qiushen raised his hand to gently push him back into his seat. It's quite good. He placed the cola down. I've had cola before. Don't assume I'm some weirdo. Ling chuckled. Finally, the film began. Ling held the popcorn, his mouth never ceasing to munch. The beginning of a romance film was often tedious, and both of them gazed at the large screen, their minds wandering elsewhere. What should he do with Yu Qiushen after the movie? Damn it, having never pursued anyone, he felt he was already behind. Ling, frustrated, stuffed another piece of popcorn in his mouth, his cheeks puffing up like a squirrel. Sweet? Yu Qiushen asked. Sweet. Ling immediately offered the bucket to him. Oh, I'm sorry, I forgot to offer you some. Why Yu Qiushen only sampled 1 piece, finding it too sweet for his liking. Oh, Ling scratched his face. Seems I won't be upgrading to 20 coins next time. Yu Qiushen prefers a subtler flavor. As the film progressed to the climax of the love-hate entanglement between the Alpha and Omega, Yu Qiushen watched intently, only to feel a leg suddenly rest on him. He turned to see Ling had fallen fast asleep in his seat. As expected, this little alpha had no interest in watching a melodrama. It was merely a whim that led Ling to drag him into this, leaving him alone to face the trivialities on screen while Ling dozed off. Yu Qiushen sighed silently, unable to suppress a smile as he pulled Ling's clothing down to cover the small patch of exposed skin on his abdomen. Ling dreamt he was at a chicken restaurant with those 3 letters, about to take a bite of a grilled wing when he unexpectedly bit into a bullet, knocking out 3 of his teeth. Wow! Ling awoke with a start, his sleepiness vanishing as he saw Yu Qiushen looking at him with mild exasperation. Awake now, Yu Qiushen lifted his chin. It's over. Not bad. I would call it a terrible film. Ling sheepishly wiped his mouth. Such a high rating? Oh, I regret it so much. Now I'm curious about what happened. Can you spoil it for me? Cannot. Yu Qiushen laughed nonchalantly. You can watch it again when we get back. Come on, tell me. Ling insisted as they exited the cinema, still clueless about the plot of the film. Dinner was simple, just 2 rice balls. Ling persistently convinced Yu Qiushen to join him for milk tea, and after filling their stomachs, he suggested taking a stroll. The summer sea breeze felt quite uncomfortable against their faces, hot and dry. But as evening approached, both dressed lightly. Their walk along the shore felt leisurely. Why are you so quiet? Yu Qiushen broke the silence. I'm not, Ling replied, nervously tugging at his shirt, cautiously looking at him. When you pursue someone, can you hold hands? I want to hold your hand. Like them? Ling followed Yu Qiushen's gaze, spotting an elderly couple walking hand in hand along the beach. As the sun set, the warm glow illuminated the coastline. Ling's hair was tousled by the wind, his heart racing. If you're willing, I would absolutely love to hold your hand like that. Before he could finish his sentence, a warm pair of hands clasped his fingers. Their fingertips fitting snugly together, Ling looked down at their intertwined hands, his lips parting, but Yu Qiushen placed a finger against his mouth. His sky-blue eyes shimmered with the warmth of sunlight, and his ears flushed a tender red. Shoo! Enjoy the sea. Chapter 82. Brother, don't tease me. Yu Qiushen's fingertips carried a lingering scent of cherry blossoms, and Ling froze for a moment, his face heating up as he gazed dreamily at the sea, at a stretch of salty water. How could it compare to Yu Qiushen's beauty? Ling felt reluctant to look away, wondering where Yu Qiushen had learned such teasing methods that stirred his heart so. Is the finals next week? Yu Qiushen cleared his throat and asked. Ling nodded. Friday. After the game, it'll be the weekend. His words carried a heavy implication, suggesting he was already greedy for the following weekend. Even before the current one had ended. Why Yu Qiushen didn't respond directly, but his thumb brushed against Ling's hand, sending a faint tickle through him. Impatient, Ling squeezed back. "Brother, don't tease me." "I am not teasing." Yu Qiushen raised his hand, lightly rubbing Ling's earlobe. "I'll come and watch on Friday. You'll win the championship, right?" Ling's eyes widened in surprise. "Are you really coming to watch my match? Is he implying he'll be there in person?" Ling asked softly, practically leaning against Yu Qiushen's arm. "Why else? Do you want someone to live stream it for you?" Yu Qiushen let out a sigh of relief. Victory was theirs. They would be together. Should they lose, then little Alpha could chase a little longer. What do you think? Ling's heart surged with excitement, struggling to contain the pheromones within him, making soft sounds of delight. Were it not for their public surroundings, he would have longed to let his tail out and act coyly to, "If you say that, I might just have to stake my life on it." "Not to that extent." Yu Qiushen chuckled lightly, exhaling a gentle sigh as he placed a finger under Ling's chin. "I believe in you. You can win, right?" Ling swallowed hard, gazing at the sun as it sank beneath the horizon. Yu Qiushen's bait was cast perfectly, and Ling felt that sleep would elude him tonight, as he would be tormented by visions of Yu Qiushen's smiling features. Indeed, Ling tightened his grip on Yu Qiushen's hand, resolutely declaring, "Wait for me. I will return with the trophy. I promise, if I win, I shall be your alpha." The finals were markedly different from the earlier preliminary rounds. The top 30 contestants would simultaneously be sent to an island, an operational simulation base of the 1st Military Academy, located at sea. It was home to various dangerous wildlife, dense jungle terrain, dilapidated buildings, and concealed military supplies. Historically, opportunities to visit such a place were rare, usually reserved for practical training courses. Most of the time, the environments were less severe, challenging each competitor's physical prowess. Security checks were significantly stricter than in the preliminaries, and Ling was asked to remove the jade pendant from around his neck, but he said nothing, handing it to Yu Qiushen for safekeeping. "Remember to return it to me." Ling gazed at him anxiously, fearing that Yu Qiushen might keep it for himself. "I will return it to you." Yu Qiushen chuckled. "If you like wearing it, then wear it." The combat scenarios on the island would be projected in real time onto large screens at the venue. The rules dictated that there was no set duration for the competition, with participants being eliminated until only one remained. Final rankings would be determined based on their scores, effectively nullifying the genetic advantages of certain contestants adept at survival. It wasn't until the final moments before boarding that Ling began to feel a twinge of nervousness. If he won, Yu Qiushen would truly be his. The prospect thrilled him even more than the trophy itself. The contestants were dispatched to various locations on the island, each clad in specially designed vests and equipped with wrist-mounted life sign monitors. For the safety and feasibility of the competitors, all provided firearms were non-lethal. Once struck, a laser would identify the contestant's number and location, marking them as eliminated as a black fabric blindfold was placed over his eyes. Ling stood still, awaiting the signal to commence. The sound of whistling winds and the gentle flow of water resonated in his ears, likely from the edge of the island, when a signal rang in his earpiece. Ling removed the blindfold, nearly startled back to his original form by the breathtaking scenery before him. Had he drawn the short straw of fate? Why was he starting on the edge of a cliff? Ling couldn't help but laugh in frustration, wasting no time as he chose a relatively easier route down, quickly descending into the thicket below. The island resembled a tropical rainforest, with towering trees and dense underbrush, where the occasional sighting of large geckos and snakes slithering about could be seen. Ling detested snakes, forcing himself to suppress his discomfort as he cautiously advanced. His helmet pressed his ears into his hair, muffling the surrounding sounds and making it difficult for Ling to ascertain his bearings. Based on analyses of previous competition footage, he estimated that around 20 contestants were also focusing on combat, while the remainder specialized in assassination, sniping, and underwater operations. Ling had little concern regarding the practical combat aspect. It was the last three he was unfamiliar with that raised his apprehension. It just so happened that they all favored cunning tactics. A chill ran down Ling's spine as he recalled a certain acquaintance, now likely under investigation by the Alliance. After exploring a portion of the rainforest, Ling discovered the first military supply pack. Unfortunately, luck was not on his side, as it contained only a few small bottles of energy drinks. However, for an alpha requiring sustained high-intensity performance, it was a decent find that he stuffed a few tubes into his pack. Preparing to discard the remainder into a small creek when an ominous feeling washed over him. Almost instinctively, Ling dodged behind a tree, narrowly avoiding a bullet that struck the bark with precision, missing him entirely. The gunshot sounded like an M24. The M24 demanded specific climatic conditions, with humidity and wind speed significantly affecting accuracy. Ling quickly calculated the trajectory, spotting a figure atop a large eucalyptus tree. The shooter, instead of taking cover, boldly lowered his mask, revealing a rather malicious grin. Ling felt a headache coming on. He hadn't anticipated encountering Xiaoqi here. Had he not been eliminated? Moments later, Xiaoqi leaped down from the tree, closing the distance to about 10 meters from Ling. Young Master Ji, aren't you just a tad curious? Ling rubbed his temples. The M24 holds only 5 rounds. Are you really willing to waste one just to tease me? You seem to have forgotten my kindness. Not at all. I remember. Xiaoqi waved his sniper rifle. See? I didn't even hit you to don't throw away those drinks. I just spotted some omega stamina supplements. Care to share? Young Master Ji, this is a competition. What benefit would you gain from giving you anything? Ling raised an eyebrow nonchalantly. Xiaoqi was astute, avoiding veiled references. All right, while my strength may not match yours, I possess natural advantages in certain areas. That he produced a long lens, adding, moreover, my luck seems to favor me. With an 8-fold magnification, I can see directly across the island from east to west. That if we form an alliance, you'll have a comprehensive view of the island. This proposition genuinely intrigued Ling. That in a rainforest like this, having a clear line of sight made all the difference, akin to using a birdshot against an atomic bomb. However, Ling eyed the Omega before him cautiously. Given Xiaoqi's history of betrayal, he was wary. Why choose me for cooperation? There's still that Wolf Alpha. Selecting him would be far more advantageous. Oh, Xiaoqi chuckled, his tone teasing. Does young Master Ji conduct pre-competition investigations? I know that Wolf Alpha. He's rather proud, so the likelihood of him agreeing is slim. Besides, I'm more familiar with you, aren't I? It's best to keep the benefits within our own ranks. I can help you deal with him. How about it? Ling regarded Xiaoqi's outstretched hand, hesitating briefly before extending his right hand in return. That if you deceive me, I will truly kill you this time. Rest assured. With that, Ling handed over the remaining drinks. The snake Omega held a significant advantage in the rainforest, far surpassing Ling's Border Collie Alpha. Snakes utilized infrared to sense body heat, making it nearly impossible to evade Xiaoqi's tracking, regardless of the terrain's complexity. Thus, Ling felt considerably relieved. The two discovered the second military supply pack beneath a waterfall, and this time Ling allowed Xiaoqi to open it. Indeed, it contained some substantial items. What the hell? Xiaoqi frowned in distaste. I didn't expect that in an era of firearms, they would still include a sword. What purpose does this serve? Is it merely for show? Ling strapped the sword to the back of his pack, pursing his lips. Sometimes a sword can be quite useful. Indeed, Xiaoqi remarked, seeing through his thoughts. Your husband wields his sword exceptionally well, but could it be that his speed is truly so remarkable that combined with a silent weapon, he resembles a ghost? As for you, little puppy, Ling delivered a swift kick to him. The deeper they ventured into the rainforest, the denser the tree coverage became, with sunlight struggling to penetrate the layered foliage above, casting them into near darkness. You smell something strange? Ling inquired. Xiaoqi shook his head. I'm not a dog, you know. Before he could finish, Ling tugged on the back of his shirt, dragging him to a tree. Xiaoqi nearly choked on his collar, coughing a few times before managing to speak. Are you trying to kill me? Ling pointed ahead, where a complex network of small streams intertwined, the water bubbling over stones, producing a light splashing sound. Water? Xiaoqi nodded. Are you thirsty? No, Ling beamed. Catch that lizard beside you. Xiaoqi flicked his serpent tail, capturing a lively lizard, just as he was about to hand it to Ling. Ling raised his hand. No thanks, it looks too disgusting. Xiaoqi felt insulted, but was powerless to retaliate against Ling. Throw it into the creek. Suddenly, Xiaoqi realized something, and with a swift flick of his tail, He tossed the lizard into the stream. The lizard spasmed violently, succumbing to death within seconds. What the hell? Xiao Qi's eyes widened. Even with his high-level snake venom, he couldn't hope to dilute it sufficiently to kill the lizard in such a brief period. Blue-ringed octopus. Ji Ling rested his chin on his hand. The venom of a blue-ringed octopus is potent enough to kill 26 adults in under a minute. This stream is part of the island's water cycle, so it should be nearby, less than 500 meters away. Xiao Qi scanned the area, but there are no life signs. You should read more. Ji Ling sighed, standing up. The octopus is a cold-blooded creature, much like yourself. How could you possibly locate him? What now? Xiao Qi was particularly inept at confronting such cold-blooded beings. Those snakes are generally regarded as formidable animals. These cold-blooded creatures are increasingly bizarre. Just look at the lizards, which are already quite repulsive, and now we have a deep-sea organism to contend with. Hand me the sniper rifle. Ji Ling said casually as he donned his gloves. His tone flippant. Oh, you know who holds a record for the highest sniper score at the first military academy? Xiao Qi shook his head. Well, it certainly isn't me. But if we're talking about sniping, it should be our specialty, right? Assassins tend to favor these shadowy tactics. Incorrect. Ji Ling adjusted the eightfold scope, while a border collie's tail brushed against the branches as it nimbly leapt to the highest limbs. The highest record isn't held by the assassination professionals, but by the combat department. Huh. Xiao Qi tilted his head. Ji Ling did not answer, instead resting on the branch, his furry ears perked up as he analyzed the faint sound around him. To the left, the scope revealed the target's distance. Ji Ling adjusted the reticle and spotted a shadow near the roots of a thorn tree. The pale blue circular mark on its neck indeed belonged to that little octopus. Bang! The bullet was discharged, a dull thud echoing with a faint thump from a distance. Although it was a blank round, the sensation of impact was unmistakable. Ji Ling leisurely stood up, jumping back to Xiao Qi's side and returning the rifle to him. His wristband now displayed a count of 1 kill, and the score for this blue-ringed octopus omega was not insignificant. It had already earned at least 2 points for its toxins, after being eliminated. Those points would be credited to Ji Ling. How did you spot him? Xiao Qi's voice trembled, disbelief evident. Are you some kind of ghost? Not at all. Ji Ling shook his ears. Our little dog has exceptional hearing. Xiao Qi shivered. Wow. Should I compliment your little dog then? No need. The two quickly circled the tree to reach the spot where the blue-ringed octopus had been struck. It was clear that the Omega had been eliminated and removed from the arena. Xiao Qi scanned the vicinity and discovered the Omega's supply pack hidden beneath a rock. How shameless of you. Killing someone and then dragging me here to scavenge their supplies, Xiao Qi remarked. Though his hands continued to work, discovering that the deceased octopus was quite plump and even possessed 2 smoke bombs, Ji Ling attached a silencer, deeming the rest unnecessary. Let's go. People will be here soon. Understood. Xiao Qi had completely begun to view Ji Ling as a figure of authority, following him around, content with the scraps he provided. Chapter 84. Undermining in person, the two traversed a small section of the island together, with Ji Ling taking the elevated positions in the trees while Xiao Qi handled the underbrush and water sources. Although their pace was somewhat slower, it was considerably more secure. Soon, half a day had passed, and the sun blazed intensely. They sought refuge in a tall yellow sandalwood tree, crouching atop it while consuming some functional agents. Xiao Qi calculated their scores. The wristbands did not provide specific rankings, but did indicate each contestant's current point standings. Ji Ling was in 3rd place, while he himself was 5th. You currently have 3 points. If you're 3rd, then the 1st and 2nd must have at least 9 points each. That means there are only about 10 contestants left on this island. Xiao Qi sighed. The upcoming battles will be exceedingly challenging. In no matter. Ji Ling gazed into the distance. As time goes on, the number of contestants dwindles more slowly that we possess absolute control over water sources and food. We won't be at a disadvantage. The only remaining concern is finding a place to rest at night. For resting at night, Xiao Qi pondered, the coastal areas seem the safest, as there shouldn't be much lurking in the water aside from that damned blue-ringed octopus. Ji Ling nodded, his mind elsewhere as he spoke. I fear that the 1st and 2nd place contestants may have accumulated more than 11 points. Xiao Qi paused, immediately grasping Ji Ling's implication. If only a few individuals remained on the island. They might be inclined to take the initiative. Could it be that Wolf Alpha? I don't know. Ling shook his head. He is much younger than both of us, that I never encountered him during my undergraduate combat training. Qi mused. I've seen him a few times. He doesn't seem particularly friendly towards me. I don't know. Qi sighed. I've only spoken to him once that he isn't very likable, as few are willing to engage with him. But he is undeniably powerful. He defeated Wen Qi in a single blow. Ling halted. Raising his head, he took down Wen Qi. Yes, Qi recalled the scene, instinctively recoiling. He is exceptionally strong. That night, after his match with Wen Qi was particularly irate, and he took it out on me. Perhaps he knows about my connection with Wen Qi, which is why he doesn't seem to favor me. Ling was not one for consolation. Merely listening as he divided a piece of fruit, offering half to Qi, dismissing the matter as the individual was already deceased. Qi chuckled lightly. After resolving their hunger, the two continued deeper into the rainforest. The path was lined with peculiar plants, and Qi delightedly played with a 30-centimeter wide pitcher plant. Stop! Ling halted on a branch, pointing at a nearby tree. Qi immediately climbed up, whispering, "Big brother." "What are your orders?" Ling flicked his tail, and Qi followed the direction to see a figure confidently striding by, clearly a simple-minded, brawny alpha that Ling saw no need to be wary of such a low-caliber opponent. Qi was fixated on the scene, and sure enough, a tentacle-like appendage crept silently along the ground, ensnaring the alpha's ankle and yanking him down. Emerging from the bushes was another individual. This person stood roughly 187 meters tall, with orange-red hair reminiscent of the color of Qi's pitcher plant. He approached the alpha without hesitation, who, gathering his strength, attempted to rise and stab with a dagger, only for another tentacle to suddenly appear and seize his wrist. The tentacle was robust, rendering the alpha nearly powerless as he was forced to the ground, his face pressed against the earth. "Apologies," the man smiled slightly, his voice sweet. With that, a slender tentacle emerged, effortlessly shredding the alpha's vest. Signaling his elimination through the infrared sensor, Ling now clearly saw that the tentacles originated from the man's fingertips. After securing the points, the man showed no inclination to linger, whistling a tune as he departed the scene. "Wow," Qi gaped. "How does one even combat such a creature? Doesn't he even require weapons? Is it possible for that thing to detach from him and still function independently? If so, couldn't it just slip into a vest to eliminate someone?" "TSK," Ling rubbed his temples. "The giant Pacific octopus is quite formidable this year." "Are you an animal expert?" Qi inquired. "How do you know every creature? Just a casual acquaintance?" Ling clapped his hands. "Standing up, if I'm not mistaken, he is second." "Should be," Qi agreed. "He seems a bit flamboyant. Is he an alpha?" Ling disregarded the subtle disdain in Qi's words, running his fingers along his face. "His tentacles are likely still below. You can retrieve them for me." "Why must I?" Qi shuddered. "I detest octopuses. I won't even eat wasabi octopus at a sushi restaurant." "Because you are the most suitable." Qi refrained from questioning further, leaping lightly from the tree. After all, a little errand for Ling, especially given the points he had provided, was a small favor to repay that a small segment of tentacle remained on the ground, writhing sluggishly, resembling a caterpillar. Qi did not disguise his disgust, gingerly picking it up with the tip of his tail. The dark red skin of the tentacle bore a striking resemblance to the man's hair. As the suckers latched onto Qi's tail, he blushed, suppressing the urge to fling the appendage away. Just as he prepared to climb back up the tree, a thick tentacle suddenly surged from the bushes, seizing his calf and toppling him to the ground. "Ugh! Mother, I utterly loathe octopuses," Qi exclaimed, looking up to find Ling was no longer in the tree. "Where the hell did that dog go?" The footsteps grew increasingly distinct, and Qi's heart raced, lodged in his throat with a sour sensation. The individual who had departed earlier returned, cheerfully holding a pitcher plant identical to Qi's. "You like orange too? You have great taste." Qi stammered. I like it. Can you please retract the tentacle? It's sucking on my leg." The man leaned down, getting close to Qi's face. Inhaling softly, little Omega, quite adorable. "How about considering an alliance with me? I want to eliminate you. Consider." The suction cups clung to the tips of his tail and the skin at the base of his legs. threatening to turn his bones to dust, let alone his spirit. Very well. The man straightened his back and declared, I am Yunyan, an octopus alpha, currently ranked second. Should you choose to ally with me? Before he could finish, a flash of sword light flickered before Yunyan's eyes. Chapter 85. Residual snow. In the instant the tentacles severed, Xiaoqi swiftly rolled to his feet. Yunyan glanced at his tentacle. Now split in two, acknowledging the sword's efficacy. Indeed, it was a weapon that effectively restrained him. Ling leisurely stood up, flicking his tail with a languid tone. There's no helping it. Someone is brazenly poaching my allied teammates, making it hard to refrain from utilizing somewhat excessive weaponry. But he has promised me. Yunyan tilted his head as his tentacle swiftly regenerated at his fingertips, writhing with vitality as if it had never been harmed. He displayed a lack of resolve. Ling deftly twirled the sword's hilt before gripping it again. We can compete fairly. If you defeat me, he shall belong to you. Yunyan nodded, scrutinizing Ling for half a second. Little dog alpha, quite adorable. Apologies, but I don't engage in AA relationships. Ling's tone was flippant, and as his words fell, the blade, accompanied by a sharp gust, lunged towards Yunyan. The sticky, resilient tentacle intercepted the strike, losing a segment that fell to the ground. The relentless assault did not place Yunyan at a disadvantage. The severed tentacle would soon regenerate, and he had also grasped the essence of Ling's swordplay, allowing him to evade and conserve his tentacles. Swish! Ling made a fierce thrust, ensnaring the last 3 tentacles remaining on Yunyan's hand, yet he refrained from severing them. Yunyan tilted his head. The sound of a bullet being fired echoed, and Ling's heart surged with joy. Oh, why to this distance? He couldn't evade. Almost simultaneously, a tentacle suddenly appeared before Ling, blocking the bullet that was hurtling through the air. Upon contact with the obstruction, the bullet altered its trajectory, landing on the ground alongside a severed tentacle. Adorable little dog, it seems you are unaware that octopuses can voluntarily sever their tentacles to escape danger. The voice, laced with mirth, descended like a shower from above, imbued with sufficient intimidation. Upon finishing his words, Yunyan's ensnared tentacle clung tightly to Ling's sword, preventing him from launching another assault, while he elegantly swept his leg sideways. Bang! The M24 gunfire resounded once more, forcing Yunyan to retreat half a meter, simultaneously allowing Ling to draw his sword and thrust it towards Yunyan's face again at such proximity. The blade grazed the corner of Yunyan's mouth, but he quickly dodged, leaping onto a tree trunk, a trickle of blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. With a displeased expression, he glared at Xiaoqi perched on a distant branch. Little Omega, if you continue to hide and fire from the shadows, I may have to reconsider our alliance if I win. Bah! Xiaoqi stuck out his tongue, making a face that Yunyan's tentacles flared a deeper shade of red and frustration. You wield a sword, and he plays with guns. It's quite unfair. Yunyan frowned at them. I have no weapon. Ling remained silent, evidently uninterested in addressing his grievance. He beckoned with his fingers, his tail flicking playfully. Will you fight? If not, it counts as your surrender. Siberian giant squid. Yunyan activated his tentacles, snapping off a lengthy branch from the tree, jumping down in a huff. North Pacific giant octopus. Thank you. While the branch lacked the striking power of a sword, it could at least block Ling's attacks, keeping the sword at bay and preventing Ling from closing in on him. Before Ling could catch his breath, another tentacle lunged at him. Ling swung his sword fiercely, the dark red tentacle twitching on the ground before finally ceasing its movement. Damn it. Thank goodness this pesky octopus didn't get a weapon. Otherwise, each tentacle could wield something. And I need a cheat to win, right? In the ensuing pause, it felt as though a living entity was darting through the rainforest, the leaves rustling chaotically, carried by a frenzied wind. Xiaoqi crouched atop a tree, infrared sensing the presence of life. But it's too fast. There's no way to pinpoint such speed. Ling, run! Xiaoqi shouted as a beam of light pierced through the leaves, and a shadow, moving against the light, leaped down from above like a reaper from the night. Landing between the two, Ling stumbled back, his eyes widening as he beheld a black wolf's tail. Its hair was pure black, with wolf ears standing erect amidst the strands. Disdainfully foregoing a helmet, he stood up unhurriedly, a long sword in hand, completely disregarding Ji Ling and Shao Qi. His gaze fixated on Yunyan. You, fight me. Why, Yunyan? Why? He waved his hand dismissively. First come, first served. Brother, I need to finish with the little mutt before I deal with you. Fight me first. Why Yunyan had never encountered such a peculiar individual before. He swept back his orange hair. What is your name? If it sounds pleasant, I might just hit you first. Su Shui. What kind of nonsense is that? Su Shui. The alpha frowned. It's a lovely name. Mind that Yunyan suspected this foolish wolf was trying to deceive him. Your name is mathematics? Not interested. I dislike math. If it were literature, perhaps. Swish. The gray wolf alpha. Evidently incensed, lunged forward without hesitation, the sword releasing a blinding flash, slashing through Yunyan's remaining 3 tentacles in a single stroke. His speed was so swift that Ji Ling could barely comprehend it, and his grip on the sword was uniquely unorthodox, as if Ji Ling's heart trembled. The swordplay resembled that of Yu Qiushen. Let's go. Ji Ling wasted no time. Beckoning Shao Qi, the two swiftly retreated to the edge of the island. As dusk approached, the sea breeze became considerably gentler, the setting sun casting its golden rays upon the beach, where several tiny crabs scuttled across the sand. Shao Qi observed Ji Ling, who was slumped on the ground, his tail drooping. Don't be disheartened. It wasn't a runaway, was it? A gentleman's revenge is never too late. Shao Qi approached, patting Ji Ling's back. Moreover, it's a good thing. One of them must be eliminated, which means we will only have to contend with one opponent later. Ji Ling massaged his temples. That level of strength. Yunyan cannot surpass him. It's a good thing. Shao Qi clapped his hands. The octopus will be made into sashimi. We only need to battle that North American gray wolf. By the way, what was his name again? I didn't quite catch it. Su Shui. Ji Ling opened his eyes, the image of the wolf's swordplay and that astonishing speed lingering in his mind. It was almost identical to Yu Qiushen's. Very well. Shao Qi attempted to steer the conversation elsewhere. Rest easy. Your husband is certainly not the type to cheat. Although he shares the same swordplay as Yu Qiushen, it doesn't mean you cannot defeat him. I still believe you can best Yu Qiushen. Ji Ling sighed silently. All right, enough with the empty flattery. Claiming I can defeat Yu Qiushen is a bit exaggerated. Shao Qi propped his chin up. At the very least, you have a fighting chance against that wolf. He is of similar build, and without the octopus's bizarre mechanics, I believe you two would be evenly matched. Let's talk about it tomorrow. Ji Ling stood, grasping his sword and heading towards the beach, intending to catch some small fish to satisfy his hunger. Chapter 86. You smell like you go. As twilight descended, Ji Ling and Shao Qi remained seated by the sea. Holding a skewer of grilled fish, is it delicious? Ji Ling inquired. Shao Qi nodded. Not bad. Your culinary skills are quite impressive. You often cook at home. To be honest, Ji Ling finished the last bite. I frequently go on picnics with my brother. If not 20 times, then at least 15, but I've only learned to grill fish. Very well. Shao Qi finished one fish, feeling a tad unsatisfied. But we are here for a competition. Not a picnic. The two consumed some supplements before making their way back into the island. What is your current ranking? Shao Qi asked. Ji Ling raised his hand to check his bracelet. Second. Wow. Shao Qi couldn't help but sigh. They fought for an entire afternoon, and finally, a victor emerged. You think there's a chance that the giant octopus could have won? Not a chance. Ji Ling stretched lazily, his tone suddenly brightening. Are you tired? Not tired. I rested all afternoon. Ji Ling gazed up at the moon, the silvery light illuminating the entire island. The sea calm and silent, all things in the world surrendering to rest. I originally thought they would finish quickly, but I never anticipated that the little wolf would engage Yunyan for an entire afternoon. Ji Ling spoke nonchalantly, a hint of a smile playing on his lips. To be honest, I didn't intend to take advantage of the situation. But the allure of being first is quite tempting, so I suddenly changed my mind. Shao Qi, let us go. Ji Ling twirled his sword before sheathing it, intending to seek out the little wolf for a rematch. The two quickly returned to the site from the afternoon. Several tall trees had been reduced to stumps, leaves and branches strewn across the ground. Ji Ling examined the scars on the tree trunk, evidently inflicted by Su Shui's sword, deeply embedded, around 7 to 8 centimeters, a sight quite alarming. Has he grown angry? Shao Qi murmured. This seems to be the level of enmity. it appears, so Ji Ling nodded in agreement. The signs of a struggle ultimately led to a thicket of bushes, where Ji Ling crouched down and examined the area closely, indeed discovering a patch of blood. The amount of blood was considerable, suggesting that this had been quite a spectacular duel. Xiaoqi wore an expression that was hard to describe. Whose blood was this? It belonged to Su Shui, Ji Ling replied in a subdued tone, his voice low and laced with tension that he had obtained Yunyan's score, which was at least a dozen points. Without engaging him, victory in the competition would be unattainable. He can't possibly die from losing this much blood. Can he? Xiaoqi inquired. No. Ji Ling reassured, shaking his arm slightly. His wristband would monitor his vital signs, and if they fell below normal levels, he would be forcibly disqualified. So once he can no longer endure. Won't that mean an automatic win for you? Ji Ling shook his head, still eager to face him in battle. After all, he wielded the same swordsmanship as Yu Qiushen, and given the current circumstances, he should be keen to find me, right? TSK. Xiaoqi rolled his eyes. You're truly envious. This is only human nature. Ji Ling dismissed his mockery, crouching down to sniff the bloodstains before rising and stretching lazily. Stay close to me, in the damp and sticky depths of the rainforest night. Su Shui perched atop a tall tree. He had just rummaged through several military supply packs, managing to find a few bandages and medicine to staunch the bleeding at his waist. The decline in his vital signs was not significant, likely due to his relatively good physical condition as an alpha, with a blood pressure still 16 millimeters of mercury above the elimination threshold. All he needed was to locate that little border collie from earlier in the Snake Omega to secure his victory. Hello. Who's there? Su Shui instinctively tightened his grip on his sword, looking down to see Ji Ling standing beneath the tree. Did you finish your fight with Yunyan? Ji Ling asked with a cheerful smile, seemingly unfazed by the outcome. For some reason, Su Shui felt a certain fondness for this little border collie alpha. He sensed he was not a malevolent presence. Why Yunyan? The octopus. Su Shui furrowed his brow. Ji Ling nodded, recalling the orange cephalopod from the afternoon. Mentioning it made Su Shui furious, his ears turning crimson. Octopus, get out. I want to chop him up. So angry, Ji Ling chuckled, waving for him to come down. Let us fight. As Su Shui leaped down, revealing a sizable bloodstain on his waist, which, although he had managed to stem the flow, still looked quite alarming. Xiaoqi, you should take a break, Ji Ling said, gripping the hilt of his sword. I'll handle this, S.O. kind. Xiaoqi smirked. He genuinely understood Ji Ling's intentions, that if Su Shui indeed had a connection with Yu Qiushen, Ji Ling merely wished to battle him on his own merit. Even in defeat, it would at least be a dignified loss. What a painfully awkward situation. Su Shui also caressed his sword, whispering with his sword, you can't win against me. You may choose not to. You're almost out of blood. Don't think of letting me win, Ji Ling retorted, his eyes narrowing. With a dull thud, Su Shui lunged forward, sword in hand, propelling himself towards Ji Ling, even though this was not the first time he had witnessed Su Shui's speed. Ji Ling was still taken aback. The sound of the blade slicing through the air was jarring, and Ji Ling could almost hear his own teeth threatening to shatter. He struck back fiercely, pushing Su Shui several meters away, kicking up a cloud of dust. Before half a second had passed, Su Shui charged again, his blade swift and merciless, as if aiming to slash through the night itself. This time, Ji Ling did not absorb the attack. Instead, he lightly leaped, swiftly scaling the trees, gaining several feet in height. Su Shui pursued relentlessly, both standing amidst the towering trees. With a resounding whoosh, Su Shui's sword cleaved through a branch. Ji Ling quickly jumped to another branch, weaving around, with Su Shui following without hesitation. That if one were to speak of genetic advantages, Ji Ling had none against Su Shui, in terms of speed and strength. He could not compete with a North American gray wolf. Fortunately, Ji Ling had honed his skills well, particularly in evasion. After a lengthy chase across half the island, Ji Ling was in a wretched state, his body marred with lacerations from sword blades. Yet his speed did not wane. They arrived at the valley where Ji Ling had first entered the island, surrounded by waterfalls, devoid of towering trees. You can't run anymore, Su Shui panted, catching his breath. Ji Ling's face displayed a flicker of fear, as if he had entered a dead end. Seizing the opportunity, Su Shui charged forth, aiming his sword at Ji Ling. There was no way Ji Ling could escape this strike. As long as he could claim Ji Ling's points, he would undoubtedly secure first place. Clang! Ji Ling deftly dodged, revealing the floral patterned marble behind him. Its design blending seamlessly with the night. Yu Qiushen's pupils dilated in shock, but it was too late to halt his attack. His sword pierced the marble, shattering into fragments. The sword. It broke, Yu Qiushen murmured. Seemingly taken aback by this unforeseen turn of events, in the next instant, Ji Ling seized him by the neck, both of them soaring into the air, spiraling down to the ground in a clear parabolic arc, akin to a dragon descending. With a grunt, Ji Ling felt a searing pain rip through his insides, while Yu Qiushen lay motionless beside him. They both gasped for breath, and Yu Qiushen whispered, "You intentionally lured me here. Didn't you?" Ji Ling admitted without concealment. Observing the speed and force with which Yu Qiushen had lunged with his sword earlier, he knew it would surely strain his wrist. Any contact with a hard object would likely result in the sword's breakage. Yu Qiushen said nothing, gradually closing his eyes. The sounds of flowing water and the rustling of insects filled the air. Just as Ji Ling sighed in relief, he heard Yu Qiushen murmur, "You smell like Yugo." I sensed it just now. Ji Ling was momentarily stunned, and upon looking up, he realized Yu Qiushen had lost consciousness. Chapter 87. The most beautiful Commander Yu of the first star system after Yu Qiushen was taken away by the rescue team. Ji Ling and Shao Qi thoroughly searched the entire island, dispatching the remaining 28 individuals. Shao Qi dramatically opened his arms. "Come here, young master." Ji Ling chuckled at his heroic demeanor, stabbing his sword through Shao Qi's vest. The competition had finally concluded with Ji Ling's victory. Yet, Ji Ling appeared far from elated. "What's wrong?" Shao Qi inquired curiously. "What did Yu Qiushen just say to you that has you looking so glum? Could it be that he is the illegitimate child of your husband?" "Uffed." Ji Ling shot him a fierce glare. "Could you not say such things while I'm drinking?" "Oh," Shao Qi nodded. "So what did he say?" Ji Ling set down his small canister, frowning as he spoke softly. He didn't say much, but he truly knows Yu Qiushen and is aware of what he smells like. Wow. Shao Qi's eyes sparkled. "What a battlefield! Can you endure this?" "If you can, I certainly cannot. It's akin to someone whispering sweet nothings about your wife in your ear." Ji Ling rubbed his face. "You should read fewer romance novels." "He is not that kind of person." A helicopter hovered above, lowering a long ladder from the sky. The wind tousled Ji Ling's hair as he exhaled deeply, feeling a sense of unreality. His victory felt like a stroke of luck. "But you did win." Shao Qi smiled brightly, the collar around his neck glowing green. "There aren't that many absolute victories in this world, aside from your husband. Even he doesn't win every time." The two climbed into the helicopter, feeling the breeze as the sun rose once more above the horizon. "I haven't asked you yet. How did you manage to escape?" Ji Ling queried. Shao Qi paused for a moment. After the One family fell, their assets were surrendered to the Alliance, and the relevant personnel were taken for investigation. I was questioned about a few matters, and once it was confirmed that I had no ties to this conspiracy, I was released. ITS said that experimental subjects with independent consciousness will be sent for special monitoring. Yu Qiushen signed a guarantee for me and restored my school records. However, now I am considered an independent entity. Shao Qi sighed, his smile growing warmer. "Actually, there was something I didn't finish saying back in the underground city." Ji Ling turned to him. "What is it?" "Thank you." His voice was subdued, blending into the howling wind, sounding rather nonchalant. "Thank you for what you said back at the One family, which allowed me to study at Gardner, and also for shielding me in the underground city, preventing me from dying at Wen Qi's hands. All in all, though the journey was fraught with challenges, the outcome has been quite favorable." Shao Qi smiled sincerely. "Now you are closer to freedom." Ji Ling was not accustomed to receiving thanks, though it was a rather ordinary statement. It made his face flush crimson, and he awkwardly turned away. "What I said back then came from the heart, and I never considered the consequences. You don't need to thank me for that. And regarding the underground city, I haven't yet mentioned you dragging me into chemical reagents." Shao Qi chuckled. "Those were reagents used to cultivate experimental subjects, containing numerous nutrients and hormones. Who knows, it might even turn you into an evolved version of a border collie. Next time, please take me along." Ji Ling's voice was languid and relaxed. Shao Qi laughed so hard that he could hardly stand upright. The helicopter swiftly returned to Gardner Military Academy, and from a height of 100 meters, Ling surveyed the densely packed venue, indicating that the live broadcast of the combat simulation had concluded. Nervous, our little champion? Ling nodded, licking his canine teeth, confessing that he was so anxious he felt he might wet his pants. Surely not. It's just an award. Xiao was taken aback. He had expected Ling, accustomed to grand occasions and particularly fond of putting on airs, to remain composed, perhaps even donning sunglasses at such a moment. The helicopter landed on the rooftop. That it wasn't the situation that made Ling tensed. He exhaled deeply, unable to suppress a smile. That I need to make a trip to the lounge. You need not wait for me, he said, leaping down and leaving Xiao with only his silhouette. Moments later, cheers erupted, and the atmosphere in the venue became intensely lively, with the big screen displaying Xiao's face still smeared with traces of dirt. Xiao, in the lounge, Zhou Shu, anxiously waiting, felt his bladder about to burst. The moment he heard the cheers, the door swung open, and Ling entered like a little beggar. What the hell? Zhou Shu was dumbfounded. Did you really get beaten up? Bayao didn't lie to me. Ling scoffed. With this year's lineup, you wouldn't last a punch. Just being able to return in one piece is a testament to strength. All right. Zhou Shu handed Ling the items he had prepared for him. Not to say you're a bit of a show-off, coming back from the competition and still finding time to tease your big commander. Ling was in high spirits, taking the items and cradling them in his hands. Thanks. I'll treat you to a meal later. With that, the little beggar swiftly exited the room. Outside the venue, the award ceremony had commenced. The large screen showcased the highlights of the competition, showing Su Shui wielding her sword, covered in blood, pausing briefly on a tree trunk before lunging at Yunyan standing below. Yunyan, clearly exhilarated, had dark crimson eyes shimmering with a ghostly light as he swung his tentacles without hesitation to meet the incoming silver sword. The sword winds whipped past, transitioning to Ling as he squinted with one eye. The bullets hitting their mark with precision. Snow, baby, I want to have your children. You're so handsome. This was the domain of our academy's flower. Please take your leave. Ling Bao, I love you. There's no one like Xiao. He looks like a sweet first love. Actually, the giant octopus is quite handsome too. Flirtatious, but declined. Those who play with tentacles can be a bit overwhelming. The video ended, and Yu Qiushen ascended the stage. Today, he donned formal attire, a pure white military jacket adorned with several silver tassels. His white hair tucked beneath his cap, cascading neatly down his back. With broad shoulders and a narrow waist, his long legs were encased in tightly fitting trousers. The sound of his boots echoing on the stairs, the cheers in the venue rose and fell. Enthusiasm at an unprecedented high. Bai Yao sat in the front row, his expression contorted in discomfort. You know, if Yu Qiushen weren't capable of speech, he could have debuted and become a sensation throughout the galaxy. Do you think his popularity is lower than that of Star? Shen Yusheng sneered. Well, after all, he is the strongest man in the first galaxy, a proud and untamed cactus flower. Could you please retract those ridiculous nicknames? The two exchanged banter. The host finally began to read the award speech. The 35th Practical Combat Competition at Gardner Military Academy concludes here. Perfectly punctuating the event, that we thank all the participants for their passionate battles, presenting us with a splendid competition. Next, we will proceed to the award segment. Based on individual scores, the first place in this competition is Practical Department Year 1, Ling, Academy Flower, Little Puppy Baby Awoo. Accompanied by a thunderous roar, Ling emerged from the corridor. He had seemingly changed into a different outfit, having shed the bloodied uniform for a white short-sleeved shirt. With remnants of blood still visible on his face, he held a large bouquet of roses, their vibrant red contrasting against the rising sun. Almost blazing in its brilliance, Yu Qiushen swallowed hard. Ling walked straight up to Yu Qiushen, presenting the fresh flowers. His voice, always melodious, sounded to Yu Qiushen like the effervescence of summer. But now it felt as if he were exuberantly showcasing his ardor and sincerity within a glass dome shared only between them. Fresh roses for the most beautiful Commander Yu of the first galaxy. Ling smiled, his expression as carefree as ever, completely oblivious to the fact that he stood before tens of thousands at Gardner Military Academy. This variety of rose, a deep red with hints of black, carried a melodious name. Legend. I believe only it can compliment you. Chapter 88. This can only be considered frivolous. Am I seeing things? Why is the Academy flower giving flowers to Commander Yu? And red roses. Is he trying to woo Commander Yu? Is he out of his mind? Little pup, please cease your ridiculous behavior. The crowd erupted in astonishment. Yet Yu Qiushen remained momentarily speechless. His gaze shifted from shock to tenderness, intertwined with a compelling sense of dominance. Thank you. Yu Qiushen accepted the flowers, passing the trophy in his hand to Ling. Congratulations on winning the championship. You must continue to strive forward. His tone, serious and questioning, was imperceptible to anyone but Ling, who sensed the desire and anticipation in Yu Qiushen's eyes, the heated pheromones almost overwhelming him. The crowd murmured, the unfolding events are becoming increasingly incomprehensible. The Academy flower presented roses to Commander Yu, and Commander Yu accepted them. Yusheng, slap me, Bai Yao muttered. Chun Yusheng, without hesitation, delivered a sharp slap, sending Bai Yao's head askew. All right, Bai Yao rubbed his face. Thanks, that hurt. It confirms that I am not dreaming that why is Ling presenting a bouquet of roses to Yu Qiushen? Chun Yusheng waved his hand dismissively. Clearly, he is bribing Yu Qiushen. Bai Yao's expression froze. Don't act so inexperienced. Chun Yusheng's demeanor was much more composed. Others may not know Ling, but you and I do. Recently, he mentioned wanting to join Yu Qiushen's team. He must be serious. How could he be merely teasing Yu Qiushen, right? Bai Yao pondered for a moment. You're right, but why red roses? Perhaps because Chun Yusheng contemplated. Perhaps Ling is a straightforward alpha who doesn't understand the implications of red roses. That makes sense. Bai Yao was completely convinced. Our Ling Zai indeed prefers omegas. I believe in him. The two descended the high platform, disappearing into the corridors of the venue, the vast structure effectively insulated against the heat. The corridor was refreshingly cool, the dim lighting creating a somewhat eerie atmosphere. Just as Ling rounded a corner, Yu Qiushen pulled him into an embrace. The roses were wedged between them. Before he could finish his sentence, Yu Qiushen leaned down and captured his lips, silencing any teasing words that might have escaped his throat. The air between their lips carried a complex blend of scents, white tea mingling with rich floral notes, hot and sticky. Despite their lack of prior experience, Yu Qiushen's kiss was instinctively daring. Ling had envisioned a first kiss as light, beautiful, and pure. Not like this, pinned against an empty corridor, feeling an overwhelming heat. Brother, Just as Ling managed to catch his breath, Yu Qiushen seized his chin, drawing him in again. This time, the kiss deepened, leaving Ling breathless, until Yu Qiushen finally softened his approach, gently pecking at his lips. Then trailing down to his nose and eyelids. The sensation was ticklish and delicate, like the touch of a butterfly. Why didn't you give me a heads up before kissing me? Ling's voice was hoarse, unmistakably aroused, sounding both affectionate and flirtatious. Why Yu Qiushen held him by the neck, his thumb gently grazing Ling's Adam's apple. I thought we were already together. Were we not? We are together. You promised. That Ling wrapped his arms around Yu Qiushen's neck. His face nearly pressed against his, as if afraid Yu Qiushen might retract his words. Why Yu Qiushen's eyes shone beautifully in the dim light, resembling blue gemstones. He gazed at Ling. Now that we are together, do you still need a report before a kiss? Not exactly. Ling lowered his gaze. It shouldn't be so sudden. Kissing should be gradual, a natural progression. What you did can only be considered frivolous. All right. Why Yu Qiushen nodded. Can we continue being frivolous? No. Ling raised a hand to cover his lips, whispering, we still need to meet Shaoqi later. It wouldn't be appropriate to linger here. Okay. Why Yu Qiushen stepped back slightly. Su Shui. You faced him in battle. What are your thoughts? Ling lifted his gaze, his expression neutral. Strong. So, who are you? His tone was laced with a hint of acidity, and Yu Qiushen could hardly suppress a smile. He was a Yazdian, orphaned in the turmoil of war that ravaged Yazd. The welfare institution I supported took him in, and upon recognizing his talent, I enrolled him in Garter Military Academy. I see. Ling let out a sigh of relief. So he is still quite young. Yu Qiushen calculated. He should be 19 this year, much younger than you. That octopus alpha is also quite young. just recently come of age. Wow, how can such little ones be so formidable? How are we old folks supposed to survive? Ling lamented. Why Yu Qiushen raised an eyebrow slightly. Can you really consider yourself old? By that logic, I must be nothing more than a box of ashes. Ling quickly covered his mouth. Why speak of such ominous things? I ascend it against the decorum of your conservative yas to speak so carelessly. Yu Qiushen remained silent, merely smiling, and gently kissed his palm again. Are we going to meet them now? Yu Qiushen inquired. Ling nodded. It's about time to him. Why Yu Qiushen set him down. Taking his hand, I shall accompany you. Ling was momentarily taken aback. Ah, is that not permissible? Yu Qiushen asked. You just publicly presented me with roses before everyone. We are an open relationship now, not a clandestine affair. We can be seen, and one said we couldn't be seen. Ling hastily tightened his grip on Yu Qiushen's hand. Merely surprised, why Yu Qiushen drew him into an embrace. Tousling his fine hair, I will allocate you much time in the future. It was my fault before. Regardless of how busy I am, I must accompany you in undertaking some meaningful endeavors. Ling was rendered dizzy by the sweet nothings of the handsome commander, softly inquiring, what sort of meaningful endeavors? Yu Qiushen smirked subtly, in a tone that was neither too enthusiastic nor too indifferent, taking his little dog to find his little friends to play. Chapter 89. The Little Wolf Pup upon entering the lounge. The only occupants were Shao-Chi and Yunyan. Why Yunyan was completely wrapped in bandages, appearing to be at least somewhat incapacitated, yet his spirit remained vibrant. Shao-Chi, evidently irritated, had no desire to engage in conversation. Engrossed in a video with his headphones on. Why Yunyan, undeterred, removed his headphones. Little snake, are you really not going to tell me your name? Shao-Chi reclaimed his headphones and put them back on. What? Are you planning to strike my name from the King of Hell's death register tonight? How could that be? Yunyan squatted on the floor, merely looking to make a friend. I enjoy befriending strong individuals. Just as Shao-Chi was about to leave, he caught sight of Ling entering and instantly shifted the responsibility onto him. Look, someone stronger has arrived. Go play with him. Why Yunyan beamed, immediately pulling out his phone and thrusting it toward Ling. Let us exchange contact information, little dog. I want to spar with you next time. Arranging a private meeting should be considered a violent incident, right? Ling accepted the phone, inputting his number before returning it. If we were wearing protective gear in the training room, it doesn't count, Yu Qiushen remarked in a calm tone. Yay. Yunyan was elated for 2 seconds before noticing Ling and Yu Qiushen holding hands. Little dog, are you and the commander very good friends? Shao-Chi covered his face. His penchant for making others uncomfortable had resurfaced. Don't always call me little dog. I have a name, Ling. Ling awkwardly felt the prick of embarrassment, realizing for the first time the trials of dating a superior. That meant enduring the peculiar gazes of colleagues, especially with Yunyan, who was even less perceptive than Yu Qiushen. Approaching in such a situation to inquire about their relationship. What else could it be? It must be a relationship of nibbling necks and kissing. All right, little Why Yunyan gazed at him eagerly. Clearly anticipating further details, Ling found himself at a loss under his scrutiny and resignedly admitted, we are dating. Oh. Yunyan's mouth formed an O shape, which he closed after 2 seconds. Good. Then please speak favorably of me in front of Commander Yu in the future. Ling wore a look of disdain. He is right in front of you. I forgot. Why Yu Qiushen wore a faint smile, addressing them both. You are all quite strong. In the future, do strive to work hard and aim for early entry into the alliance. No sooner had he finished speaking than the lounge door was pushed open once more. Ling turned to see Su Shue's dark expression. Little Wolf Pup. Why Yunyan beamed brilliantly, about to approach. But Su Shue's hand had already reached for his sword. That blade was far more refined than the one on the island. Unsheathing, it could certainly decimate 10 little octopuses like him. Why are you here? Su Shue pressed his lips together. Leave, or I might strike you. This is the lounge. I am here openly. Why Yunyan said, rising to offer Su Shue a seat. You are in pain. Please sit. I am no longer in pain. As Yu Shue clearly restrained his anger. Only because Yu Qiushen was present, refraining from drawing his sword, he slowly approached the seat, curled his fingers, greeting Yu Qiushen and Ling. Hello, brother Yu, and also hello, little sister-in-law. Puffed. Ling nearly choked on his own saliva. He had never imagined such a title would be bestowed upon him. Yu Qiushen raised the corners of his lips, his tone gentle. Are you seriously injured? Do you need me to take you to see Dr. Xia? No, very well. Their conversation concluded that Ling felt beads of sweat forming on his forehead, that Yu Qiushen was not a particularly talkative person. And encountering a taciturn Su Shui, one could hardly imagine whether the two had exchanged more than 100 words over the years. Very well, Yu Qiushen stood up. I'll return to the laboratory for a while. There is an event I must attend at noon. You two can continue your conversation. Before departing, he did not forget to remind them. Do not engage in fighting. His tone was mild, but his gaze remained fixed on Su Shui. Su Shui nodded, burying his head until Yu Qiushen exited the lounge, then finally relaxed. Ling, brimming with curiosity, promptly asked Su Shui, what happened between you two that makes you dislike him so much? Su Shui raised his head, remaining silent for a moment. Cannot fight. Hence, I shall not speak. Is that serious? Ling was just about to give up when Yunyan's tentacle wrapped around his shoulder. Grinning mischievously, ask me, little dog. He simply cannot articulate. I'm startled. Ling jumped, shaking off his tentacle, eyes wide. We are on land. Mammals cannot tolerate your oceanic ways of embracing. Please use your hands to touch me next time. All right. Su Shui revealed a pair of gray eyes, nodding in agreement. Xiaoqi was still lost in music, seated a considerable distance from Yunyan, nearly diagonally across the room. The fish in question seemed oblivious to being targeted. His tentacles akimbo. This is my way of expressing friendliness. You must learn to accept it. Little dog. Ling sighed, uninterested in this banter. Just tell me. Why? Yunyan tapped his tentacle on his lips, displaying a somewhat bashful expression. While playing with little wolf pup, I accidentally kissed him. He got very angry, even calling me a dead squid. Ling and Xiaoqi gasped in unison. Thankfully, Yu Qiushen had issued a warning, otherwise the lounge would have likely been reduced to shambles by Su Shui by now. Sitting nearby, Su Shui's face and neck flushed crimson, his grip tightening on the sword hilt, gritting his teeth as he glared at Yunyan. If you mention it again, I will slice you into sashimi. Look, Yunyan pouted. You're scolding me again, bad wolf. Forget it. Considering your ears are fluffy, you're a good wolf. Ling trembled even more, according to the customs of Yazd, as described by Yu Qiushen. This Siberian giant squid has indeed touched Su Shui's ears. He would surely be turned into sashimi. Enough. Ling quickly redirected the conversation. Where are you from? Yunyan straightened his back. Sita. Su Shui, upon hearing, offered a succinct critique. Poor. Yunyan frowned. How dare Yaz call us poor? At such a time, we as the first interstellar economy's bottom two should unite in our disdain for our enemy. Cola? Ling. What does cola have to do with anything? Su Shui nodded, speaking. Sita, good friend, you leave at Yunyan's tentacle flushed red again, unable to communicate with you. Chapter 90. Can I bite you again? They briefly chatted, exchanging contact information. Ling stepped outside. He could still hear Yunyan inside wailing. Add the wolf pup. Add one more. I want to message you. Su Shui, of course, ignored him, stroking his sword. Move aside, or I shall kill you. Add. Su Shui evidently could not hold back. Ling chuckled helplessly, hugging the trophy as he walked toward the living quarters. Upon opening the door, he was met with the familiar sight of his room being thrown into disarray by cat food, a scene he had grown accustomed to. He confined the little cat in its bag, tidied up a bit, and then sat down to rest. After a while of ignoring his phone, Yu Qiushen sent a flurry of messages. Why Yu Qiushen? Are you done chatting? Yu Qiushen. Ling Zai, 2 minutes later. Yu Qiushen, I am finished, and I want to come find you. Why Yu Qiushen? Where are you? Ling couldn't help but chuckle softly as, oh, this is what it feels like to be officially recognized. Yu Qiushen has become quite clingy. Ling, Building 6, Room 702. Hurry. Ling, waiting for you. After waiting for about 10 minutes, a knock echoed at the door. They're here. As Ling swung the door open, he fell straight into Yu Qiushen's embrace. The familiar scent of cherry blossoms and warmth enveloped Ling, allowing him to relax. He was carried into the room by Yu Qiushen, who glanced around. It looked quite similar to what he had seen in the video. I don't often tidy up. Approaching the bedside, Yu Qiushen laid him down into the cozy blankets, the room thick with the scent of pheromones. Ling, this is my territory. Naturally, it bears my fragrance, he remarked. Ling propped himself up, wearing an expression of entitlement, gazing up at Yu Qiushen. Yu Qiushen slightly pursed his lips, seemingly hesitant to voice something, his embarrassment palpable. Brother Yu, Ling urged, open your arms and embrace me. I haven't changed my clothes. So it's all right. Ling patted the bedding, signaling him to come closer. I don't mind you, besides, I haven't bathed yet. After a moment of contemplation, Yu Qiushen conceded, taking a seat at the foot of Ling's bed. Commander Yu, this is your boyfriend's room. Could you please not be so reserved? You will be sleeping here with me from now on. Create a little snow leopard. Yu Qiushen, blushing, playfully covered his mouth. Don't say such things. I might take it seriously. Huh. Take it seriously? Ling nestled against his shoulder. Is it about creating little snow leopards? I'm an alpha. I can't create them. It's merely a form of playful banter. Yu Qiushen's eyes darkened, glancing at him with a knowing look. Actually, is possible? Ling paused, confused. Why? He fell silent for a brief moment, his gaze drifting down to Yu Qiushen's abdomen, his tone laced with disbelief. Could you give birth? Yu Qiushen shook his head. Regrettably, I lack that capability. However, an alpha permanently marked by enigma can have their atrophied reproductive cavity regenerate. As he spoke, his fingertip brushed against Ling's flat, tender abdomen. Ling, you really could give birth to little snow leopards. Ling felt as though he had just heard a ghost story, perceiving the fingertip as a bloody knife threatening him. Let us set aside the matter of creating little snow leopards for now. It's broad daylight, not the right time for such risky talk. Ling discreetly gathered Yu Qiushen's fingers, gently moving them away from his abdomen. Yu Qiushen raised an eyebrow slightly, neither confirming nor denying. Brother Yu, you aren't here to enlighten me on physiological knowledge, are you? Ling blinked, observing the neatly dressed man before him. No, Yu Qiushen replied, pressing his lips together for a few seconds. It has been quite some time since I marked you. Your body lacks my pheromone scent now. Ling sniffed himself a couple of times, indeed finding no trace of his fragrance. His longevity was lacking. Yu Qiushen nodded. So, may I bite you once more? Ling? Huh. Ling felt a flush rise to his cheeks. Fidgeting, of course you can bite me now that we're together. It is only right. Just this time, could you be gentle? I was in pain for several days after the last bite. I apologize, Yu Qiushen said, pressing his lips together, stroking the soft flesh at the nape of Ling's neck. This time will be very light. I have consulted with a colleague. Ling's expression turned contemplative. Which colleague did you consult this time? Dr. Xia Zhaorong. He's a professional. Wow. Ling's mouth twitched slightly. This little white-haired fellow really goes all out for a mere neck bite. With Dr. Xia's gossipy nature, Yu Qiushen would no doubt be teased thoroughly before receiving his guidance. How did he instruct you? Ling inquired with curiosity. Why Yu Qiushen appeared slightly embarrassed, running his fingers through Ling's hair. I can't quite explain it, but I can let you experience it. There should be improvements. All right then, practice directly. Ling confidently pulled down his shirt, revealing a smooth, clean neck, a few strands of hair cascading down the back of his head, which Yu Qiushen gently brushed aside. His fingertips were warm, a stark contrast to Ling's glands. Should we draw the curtains? Ling asked softly. Why Yu Qiushen nodded silently, carrying him to the window and pulling the curtains shut. Suddenly enveloped in darkness, Ling tightened his grip on Yu Qiushen's arm, his heartbeat racing involuntarily. The warm, humid breath brushed against his skin. Ling instinctively curled up, grasping a cold metal object in the dark. Suddenly recalling it was the sunflower metal, emblematic of the highest authority in the alliance. If you're afraid of pain, just hold my hand. Why Yu Qiushen's fingers intertwined with his, and at that moment of connection, Ling felt as if he had been lightly licked by Yu Qiushen. Oh, you want to lick again? Ling shyly inquired, feeling too ticklish. When felines lick, the barbs on their tongues rise. Not quite painful, but rather a tingling sensation. It was an intriguing feeling. After all, Ling's tongue bore no such barbs. Dr. Xia said that licking helps relax one's partner and promotes blood circulation in the glands, reducing discomfort. Yu Qiushen mumbled, "Oh, I never knew there was such a notion." Ling felt a pang of shame. An alpha. He was completely oblivious to such knowledge. Thankfully, he hadn't chosen an omega. or he would have bullied them to death. Chapter 91. Why Bao Ling, the well-behaved you. This marking was much lighter than anticipated. Rather than pain, Ji Ling felt more of a ticklish sensation, accompanied by a faint comfort, akin to electricity coursing through him, making it difficult for Ji Ling to maintain his composure. Once it concluded, Yu Qiushen cradled him in his arms, gently kissing the bite mark. Brother Yu, let us find a time to test our compatibility. Shall we? Ji Ling smiled brightly. I feel we are a match made in heaven. That's fine, Yu Qiushen replied, rising to draw back the curtains, gazing at the languidly sprawled Alpha on the bed. In truth, Enigma and Alpha did not require an exceedingly high compatibility. After all, given Enigma's capabilities, any Alpha they favored could be marked. Wow, Ji Ling remarked flatly. What a bizarre gender, indeed. Why Yu Qiushen leaned down, cradling his face. Ling, you are now my Alpha. Ji Ling pondered, lifting his eyes. Oh right, we need to establish some ground rules. These are the boyfriend guidelines of the Ji family. Please enlighten me. Ji Ling propped his chin thoughtfully. Firstly, you are not allowed to make me write self-reflections. It's simply too time-consuming. Secondly, you mustn't criticize me. I am now your boyfriend. Lastly, you cannot scold me in front of others. I was quite upset the last time. Did you hear that? Yu Qiushen chuckled softly, amused by the antics of the silly Alpha before him. Are these the rules of your Ji family, or simply concocted by our Ling? Ji Ling lazily nestled into the blankets. My rules are the Ji family rules. As the boyfriend of the highest commander of the Alliance, I should elevate my status in the Ji family as well. Yu Qiushen chuckled helplessly. I can agree to the last rule. The others are non-negotiable. Ji Ling pouted. Can we not skip the self-reflection? I seem to have developed a headache at the mere sight of one. Shall I invite Dr. Xia to examine you? Yu Qiushen asked. Ji Ling rolled over, burying his face in the blankets, unwilling to show his face. Ling, dear. Yu Qiushen extended a finger, only to have Ji Ling swat it away. Incorrect password. All right, Yu Qiushen smiled. Next time you make a mistake, I'll help you write the self-reflection. Okay? Really? Ji Ling sat up. Have you ever written a self-reflection? I have serious doubts about your self-reflection skills. I have. Yu Qiushen nodded, though it was only once. May I ask why? Ji Ling tilted his head. Why Yu Qiushen pondered for a long moment, a faint smile playing on his lips. Perhaps it's best not to inquire. Oh, by the way, Yu Qiushen continued, there's one more thing I would like to ask of you. What is it? It's about Xiaoying. Ji Ling paused, his expression sobering. What has happened to her? She is fine, Yu Qiushen sighed. However, due to her status as an experimental subject, her placement is rather complicated, and since she cannot speak, the few families willing to adopt her have declined. I wanted to ask if you know of any families that would be willing to adopt her. Ji Ling chuckled lightly, pointing to himself. Why not send her to my home? My house is huge, and my mother is quite lonely. She would gladly take care of her. She is an experimental subject. Should we not communicate with my family in advance? Yu Qiushen hesitated. After all, what's there to discuss? Ji Ling wrapped his arms around Yu Qiushen's. I've played games with Xiaoying, and I've known Xiao Qi for quite a while. Although that dead snake often comes up with schemes to trick me, they're all quite wonderful people. You must believe that if I can say I accept her, my family will feel the same. Yu Qiushen remained silent for a long moment before breaking into a soft smile. Understood. Shall we send her over this weekend? Shall we go together? Yu Qiushen nodded, currently residing in a care facility run by Kola, where Zhong Yi was looking after her. We can go pick her up together and then take her to your home. All right. Early the next morning, Ji Ling rose and set off with Yu Qiushen toward the starship bound for Kola. Having not returned to his hometown for quite some time, he had nearly forgotten what Kola looked like. The care facility was serene and silent as Ji Ling followed Yu Qiushen up to the second floor. The director was still enthusiastically recounting the details of the facility to Yu Qiushen, with an unmistakable flattery evident in his smile. Why Yu Qiushen merely listened, remaining silent. The door to a small room swung open, revealing Xiaoying standing there in a daze. Upon seeing Yu Qiushen and Ji Ling, her face lit up with a radiant smile. Wow, Xiaoying has grown taller, Ji Ling exclaimed as he approached and lifted her up. Let me see if you've lost weight. Xiaoying wrapped her arms around his neck and produced a drawing. What is this? Ji Ling examined it closely, Oh, it's a potato thunder, but why does this potato thunder have white hair? Did your brother Yu Damao transform into this? Xiaoying nodded. Ji Ling couldn't help but laugh heartily, handing the drawing to Yu Qiushen. Keep this. When we have a home in the future, I want to hang it in the living room. Yu Qiushen smiled at the corner of his mouth. Is this sunflower with dog ears, you? Yes, Ji Ling boldly admitted. You've captured my handsome side perfectly. Our Xiaoying will be an artist in the future. Then we'll take Xiaoying home now, Yu Qiushen said, handing the signed discharge papers to the director. The director nodded repeatedly. Of course, Commander Yu, do come by often. As Ji Ling had to drive, Xiaoying reluctantly returned to Yu Qiushen's embrace. The scene transformed into a flashy sports car, with Ji Ling dressed flamboyantly in the driver's seat, while Yu Qiushen remained clad in white, cradling a little girl. That Ji Ling suddenly felt that this resembled the imagined post-marriage scene from his childhood. A beautiful wife, a stylish car, a lovely daughter. Perfect. The journey was not long. Xiaoying held an illustrated book, sharing it with Yu Qiushen, while Ji Ling hummed a tune until they arrived at the doorstep of their home. The flowers outside the Ji family's villa had flourished even more. After a month away, new varieties appeared that Ji Ling had never seen before. That we have arrived. That Ji Ling parked the car and walked with Yu Qiushen and Xiaoying to the front door. Just as he was about to knock, Yu Qiushen stopped him. What's wrong? Ji Ling turned back. Why Yu Qiushen pressed his lips together, his ears slightly flushed. Let me prepare myself mentally. Ji Ling chuckled. Is it really necessary? Comrade Yu Damao, why so nervous? After all, they are your family. Yu Qiushen sighed. All right, knock on the door. Don't be nervous. My mother will like you, Ji Ling assured, knocking twice at the door. Moments later, a cheerful voice echoed from inside. Hu Bao. Ling Zai and Yu Guai are back. Quickly, open the door. Ji Huai swung the door open, wearing a lace apron, wiping his face. Come in. Chapter 92. Chi Pao, do you want to see? Yu Qiushen, holding Xiaoying, stepped into the living room and was greeted by a young and beautiful woman, donning an apron identical to Ji Huai's. This is my mother, the lovely Ms. Yu Qiushen, Ji Ling introduced. To his surprise, Ji Ling's mother appeared so youthful, looking like a peer, making Yu Qiushen feel even more self-conscious. Hello, Auntie, I am Yu Qiushen. Why Yu Qiushen, still holding Xiaoying, added this is Xiaoying. I hope Annie can take good care of her. As he spoke, he presented the gift he had prepared for Su Xian in advance. Xiaoying waved her hand, feeling quite fond of the fragrant beauty before her, as Yu Qiushen accepted the small box. Covering her mouth with a smile, your white hair is so handsome, even more so than on television. Xiao Yu, please sit down. Huai Bao, go pour some water for our guest. What a lovely Xiao Yu. Ji Huai felt overwhelmed. Ms. Yu Qiushen. This is Commander Yu, the highest commander of the Alliance. Ji Huai struggled to explain it as Yu Qiushen promptly ushered him into the kitchen. No need to say. I already know. The kitchen door closed. And Su Xian returned with excitement. Ling Zai, quickly take your husband to the living room to sit. Mom and your brother are making cookies. All right. Ji Ling tugged at Yu Qiushen's clothing. Come on, husband. The living room was spacious, with a brand new set of art supplies laid out on the coffee table, complete with watercolors, colored pencils, and crayons, all still in their packaging, clearly just purchased. Ji Ling grasped Yu Qiushen's hand, feeling the warm sweat, and couldn't help but chuckle. Are you really that nervous? Yu Qiushen nodded. I am. Your mother is so young. Will she dislike me for being older? Puffed. Ji Ling laughed uncontrollably. You aren't that old. She won't think your white hair makes you a little old man. Besides, she is already 50. She just looks youthful. Why Yu Qiushen felt somewhat reassured, realizing there was still a significant age gap. My mom has already enrolled Xiaoying in school. It's a place for children who cannot speak or hear. She can learn to paint there. Ji Ling ruffled Xiaoying's hair. She also arranged for a doctor to check her health, and soon she will be a child with a home. Thank you. Ling Zai, Yu Qiushen smiled. Why are you thanking me? Ji Ling grinned. I want a little sister for so long. If it weren't illegal to abduct someone else's child, I would have taken one from the one family that day. Xiaoying's ears perked up at the compliment. Why you guai? Your mother is indeed a very kind lady, as he spoke. His fingertips inadvertently brushed against Ji Ling's hand. Ji Ling took it as self-praise, his heart blooming with joy. So, you guai, have you considered joining my family as well? Ji Ling smiled. playfully lifting his finger to poke his chin. Yu Qiushen felt uncomfortable with the nickname, his ears turning red. That's what my mom calls me. How can I say it back? Yu Qiushen fell silent. Soon, Su Xian reappeared, carrying a tray of cookies. These were made using animal-shaped molds. I wonder if Xiaoying will like them. Su Xian placed the tray on the coffee table. Xiaoying observed intently, her eyes sparkling. Which one do you like? Ling asked. Xiaoying picked up a cookie shaped like a cat's head and pointed at Yu Qiushen. Big cat. Ling nodded. Xiaoying is so clever. Xiaoyu, Su Xian sat beside them. For adopting Xiaoying, are there any other procedures we need to complete? Babies like her don't have birth certificates. Do they? Yu Qiushen shook his head. I've already registered her identity and information in Cola. We just need to input it into your family record. This can be entrusted to General Jihuai. Jihuai furrowed his brow slightly. No need to trouble yourself. It's my responsibility. All right, Su Xian couldn't contain her excitement. So, Xiaoyu, will you have lunch with Ling at home? I hope there are no urgent matters this afternoon. Yu Qiushen hesitated, shaking his head about lunch. Yes. Ling pressed his hand over Yu Qiushen's mouth, looking sternly at Su Xian. We are definitely having lunch at home. I can no longer endure cafeteria onion rings. Poor Ling Zai. Mom will quickly make you onion rings with chicken filling. Watching the playful banter, Yu Qiushen couldn't help but smile helplessly. All right then, Auntie, I appreciate it. Taking advantage of Su Xian's attention on the two. Jihuai quietly slipped off his apron in the corner and attempted to sneak out, only to be pulled back by Su Xian. Huai Bao, help Mom wash a couple of small bok choy. With that, Su Xian thrust the still warm apron back into Jihuai's hands. Jihuai thought to himself that during the next ceasefire, he would rather sleep in a 20-square-meter dormitory than set foot back in a house. Xiaoying was happily playing with her new art supplies in the living room. Ling took Yu Qiushen's hand. Do you want to play in my room for a bit? Your room? Yu Qiushen lowered his gaze. Is that appropriate? This is my first time visiting your home and entering your room. Ling tugged again. One word or two. Do you want to or not? Yu Qiushen pondered for a moment. I do. Let us go. Ling's room was considerably larger than the dormitory at school, featuring a private balcony, a study desk, a bookshelf, and a spacious wardrobe. Yu Qiushen glanced around, noticing that the little alpha's wardrobe was almost overflowing. Every color he could imagine was represented in Ling's closet. You really love buying clothes. It seems we'll need a much larger wardrobe at home to accommodate all of your outfits. Look at this, Ling exclaimed, pulling out a chi pao from the wardrobe, grinning at Yu Qiushen. Does it look familiar? Yu Qiushen's face flushed. Yes, you wore it before. You remember it quite well. It's been so long. Ling said, wrapping his hand around Yu Qiushen's waist. Does my brother still want to see it? Yu Qiushen sighed silently, his fingers curling to the broad daylight, and we're in your home. The rest of his words were silenced by Ling's finger. The little alpha swiftly kicking off his slippers and sitting on the bed. His misty gaze now clear, filled with a teasing allure, he inquired, is it more thrilling in my home? One word or two. See or not see? His toes rested lightly against the belt buckle of Yu Qiushen, gently oscillating his ankle. The little rogue's tail had long since been set free, moving with the ease of a fish in water within his familiar surroundings. Sweeping across the sheets, as his gaze fixed intently on Yu Qiushen's face, I in such an ambiguous atmosphere. However, Yu Qiushen's thoughts drifted far away. He suddenly felt that his life would remain thus. He could never refuse Ling, regardless of the form he took. Whether it was the spoiled and mischievous Ling, the one who pouted for affection, or the distinguished prodigy poised for greatness. Destined to achieve remarkable feats and etch his name in history. It mattered not. Whether their relationship was genuine or if Ling's intentions were ever pure was of little consequence, that he was simply born to be enamored with someone like Ling, direct and forthright. Someone who pursued what he desired with determination. What captivated Yu Qiushen most was not the notion of happiness itself, but the power to seize that happiness proactively. Yu Qiushen raised his hand to lock the door, pushing Ling into the blankets, thinking that such eagerness from his little alpha was certainly worth observing. Chapter 93. Are you playing a bit too far? The chi pao is a notoriously challenging garment to wear, especially this modified version adorned with neck tassels. The last time Ling attempted to don it himself, he struggled for several minutes. This time, Yu Qiushen was inadvertently complicating matters further, and, after 10 minutes, neither the leg bands nor the tassels were properly secured. Ling stood up, the belt around his waist constricting him to the point of breathlessness. Why, Yu Qiushen? Are you wrapping me like a zongzi? Tying it so tightly is tantamount to murder. Let me loosen it. Why, Yu Qiushen's voice was hoarse as he deftly untied Ling's waist belt, readying it into a beautiful bow. Afterward, he lifted Ling and carried him to stand before the large mirror in the wardrobe. Although it was not Ling's first time seeing himself in a dress, being pressed against the mirror by Yu Qiushen was enough to evoke a sense of embarrassment in any alpha. Brother, is this a bit excessive? Ling's cheeks flushed as his fingertips traced the cool surface of the mirror. You, with your innocent intentions, certainly have a vivid imagination. Why, Yu Qiushen's face was equally flushed, his fingers resting on Ling's abdomen. Ling's eye, when you showed me before, I couldn't help but think that this shape is due to the presence of reproductive organs. That is my muscle. Ling could no longer endure it, pushing Yu Qiushen's hand away. Could you please stop imagining things about me? Yu Qiushen chuckled softly. I am not imagining, it's merely a memory. Ling's eye, you look exquisite in this. Why, Yu Qiushen pressed a gentle kiss to his ear. A beautiful alpha. Ling found great delight in his praise. Whether it pertained to his appearance or his inner qualities, it caused his tail to wag involuntarily. Such a puppy tail. Why, Yu Qiushen playfully touched the tip of his tail. Feeling that Ling was utterly adorable in every way, Ling dared not open his eyes, for Yu Qiushen was a master of seduction. Not only had he encouraged him to wear a dress, but he was also lavishing him with compliments before the mirror. What was his intention? To embarrass him. What advantage lay in making him shy? Ling's eye. Ling lifted his gaze, casting a sidelong glance at him, biting his lip as he softly inquired. What is it? I merely wanted to ask if you still aspire to join the combat division. Ling felt as though he had swallowed a meteor-sized sweet potato, lodged in his throat and refusing to come out.